Chapter 1, Past and Present. Chu Nanqi was going to pay respects to his deceased father and elder brother today. 15 minutes after setting off, he realized that he had forgotten to bring the things he had prepared for them over the past few days. It wasn't a big deal originally. But his father used to love receiving gifts made by his own hands. He decided to return home and retrieve them. However, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation that chilled him to the bone. One of the voices he had listened to for nearly 5 years, it was familiar beyond doubt. "Dear Minister, now that I've ascended the throne, some people should not be spared," said Emperor He-Wen, the fifth prince, who had just become emperor a few days ago. In the study stood two tall men in casual attire. The one speaking was indeed the newly crowned emperor. When Xiuyuan hesitated slightly with a look of unease on his face. Clasping his hands together, he bowed deeply and said, "Your Majesty, these past years Nanqi has sincerely assisted us. I believe he would have no ill intentions. I hope your Majesty will spare his life." Humph. Emperor He-Wen let out a cold laugh, his mocking gaze fixed upon Wen Xiuyuan. His expression turned grim and cruel. "That's because he doesn't know that 5 years ago, we conspired and caused the death of his father. Wen Xiuyuan, you can't possibly pretend to love Chu Nanqi, right?" "What?" Chu Nanqi's eyes were filled with shock, and his fists tightened instantly. This couldn't be true. 5 years ago, it was because the emperor suspected treachery, delayed reinforcements, leading to the deaths of his father and elder brothers. He was the third young master of Nantang Mansion. For 3 generations, Nantang Mansion had served as loyal ministers of Yun country, steadfastly defending the southern region and commanding 30,000 troops nationwide. 5 years ago, during the battle against southern Liang, his father and elder brothers led the army south but never returned. Messages sent to the capital were intercepted and arrived 1 day late. News came too late. On that night, he lost both his father and 2 elder brothers. His eldest sister-in-law grieved so much that she suffered from complications and died during childbirth. Even a full-term child didn't survive. It was a double loss. Once renowned Nantang Mansion, now only he and his older sister remained. She was gentle in nature, so the burden fell heavily on him alone to uphold Nantang Mansion. After the defeat of his father and elder brothers, the emperor used this as an excuse to seize military power. Despite his youth, having practiced martial arts since childhood, his skills matched or surpassed those of his father and brothers. To safeguard Nantang Mansion, he wielded the sword and galloped into battle. With remarkable valor at such a young age, he turned the tide of the battle, achieved a resounding victory, and was bestowed the title of new Nantang King. Yet suspicion lingered in the emperor's mind. He wanted to strip him of his military command. At the same time as his bestowment, under the pretext of his coming of age, the emperor arranged his participation in matrimonial meetings. But the officials at court were all wily old foxes. They clearly understood the emperor's intentions. Whether they were prestigious families or low-ranking officials, all avoided him at any cost. They feared being chosen by Chu Nanqi, bringing calamity to their entire clan. Yet Chu Nanqi was also well aware, the emperor's decree had been finalized. He must enter into a marriage alliance, regardless of gender, preferably someone of low rank, which would allow Nantang Mansion to retain its standing. When everyone tried their best to avoid any entanglement, when Xiuyuan sought him out voluntarily, expressing willingness to marry him. Chu Nanqi asked him if he was afraid of dying. How did Wen Xiuyuan respond at the time? He replied that ever since he started reading classics, he greatly admired the Nantang kings. Moreover, he realized that there was deep significance behind the demise of the previous king and wished to serve loyally. As a new imperial scholar, he had endured over 10 years of diligent study. Coming from a farming family without any significant background, his network was straightforward and simple. After conducting investigations, Chu Nanqi confirmed that Wen Xiuyuan had no ties to any factions, and thus accepted the proposal. Nevertheless, Chu Nanqi clarified up front that he did not favor men, making this union purely a last resort. Their future marriage would involve separate living quarters, maintaining mutual respect but no intimacy. Still, Chu Nanqi promised Wen Xiuyuan his full support in career advancement, treating this as his token of gratitude. Wen Xiuyuan readily agreed. After their marriage, Wen Xiuyuan treated him kindly, although their relationship lacked intimacy, yet he genuinely cared for him. Having joined the Hanlin Academy, he held a modest post but continuously inquired about the incidents surrounding the Nantang kings. Eventually, he found the evidence. The findings were almost the same as what Chu Nanqi had uncovered himself. By nature, the emperor was suspicious and in poor health recently. However, the crown prince lacked remarkable talent and could barely qualify as the ruler of the city. Untrustworthy of leaving his son unprepared, the emperor intended to consolidate military power before the crown prince's coronation. The forefathers of the Nantang kings were humble farmers whose achievements were earned blade by blade through countless battles. Back then, grandfather Chu aided the current emperor's predecessor in ascending the throne, earning the Chu family the honor of a non-clan royal status, second only to the esteemed Qi Jinbei Wang. Furthermore, every generation of the Nantang household produced capable descendants, achieving great military honors with undefeated records. Among the 4 cardinal regions, none surpassed Nantang Mansion regarding prestige within the army or intimidating influence against enemies. This precisely constituted the greatest source of the emperor's suspicion. Throughout history, generals holding excessive power threatened rulers, especially when the crown prince's conduct and ability left much to be desired. For the sake of his own son, the emperor had sacrificed the lives of his father, brothers, and tens of thousands of soldiers in Nanchang. This blood debt Chu Nanchi vowed to avenge. At this time, his elder sister Chu Yu encountered an assassin while going out. She was saved by the fifth prince who happened to pass by. Because of their skin-to-skin contact, in order to preserve Chu Yu's reputation, they decided to get married. From then on, Chu Nanchi and the fifth prince were in the same boat. The emperor wanted his beloved crown prince to ascend the throne, but he defied him. In the following 5 years, Chu Nanchi fought tirelessly for He Wen, clearing all obstacles, helping him ascend the throne smoothly. And now, these two people actually said that the incident was their conspiracy. Your Majesty, please calm down. I just want to spare Nanchi's life. Spare his life? Xiu Yuan, you're too naive. Do you know what kind of person Chu Nanchi is? In the future, once he knows the truth, he could easily commit regicide. Haven't you forgotten how many people he has killed over the years? At that time, I didn't expect the third young master to appear on the battlefield. If I hadn't laid ambush earlier and shot him and Chu Lu, perhaps they would have returned alive. And you intercepted the relief messages in the capital city, giving me time to erase the evidence. He Wen turned around and looked at Wen Xiuyuan sharply. Do you think if Chu Nanchi knew about these things, he would let you go unpunished? Wen Xiuyuan lowered his eyelids, knowing that He Wen spoke the truth. Nantang Mansion was powerful, even until today, it remained the leader among the 4 armies. Chu Nanchi was known for being ruthless and cunning. During this expedition, he suffered 3 stab wounds but still managed to sever the head of the enemy general. His cruelty was deeply ingrained in his nature. I deliberately sent Chu Nanchi to the northern country, but unfortunately, those useless fellows failed to kill him. They let him return alive. Now that I've ascended the throne, Chu Nanchi must be eliminated. He has no offspring. His sister was secretly executed last night. Xiu Yuan, I hope you don't let me down. He Wen pulled out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve and handed it to him. This is the last bottle of 7-day powder. You make Chu Nanchi ingest it. He has already taken 6 days' worth of poison. Once he takes this, he will surely die. When Xiu Yuan took it without a word. He wanted to say something, moving his lips slightly. Finally, he murmured softly, I obey your Majesty's command. Standing outside the door, Chu Nanchi was shivering all over. The wound from his injury throbbed painfully, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It turned out that his father's death was personally caused by He Wen. Chu Nanchi fully understood that on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. Even though Southern Liang might not be unbeatable, their warriors were fierce and should never be underestimated. With He Wen sneaking up behind the scenes and launching a surprise attack, how could his father avoid trouble? If Chu Nanchi hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have guessed it was them. Even back then, the most elite spies of Nanping Mansion could only trace things back to the emperor. What a great performance. What a man, He Wen. What a fellow, Wen Xiuyuan. Chapter 2, Do or Die. In these 5 years, how bitterly I've been deceived. And my sister, she is gentle and kind, very good to me, and extremely thoughtful towards He Wen. How dare He Wen? How dare he kill her? Chu Nanchi tightened his fists and kicked open the door. The 2 people inside were startled. Wen Xiuyuan was even more surprised. Nanchi, why are you here? Didn't he go to worship at Chu Tower? Every year, as long as Chu Nanchi was in the capital, he would worship at Chu Tower and stay there for a few days. Otherwise, He Wen wouldn't have come here today. Since the 2 of them had important things to discuss, they had specifically sent away the servants and guards. How could Chu Nanchi appear here? Didn't he hear everything then? He Wen reacted quickly. He coldly snorted, Chu Nanchi, since you've heard, that saves us some trouble. You're seriously injured and poisoned. I advise you not to struggle in vain. Hand over the military insignia obediently, and I'll leave your body intact. Humph. Chu Nanchi gave a cold laugh, his thin shoulders straightened, and he took a step into the room. He Wen couldn't help but take a step back out of fear. Who didn't know that in these years, Chu Nanchi's hands were soaked with blood, and his martial arts had reached the peak. If it weren't for his serious injuries, He Wen wouldn't dare confront him face to face. Chu Nanchi, what are you doing? I am the emperor now. If you dare to act, I'll exterminate all 9 branches of your family. He Wen was scared by Chu Nanchi's severe presence, so much that he changed his usual title. Being used to being humble before Chu Nanchi, He Wen couldn't manage an imperial air. 9 branches. Chu Nanchi drew out the soft blade from his waist, pointing it at He Wen while his eyes coldly swept past Wen Xiuyuan. I'll have all 9 branches of your Chu family buried together with mine. You dare. Guard. Guard. Kill him for me. Though He Wen was also skilled in martial arts, compared to Chu Nanchi who was filled with rage, his skills were still inadequate. When Xiuyuan stepped forward and blocked Chu Nanchi, Nanchi, drop the sword. I will guarantee you one life. Chu Nanshi's lips curled with cold sarcasm, his gaze like the sharp edge of the sword in his hand. Wen Xiaoyuan, how well you perform. The last bottle of 7-day powder, when did you plan to poison me? No wonder ever since I came back, you invited me to eat with you every day. You're really repulsive. Even though the two didn't share romantic feelings, in times of crisis, he stood up for Chu Nanchi, whom he sincerely considered a close friend. Not only did he protect his official career, but he even took care of his distant relatives. But this man calculated against him so ruthlessly. Before Wen Xiaoyuan could argue further, sounds from outside interrupted them. The imperial guards had arrived. He Wen stood behind the table, smugly saying to Chu Nanchi, the imperial guards are here. You must die today. When Chu Nanchi heard about the 7-day powder, he already knew his death was certain. He threw his head back in a loud laugh, his sword slicing through the air and directly severing Wen Xiaoyuan's neck. Wen Xiaoyuan didn't expect that he'd actually make a move, and do it so cleanly. His pupils filled with surprise as he stiffly fell to the ground. Seeing this, he Wen slammed the table angrily shouting, Chu Nanchi, are you crazy? Yes, aren't you aware since the first day? From the moment his father, brother, and older sister died, Chu Nanchi had gone mad. Don't waste time. He Wen, give me your life. He lunged toward He Wen with his sword. He Wen hurriedly dodged, without a weapon, he could only grab items from the study hoping to block. As for outside, the imperial guards had already rushed in. He Wen kept yelling while dodging, Nanping King has betrayed. Kill him, kill him. Guards raised their knives and fought Chu Nanchi. With the intervention of the guards, Chu Nanchi's movements were impeded. Already severely wounded, holding the sword forcefully was difficult for him. With a swing of his sword, he killed one guard. Blood rose in Chu Nanchi's mouth, his eyes red with anger staring at He Wen hiding behind. He Wen, you despicable person. I, Chu Nanchi, swear that if there is another life, I will definitely flay you alive. He Wen hid behind others, seeing that Chu Nanchi was continuously spitting blood but still killing people. He clenched his fists. Today, Chu Nanchi absolutely mustn't be spared. All of you attack on my command. Chu Nanchi must die. He can't hold on much longer. Yes. More soldiers surged forward, Chu Nanchi's hands started shaking, his poison had begun to react due to overexertion. His entire body was drenched in blood. His vision blurred, his strength waning. Quick! Quick! He can't fight anymore. Kill him! Hordes of people surged forward. Chu Nanchi bit his tongue hard, and blood gushed out, the intense pain snapping him back to clarity. He picked up his knife and charged straight at He Wen. Like a demon from hell, every place he passed became awash with blood. Pu Chu. The sword pierced into flesh. He Wen looked down in disbelief, seeing the sword through his chest. Then, countless swords plunged into Chu Nanchi's back. Blood dripped and soaked the ground. Yun Kingdom. Year 15 of Shijing era. Deep into the night, heavy dew clung to everything outside as the sound of the night watchman rang. The capital city. East side of Nanping. Ha! Chu Nanchi woke from a nightmare, the look of fury upon death still lingering in his eyes. His gaze fell on the canopy of his bed, made of moonlight silk. This material could effectively block moonlight, specifically sought for him by his elder sister. However, after his father and brother died, and he spent years battling in harsh military life, he had never used the moonlight silk again. This wasn't right. Chu Nanchi threw off the quilt and pulled back the bed curtains. Once he took a clear look at the surroundings, astonishment surged within him. This was, the Nanping in the capital city where he used to live. It was the courtyard he used to reside in. After his father and brother passed away, and his elder sister got married, he closed the Nanping to avoid heartache, moving to a newly bought estate. This place had remained unvisited for years. How did he end up here? He clearly died pierced by 10,000 arrows. The throbbing pain in his chest and the torment of poisoning were all too real, as if etched onto his soul. Involuntarily, Chu Nanchi pressed his hand against his chest but immediately realized his hands felt different. This wasn't the hand of a 21-year-old man. 5 years of battle left several scars on his hands, yet now this pair only bore calluses from martial practice, nothing more. Chu Nanchi lifted his hand to touch his face and quickly turned around to search for a mirror. Under the candlelight of the midnight hour, the face in the mirror came fully into view. Compared to what he would become in 5 years, Chu Nanchi's current features were pale and smooth, with fine delicate eyebrows framing a pair of peach blossom eyes that exuded an irresistible charm rather than the frosty gaze of who he'd be later. Upon seeing this face again, Chu Nanchi's hands trembled slightly. This was, his appearance at 16. Had he been reborn? A concept so unimaginable had actually happened to him. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to see his plight and granted him this second chance. Chu Nanchi quickly calmed himself down, whether this was a fleeting dream or a reversal of fate, since he had arrived, even if there were towering cliffs ahead, he would climb them anyway. Chapter 3, to find elder sister Chu Yu. Chu Nanchi came to her senses and began recalling matters from her past life. Half a month ago, the southern kingdom of Nanqing invaded again, capturing 2 cities along the border. The emperor commanded father to march south. The army deployment of Yun state was clear. The emperor personally managed the imperial guard while the Forbidden Army and Jin Yi Wei each had their duties. Besides Nanchang and Beiguo which often invaded, the smaller countries to the east and west were all states of Yun. Thus, during the truce, the emperor required those in charge of the 4 armies to remain in the capital. In name, it was for harmonious relations between sovereign and ministers, in reality, it was surveillance. Since the last invasion by Nanqing a year ago, due to the pregnancy of his elder brother's wife, both father and brother remained in the capital this time without any generals stationed in the southern city. With 2 cities lost at the border, the emperor grew enraged and ordered father and the 2 brothers to set out on campaign entirely. And it was precisely because of this campaign that neither of his father nor his elder brother returned. Chu Nanchi gripped her fists tightly, her expression turning cold as she thought of things from her past life. This time, I must ensure your safety. He-Wen, you'd better hold on until the day I carve you into 1,000 pieces. Chu Nanchi put on her outer robe and pushed open the door. The trees in the courtyard were lush and green, with flowers of various colors planted all around. Every summer, the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. Yet these, after years have passed, all fell into ruin. Seeing the scene of Nanning Wangfu, Chu Nanchi felt an indescribable sourness in her heart. However, now is not the time for melancholy. Qingzhou. 2 men dressed in green descended from the rooftop. They excelled in light skills, barely leaving a trace of their presence and showing great stability. They are Chu Nanchi's own private guards. Qingzhou, young master. Chu Nanchi stood in the courtyard, her voice cold, her demeanor commanding. Where has father gone? The king has reached the border. In the previous life, also at this point in time, when father reached the border, frequent reports of victory were sent back to the capital, and he believed that this war could definitely end in triumph. But unexpectedly, tragic news eventually arrived. Time waits for no one, Chu Nanchi didn't have much time left. Qingzhou, you go handle 3 things. Your orders, young master. Chu Nanchi looked at the moonlight coldly. First, investigate this year's new Jinshi graduate Wen Xiuyuan. Determine his relationship with Prince He-Wen, the 5th prince. Second, starting today, monitor Wen Xiuyuan and the 5th prince's mansion round the clock. If any suspicious activities are discovered, report immediately. Third, inform the Northern Defense Duke about the prince when carrying private troops out of the capital. My lord, I'll depart at once. After Qingzhou left, Qingzhou looked somewhat perplexed at Chu Nanchi, feeling as if overnight the young master had changed like a different person. Formerly kind and lively, the young master now seemed more like the crown prince, mature and solemn because of his status. But compared to the crown prince, Chu Nanchi added a touch of coldness to his solemnity. Such demeanor couldn't be cultivated overnight. Before Qingzhou could ponder further, Chu Nanchi took large steps toward the outside. Follow me to see the elder sister. Yes. It was already early morning, and it was still dark. Chu Yu lived in the western side of the mansion. Chu Nanchi stood outside the courtyard, while Qingzhou went up to knock on the door. Ping'er opened the door. She was Chu Yu's personal maid who was on duty this night. Seeing Chu Nanchi, Ping'er bowed respectfully, young master. Looking at Ping'er's youthful face, thoughts of He-Wen's words surfaced in Chu Nanchi's mind. When the elder sister married, all the maids who served her before at the mansion followed as dowry. Worried that the elder sister might be bullied, Chu Nanchi practically sent all her trusted people there. For 4 years of their marriage, He-Wen treated the elder sister with care, and everyone praised him as an excellent husband. But after ascending the throne, he executed the elder sister and their child. Likely, even these maids met the same end. Chu Nanchi composed herself and calmly instructed, Ping'er, go call the elder sister. Tell her I have urgent business. All right, young master, please come inside. Ping'er opened the door, letting Chu Nanchi in, then went to wake Chu Yu. Chu Nanchi walked inside through the entrance. Chu Yu resided on the west side of the mansion. Chu Lao had 3 sons but only 1 daughter, Chu Yu, who naturally grew up pampered and adored. Her living quarters were exquisitely decorated. Passing through the courtyard, walking along the corridor, crossing over bridges, streams, and past pavilions, they finally reached the main hall. Tea had already been prepared inside. Wada greeted Chu Nanchi and asked her to sit down. Young master, why did you come so early? Miss hasn't woken up yet. There was only 1 year between Chu Nanchi and Chu Yu. Because of Nanping Wangfei's difficult childbirth, she passed away after birthing Chu Nanchi. Nanping Wang frequently campaigned outside, hence Chu Nanchi spent her childhood together with Chu Yu, forging a particularly close bond. These maids who were close to Chu Nanchi usually spoke with him quite casually. After drinking tea, the coldness in Chu Nanchi's tone softened a little. Naturally, it is urgent business. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare disturb sister. The young master jokes. As long as you come, Miss will be overjoyed. Shuai placed some pastries in front of Chu Nanchi. Young master, please try this. These are the new pastries Miss made yesterday. She planned to send them to you today. It's just perfect that you've arrived. Chu Nanchi hadn't tasted the pastries made by his elder sister for a very long time. He extended his fingers to pinch a peach blossom cake and placed it near his lips. Upon eating it, the floral fragrance burst forth, soft, sweet, and sticky. Since he began assisting He-Wen, he had fewer opportunities to visit his elder sister. Before each campaign, she would always send someone to deliver pastries that he loved. The taste was exactly the same as in his memories. After swallowing the pastry, Chu Nanchi's eyes became cold and resolute. In this lifetime, he would definitely protect them. South Pool. A female voice sounded, and Chu Nanchi raised his gaze. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her skirt, carrying an elegant feminine fragrance. Chuyu looked incredibly like the consort of Nanping Wang, slim and graceful, with a well-shaped oval face as fair as jade and skin whiter than snow. Because she saw her younger brother, there was laughter in her eyes, making her appear particularly gentle and captivating. Their mother passed away early, leaving only sons in the family. Nanping Wang, being a warrior at heart, feared that he might not bring up his daughter properly, so he specially sought out a retired governess from the palace, inviting her to the mansion to nurture Chuyu from a young age. Thus, Chuyu was not like daughters of other military families, acting too freely. Every movement of hers displayed the decorum of a distinguished aristocratic family. She was impeccably trained. Being able to see his elder sister alive once again moved Chu Nanchi deeply, causing his elegant face to reveal a rare smile. Sister. Chuyu hurriedly got up because she heard it was urgent business. Without putting on makeup, after a quick wash, she rushed over. Despite her simplicity, one could still tell she was beautiful. Why did you come so urgently? Is something wrong? Inside the room were all trusted people, so Chu Nanchi didn't hold back. Sister. I am going to the southern city. Eldest brother's wife is currently with child, and everything in the manor depends on you. After I leave today, lock the doors and decline any visitors. Don't meet anyone, no matter the reason. Just stay in the mansion to take care of your sister-in-law. Do you understand? Chuyu had never seen him so serious before, her heart slightly chilled as she gripped his hand, her fine eyebrows creased slightly. But has something happened to father? Not yet, but it's uncertain. Chapter 4, Marching South to the Battlefield. Living a second life, Chu Nanchi's many thoughts have changed. In his past life, it was him who had overprotected his sister, not letting her know about those filthy things. Chuyu is not a woman without any guile. If only he hadn't protected his sister so well back then, perhaps she would have discovered He-Wen's true nature earlier. In this lifetime, he can't always be by his elder sister's side, some things must be made known to her. He believes that none of the Chus are cowards. Sis, our Nanping has gained too much power, and we've long been the thorn in others' eyes. This expedition I've received secret reports about will likely be extremely dangerous. I've left you with Qingzhou's team. Should any news come, they'll notify you promptly. Also, before I return with father to the royal capital, under no circumstances should either of you leave home. I fear you might be exploited by those with ill intentions. Although Chuyu doesn't fully understand the family matters, she's not unintelligent, so she nods immediately. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions. That's good. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. Remember, whatever news you hear, prioritize what Qingzhou says and don't believe rumors on the street. The child in your sister-in-law's belly must not come to harm. His expression was overly serious, causing Chuyu to involuntarily tighten her grip on him as her expression filled with worry. Nanchi, nothing bad will happen, right? Chu Nanchi pats her gently for reassurance. Sis, don't worry. As long as you and your sister-in-law are safe, my father and elder brother will fight tooth and nail to get through this. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Chuyu's eyes. Though she doesn't step out much, she knows the meaning of, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. What's more, Nanping has already reached its peak glory, unable to go further. Your sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Don't tell her about this to avoid unnecessary worry. The Wangfu is now in your hands. Nanchi, please be careful this time. Chu Nanchi stands up, takes out a handkerchief from his pocket, packs up the pastries on the table, and stuffs them into his chest. Sis, I'm leaving. Chuyu stood by the door, watching her younger brother leave, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with worry. Miss, is what young master said true? Wasn't Nanliang always our defeated adversary? Pinger supports Chuyu, looking at the retreating figure of Chu Nanchi, puzzled. Nanliang is on Yun country's border and frequently causes trouble, but Yun's army is strong, making Nanliang no match for them. After their last defeat, they spent a whole year recuperating before daring to invade again. Chuyu raises her hand to wipe her moistened eyes and turns back to sit. If Nanchi says so, there must be a reason behind it. Now with all the menfolk away from home, she has to keep things running. Pinger, inform the head servant outside. Starting today, Wangfu will close its doors to visitors. Claim that your sister-in-law isn't feeling well and needs peace for her pregnancy. All visits will be declined. Also, Ask Li Mamomo to come over. Yes. Chuyu grips her handkerchief tightly, looking at the grayish sky outside, lips bitten slightly. Father, brother, you must both come back safely. Chu Nanchi crosses the front courtyard and goes out of the Wangfu's main gate. Qingyi is waiting there holding a horse, and upon seeing him, passes him the reins. Master. Chu Nanchi leaps onto the horse swiftly, with Qingyi and Qingzhu following closely behind. The capital is far from the border, even riding fast horses will take over 10 days. At this moment, the fastest way to reach the border is via water route. Take the water route, we must arrive at the border within 5 days. Yes. 3 horses gallop swiftly, leaving the capital. All along the way, Chu Nanchi dares not to close his eyes. Despite appearances, not everything in the Yun Kingdom is peaceful and prosperous. On the surface, the armies in all directions guard against external enemies, but beneath, numerous internal disputes fester. Things were alright previously, but ever since the emperor's health deteriorated significantly. Whether it's the matters regarding the emperor ensuring his son's succession or the complex web of forces beneath each prince, Yun country hasn't ceased its infighting these past few years. Many civilian organizations also arose during this chaos. In his previous life, Chu Nanchi didn't concern himself with these matters. Everyone lives their own path. Be it roving bandits or highway robbers, as long as it wouldn't jeopardize the foundation of the state, he wouldn't interfere. Before he ascended the throne, the marauders in the west grew excessively rampant, severely affecting the people's livelihood. It was only after Chu Nanchi led an attack which drenched a mountain in blood that they were stopped. This event let his name circulate widely throughout the martial world, everyone saying that Nanping Wang loves bloodshed and killing, being a legitimate devil incarnate. The ship sails southward. Closer to the border, the more marauders appear. With a cold face, Chu Nanchi resolves another batch of pirates and cleans his sword of their blood while sitting at the bow of the boat. 5 days later. Close to dusk, they finally arrived at the southern city near the border. The Wangfu of the southern city is located right in the middle of town. Chu Nanchi rode his horse in haste, and when the stationed military officers saw him, they were quite surprised. Third young master, why have you come? Sitting on his horse, Chu Nanchi noticed there weren't many people around the Wangfu and felt a sense of foreboding. He'd arrived too late, where is my father now? The duke left early this morning. He must be at the battleground by now. The battlefield was to the south. Yun country and Nanliang were separated by several towering mountains, otherwise, Nanliang wouldn't have lasted this long. These mountains are tall and easy to defend but hard to attack. The borderlines between the two countries were defined by these mountains. Each time, Nanliang would lead its army to sneak attacks. If they win, they plunder, if they lose, they retreat. Because of these mountains, the war had dragged on for years without resolution. Chu Nanchi had been there before and knew the terrain well. Time was of the essence. He ordered sternly, gather all the troops and follow me to the battlefield, hurry up. Yes. Seeing how grim Chu Nanchi looked, that person immediately started gathering the troops. To them, the Chu family was their leader, whether it be Chu Nanchi or anyone else, regardless of rank. Chu Nanchi snapped his whip, urging his horse forward. Qingyi and Qingzhu followed closely behind. With horses galloping at full speed, Chu Nanchi reached the encampment of the military troops first. Behind him were the soldiers from Wangfu who had remained behind. Nanping Wangfu's soldiers were well trained. Even though Chu Nanchi had left first, the rest quickly caught up. The encampment was guarded by Vice General Zhao De, who came out immediately upon hearing the commotion. When he saw Chu Nanchi, he was shocked. Young master, why have you come? Weren't you supposed to be in the royal capital? General Zhao, when did my father leave? Chu Nanchi had no time to exchange pleasantries with him. He had already come late, and there weren't many people left in the camp. The duke left 2 hours ago. He should be almost done by now. 2 hours had passed. The sky was nearly dark, yet there had been no word from the battlefield. Once night falls, it'll be the perfect time for an ambush. Gripping the reins tightly, Chu Nanchi's expression was serious. General Zhao, gather everyone left here. Follow me to find my father. That's impossible. The duke specifically ordered me to guard the encampment. How can I leave? Rigid fool. Chu Nanchi cut him off harshly, enough talk. Hurry up and follow me. This. Young master. By then, Chu Nanchi had already ridden off, with the Wangfu soldiers following closely behind. Upon seeing this, Zhao De hesitated momentarily, slapped his leg, clenched his teeth, and shouted at the others, mount your horses. Mount your horses. Take up your weapons. Follow them. The encampment swiftly mobilized, and a group rushed toward the battlefield. At the battlefield. The fire lit up the sky. Chapter 5, The Ruthless Chu Nanchi. Just as Chu Nanchi had anticipated, the father and son of the Chu family were both trapped. They had been ambushed this time, with people from Nanliang surrounding them on all sides. Their forces had been scattered, and the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard everywhere. Chu Chuan suffered 2 deep cuts and guarded beside Chu Lu. His chest was soaked in blood. Father, you take brother 2 and break through to the north. The formation of the Naping army had been disrupted, making it nearly impossible to fight their way out immediately. But for their opponents to claim their lives would not be so easy either. Blood dripped from Chu Lu's arms and abdomen, a result of being ambushed. In his uncontrollable rage, he cursed. The damn Nanliang actually used women and children to trick us into falling for it. Those bastards, I'll surely cut them down. Had they not been deceived, how could they have been injured so severely? At that moment, Chu Lu wished nothing more than to shred his foes into pieces. Chu Chen chopped down an enemy soldier rushing toward them and stood in front of them, shouting loudly, "Father, you go ahead with big brother. Hurry, go." After saying this, he swung his blade once more to hack at the attackers closing in on them, protecting the retreat of the two. Go. Holding on to Chu Chuan, Chu Lu fought as he retreated step by step. Both were hit by a surprise attack at the same time. Chu Chuan reacted faster, but the blade only struck his arm, still causing immense pain. However, Chu Lu received a severe stab to the waist and abdomen, suffering grievously. Otherwise, with their skill, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. If they could just break out of the encirclement, the outcome of the battle might remain uncertain. In the northern mountain forest, Hewen stood on the hillside leading his men. As the sky grew dark, they were all dressed in dark attire. Down below, the battle raged furiously, and without careful observation, no one would have noticed another group standing there. Seeing the 3 Chus heading north, Chen Xiao turned and asked Hewen for instructions. "Prince, they're here." Hewen sneered lightly, full of confidence in victory. "This is the only route they can retreat. King of Naping, today is your death day. Chu Lu is inflexible, having ignored my numerous overtures. He has even made me lose face many times. Since I cannot bring him under my control, then all the more reason to eradicate him completely. With them dead, the Naping army will belong to me." Hewen exchanged a glance with Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao motioned behind, bringing up several archers. When the party entered the range, Chen Xiao gave the signal. Arrows shot out from within the forest straight toward the crowd. As soon as Chu Nanchi entered the battlefield, he saw the arrows already midair. Panicking, he shouted loudly, "Father!" Wielding his whip and pulling out his sword, he charged forward. "Lord Prince!" Zhao De followed closely behind and naturally saw it too. Immediately, they rushed furiously towards the area. Sensing something wrong, Chu Lu quickly looked up at the mountain just in time to see the arrows flying toward him. His eyes widened, reflecting the arrowheads. Amidst the dazzling flames, the arrows pierced through the air with lightning speed, leaving no room for response. Watching the arrows approach before his very eyes. In an instant, a figure suddenly leaped forth, taking the arrow within its body. This person embraced Chu Lu, rolling onto the ground. Soldiers nearby fell one after another, pierced by the continuous volley of arrows. "Father!" Not having time to check, Chu Chen shielded them from in front. With arrows continuing to fly down incessantly from the sky, he waved his knife relentlessly. All the arrows were deflected and dropped to the ground. At this point, Chu Nanchi arrived. The horse hooves were drenched in blood, and his sword stained crimson. He had forced his way through, while Zhao De and others held up their shields forming a protective circle around them against any further attacks. Chu Nanchi dismounted, running to where Chu Lu had fallen. "Father! Father! How are you?" Knocked down with pre-existing knife wounds, Chu Lu was dizzy and could only vaguely hear his youngest son's voice. Instinctively he replied, "Father is fine." Relieved to hear his voice, Chu Nanchi sighed a breath of relief. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time. "My condition is fine, but I'm in trouble. Damn it, these arrows are poisoned." The fallen figure spoke, drawing Chu Nanchi's attention. On seeing who it was, he was momentarily surprised, calling out his name, "He Guyuan?" "It's me." It was none other than Prince He Guyuan who had blocked the arrows for Chu Lu. Wincing in pain, He Guyuan sat up from the ground, his face covered in dirt. The arrow pierced clean through his shoulder, and grasping it tightly, he yanked it out forcefully, spilling fresh blood. The pain twisted his handsome face, beads of cold sweat streaming down as he muttered, "I'm dying from the pain." Chu Nanchi suddenly remembered. Hewen mentioned earlier that He Guyuan's sudden appearance almost caused his plan to fail. It seems that it really did happen. Chu Nanchi did not have time to dwell on why He Guyuan was here at the moment. He pulled out a life-preserving pill from his pocket and roughly shoved it into He Guyuan's mouth. "Swallow it, hold on." He Guyuan choked a bit, swallowing it with a cough. "Chu Nanchi, do you even have a heart? Are you trying to choke me to death?" Chu Nanchi didn't have the time to deal with him right now. He checked that his father was unharmed. After rising, his gaze went through the shield toward where Hewen was hiding as he took the bow from a soldier, second brother. Chu Chen was in the middle of fighting but withdrew upon hearing, "What's up?" Chu Nanchi handed him the bow and pointed northward, "There, shoot." Of their 3 brothers, only Chu Chen had perfect archery skills, capable of hitting every single target without fail. Without asking why, Chu Chen drew the bow and released 3 consecutive arrows. Chu Nanchi continued giving orders. Zhao De. I'm here. Go to that position. If you see anyone, kill them without mercy. Yes. Naturally, Zhao De and the others saw that the ambush came from that direction, so they rallied the soldiers. Come with me. On the hillside, Chen Xiao realized the situation and hurriedly bowed to He Wen, saying, Prince, King of Naping has already discovered us. We must withdraw. He Wen's face turned grim. Damn, how could He Guiyuan be here, and shouldn't Chu Nanchi be in the capital? How did he get here? And he ruined my perfect opportunity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and missing this one would make it much harder to kill Chu Lu again. He was reluctant to just leave like this. However, the arrows arrived faster than they did. With weak martial skills, He Wen was shot in the shoulder, blood flowing instantly. Prince. The people following behind quickly stepped in front of He Wen, deflecting the arrows shooting towards them. Prince, let's go back and rethink our strategy. He Wen knew that staying here too long wasn't wise. Clenching his teeth and gritting through the pain, he reluctantly said, let's go. Once they left, the hidden attack ceased. Chu Nanchi turned back and joined the battlefield, leading his men to break open a gap and reunite the scattered troops for a counterattack. Their morale surged instantly. South Liang couldn't match the strength and sounded the retreat horn. Clutching his sword, drenched in killing intent, Chu Nanchi appeared like a devil climbing out of hell, leaving a trail of fresh blood wherever he went. Sitting on the ground writhing in pain, He Guiyuan witnessed this scene and widened his eyes like saucers. Shit. Isn't this the Chu Nanchi who was polite and gentlemanly in the capital, radiating the aura of a scholarly intellectual? This man is simply a killing god. He Guiyuan furrowed his brows, the depth of his pupils reflecting that fierce figure. Chapter 6, The Fainted Beauty. As the retreat of Nanliang concluded the battle, Chu Nanchi sighed with relief, sheathed his sword, and ran over to Chu Lu. Father, how are you doing? Chu Lu, having lost a great deal of blood, had pale lips but still consoled him, Father is fine. Seeing that his older brother and father were covered in blood, Chu Nanchi said sternly, let's go back to the military camp first. Nearby soldiers quickly came to support them. Hey, what about me? He Guiyuan was sitting on the ground. Seeing these people walking off and forgetting him, he shouted hastily. His voice didn't sound like someone who had been poisoned at all. Chu Lu, having already lost too much blood and then falling down again, felt dizzy. Chu Chuan, supporting their father, said to Chu Nanchi, Nanchi, take the 3rd prince back. Chu Nanchi nodded, squatted down in front of He Guiyuan, and reached out to help him up. His movements were somewhat rough, maybe because he wasn't used to it. Slow down, slow down. The blood from He Guiyuan's shoulder kept flowing, and it was black. Even though Chu Nanchi didn't like members of the royal family, he just witnessed that if it weren't for him, this arrow would have hit his father instead. With his father already elderly and injured, if poison were added, there was a real chance this time his life wouldn't be saved. Thus, towards him, there was no enmity. Hold on, there are doctors in the camp. Chu Nanchi struggled to lift him up. Once standing, he realized this man was much taller than himself. Due to his injury, He Guiyuan couldn't stand steadily, so most of his body leaned heavily on Chu Nanchi. Now Chu Nanchi's martial prowess wasn't as deep as 5 years ago. After such a long battle, supporting him was quite strenuous. He Guiyuan was handsome, but now his face was smeared with blood. With his aching shoulders, he winced, looking very pitiful. Careful, careful, it hurts so much. Seeing him continue screaming, Chu Nanchi frowned and asked someone to fetch a horse. You endure it a bit, I'll send you back soon. Suddenly, He Guiyuan stopped and quickly said to Chu Nanchi, I can't hold on anymore. After speaking, he closed his eyes and completely fell onto Chu Nanchi. Chu Nanchi frantically tried to catch him, but he was too tall, looked thin, yet his muscles were extremely taut. Chu Nanchi simply couldn't hold him properly. Both fell to the ground. He Guiyuan groaned once more and passed out completely. Master! Master! Sitting up from the ground, Chu Nanchi, seeing the situation, didn't delay further. I'm fine, hurry and take him back. Qin Zhu summoned people with a stretcher, and they took him back. At the military camp, the doctor was dressing Chu Lu's wounds. Chu Lu's injuries were relatively severe. His waist and back were bleeding profusely. He had been stabbed directly with a deep wound and could only lie down. Zhao De stood at the door, reporting the situation to Chu Nanchi. They fled quickly, leaving nothing behind. Chu Nanchi understood well, although he deserved to die 10,000 deaths, he did indeed have a touch of cleverness. Leaving evidence so easily wouldn't make him who he is. Understood. You may step down. I shall take my leave, General. After bandaging the wounds, the doctor bowed respectfully to Chu Lu, Your Highness, your injuries are severe. It's not advisable to wield a spear anymore. You must rest well. Chu Lu was stabbed several times, and his upper body was wrapped tightly with bandages. Luckily, these were all superficial injuries. There was just a problem with the wound on his waist and abdomen. Since childhood, he had experienced many battles in the Nanping army and didn't care about these minor injuries. You may leave. Doctor. Doctor. Qingyi called out loudly from outside, showing unprecedented instability. Upon entering the tent and seeing both princes present, Qingyi immediately reported, Prince, young master. Master needs the doctor right away. The third prince has poison on the arrow that struck him. What? At that moment, Chu Lu was hit by the collision, and with excessive blood loss, hadn't thought about what happened later, naturally missing what He Guiyuan said after that. Hurry, let's go. Chu Chuan held down the trying to stand up Chu Lu. Father, I will go, you shouldn't move. Chu Lu grabbed his son and advised earnestly, Chuaner, even though the third prince isn't favored, nothing can happen to him, especially not here with us. Do you understand? If a prince died silently on the battlefield of the Nanping army, no matter the reason, it would provide enough grounds for the extermination of the clan. Father, I understand. Chu Chuan himself was also injured, with half his wound still unwrapped. But given the urgency, he couldn't afford to care now. Several people rushed off in a hurry. Qingzhu and Chu Chen worked together to lay He Guiyuan on the bed. This time Chu Chen wasn't injured, but his clothes were soaked in other people's blood. He hastily stripped He Guiyuan's upper clothing, discovering that the wound had bled profusely, now stuck to the clothes. Experienced in battles, he knew exactly how to handle these kinds of injuries in the early stages. Knife. Chu Nanqi drew out a dagger and placed it over the fire to heat it before handing it over. The blade swiftly cut through. As the clothes were severed, a gush of fresh blood emerged. In his unconscious state, He Guiyuan instinctively groaned in pain. Chu Chen retracted his hand and told Qingzhu, go prepare some hot water. Where's the doctor? I don't recognize this poison. He has already been sent to look for one. Chu Nanqi looked at He Guiyuan who was drenched in sweat. His lips were pale, his head covered in cold sweat, and his body involuntarily trembled. The wound continued to ooze dark blood. This person. Chu Nanqi's impression of He Guiyuan was actually very superficial. He Guiyuan was the son of the late empress, the grandson of the pacifying North King. The pacifying North King, like the pacifying South King, was suspected by the emperor. Moreover, when the emperor ascended the throne, there were dishonorable events involved. Therefore, the emperor particularly disliked the pacifying North King, dragging along the empress and He Guiyuan to be disfavored. After the empress passed away, He Guiyuan became even more neglected. At 5 years old, the emperor used an excuse to send him out of the palace to raise him elsewhere. To this day, he remained a prince with no accomplishments and without the title of Wang. But as long as the pacifying North King existed, even though the emperor didn't like him, he couldn't do anything to harm him, merely ignoring him instead. He was a few years older than Chu Nanqi but had taken a different life path. The men of the Chu family were too outstanding. In order to keep a low profile, Chu Nanqi always presented himself as a scholar to the outside world. This was why in his previous life, when he took up the sword and rode into battle, the emperor grew even more suspicious of him. As for He Guiyuan, although he was not favored by the emperor, his maternal grandfather was still alive, and in order to cultivate him, he was placed in the pacifying North Army from the age of 7. However, despite many years passing, he gained no military merit but instead caused plenty of laughs. The most widespread story in the capital city was about a time during a war against the northern countries. This man held up a true sign and lectured at the enemy's city gate for an entire day and night, behaving less like a general and more like a storyteller. Because of this, he was whipped 10 times by the pacifying North King and demoted to a mere horse-mounted soldier, tasked to guard the city gates for an entire month. When this matter reached the capital city, the emperor rarely showed such pleasure and bestowed many rewards on him, making him increasingly unruly. Hence, although he was handsome, due to various complicated reasons, the friends he had in the capital were truly few. Especially the daughters of the noble families would avoid him. Before, Chu Nanqi would only see him at various banquets. They rarely met otherwise. Chapter 7, The First Intimate Contact. Most of the news about Guanggan He Guiyuan could only be about getting into trouble and being punished by Prince Chunbei. If according to He Wen's previous life plan, he blocked an arrow meant for his father, was heavily poisoned, and He Wen's people relentlessly pursued him. In that case, he would certainly have died too. The emperor had heavy-hearted thoughts. To pave the way for the crown prince, he strictly prohibited all princes from privately befriending ministers and nurturing private armies. So, Chu Nanqi immediately instructed Qin Jiu upon waking up to inform Prince Chunbei that not only did He Wen secretly leave the capital but also brought people along. If Prince Chunbei sent He Guiyuan to the border like in the previous life, then upon hearing this news, he would definitely worry about his safety and take action in the rear. Chu Nanqi still remembered, in the previous life, Prince Chunbei publicly claimed. He Guiyuan unfortunately passed away during the war with the northern country, not here. It seemed that it was merely a cover-up back then. After He Guyuan's death, without any prince, Prince Shenbei maintained neutrality and didn't participate in anything for the next 5 years. Chu Nanqi remembered that he visited Prince Shenbei many times with gifts, all of which were rejected. Upon reflecting now, the elder must have known something. Then, why did He Guyuan appear here and block the arrow for his father? The doctor has arrived. Qing Yi lifted the curtain to let the doctor in. Chu Nanqi stepped aside. Chu Nanqi's gaze fell on Chu Chuan, who followed behind. There was still a wound on his arm, so Chu Nanqi quickly helped him sit down. Big brother, I am here. Your wounds need to be dealt with urgently. It's fine. Just external injuries. Chu Chen already had bandages ready. Big brother, bear with it. The powder scattered over the wound as Chu Chuan frowned, yet remained steady, while Chu Chen quickly applied medicine and dressed the wound. The doctor retracted his hand, and seeing this, Chu Nanqi asked, Doctor, what kind of poison is it? This poison comes from Nanchang land, it's not difficult to resolve. Upon hearing that it wasn't hard to resolve, Chu Nanqi sighed in relief. That's good. Regardless of why He Guyuan was here, after all, he saved someone. Whether officially or personally, he didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Chu Chuan noticed the doctor's somewhat troubled expression and seriously asked, Is there any difficulty? This doctor is from their local southern city and is a well-known doctor. In past battles, they would always invite him first. They trusted him greatly, thus he spoke frankly. Your Highness. This poison isn't difficult to solve, but what's difficult is that we need someone with profound martial arts skill to first suck out the toxic blood from his body, then apply drug treatment. This method is made by Nanchang specifically for martial artists. If the person sucking the poison can't control it well, they might easily get poisoned themselves. The doctor's words caused silence in the room. Qing Zhu stepped forward. Young master, let me do it. I'll do it. Chu Nanqi moved forward, and Chu Chen immediately pulled him back. I'm still here, there's no need for you. Chu Nanqi shook his head. It wasn't about showing off his ability. In the previous life, Qing Zhou was also poisoned by this. Qing Zhu helped him suck out the poison, but as a result, Qing Zhu almost lost half his life. At that time, if he were there, it wouldn't have been like this. Afterward, Chu Nanqi carefully listened to the doctor's instructions and knew how to proceed. Moreover, his internal strength was better than Qing Zhu's. This time, he wanted not only to protect his father and brother but also those around him. Second brother, he was saving father. Both you and big brother are injured, you cannot risk it again. Our family owes nothing to others. Saying this, Chu Chen helplessly let go of him. Chu Nanqi turned to look at Chu Chuan. Chu Chuan nodded at him. Do what you think needs to be done. Big brother is here. Only then did Chu Nanqi walk to the bedside and crouched down beside him. The blood from the wound was very dark, and since it was cut open with a dagger, it soaked the bed. Chu Nanqi leaned down, pressing his red lips against it. The metallic smell of blood instantly filled his mouth. Chu Nanqi tilted his head to spit it out and pressed his lips back, repeating this process continuously. As the black blood was sucked out, He Guyuan's body stopped shaking on the bed, and the cold sweat gradually decreased. This was because the toxins were being expelled from his body. Chu Chen watched intently from the side, eyes fixed on Chu Nanqi, ready for any accidents. Seeing the blood spewed out turn red, he turned to the doctor and said, Is this enough? The doctor looked at the color and shook his head. Not yet. Chu Nanqi continued sucking. His lips were covered with blood, but he controlled it very well, making sure none of the toxic blood entered his throat. As the toxin was relieved, He Guyuan weakly swayed his head, slightly opening his eyes. Intense pain came from his shoulder. Half asleep and half awake, it felt as though a pair of red lips were pressed against it, relieving the pain and bringing comfort. In a daze, the handsome profile of a man came into view. After recognizing him, He Guyuan tried to speak, silently mouthing 2 words before slipping back into unconsciousness. However, no one noticed him at this moment. When the blood spat out was bright red, the doctor quickly interjected, That's enough. Chu Chen immediately helped Chu Nanqi stand up and sit aside. Qing Zhu handed over a bowl of water. Master, rinse your mouth quickly. Chu Nanqi took it and spat several times before finally clearing the metallic taste from his mouth. The doctor swiftly sprinkled detoxifying powder on the wound, checked the pulse, and then wrote a prescription. 3 times a day. Also, tonight you must watch for any high fever. Have the medicine for reducing fever ready. If he can make it through tonight, there won't be a problem. Qing Yi accepted it politely, responding, Thank you, doctor. Would you mind checking our master's pulse again? It's my duty. Chu Nanqi extended his hand, allowing the doctor to check his pulse. After finishing, the doctor smiled and said, Master, you're in good health. The poison hasn't entered your body. Chu Nanqi withdrew his hand courteously. Thank you, doctor. Qing Yi, escort the doctor out properly. Qing Yi stepped forward and guided the doctor away. Because of the ambush, many were injured in this battle, and outside the room were countless wounded soldiers. Since they had no issues, Chu Chen still needed to go outside and handle follow-up matters. The room now only held Chu Chuan, Chu Nanqi, and the unconscious He Guiyuan. Big brother, I'll help you rest. I'll stay here to keep watch. Chu Chuan nodded. Although this was just an external injury, it was severe, especially the 2 cuts on his arm that would likely prevent him from wielding a sword for a long time. I haven't asked yet, why did you come here? Since Chu Nanqi arrived, things had been chaotic due to the ongoing battle, leaving no time to ask. Given Chu Chuan's sharpness, he naturally sensed there was a reason for Chu Nanqi's arrival. Chu Nanqi glanced around and whispered, Big brother, this matter isn't urgent. We'll discuss it thoroughly after the battle ends. Nanping King only ever had one wife, no concubines or other women in his life. The bond between the brothers was especially close. Chu Nanqi, intelligent since childhood, had intentionally concealed his brilliance to maintain a low profile. His actions now hinted at deeper motives. Chu Chuan understood the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. With so many people around and leaks everywhere, this wasn't a place for a serious conversation. Big brother, both you and father have sustained heavy injuries. You shouldn't fight against Southern Liang anymore. Let me take your place. Chu Nanqi supported him as they moved toward the door. Let's find father to discuss the battle plan. This war cannot drag on. He had more important matters to deal with and couldn't waste any time here. Southern Liang wasn't something to fear at all. Chapter 8, The Fragile Beauty. Inside the tent. The father and 3 sons had just finished discussing their battle plan. Chu Lu looked proudly at his youngest son. This son of his started education at 3 years old, and by 4, he was already well versed in literature. After growing up, his knowledge of military tactics and strategy surpassed even his older brothers. But to avoid the emperor's suspicions, he had to act like a carefree young master. Now, however, his strategic deployment was already showing great maturity. Years ago, before his wife gave birth, she had already chosen a name. It was originally called Chu Chi, but due to the difficult childbirth that took his wife away, Chu Lu, heartbroken, added a Nan character. This Nan stands for Nanping Wang, Duke, signifying importance. Nanqi, where did you get this information from? In the past, Southern Liang always stored their supplies elsewhere. Are you sure they are here? Chu Chen pointed at the circled position on the map. That was Southern Liang's main grain camp. Chu Nanqi meant to burn their supplies and cut them off from behind. Regardless of whether it's there or not, we will give it a try. Chu Nanqi knew that Southern Liang had changed the location of their supplies, something he found out in his previous life after attacking them. In his past life, the cruel death of his father and elder brother made him furious. He drew his sword, rode his horse, killed his way through the battlefield, only then to learn that Southern Liang had changed their deployment strategy. In this life, his father and brother were safe, therefore, his war plans must change as well. Chu Lu decisively declared, we will follow your younger brother's advice. You lead a team first to scout the route, make sure to set fire before dawn. Chu Chen replied, I'll go immediately. Chu Nanqi summoned Qing Zhu, go with second brother. Yes, my lord. When they left, Chu Nanqi gently tapped the table with his finger. Father, once second brother succeeds, we shall launch an attack. They have suffered great injuries tonight, and they won't expect us to counterattack so quickly. Good. This time, I am determined to make these bastards retreat from the border, but naked. Orange light. The young man standing beside Chu Lu immediately responded, at your command, my lord. He belonged to the orange level of undercover guards under Chu Lu's command. Among the 4 Chu men, their personal undercover guards were distinguished by colors, making it very easy to identify them. You write an urgent letter to be sent to the capital stating that Southern Liang is coming aggressively. The Duke and his heir are surrounded and have been severely injured by malicious acts. Seek help from His Majesty. Yes. Chu Lu frowned slightly, not fully comprehending his meaning. Nanqi, my elder son and I are both fine now. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Moreover, if the Emperor sends reinforcements and finds out everything was misrepresented, it may lead to punishment. However, Chu Nanqi was perfectly aware that the Emperor would not send reinforcements, let alone receive the rescue request, as the message would be intercepted, delayed for 1 night before reaching the palace. 1 night was enough for things to fade into nothingness. As for the Emperor who received the rescue letter, instead of dispatching relief forces immediately, he gathered his ministers to discuss taking over the South Ping army. If Chu Nanqi hadn't voluntarily offered his sword and horse and personally requested this assignment, the South Ping army might have already changed hands. Father, there are some things that I cannot elaborate on right now. We can talk about them when we return home. Orange light, do as I say. Orange light glanced first at Chu Lu. Chu Lu nodded, choosing to trust his son. Qing Zhu. I am present, sir. Write a letter to inform our elder sister of the situation. Tell her to guard the mansion carefully and wait for us to return. Also, send a letter to Yun Song, the newly appointed Chief Justice of the Ministry of Justice, telling him that someone will obstruct the rescue message from reaching the royal city. He is a clever person and knows what to do. Yun Song, Chief Justice of the Ministry of Justice, was one of the few officials Chu Nanqi admired from his previous life. Since he is the legitimate second son of the eldest princess and achieved third place in this year's imperial examination, personally selected by the emperor as Chief Justice of the Ministry of Justice, he represents a rare clean stream within the aristocracy. Let him deal with Wen Xiuyuan. Yes, my lord. Chu Lu exchanged glances with Chu Chuan. Both were somewhat puzzled, especially Chu Lu. Though holding high rank, Chu Lu was straightforward and didn't understand all the twists and turns. He also thought himself open-hearted, believing that even if the emperor suspected him, he wouldn't find any real evidence against him. Currently, seeing his youngest son's numerous unusual behaviors greatly perplexed him. However, he was also a good father with another merit, never acting condescendingly, always listening to advice on big and small matters alike. Therefore, though he was confused, he still cooperated with Chu Nanqi. After stepping out of the discussion tent, Chu Nanqi went to see He Guyu. Qing Yi stood outside the door, greeting him, my lord. Chu Nanqi cast a look around the bustling military camp and calmly said, ensure someone watches over this place. Do not let anyone other than our men inside. Understood, my lord. Chu Nanqi lifted the curtain and entered. On the bed, He Guyu's wound had already been bandaged up, and his attendants had helped him tidy his clothing. Chu Nanqi sat down by the bed and his gaze fell upon He Guyu's face. The man was unconscious, his fair complexion revealing a cold handsomeness with sharp features. His eyelashes, like crow feathers, lay quietly above his eyes, casting a shadow over them. His exposed chest was strong and powerful, with 8 abdominal muscles neatly arranged. Chu Nanqi lowered his eyes. This man was certainly not the frivolous person he seemed on the surface. From the well-trained physique alone, he could not be the useless individual rumored in the capital city. But whether the heart within his chest was black or white remained unknown. Cough, cough. He Guyu unconsciously coughed twice. Chu Nanqi pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. A delicate fragrance from the handkerchief drifted into the air. Placing his palm lightly on He Guyu's forehead, the temperature felt appropriate. Chu Nanqi let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, it was suddenly grabbed. He Guyu appeared troubled, his brows knotted in pain. Mumbling something incoherently came from his lips. Chu Nanqi bent down closer to listen. Mother, don't go. Don't leave me. Mother. Was this a dream of the former empress? Chu Nanqi straightened up, his gaze thoughtfully resting on He Guyu's pained face. Chu Nanqi knew little about the former empress. All he understood was that she passed away due to illness in the 3rd year after giving birth to He Guyu. The Forbidden Palace was off limits, even the Prince of Zhenbei hadn't uncovered any other reasons. Perhaps moved by a shared sorrow, Chu Nanqi did not withdraw his hand but instead clasped He Guyu's large, warm one. Occasionally, he used the handkerchief to wipe away his cold sweat. Not long after, He Guyu calmed down and returned to a deep sleep. The grip on Chu Nanqi's hand relaxed. When Chu Nanqi noticed his palm was drenched in sweat, he realized how much hotter another person's body temperature could be compared to his usually cool self. Recovering himself, he rose and lay down on another bed in the tent. After days of exhaustion from battles and travel, even he found it hard to stay awake. Not long after lying down, he fell asleep. In the quiet tent, only their breathing sounds were heard. Chu Nanqi woke after 2 hours of sleep. Concern for matters at hand kept him from entering a deep slumber. Opening his eyes, he saw Qing Yi leaning over He Guyu's bedside. Straightening his clothing, Chu Nanqi approached to inquire, how is he? Qing Yi withdrew her hand, no fever, so there should be no problems. Considering the severity of the poison, yet without showing signs of fever, this person clearly had an extraordinary constitution. Chu Nanqi eyed He Guyu with some suspicion. Still unconscious, there was no way to ask him anything at the moment. With the war situation outside becoming increasingly tense, Chu Nanqi had no more time to focus on him. Chapter 9, The Charm of a Rascal. How's it outside? Second young master hasn't given the signal yet, but judging by the time, it should be soon. Let's go. At one moment of the evening hour, a blaze shot up into the sky in the distance. Fireworks exploded high in the air. This was the signal flare. Chu Chen had succeeded. Chu Lu stayed at the rear of the army, while Chu Chuan closely followed at the front line. Chu Nanqi led the troops in his father's stead with a blade in hand. Generals and soldiers, follow me and charge. 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 The firelight filled the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Everywhere were flashes of blades and the anguished screams of the wounded. Chu Chuan on horseback did not join the battle. He was the heir of the Nanping army and also a general specially designated by the emperor. Chu Nanqi, without an official rank, would have lacked justification to step forward into battle. Therefore, Chu Chuan had to be here. Zieten. The man riding beside him pulled the reins in response. Prince. Chu Chuan watched the battlefield where Chu Nanqi was wielding a sword with decisive action, exuding an icy demeanor he had never seen before. Do you not feel that Nanqi seems different? That difference became unusually evident as soon as they met last night. In the past, Chu Nanqi was lively and cheerful. Being the youngest son of the family, he grew up much doted upon like Chu Yu. Even though he excelled in martial arts and studies, with two older brothers already fighting enemies, the training of Chu Nanqi had been less stringent. But this time, upon seeing him, he didn't laugh as often anymore, worry clouding his brows. Even his actions when killing revealed solitude and cruelty, something never seen before. What exactly happened during their absence from the capital? Nanqi, what exactly did you experience? Perhaps young master worries too much about the Duke, Zieten carefully interjected. If you hadn't arrived in time last night, we might truly have fallen victim to the ambush. Had they only been surrounded, they wouldn't have sustained such heavy injuries. Besides, under everyone's protection, they had already broken out of the encirclement. The crucial matter last night was the person who struck from behind. Someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos of war to claim the life of someone from the Chu household. Chu Chuan gripped the reins tightly, his face solemn. Nanqi's arrival definitely has something to do with the capital. Go investigate, find out who in the capital is absent. My lord, rest assured. Young master has already dispatched the Qin unit to investigate. Chu Chuan's slightly concerned gaze returned to the battlefield, where Chu Nanqi was fiercely battling. The Nanping army was renowned for their courage and skill in combat. In this surprise night attack, Nanchang offered no resistance whatsoever. Chu Chen launched a pincer attack from the rear, along with Chu Nanqi. In just over an hour, the head of the enemy commander was severed. Nanchang's supplies were all lost, every commanding officer slain. They immediately retreated, withdrawing back into the mountains. A great victory for the Nanping army. We've won. We've won. Chu Chen happily swung his sword while hugging Chu Nanqi's shoulder. Chu Nanqi wiped off the blood splattered on his face. As he watched the sun rise in the east, heralding a new dawn, he finally felt a sense of relief. He had finally defended his father and brother. Defended the Nanping army. Father, we've won. Back at the camp, Chu Chen hurriedly reported the results to Chu Lu. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's good that we've won. Are you hurt? Lying on the bed, Chu Lu had heard of the victorious news earlier and was very pleased. Chu Chen waved a hand. Impossible. Those dogs of Nanchang, if not through cunning tricks, wanting to injure us is simply a dream. Subsequently, Chu Chuan entered, looking calm. He didn't seem overly concerned with the outcome. There were more pressing matters to discuss. Father, let's return to the mansion first. Leave this place for Zhao De and others to handle the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen quickly moved to support Chu Lu. That's right, father. It's a mess here, so we'd better go back to the mansion. Your wounds need at least a month to heal properly. You brat, cursing me again. I'm strong and healthy, these wounds will heal in a few days. Though saying this, Chu Lu struggled to get up, aware that this injury was quite serious. Chu Chuan turned around and ordered Zieten, go tell young master to return to the mansion. Yes. As soon as Chu Nanqi returned, he went straight to see He Gu Yuan. With the external matters settled, there was only this special identity prince left who must absolutely not encounter any mishaps. Qin Yi had been guarding the whole time. Seeing Chu Nanqi come, she said, young master, he's awake. Awake? So fast. Chu Nanqi lifted the curtain and walked in. The person lying on the bed inside, although still weak in voice, spoke boldly. Chu Nanqi, what do you mean? If I'm awake, isn't that bad for you? You must be hoping I kick the bucket. Chu Nanqi focused his eyes and saw He Gu Yuan lying bare-chested on the pillows, his long hair tied back, his features teasing, with a look of indolence in his eyes. He even had a grape in his mouth. That expression, that pose, it didn't seem like someone severely injured, instead, it was as if he'd spent a night wandering through the pleasure quarters. Chu Nanqi ignored his mockery and asked Qin Yi, what did the doctor say? The doctor said there's no major concern anymore, but he needs rest. Chu Nanqi waved him away, and Qin Yi stepped out to stand by the door. Now only they were left inside. He Gu Yuan continued eating grapes while looking boldly at Chu Nanqi, then shifting his gaze to Chu Nanqi's lips. He clearly remembered whether this person had helped him draw poison out before. At the time, his consciousness was hazy, and he could only mutter Chu Nanqi's name. However, now this man caught his eye, showing how good-looking Chu Nanqi actually was. Humph, those lips are soft too. Hey, after all, I saved your old man. Your guard stopped me from leaving and wouldn't let me send anyone else out. What does that mean? Are you holding me as a prisoner? Chu Nanqi sat down and poured a cup of water, calmly opening his mouth. He Gu Yuan, why are you here? He Gu Yuan uncomfortably turned his head, pretending to be busy picking grapes. I just passing by. Ho, passing by. Chu Nanqi scoffed, his eyes penetrating as they fell upon He Gu Yuan. Aware of his examination, He Gu Yuan twisted his body, exposing his broad shoulders to Chu Nanchi's sight. In such a vast country, do you coincidentally pass by the South City and block an arrow for my father? Chu Nanchi, how can you confuse kindness with malice? You're interrogating me after I saved your father. That's outrageous. This is how your family treats a benefactor. I'll tell your dad, let him beat you. Seeing him getting irrationally argumentative, Chu Nanchi put down the teacup and drew his sword from his waist. The blade glinted coldly as it pointed directly to He Gu Yuan's neck. He Gu Yuan stiffened his body, lowering his eyes to stare directly at the blade and lifting them again to meet Chu Nanchi's cold face. His mischievous smile froze on his handsome face. No, Nanchi, let's have a civilized conversation. Why resort to weapons? Chu Nanchi held the sword tightly, finding nothing wrong with his actions. He moved his wrist forward, pushing the icy blade closer to He Gu Yuan's skin. Third Prince, I hope you'll properly answer my question. ANS, I'll answer, alright. He Gu Yuan lifted his finger slightly to hold the edge of the blade, pulling it away from his neck and breathing a sigh of relief. Isn't it just about answering questions? Why so terrifying? Oh, my wound hurts. Saying this, he slouched there, whimpering. He didn't act one bit like a prince but more like a rascal. Chapter 10, the conversation begins. Chu Nanchi paid no attention to his antics, prodding him with the sword. Speak up. Why did you come here? For what other reason? Since He Gu Yuan noticed Chu Nanchi wasn't letting up, he dropped the pretense, afraid Chu Nanchi might actually make a move. He started munching on the grapes again, lazily saying, my grandfather wanted to arrange a marriage for me, so I slipped out. Just happened to see my fifth brother sneaking out of the capital with some people, I got curious and followed. Who would have thought he intended to kill your father? Really? Chu Nanchi knitted his eyebrows together, carefully examining his expression, not missing a single detail. Unfortunately, this person acted way too naturally, there were no noticeable signs of deceit. Of course. I originally just planned to block an arrow, what could go wrong? But that bastard went ahead and poisoned me. Luckily, I'm tough, or I would have met my grandmother. He Gu Yuan muttered curses under his breath, clearly upset. Chu Nanchi, recalling various incidents from his past life, knew that checking the truth behind this excuse would be simple. With this thought, he sheathed his sword. Did you come with Yuan? Did he notice anything? Mentioning Yuan made He Gu Yuan snort disdainfully, that piece of trash. Every day, I sneak over his wall, yet he never catches me. However, why does he have a grudge against your family that drives him to want to murder you? He asked sincerely, seemingly truly perplexed. Chu Nanchi answered faintly, we don't know yet, but a check will reveal it. Alright, go ahead and investigate then. He Gu Yuan reclined there leisurely munching on food, as if these matters weren't much of a concern to him. A voice came from outside, young master, the crown prince orders us to return to the mansion. I know. Chu Nanchi looked at He Gu Yuan, wanting to dismiss this guy before dealing with other matters. Where are your men? He Gu Yuan shrugged, no one around. That Qin Yi of yours blocked me, I couldn't even contact anyone. I'll find someone to escort you back. I won't. If I go back in my current state, they'll tie me up and shove me into a sedan chair for sure. There's no way. You must let me stay. Your Southbing wouldn't treat a savior like this, would it? You came here without a word. Aren't you afraid His Majesty will reprimand you if he finds out? He Gu Yuan scoffed, why be scared? My father might forget about me for half a year or more, and my maternal grandfather can cover for me. Chu Nanchi, if you send me back, I'll come to your Southping mansion daily to cry until you have no peace. Seeing Chu Nanchi unmoved, He Gu Yuan quickly switched his expression, clutching at his wound as if in pain. Ouch. Ouch. The wound hurts so much. It's unjust. Someone is kicking their savior out onto the street. How cruel my fate is. Just let me die from the pain. His reckless rascal act made Chu Nanchi extremely frustrated. After all, as a prince, there was nothing Chu Nanchi could do except not toss him aside like a commoner. But, this forceful desire to stay left Chu Nanchi unsure, was he genuinely innocent or just pretending? From his previous life, Chu Nanchi did not trust anyone in the royal family, including him. Master, should we discuss this with the prince? Qin Yi watched the tall, robust He Gu Yuan thrashing on the bed. If not for his wound, He Gu Yuan probably would have already torn the roof off. This third prince was indeed as noisy and restless as rumored in the capital. Yet, having saved the prince, Southping Mansion couldn't just kick him out. No need. Bring him back to the mansion. Chu Nanchi flipped his sleeves and turned away. Once He Gu Yuan heard this, he eagerly jumped off the bed, looking entirely unlike the lazy rascal he had been moments ago. Hey Qin Yi, quick, bring me my clothes. Let's go. Let's go. And by the way, these grapes are awful. Get better ones when we return to the mansion. Awful yet you're still eating them. Did he know that even in battle, Lord Chu hadn't always had food? This guy, picky despite everything. Qingyi found He Guyuan's rapidly changing demeanor incredibly annoying but remained outwardly respectful nonetheless. As Chu Nanqi stepped outside, the carriage had already been prepared. Except for the large army detachment stationed at camp, everyone else was ready to depart. Chu Lu, who had an injured abdomen, couldn't ride a horse. Lifting the curtain, he spoke to Chu Nanqi, "Nanqi, go ask the third prince to accompany me and avoid letting him ride a horse." "Dad, I'll arrange it. You head out first." Chu Nanqi figured that with He Guyuan's glib tongue, if he stayed with his father, heaven knows what nonsense he'd spout. It was better to keep them apart. "That works then. We aren't far from the city anyway." Chu Lu lowered the curtain and called out loudly, "Let's go." The carriage started moving slowly, while Chu Nanqi stood there, watching it depart. Qin Zhu approached with another carriage. "Young master." Chu Nanqi turned, but before he could speak, He Guyuan's irritating voice echoed behind him. "TSK TSK TSK, so this illustrious Nanping has such miserable carriages. Look at this broken window, this shoddy door. Chu Nanqi, is your family this poor?" With disdainful looks, He Guyuan inspected the dilapidated carriage, its gaps leaking wind in every direction. "You really should see the carriages I use in the Jinbei army, how luxurious, how beautifully decorated, those are proper carriages." Nanping's economic resources, besides salaries, mainly came from estates gifted by imperial favor, naturally making it less wealthy than the Zenbai with its deep-rooted foundation. "If you don't want to sit, you can walk back." Chu Nanqi showed no leniency. "Qing Zhu, drive the carriage away. Let the third prince walk back." "Yes, master." Wait. I was only joking." He Guyuan hurriedly intervened, but his abrupt movement strained his wound, his face contorting instantly in pain. He stretched towards Chu Nanqi. It hurts. Chu Nanqi, give me a hand." Chu Nanqi glared coldly but finally stepped forward. He Guyuan climbed aboard using a stool, entering and immediately grumbling again, "Chu Nanqi, I'm telling you, your carriage is truly pitiful. Not even a soft cushion. It feels like it'll kill me." "Shut up." Climbing gracefully onto his horse, Chu Nanqi followed ahead of the carriage. Inside, silenced momentarily after being scolded, He Guyuan's voice soon rose hesitantly and whiningly, "No water either." "Hold it in." Chu Nanqi's tone was icy cold. This person was truly dainty yet utterly ungracious. How could the battlefield compare to the capital, where even Chu Lu lived and ate alongside the soldiers? Truly, it was a mystery how Jinbei Wang endured him. Chu Nanqi rode his horse with a wooden expression. He hadn't been quiet for 2 minutes when the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the dashing and carefree face of He Guyuan. "Chu Nanqi, if you keep being so harsh, no woman will want to marry you." Chu Nanqi's gaze was cold, and he didn't even look at him, instead focusing straight ahead. "I'm talking to you." He Guyuan couldn't sit still. Sitting in the carriage, he kept on chatting. "In the capital city, everyone said you were elegant and refined, a talented scholar. Now I've seen your true colors, you kill without batting an eye. Don't scare off the ladies in the future." Chu Nanqi's eyes gleamed coldly as he gave no response to He Guyuan's words. Chapter 11, My Nanqi is very hospitable. As long as it ensured the safety of the Chu family, even earning a reputation as a ruthless killer wouldn't frighten him. Besides, in both this life and his previous one, he never had anyone he truly cared for. Whether getting married or not, it was all inconsequential. As long as his sister-in-law safely delivered their child, ensuring there would be heirs in the Nanping, that was all that mattered. Seeing Chu Nanqi ignoring him, He Guyuan leaned back on the carriage, bored out of his mind. "The borderlands are too hot. I hope my wound doesn't get infected. Chu Nanqi, I'm not leaving before I recover, so you'd better take care of my food and drink. Otherwise, how will you explain yourself to my grandfather?" At the mention of the Jinbei Wang, Chu Nanqi finally spoke. "Don't worry, with your thick skin, you won't die." "Humph, you're such an unpleasant person. I can't imagine which poor girl would marry you, so cold and unfeeling, like a big ice block, totally lacking manners. None of your concern." It would take about an hour from the battlefield to reach the border city. All the way, He Guyuan chattered non-stop, showing no signs of stopping while Chu Nanqi remained unperturbed by it. The atmosphere was oddly harmonious. To be more precise, Chu Nanqi had simply blocked him out. When the convoy entered the South City, the townspeople came out to greet them, their expressions filled with joy. He Guyuan leaned on the carriage window, looking at the townsfolk. "Chu Nanqi, seems like your family has great respect here." Chu Nanqi cast him a glance, indifferently stating, "The northern Jinbei king is also respected like this." "It's not the same. The north consists mainly of nomadic tribes, they move around frequently, rarely seeing scenes like this." That was the truth. In the previous life, due to the withdrawal of the northern Jinbei king from disputes to weaken the power of the Nanping, the emperor deliberately sent Chu Nanqi to fight in the northern battles. The commoners there were entirely different from those in South City. Chu Nanqi's gaze rested on the smiling faces of the welcoming people, his own vision softening somewhat. This was what soldiers fought for. The deep black gaze of He Gu Yuan observed every change in Chu Nanqi's expression, a slight curve playing on his lips. This man, stubborn but kind-hearted. Rather interesting indeed. Ahead, the convoy stopped, they had arrived at the mansion. He Gu Yuan stepped out of the carriage, extending his hand toward Chu Nanqi with casual grace, ordering him, "Chu Nanqi, help me down." Chu Nanqi looked up, meeting He Gu Yuan's smiling eyes, then silently moved forward and extended his hand. The broad palm grabbed his wrist. Unlike Chu Nanqi's slightly cool skin, He Gu Yuan's hand was warm. Chu Nanqi had never engaged in such intimate contact before, causing his eyes to flicker downward. He Gu Yuan stepped down using a stool, then glanced straight ahead. Wow, this is the Nanping mansion. Ugh, really impoverished. Looking at the entrance with only 2 stone lions, it appeared far from majestic, disdainful to the extreme. And these gates? All peeling paint. Tut tut tut. Chu Lu descended from the front, his waist was injured, carried down on a stretcher, yet upon seeing He Gu Yuan, greeted with cheerful laughter, "Third Prince." He Gu Yuan stood calmly, altering his usual attitude, politely bowing his hands, "Lord Nanping, while outside, please address me by name." "The Duke understands," replied the Lord immediately, "Nephew He, please come inside to discuss matters." "Lord, please." He Gu Yuan seemed very humble now. With his striking looks and serious demeanor, people couldn't help but feel good towards him. At least Chu Lu, who had been saved by him, found him quite satisfactory. Chu Nanqi standing behind watched He Gu Yuan turn serious in a second, his gaze deepening. How many sides did this guy have? South Pool, let's go in. Chu Nanqi turned his head, meeting his brother's eyes and nodded, all right. Qing Zhu went to prepare some food and ordered the servants to buy fresh fruits to serve the esteemed guest. After entering the mansion, Chu Nanqi ordered the main gate closed. Chu Lu entered the inner hall and had the attendants help him slowly sit down. "Father, why don't we enter the bedroom? We can speak privately within the family as well." Chu Lu waved his hand, "It's not that serious. Just for a little while, it doesn't matter." After regaining some strength, he spoke to He Gu Yuan, "Young sir, I was in a daze yesterday and didn't have time to check on you. Fortunately, there's no serious issue with you, otherwise, how would I explain myself to the Jinbei Wang?" He Gu Yuan raised his hand and replied very solemnly and politely, "Your Highness needn't worry. Besides, you've always been my hero. To be able to save you is an honor for me. Even if my grandfather knew, I believe he would praise me." "Huh, what a fine lad you are." Chu Lu burst into hearty laughter at his words but quickly stopped after just 2 chuckles as it tugged painfully at his wound. Samuel Chu sat beside, his expression carrying a hint of doubt. "I don't know why the 3rd Prince would come to the border. Recently, my grandfather wanted me to get married, but I wasn't willing, so I ran away. The north is my grandfather's territory, so I thought I'd come to the south." He Gu Yuan shrugged, "Who knew I'd run into something this huge right away?" "I see." Chu Lu realized the situation immediately. In ancient times, marriage was a major event that made parents anxious, and he did understand the Jinbei Wang. "Young sir, now that you're 19, your younger brother has already married and even has children. But you remain alone, it's no wonder the Jinbei Wang is worried." Still, as much as he said that, they all understood that He Gu Yuan wasn't favored by the emperor. Not only was he not favored, but the emperor even seemed to detest him because of the Jinbei Wang. As a result, the emperor acted as though unaware of He Gu Yuan's wedding plans, asking nothing about them. Without a mother to support him, wealthy families didn't want their daughters marrying him. Thus, matters were delayed time and again until today when he remained unmarried. But He Gu Yuan didn't care much. "What's good about marriage? It allows me to go freely wherever I please." "Huh, your character is somewhat like Nanqi's. He also values freedom greatly." "Oh, is that so?" He Gu Yuan turned his head, his deep gaze radiating gentleness, landing upon Chu Nanqi, a curve forming at his lips. "Then I suppose Nanqi and I share common interests. You and Nanqi differ by 3 years. You met in the past in the capital. From now on, we should interact more. Don't restrain yourself, consider it like home." Nanping Wang thought simply. Being righteous, He Gu Yuan, as the grandson of the Jinbei Wang and also a prince, had risked his life to save him during such perilous times, earning incomparable merit. This favor could not be repaid easily and was worthy of special recognition. "Very well. Since you say that, young sir, I won't treat you as a guest formally. Just hope that Nanqi doesn't find me troublesome." Nanping Wang dismissed any hesitation with a grand gesture. "No way. My Nanqi is extremely hospitable and treats everyone respectfully. How could he possibly find you a bother?" "Is that so?" He Gu Yuan gave a half-smile look, as if suggesting someone else who arrived early almost got pushed out. Chu Nanqi avoided his gaze and responded lightly, "Father has spoken. This mansion will surely treat you as a valued guest. That puts my mind at ease." He Gu Yuan added further, "King, you know I escaped here without permission. During my recovery here, call me Mr. He instead to avoid causing trouble if heard by ill-intentioned people. Given their family's exceptional statuses, both holding powerful armies, caution was necessary when interacting. Nan Ping Wang agreed repeatedly, that's indeed wise. Chapter 12, Nan Qi's candid statement. This journey by carriage has exhausted me. I shall retire to rest first. He Gu Yuan knew they needed more discussion among the father and son, wisely rising to take his leave. All right, Qing Zhu, escort the gentleman to his room and attend to him properly. Yes, your highness. Qing Zhu stepped forward, extending her hand towards He Gu Yuan. Mister, please follow me. As He Gu Yuan exited from the hall, he started nagging Qing Zhu again after only a few steps. How does your mansion have not a single flower? So impoverished. And, this humble servant is hungry, bring roasted duck. And those grapes too, buy some more. I want one's juicy. Chu Nanqi rose, standing by the door, watching him depart. Then turning back, he instructed Orange Light, I will discuss important matters with father. No one is allowed near this house. Yes. Chu Nanqi entered the room and closed the main hall door. Seeing this, Nan Ping Wang curiously asked, why close the door? Chu Nanqi walked to the center of the room, facing Nan Ping Wang, with two older brothers sitting to the side. He bent down and plopped to his knees before Nan Ping Wang. Nan Ping Wang stood up immediately but winced in pain, sitting back down. Chu Chen moved forward to hold Chu Nanqi, younger brother, what's wrong with you? Chu Nanqi pushed away his hand, his back straight and erect, directly facing Nan Ping Wang. Father, I am unfilial, unable to spot the enemy's conspiracy in the first instance. Chu Chuan frowned, catching his meaning, get up first, and we'll talk slowly. Second son, help your brother up. I've taught you before, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Don't kneel easily. Chu Chen pulled Chu Nanqi up, saying, exactly. When have you ever knelt from childhood till now? You scared me half to death. Standing tall, Chu Nanqi, with a serious face, looked at his father and elder brother. Father, elder brother, what I'm going to say next might sound utterly implausible, but please listen to me seriously. Seeing Chu Nanqi so serious as he had never been before, Chu Chuan knew that the matter was definitely related to the events of these past 2 days. Speak. In his dark eyes, memories of the previous life caused cold beams to flash. His voice wasn't loud, his speech slow, yet every word was clear. The occurrences of the previous life, within the short span of 5 years, felt like a dream. After Chu Nanqi finished speaking, the room fell silent. The three men's eyes were filled with surprise. Nan Ping Wang found it even harder to believe, but knowing his son wouldn't lie, after hearing him out, all he felt was bone-chilling anger and deep pain. Chu Chuan was the first to react. Actually, much of what Chu Nanqi said was something he had long suspected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Chu Nanqi hide his sharpness in the capital city, merely behaving as a literary gentleman. To insult us too far. Chu Chen slammed the table, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging. Their royal family is simply overstepping their bounds too much. Second son, be cautious with your words, Chu Chuan warned more calmly, the emperor's suspicion towards us has been around for not just 1 or 2 days. But I didn't expect that Prince Wu would also get involved. Even more unexpected is how heartless the emperor could be. Forcing Chu Nanqi into marriage, assassination attempts, oppression, each incident made people feel bitterly cold. Since ancient times, when a ruler commands his minister's death, the minister has no choice but to die. But if this were the kind of ruler they spoke of, their supposed loyalty would truly be a joke. That's right. Qingyi has investigated for a long time and could only trace matters back to the emperor. None of us imagined Prince Wu would show up at the border and launch a sneak attack on you. And in the previous life, not only did he succeed in the attack, but he also used that event to gain Chu Nanqi's trust. Truly, a man of unparalleled scheming. This plan was absolutely not thought up by him alone, there must be other people behind it. This Prince Wu. Chu Chen angrily cursed. When he was in the capital, he pretended to be so benevolent and gentle, and his mother, Empress Consort Yu, had always treated us with particular warmth and kindness, without realizing they were contemptible villains. This was exactly what Chu Nanqi had believed in the previous life. Empress Consort Yu was renowned for her gentle kindness, showing particular concern whenever she met them. She was beautiful and kind-hearted. Chu Nanqi had assumed she was good. He Gu was her son, and if one were to claim she knew nothing about this, Chu Nanqi wouldn't believe a single word of it. Thinking about Chu Nanqi's arrangements over these past few days, Chu Chuan asked solemnly, what do you plan to do? In my previous life, just before I died, I said if there was a next life, I'd surely flay him alive 1,000 times. Even while dying, he killed He Gu. But this hatred hadn't faded, especially not in this lifetime, where He Gu once again targeted his father and elder brother. Chu Nanqi certainly wouldn't let him go this time. My child, this matter still requires careful consideration. Nan Ping Wang was also angry, but amid the anger, one must stay calm, since the enemy they faced was not an ordinary one. Who could guarantee that He Ji's actions didn't have the emperor's tacit approval? Opposing the emperor was no laughing matter. Father, regarding later developments, I will carefully consider things. You don't need to worry, focus on recuperating well. As long as you're here, I have nothing to fear. Chu Nanqi stood there, speaking resoundingly. As long as his father and brother remained safe, he would have enough strength to deal with the enemy. In this life, he wouldn't allow them to escape so easily. Since they wanted to play, he'd gladly join their game. Brother, I support you. Chu Chen patted Chu Nanqi's shoulder. I may not be as smart as you, but whatever you want to do, I will back you all the way. Second brother. Chu Nanqi looked at him with deep emotion. These were his loved ones. Even though the road ahead was fraught with danger, they unhesitatingly supported him. Chu Chuan appeared lost in thought, asking another question. You mean that in the previous life, He Gu Yuan also died saving our father? Chu Nanqi nodded lightly. That's right. This was He Ji's own admission. This boy differs greatly from the other princes. Upon hearing such a response, Chu Lu's approval of He Gu Yuan rose even further. Zhenbei Wang withdrew actively from the court due to losing him, aiming to protect the safety of the family. At least until the emperor's death, they weren't touched. Chu Nanqi couldn't help but admire Zhenbei Wang's decisiveness. Stepping back from the limelight required a kind of courage too. Holding power, even if it overshadows the master, can also be a form of protection. Who can guarantee that once you hand over the military insignia, your family will be safe? Nanping Wang sighed. The emperor's suspicion towards us and Zhenbei Wang did not start in this generation. It began in your grandfather's time, just not so apparent. Being overly powerful compared to the master is an inevitable trend. But it still chills the heart. Since ancient times, the mind of emperors has been hard to fathom, yet the Chu family has served with loyalty through generations. By the time of Chu Lu, they have further reduced suspicion by reporting everything to the court, all for the emperor's peace of mind. But in the eyes of an emperor, these actions only turn into arrogance without restraint. Chu Chen scoffed. If the emperor wants to pin a crime on someone, where would he find difficulty? The emperor doesn't need any reason to kill us. Through history, many trusted ministers died this way, their charges arbitrarily labeled as treason. Thinking of how they fought valiantly on the front lines, risking their lives, yet those above plotted their demise, how infuriating. Chapter 13, Candid South Pool Part 2. After 2 lifetimes, Chu Nanqi had become less easily angered. As long as his family remained safe, what were the imperial family's schemes worth? Nothing at all. Just like in the previous life, killing until rivers ran red was the only way forward. If rulers acted unjustly, then let's see whose heart was harder. The emperor trying to consolidate military power, doing these things is not entirely baseless. Chu Nanqi could understand the emperor's actions, but who he truly hated were He Wen and Wen Xiuyuan, those deceitful individuals. And believing the real enemy to be someone else in the guise of vengeance, that truly burned his heart. This time, we returned unscathed, so the emperor will certainly look for other excuses to cause trouble. This time, father, you must fall ill. Nanping Wang looked at Chu Nanqi, understanding his veiled words. This is about pretending to be sick. Chu Chen disagreed. It's not about pretending when you've already suffered severe injuries, fully justified. Nanping Wang showed slight hesitation. He had never feigned illness before, but he would cooperate anyway. Though loyal to the emperor and patriotic, others had already placed swords at his throat. If they didn't resist now, death would be deserved. Alright, then how long will my injury take to recover? Chu Nanqi replied, at least half a year. Half a year? No, I'd rot lying down that long. Since childhood, Nanping Wang practiced martial arts. At over 50, he could still fight on the battlefield, with a robust body. Forcing him to lie down for half a year might as well be a death sentence. Father, it's not about actually lying down. Just put up a show when people are around. Chu Nanqi stated, especially for He Wen. Only this way will he make his next move. I see, then it's agreed. Chu Lu leaned back against the chair. With a severely wounded waist, sitting firmly was not an option. If father's injury is so severe, perhaps the emperor will seize the opportunity to let you step down. Exactly my intention. I wish for father to stay in the capital, guarding our home. Chu Chen looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? In the previous life, the broken-down mansion, filled with wounds everywhere, revealed sorrow. Had they not sent out all 3 of them back then, elder sister wouldn't have bled to death. There would have been some breathing room left for the Chu household. Chu Nanqi raised his eyebrows, looking at Chu Lu. Father, first, if you retire, even if war breaks out later, the emperor cannot dispatch you again. This way, you remain in the capital to support us anytime. Secondly, elder sister-in-law is going to give birth soon. There are only a few women at home. With you there, you'll be their rock of stability. We won't suffer the same fate as the previous life, with a ruined house and the loss of family members. Nanping Wang heard this and his expression darkened as he thought of the female relatives at home. Though he often said dying on the battlefield was a general's honor, if after their deaths, the women couldn't even ensure their own safety, then their loyalty and patriotism were meaningless nonsense. Thinking of this, Chu Lu sighed. your sister-in-law and sister are both in the capital. Father will follow your advice, and upon returning, request retirement voluntarily. Chu Chuan, standing nearby, thought of his pregnant wife and the recent events. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them, looking toward Nanping Wang with a chilly voice akin to freezing winter frost. Father, for Nanping Mansion's peace, we must keep authority firmly in our own hands. We need to prepare plans before the emperor makes his move. You mean? Big brother's intention is to support a new emperor. Chu Chen stood by Chu Nanqi's side, seeing that his elder and younger brothers had identical expressions, realizing their thoughts. He continued, we need to be cautious in choosing the new emperor. This was no joke. If they picked someone exactly like Yuan, it would be better to commit suicide. Chu Chuan said, the current emperor only has 8 princes. The 7th and 8th princes are too young, strictly speaking, only 6 of them can make a bid for the throne. Compared to the previous emperor's 20-odd children, this emperor's offspring were fewer. However, most of them had complex backgrounds with intricate influences behind them. The crown prince is of poor moral character, relying solely on the emperor's favor. If it weren't for his lack of virtue and ability, he won, neither a legitimate son nor the eldest, wouldn't have been able to rise so easily. In the previous life, Chu Nanqi gathered a great deal of incriminating evidence against the crown prince, eventually bringing him down step by step. But in this life, he did not plan to do so. Let the crown prince and Yuan continue to fight. If necessary, he might even help one of them along. The sight of these brothers turning on each other just might bring about the emperor's early demise. The 2nd prince is extravagant and licentious, the 4th prince is mediocre in talent, the 6th prince's mother is merely a palace lady, and the 7th and 8th princes are too young. It's no wonder Yuan could climb so high. After analyzing the princes, Chu Chuan already had a decision in mind. If the emperor didn't harbor suspicions, the Nanping house would have remained neutral, making no difference who becomes the next emperor. But now, we must get involved in the factional strife. How dare a single prince plot to kill his entire family? What an outrageous insult. He won, that despicable thief, don't even think about rising again in this lifetime. Chu Chen glared fiercely, and at the mere thought of what his younger brother had mentioned, hatred boiled within him, urging him to chop Yuan down. Yuan wanting to be the emperor. Go eat dung then. As they debated back and forth, Chu Lu suddenly remembered He Gu Yuan and chimed in, how about the 3rd prince? This guy has support from Jinbei Wang, and he saved my life. He should be a good candidate. But that kid, Chu Chen countered, his reputation in the capital wasn't good either, nothing but a reckless aristocrat. Wouldn't it be like trying to prop up mud? Chu Lu clearly recalled the past as well. Rumors about him in the capital were abundant every year. Jinbei Wang dragged him out to spank him over a two-li stretch several times, becoming quite a topic of conversation. Alright, let's observe more. However, with so few sons to the emperor, there wasn't much more observing they could do. Chu Lu didn't say this aloud, he was a blunt man, capable in battle but useless in court politics. No rush. Given He Gu Yuan is at our mansion now, we can observe him more closely. Moreover, the 7th and 8th princes are also eligible for the throne. The Empress Dowager of Yun State ruling behind the curtain isn't unprecedented. Clearly, Chu Nanqi leaned toward supporting the 8th prince, despite being young, his mother was merely a lowly concubine. But if crowned, with the assistance of the cabinet, there would be no issue as the 8th prince grew. Primarily, Chu Nanqi had met the 8th prince in his previous life, indeed recognizing him as a morally upright good child. The 7th and 8th princes are ultimately too young, I fear they cannot handle it. Chu Chuan heard Chu Nanqi's words from his previous life clearly, since Yuan dared to take action to kill us, there must be someone behind him, regardless of what power. Once they discover our intention to support another prince, there's no guarantee they won't target them. Big brother speaks wisely. Chu Chuan considered all angles carefully. A desperate dog leaps over a wall. He won, that person, cruel and ruthless, was willing to pretend to be deeply affectionate toward Chu Nanqi just to obtain the throne. The 2 princes were undoubtedly young, lacking self-defense capabilities. That was a worry. Chapter 14, A Genuine Gentleman. What about the victory report? When will it be sent? The day after tomorrow. These matters couldn't be settled in a day. Today, Chu Nanqi simply wanted to disclose his intentions to his father and older brother, ensuring self-preservation for Nanping House. With prior preparation, Chu Nanqi believed that, given the skills of his father and older brother, they should be safe. Father, let me escort you to rest. You mustn't get up again. Chu Chen helped Chu Lu, being taller than his father, young and strong, finding it effortless. Chu Lu gave instructions to Chu Nanqi while walking, Nanqi, look after Mr. He well over the next few days. I understand, father. Having escorted Chu Lu away, Chu Nanqi spoke to his elder brother, big brother, 2 days from now, send the report first, then we'll set off. I want to see who will come to take over Nanping army. In the previous life, Chu Nanqi voluntarily stationed himself in the capital city, leaving the emperor no option but to appoint others. But things were different this time around. Chu Nanchi also wanted to know who, besides the 4 generals, was working for the emperor or the crown prince. Understood. Chu Chuan stood up, walking to Chu Nanchi's front, raising his hand and slowly patting him on the shoulder. Their family members were all tall. Chu Chuan and Chu Chen both approached 6 feet 3 inches, with only Chu Nanchi reaching 6 feet. He was shorter than his 2 brothers by some margin. Nanchi, you've worked hard. Big brother. A mist appeared in Chu Nanchi's eyes, then he curved his lips into a gentle smile, gazing at his older brother. Not at all. As long as you are both well. The 2 brothers did not speak further, everything was unspoken between them. Chen Xiao stood inside the room, the wound on He Wen's shoulder had been stitched together. Your Highness. My people saw with their own eyes, He Gu Yuan walked into the Nanning house, he isn't dead. What? He Wen asked loudly with great emotion, didn't they say that it was the most potent poison of Nanning? How is he not dead? Before this mission began, his mother had specially ordered that this drug would result in certain death once it entered the body. How could something go wrong? Seeing his anger, Chen Xiao bowed and begged for forgiveness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I have investigated already, this drug is indeed dangerous. However, the Nanning army has a doctor who enjoys local respect. Given the proximity to Nanning territory, his efforts must be credited. The consort lived far away in the capital, how could she have guessed that an itinerant physician might also be competent? Moreover, who truly knew whether this drug was as powerful as claimed? This sentence, Chen Xiao didn't dare to voice. Humph, incompetent. This time not only did they fail to kill the king of Nanning, even He Gu Yuan survived without issue. How could He Wen not grow angry? He couldn't bear to leave like this. Tonight, raid the mansion. Chen Xiao immediately tried to dissuade him, Your Highness, please don't. The mansion's defenses are very strong. If we leave any trace behind, it would cause trouble. Fear what? He Wen said dismissively, Chu Lu is gravely injured, likely unable to even hold a knife. They wouldn't expect us to launch a nighttime attack. Moreover, my dear older brother is completely alone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the capital, He Gu Yuan may not be favored, but with the presence of the Beijing Wang, his guards follow him closely. Right now, he is isolated and wounded, this is the perfect moment to strike. This 3rd elder royal brother of his was just a lazy good-for-nothing, having all sorts of advantages yet wasting them. If only he had such an amazing grandfather as Jinbei Wang, he would have deposed the crown prince long ago. If He Gu Yuan dies, then the army of Jinbei will lose its prince. He Wen sneered, when that happens, he wouldn't believe old man Xia Yuanshan won't come under his command for use. The Lord Chu Lu and He Gu Yuan must die. Ensure your men act swiftly. Retreat if things look wrong. Yes, I'll get on it immediately. Holding his wound, He Wen smiled triumphantly. 1 arrow, repaid with Chu Lu's life. Midnight. Mansion. More than 10 figures descended from the wall, their movements quiet, producing no noise at all. It was clear they were highly trained, not mere ordinary soldiers. They avoided patrols as they crept towards the side rooms. West Wing side room. Inside the pitch-black room, He Gu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, slightly tilting his head before getting up from bed. Immediately after, a shadow appeared by the window, puncturing the paper window and releasing a smoke screen. Once confirming no movement inside, the shadow pushed the door open, holding a knife straight toward the bed to hack down. But after a few strikes, nothing was there. TCH, a carefree male voice sounded from the dark. He Gu Yuan leisurely stepped out from behind the screen, his words filled with disdain, I wonder where you were aiming. 2 black-clothed men seeing the situation turn against them rushed forward to attack him. At the same moment, black-clothed assassins sneaking toward Chu Lu's room found themselves surrounded. Clad in dark robes, Chu Nanchi emerged in the courtyard, his gaze as cold as ice. His red lips parted slightly, attack. He knew well that He Wen would surely have another move planned, sure enough, tonight people were sent over. Despite their desperate struggle when faced with an unfavorable situation, Chu Nanchi was ready and they weren't going to stand a chance. Some were trying to escape. Thinking of leaving? Is my mansion so easy to intrude? Grasping his sword, Chu Nanchi lunged forward with an intimidating presence. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, all the black-clad assailants were killed. Qing Zhu inspected afterward and reported back to Chu Nanchi, young master, all are dead. And there is nothing on them. Drag them away. It was definite that no clues could be found. He Wen wasn't stupid enough to make such a mistake. However, in the middle of the night, screams suddenly echoed. Chu Nanchi's expression tightened as he immediately rushed to the west side. When the group arrived, they heard the man lazily questioning them. You're way too slow. By the time you got here, my corpse would have been cold. He Gu Yuan sat in the courtyard with his legs crossed, drinking tea. Beside him lay 2 corpses, one of which was the person who had just been screaming. Qing Zhu moved forward and found that this person not only had broken limbs but also a dislocated jaw, obviously to prevent suicide. Chu Nanchi, the people are handed over to you. Quickly interrogate, who is so bold as to try to kill me, an injured, pitiable, and helpless patient. Chu Nanchi glanced down at another person lying in a pool of blood and involuntarily twitched his lips. Qing Zhu, take him away. Qing Zhu dragged the person off, then someone else stepped forward to clean up the ground. Before long, everything returned to normal. Chu Nanchi sat on a stone bench, watching He Gu Yuan drink his tea, his gaze lingering on the exposed pectoral muscles under He Gu Yuan's loose robe. This man was indeed as Chu Nanchi expected, no mere flowerpot. Hey, your look is really lewd. I'm a righteous gentleman. Don't tempt me. He Gu Yuan sipped his tea with a flirtatious look in his eyes. He woke up from sleep and hadn't dressed properly, exposing half of his chest through the loose garment. While talking, he deliberately pulled it further down, making it unclear who was seducing whom. However, Chu Nanchi was without lustful thoughts and did not know how to appreciate such gestures. His thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Chapter 15, There's a Price for Being Cool. He Gu Yuan, you are quite different from what they say in the capital. Chu Nanchi spoke without asking it as a question. In the capital, He Gu Yuan was described as being uneducated, idling all day, and causing chaos everywhere in the military camp. If not for the strict discipline by Prince Shenbei Wang, he might even frequent brothels. The man whose truth was uncovered seemed indifferent. His eyes flickered as he looked intensely at Chu Nanchi. Lord Chu seems different from the rumors too, doesn't he? Chu Nanchi raised his eyes and gazed far into the distance, the latter winking at him and smiling lazily and enticingly. He possessed a handsome appearance. When serious, he was a modest gentleman, but when joking, he exuded charm and wit. Chu Nanchi turned his eyes away and spoke indifferently, you surely know whose men came tonight. I do. They're for my fifth brother. He Gu Yuan put down his teacup and sniffed, overestimating himself. He Gu Yuan did not attempt to hide anything from Chu Nanchi. It was as if he didn't care if Chu Nanchi discovered his true identity. This man either truly didn't care or was overly confident, not fearing Chu Nanchi knowing his secrets. Chu Nanchi's eyes turned cold and his icy voice was like the moon hanging high, chillingly piercing. The southern Ping princes do everything to protect themselves. He Gu Yuan, whether you saving my father was intentional or a coincidence means nothing to me. To me, it matters little. However, if I find out you have come for my family, don't blame me for returning kindness with hatred. This was Chu Nanchi's only bottom line. To protect his family, he didn't mind killing everyone in the world, becoming a bloodthirsty demon. He Gu Yuan tilted his head and saw Chu Nanchi's serious and grave expression, unable to hold back a laugh. The tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Chu Nanchi was confused by his laughter. What are you laughing at? He Gu Yuan lazily rubbed his teacup, his eyes scattered yet full of meaning. Chu Nanchi, you're quite interesting. Since you suspect I may harm your family, why did you help draw poison from me that day? Weren't you afraid you'd be poisoned yourself? His gaze carried a strange emotion, making Chu Nanchi feel uneasy under his scrutiny. As if his earlier words were merely bluffing. You saved my father, that's a fact. The Chus owe no favors. Tisk such seriousness, you're really a wooden beauty. He Gu Yuan propped his cheek with his hand and shamelessly stared at Chu Nanchi. Calling him beautiful was no exaggeration. Chu Nanchi had a clear and elegant face, deep eye sockets, a tall nose, and lustrous red lips. His dark robe accentuated his stature like a towering tree, refined and graceful. Though skilled in martial arts, he lacked the brutish aura associated with warriors. Instead, his every movement sitting there made him seem more like a scholar well-versed in poetry and books. Moreover, his shoulders were slightly thin, and his waistline slender, lacking the broad masculinity commonly seen in others. He was the kind of dashing young man admired by the nobles of the capital. Unfortunately, such a beautiful rose carried sharp thorns. He Gu Yuan's wandering gaze showed increasing interest. For He Gu Yuan's comments, Chu Nanchi remained unmoved. Based on his past understanding of Prince Shenbei Wang, Xia Yuan Shan was not an insidious villain, hence why tonight he shared a little more with He Gu Yuan. He was also trying to make a statement of his position. You don't need to be so wary of me. He Gu Yuan lounged around, swinging his legs in a very casual manner. I can assure you, I will never oppose the Southern Ping. After all, I almost sacrificed my life back then. Thank you. Chu Nanchi bowed, and this time his gratitude seemed sincere. He Gu Yuan waved a hand carelessly, saying, the Southern Ping King and my grandfather both devoted themselves utterly for the Yun Kingdom. It's just a pity that those in power make us lose heart. This sentence actually took Chu Nanchi by surprise. His gaze fell on He Gu Yuan's handsome side face where an unexpectedly serious expression resided. This man actually shared the same view as them. Before he could ponder further, He Gu Yuan stood up, yawned, and resumed that rakish demeanor again. Sleeping. It's crazy every day. Knowing this, I should have stayed in the capital, tied up in a flowered sedan chair instead. Chu Nanchi stood up from the stool. Seeing He Gu Yuan enter the house, his demeanor wasn't as cold as when he first came. This conversation had not been fruitless after all. Little Nanchi, good night. He Gu Yuan teased him with a raised brow, acting arrogantly. Indeed, the steadiness just now was all an illusion. Chu Nanqi barely moved the corner of his stiff lips, withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave. As soon as he left, He Gu Yuan immediately closed the door and started tearing off his outer robe while grinding his teeth. Hiss. The wound had reopened, bleeding again. He clenched the bandage in his teeth to unravel it, enduring pain while replacing the medicine. Indeed. Being cool always comes at a price. At the inn. Chen Xiao rushed in anxiously, waking Yuan, who was already in a bad mood. What is the matter? Why are you so flustered? Your Highness, none of our men have returned, they've all perished. How could that be? Yuan sprang out of bed but recoiled due to his wound. Those were elite soldiers, how could not one return? Chen Xiao felt like crying. He had repeatedly advised against it, arguing that training good secret guards required time, resources, and finances. With such great losses, it was a devastating blow to them. Your Highness, I witnessed it with my own eyes, not a single one has returned. All is lost, all is lost. Yuan sat dazedly on the bed. All the elites he brought along were gone now, how would he explain this to his mother? Princes are not allowed to secretly keep personal soldiers. These forces were covertly trained for him by his mother under various pretexts. With over 10 of them gone, countless efforts have gone to waste. Annoyed, Yuan slammed the bed. Damn the Southern Ping King. Your Highness, I also found out that the Southern Ping King sent urgent reports to the capital yesterday via express courier. We must go back immediately, otherwise if His Majesty finds out we aren't in the capital, there will surely be big trouble. Humph, father only has eyes for the crown prince. What kind of thing is the crown prince anyway, merely the son of some low-born concubine? As for the urgent report, no worries, Xiao Yuan is still in the capital. This failed attempt has been a wasted effort. Enraged to the point of defaming even the emperor, Yuan cursed openly. Chen Xiao kept his head down, too scared to say anything. After Yuan had vented his anger, Chen Xiao cautiously warned, if something happens to your Highness, Lady Consort would definitely be worried too. Let's go back and consult her for further plans. Thinking about his mother, Yuan calmed down. This time failing to kill the Southern Ping King disrupted the plan. He had to quickly go back to discuss the next move with his mother. Make arrangements, let's leave now. Seeing him finally agree, Chen Xiao felt relieved. I'll go arrange right away. In the capital. Southern Ping residence. Ning Shu, with her large belly, rushed toward the west courtyard in a panic. Miss, please calm down, perhaps it's a misunderstanding. Yes, miss, think of the child inside you, please be careful. Chapter 16, the handsome third-place winner. Xilian and Saiha supported her on either side. They were Ning Shu's maidens given as dowry, having grown up beside her, hence why she was still addressed as Miss. Ning Shu's pale face was filled with anxiety, her steps not stopping for a moment. The news came directly from the palace, how could it be false? My father-in-law and husband don't know what's going on yet, how can I possibly relax? Xilian said, Miss, don't worry yet. The king is brave and skilled in battle, and the prince has high martial arts, surely nothing happened. Though it sounded reassuring, the battlefield was dangerous. There were no sure things. Besides, the rumors coming in had detailed descriptions. How could Ning Shu stay calm? The three of them, master and servants, quickly arrived at the western courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Chiyu hurried out to greet them. Sister-in-law, why have you come? Please come in and sit. I won't sit. Ning Shu grabbed Chu Yu's hand, her eyes misty with tears. Sister. I heard that my father-in-law and husband had an accident. Is it true? Chu Yu glanced at Xilian and Saiha, then signaled to Li Mao Mao, Sister-in-law, please don't worry, let me explain. You should sit first. Li Mao Mao walked outside and loudly told the maidservants in the courtyard, the master wants privacy, all of you leave. Yes. Shu'er and Pinger came out from the house and stood guard at the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Chiyu finally pulled Ning Shu over and handed her the note she had just received. Sister-in-law, please read this. What is this? Ning Shu unfolded the letter. Father and brother are safe, we'll set off in 3 days. These, Ning Shu's misty eyes cleared instantly upon seeing these words. Sister, this is Nan Chi's handwriting. Yes. Sister-in-law, rest assured, father and brother are fine. Chu Yu quietly repeated some things that Chu Nan Chi had said before leaving home to Ning Shu. As the daughter of Grand Tutor, though a woman, Ning Shu was no uneducated girl. On the contrary, she was highly talented and renowned as a gifted young woman in the capital city before her marriage. After hearing everything, she could sense there was more to the story. Miss, quickly drink some milk to calm down. The little air in your belly can't be startled. Thank you, nursemaid. A sweet sip of milk calmed Ning Shu considerably. When she had settled, Chiyu finally asked, Sister-in-law, where did you hear this news from? Since the mansion closed its doors and declined visitors, Ning Shu stayed inside, focused on pregnancy care. Chu Yu hadn't stepped out either. How could palace news reach Ning Shu's ears so fast? It arrived almost simultaneously with the letter from her younger brother, which was too coincidental. At this, Ning Shu turned her head toward Silian. Silian stepped forward and bowed, Mississippi. This morning, one of the servant girls sweeping in our north courtyard said she had heard from a stable boy. Yes. I specially called that maid for a detailed inquiry. She definitely heard it from the stable boy. Ning Shu, holding the paper, suddenly recalled that something seemed off. How would a stable boy know about palace news? Chu Yu turned her head toward Qingjiu, go find the person. Yes. Silian, you also go bring the maid here. Ning Shu handed the paper to Caihe, telling her to burn it. She looked at her sister whose expression had turned grave and spoke, did Nan Qi foresee this by asking us to close the doors and decline visitors? Chu Yu shook her head lightly, I don't know. He just mentioned receiving secret intelligence, but he wasn't sure before leaving. However, now that the urgent report has reached the capital, it seems as if it matches his prediction. Sister-in-law, Nan Qi repeatedly emphasized that since you are pregnant, nothing must happen to you. Before their return, there will likely be more drama. Please stay strong. Ning Shu nodded, I understand. This time, I acted irrationally out of concern. Her father was the grand tutor, and she was not naive. Initially, she had chosen Chu Chuan without opposition from her father and married into the Nanping Wang mansion. After marriage, her husband was considerate, her father-in-law easygoing, and siblings got along well. She had never endured even a single day of hardship since marrying into the family, and everyone loved her. Such a household couldn't be found elsewhere even by lighting lamps throughout the capital. Now that the family faced difficulties, she mustn't cause trouble. Sister-in-law. Use this opportunity to screen everyone around you. Root out those with disloyal intentions. We must ensure the Wang mansion remains united, only then can father focus fully on his duties ahead. I follow all of sister's instructions. Frontier. South Peace Mansion. Chu Nanqi, having received the reply, casually tossed the paper into the incense burner. Master, Qingjiu said the urgent report wasn't intercepted, instead, it went straight to the capital. Directly to the capital? Chu Nanqi massaged his fingers and lowered his gaze, it seems Yun Song has taken action. But I wonder how he managed it. In the previous life, when Xiu Yuan's interception of the letters went unnoticed even by Qing Yi. But Yun Song achieved it in such a short time. The imperial capital truly concealed many capable individuals. Due to his father's and elder brother's deaths, Chu Nanqi's vision had been clouded by hatred, and he had barely employed any stratagems during the process of aiding He Wen and ascend the throne. He relied solely on brute force, shedding rivers of blood, disregarding becoming forever reviled. The imperial families of the capital criticized him heavily, but the emperor didn't dare really punish him due to his merciless nature, fearing a rebellion turning the capital into a fiery hell. Though harsh, this method of vengeance proved highly effective. In just 5 years, he had helped Prince He ascend to a high position from being a powerless prince. However, the same drawback was that Chu Nanqi actually didn't know much about many officials of the capital. Back then, he only believed in the sword in his hand. His interaction with Yun Song happened due to several cases they dealt with together, allowing Chu Nanqi to remember him. Yun Song. From the elder princess's family. Chu Chen was helping Chu Chuan change his bandages, they needed to discuss matters and couldn't call a doctor at the moment. Hearing this, Chu Chen questioned it. Chu Nanqi nodded, that's right. Big brother spends more time in the military camp and doesn't pay attention to civil officials. He was last year's third-place winner in the imperial examination, from the same batch as Chen Jingheng. Appointed by His Majesty as Minister of Justice. Third-place winner. Then he must be very handsome. It's natural. Throughout history, the third-place winners have always been outstanding young talents. Big brother met him when he was little. Have you forgotten? Chu Chen snorted, our kingdom's literary ministers and generals keep separate, and besides, he is the son of the elder princess, so we don't associate. You know the elder princess looks down on us. The elder princess shared the same mother as the current emperor, so naturally, the two siblings breathed through the same nostril. The emperor disliked the Nanping king, while the elder princess treated them politely on the surface but actually did not interact with them. Actually, not just the elder princess, the noble families of the capital were all like that. Chu Nanqi, however, smiled faintly, rarely speaking well of others, big brother, you have a preconceived prejudice against him. He has noble character, carries himself with dignity, deeply understands the people's needs, and is an exceptional official. When you meet him later, brother should treat him with courtesy. Really? Chu Chen clearly didn't believe it. Chu Nanqi sighed helplessly, really. Chu Chen wasn't convinced, oh. Chapter 17, He Guyuan who was neither favored by father nor mother. Sister wrote in her letter that the mansion dismissed 16 servants. If there's no unexpected issue, all these 16 came from the palace. It's unclear whether they belong to the emperor, the concubine, or the empress. Ever since the emperor fell ill and remained sick for a long time, the thoughts of the ladies of various palaces holding princes varied. The dragon throne has, since ancient times, always come at the cost of rivers of blood. Chu Chen scoffed and hummed disdainfully, it's likely they are all involved. Perhaps they didn't believe the urgent reports and sent spies into our mansion. And we have so many spies in our mansion. This is precisely why I told sister not to publicize things beforehand. We used to think that being upright ourselves would suffice, but we didn't realize that if the higher-ups want us dead, no amount of loyalty will matter. After removing these people, our mansion will be more peaceful in the future. You're right. Chu Chen thought his younger brother was really smart, unlike himself, who was uninterested in these matters and only knew how to wield swords. Is your sister-in-law okay? Chu Chuan hadn't read the letter yet, worrying about his wife, as she was heavily pregnant and due next month. She shouldn't hear such things. Everything's fine. Sister already explained everything to her. Your sister-in-law isn't a timid person, brother can rest assured. Thinking of his wife, Chu Chuan's expression softened significantly. Back in the day, they accidentally met each other on the main street, falling instantly in love. The Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter held a noble identity. Even though Chu Chuan had fallen for her, for the sake of the Nanping mansion, even though he felt the pull, he understood that it wouldn't be possible, so he cruelly refused her. But later, Ning Shu requested they meet again to sever their feelings cleanly. Her every smile and frown made Chu Chuan heartbroken and reluctant to let go. Eventually, he personally visited her house and knelt down to propose. After marriage, the couple loved each other deeply, inseparable. In their past life, hearing his death announcement, Ning Shu was shocked to death, costing both lives. Chu Chuan's heart turned as cold as December winter. As a man standing in this world, unable to protect his wife and child, what good does eternal fame bring? Moreover, he didn't die in battle, but was killed by his own side. The ambush last night wiped out Prince He's forces entirely. Since he likes assassinations so much, if we don't retaliate, he'll truly think the Nanping mansion is easy to bully. Chu Nanqi said gravely, Qing Zhu. I'm here. Chu Nanqi's eyes stared at the flames rising from the incense burner, his voice icy and filled with boundless chill, ensure someone gives fifth prince a proper reception along the way. Just don't kill him. Yes. Qing Zhu reported back, young master, Qing Jiu has found out. The third prince indeed ran away from marriage. Oh. Whose daughter was it? The second legitimate daughter of the rights minister. Rights minister. Chu Chuan frowned, remembering this individual, wasn't he openly supporting the crown prince? How could he be related to the Northern Guard king? Heard that Minister Deng went personally to the king. According to Qing Zhou's assessment, it seems significant. However, his daughter refuses to marry, causing constant suicide attempts that have become known throughout the capital city. Humph, Deng Chang supports the crown prince, and his eldest legitimate daughter is already one of the crown prince's concubines. Yet his second daughter is asked to marry the third prince. This must be our emperor's scheme. Chu Nanqi sneered, this trick was nothing new. The royal family always used matrimonial alliances as a way to court powerful officials. The waters of the officialdom were deep and tangled with complicated relationships. If He Gu Yuan had accepted the marriage proposal, then the Northern Guard king's mansion would no longer remain neutral. No wonder he fled the marriage. Spit. The emperor truly plays his abacus well. I almost feel sorry for He Gu Yuan now, father not loving him enough is bad enough, but scheming against him too. Chu Chen shook his head in disdain, thinking about all the hardships Chu Nanqi endured in their previous life, and how he wished to rise up in rebellion and kill the dog emperor. Of course, the worst culprit was He Wen. He has no choice. Chu Chuan remained very calm, understanding that it wasn't easy being an official, nor as a prince. Everything is fate. After clarifying He Gu Yuan's real purpose for coming to the border, Chu Nanqi felt reassured and waved at Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu opened the door and went out. Chu Nanqi's expression turned cold, his eyes slightly annoyed as he said, yesterday, the emperor received urgent reports. Besides sending people to investigate, he also gathered the cabinet to discuss how to take over the Southern Peace Army. It's exactly the same as last time. Chu Chen paused his hand, carefully helping Chu Chuan put on his coat. He then flipped his sleeves and sneered at the emperor's actions. The crown prince is such a useless person, does the emperor not fear handing over the kingdom to someone else? The southern Liang kingdom isn't worth worrying about, but the northern kingdom has strong troops as well. When internal strife arises, the common people will ultimately suffer. Court factional struggles continue, while foreign tribes watch closely from the sidelines, ready to exploit any opportunities, inevitably causing hardship for the populace. Unfortunately, these high-ups, driven by selfishness, have already disregarded these consequences. This is why they felt deeply disheartened and utterly disappointed in the emperor. If it were only about suspecting meritorious officials, it wouldn't matter so much, but using the people as a joke makes him unworthy as a ruler. He's clinging to life with the help of the longevity pills, managing to live a few more years, adding that the current empress is his beloved, so naturally, he must plan ahead. Speaking of this, one cannot omit the empress' origins. It was rumored that the present empress and the emperor had grown up together since childhood, yet she wasn't the firstborn daughter but rather a secondary one. Years ago, due to political interests, the emperor reluctantly married He Gu Yuan's mother, making her the principal wife of the prince's mansion, later ascending to the position of empress upon his coronation. Her role, however, was forcibly downgraded to that of a consort. He Gu Yuan's mother, as the legitimate daughter of the Northern Guard king, reputedly possessed martial and scholarly talents comparable to those of her father, thus clearly different from delicate noblewomen. The emperor detested her, and shortly after her passing, less than a year later, Meg Ming was enthroned as empress, simultaneously declaring He Jing as the crown prince, who received immense favor. Even heaven-descended destiny couldn't surpass a childhood sweetheart. Even if there were precious consorts like Yu Guifei, none could match Meg Ming's favor. Yet, in Chu Nanqi's eyes, all of this meant nothing. No matter whom the emperor loved, what difference did it make? He Jing lacked both talent and virtue, how could he possibly serve as the country's crown prince? Only, they should not have plotted to murder his entire family. In the previous life, after being granted the title of Southern Peace King, the emperor, realizing his days were numbered, sought to weaken the forces under the Southern Peace Mansion. Consequently, nearly every battle mission was entrusted to Chu Nanqi. His wounds were always left untreated before receiving fresh ones. Despite that, he consistently returned gloriously, angering the emperor, who could do nothing but bestow him rewards continuously. Where did the longevity pills come from? Chu Chen had an idea, deliberately lowering his voice, we can act in advance. He gestured, meaning they should find the alchemists and eliminate them. Chu Nanqi chuckled lightly, shaking his head, big brother, letting enemies die is too easy. Making them live worse than death is what we want, to let him watch his own sons kill each other. Still, you're right. We must prepare early indeed. Such a good thing should stay in the hands of us. Chu Chen leaned in, do you have a good plan? Big brother, send someone to this place. Chu Nanqi wrote down the address of the Taoist monastery where the pills were refined in his previous life. He remembered this location very clearly because, back then, when the emperor's days seemed limited, the crown prince found this alchemist from somewhere unknown. Thus, the emperor lived longer. Chapter 18, The Outraged Northern Guard King. In his past life, due to curiosity, Chu Nanqi memorized the location accurately. People were sent to thoroughly investigate. At the time, though, the crown prince kept the alchemist hidden in the eastern palace, only knowing him as some great Taoist master, without further details. You need to arrange those individuals to a discreet location and interrogate them carefully, treating them politely. See if they can be recruited for our use. Understood. Leave it to me. Chu Chen tucked the address into his sleeve, this was a trivial matter for him. By the way, how's that young fellow He Gu Yuan? I see Qin Zhu running errands all the time. When it came to this, Chu Nanqi felt equally speechless. He Gu Yuan wanted this and that to eat, but Qin Zhu couldn't offend him. A shadow guard turned into a personal errand boy. What a demanding master. With so much energy, he doesn't look like there's anything wrong with him. Ho ho, you're right. His personality is quite amusing. Chu Chen appreciated straightforward people. Back in the days, most of his time was spent fighting in the border, so he didn't interact much with He Gu Yuan. This time, they met, and felt as if they had known each other forever. However, fundamentally speaking, it was because he shielded Chu Lu from that arrow. He has the support of the Zhenbei king behind him. There is potential for him to contend for the throne. However, we still do not know what his thoughts are or those of the Zhenbei king. That's easy to manage. Big brother can, upon returning to the capital, use the excuse of our injury to visit the Zhenbei king's mansion and seek advice on military tactics. We can also discreetly explore intentions. That works. Their relationship with the Zhenbei king was good. They often mingled in the capital city. This reason wasn't odd at all. Chu Nanqi stood up, looking toward the sunlight outside the window, his expression cool, life after returning to the capital will probably not be peaceful. Big brother, second brother, prepare yourselves. Don't worry, brothers will follow your lead. The capital city. The Zhenbei Wang mansion. In the center of the study, sat an elderly man with white hair on both temples. Though advanced in years, he was healthy, with sharp eyes. This person was none other than Zhenbei Wang Xia Yuan Shan. The young master was injured and is now staying in the Nanping Wang mansion. Xia Yuan Shan immediately put down his writing brush and asked anxiously, how serious is the wound? The wound is deep, it's a shoulder-through injury. However, I consulted the doctor, and it seems that the injury involved secret medicinal techniques from Southern Liang. The toxicity is intense, requiring someone highly skilled in martial arts to extract the poison. Even the slightest misstep could lead to death from poisoning. Nonsense. Xia Yuan Shan slapped the table. Having served in numerous battles over the years, his demeanor remained fierce, and his anger was intimidating. Do not panic, your highness. The young master is fine now. It seems that the youngest son of Nanping Wang personally extracted the poison. Both are safe. Upon hearing that He Gu Yuan was unharmed, Xia Yuan Shan sighed with relief, then asked curiously, the youngest son of the Chu family? Chu Nanqi. Exactly. We've investigated and found out that Chu Nanqi suddenly left the capital under cover of night and headed to the border. He might have received some kind of secret intelligence report, otherwise, the fifth prince would have succeeded. Humph, he won. Shooting others in the dark, such a despicable man. Xia Yuanshan walked around the room, muttering angrily, behaving just like He Gu Yuan. Jin Qian glanced at his expression, hesitating before speaking, Your Highness, actually this time master did not cause trouble. He saved the Nanping king. Regardless of what happens next, the Nanping residents will surely stand by us. You make it sound easy. Xia Yuanshan thought about his grandson and the political situation within the court. All the emperor's actions chilled the hearts of everyone involved. To ensure Yuaner could grow up safely, even practicing martial arts had to be done secretly, hidden away, fearing that the emperor would act ruthlessly against him. The emperor did not like He Gu Yuan, nor trust the military authority of the Zhenbei Wang. But due to the Zhenbei Wang's extreme caution, he had no way to find fault with them. His rise to power was far from righteous, and he executed all who knew too much, including his own daughter. Xia Yuanshan knew clearly, if He Gu Yuan became overly excellent, the emperor would definitely eliminate him. Thus, over these years, he let He Gu Yuan misbehave openly, damaging his reputation externally. Your Highness, the fifth prince has already made his move. The Nanping king is not stupid, they will retaliate. Whether the Nanping king gets involved in the party struggle or not, they cannot avoid this situation. Once they become entangled with the princes, no one will care about the real reasons. Chu Lu's character is open and generous, but not powerless. Chu Nanqi, however, surprised me. Chu Nanqi's skill in martial arts turned out to be much better than expected, leading his troops through difficult battles and turning failure into victory. These inside stories were unknown to the king, but Zhenbei Wang always sent people to follow He Gu Yuan closely, naturally knowing every detail. The emperor's suspicion towards the Nanping Wang mansion was even more severe than that towards Zhenbei Wang. Though the emperor may dislike He Gu Yuan, after all, he was still his son. As for the Nanping Wang mansion, its towering presence invited envy, leaving nothing beyond its remarkable accomplishments. The emperor showed no mercy and had long planned to take action. Even if the emperor didn't act, other princes would surely attempt to harm him. The appearance of Hewen gave the perfect justification. Perhaps, Chu Nanqi could be the Nanping Wang mansion's turning point. That day, he had someone deliver a message to him. At the time, he didn't know its significance, but now it seemed that the Nanping Wang mansion might have intentions of forming an alliance. At this moment, this move could not help but provoke much speculation. Jin Qian looked at Zhenbei Wang's grave expression and added, Your Highness, there's another matter. This morning, the daughter of Minister Deng attempted to drown herself in the lake again. Everyone in the capital is talking about how the minister disregarded his daughter's safety for personal advancement by forcing her to marry our young master. They also say the young master is dissolute, frequently visiting brothels, implying he is an unsuitable match. Humph. Nonsense. These are all fabrications from despicable people. It was clearly Minister Deng who approached me regarding this marriage proposal. Xia Yuanshan seethed with anger, thinking how He Gu Yuan was a remarkable individual, excelling in martial arts and learning, yet this mere daughter of a minister dared behave thusly. If it weren't for considering that He Gu Yuan had come of age, and if only the girl were decent, he wouldn't have thought too much of it, as long as their marriage would be harmonious and peaceful, so he could rest easy. Moreover, the emperor's intention, Xia Yuanshan understood perfectly. After venting his frustration, Xia Yuanshan sighed deeply. Well. He doesn't want this either. Go tell Minister Deng that the matter is over and no longer up for discussion. If rumors persist, I shall personally hold him accountable. Please calm down, Your Highness. Jin Qian gestured, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Xia Yuanshan. Shall we send someone to retrieve young master? Xia Yuanshan sipped the tea, pondering for a while before speaking, no need. Let him stay with Nanping Wang. However, send Mukong to check on his wound and remind him not to underestimate the seriousness due to his sturdy build. Yes. You truly care for our young master. Sigh. He's my only offspring, what else can I do but plan for him? You don't need to worry, Your Highness. Our young master may seem reckless sometimes, but he has good judgment and never makes mistakes on major issues. Have peace of mind. Judgment? That fellow knows nothing. Is Nanping Wang his father or mother? Yet he so readily risks his life for others. Has he even thought about this old man at home? When he returns, I must whip him 10 times. Chapter 19, He Gu Yuan, the sole heir. Xia Yuanshan was furious, as the town North Prince mansion had only one heir. Though the young master was being heroic, Xia Yuanshan, the old man, was scared out of his wits. Your Highness truly cares for him. Jin Qian, an old confidant of Xia Yuanshan, knew the old man was hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. That's enough. Don't irritate me further and get moving. Stop wasting time. Yes, I will act immediately. Jin Qian smiled as he opened the door and left, closing it behind him. Xia Yuanshan looked up at the wall, his expression solemn. There hung 2 paintings. One was of his late wife, the lady of the town North Prince mansion. The other was the portrait of his daughter, Xia Mo. In his lifetime, Zhenbei Wang had only one wife and one daughter. A single misstep years ago cost the life of his young daughter, making him a white-haired man mourning a black-haired child. Now, his grandson almost became a victim, and he could no longer retreat. Otherwise, he might lose his only bloodline. At the border, Chu Nanqi entered the courtyard with a bowl of medicine. Inside the courtyard, Chu Lu lay reclining on a bamboo chair. Unable to stay indoors, they had moved the chair into the courtyard so things would feel more lively. "Father, take your medicine." "All right." Chu Lu took the bowl, finishing it in one gulp before returning it. "How is he Gu Yuan?" "There should be no problem." With many matters today, Chu Nanqi hadn't visited He Gu Yuan yet. But given his ability to easily handle the situation last night, it seemed there was no significant issue. "You should go see him since father cannot move easily. Don't neglect him." Chu Lu's impression of He Gu Yuan was excellent now. There were few who would risk their lives to save others like He Gu Yuan did. Moreover, He Gu Yuan was a fine gentleman, and Chu Lu was very satisfied with him. Had Chu Lu held feudal views, he would have certainly tried to arrange a familial connection between them. "I know." Chu Nanqi set the medicine bowl aside on the nearby stone table and changed the subject. "Father, I've already sent the victory report. We return to the capital tomorrow." "Ah." Chu Lu sighed deeply, thinking about the current situation and the emperor's actions these past few days, feeling sorrow deep within. Who did the emperor select? Wen Qi Yuan. How could it be him? Wen Qi Yuan, son of Lord Wen, had served through 3 dynasties without ever meddling in the prince's political affairs. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be someone the emperor had chosen for the crown prince. Chu Nanqi didn't regard him highly, speaking indifferently. When Qi Yuan merely mingles among the palace guards, his martial skills are average. The emperor dispatched him to act as a puppet. In the end, when real battles begin, others will handle the operations. In fact, after being reborn, Chu Nanqi had developed a different perspective on this attack by Nan Liang. Even if the emperor desired military power, he wouldn't be so careless as to disregard Nan Liang's offensive and send an incompetent person. In his previous life, he remembered that Nan Liang retreated after just one battle once he arrived. Although in that battle, he slaughtered them almost to extinction, according to Nan Liang's usual style, they wouldn't have withdrawn so quickly. It was as if they completed a mission and couldn't wait to leave. Chu Nanqi's pupils contracted as he thought of the most unlikely reason. Could it be that everything from the start was premeditated? Just to kill all of them, the Chu family? For military power, would they really sacrifice the civilians on the border and willingly bury tens of thousands of soldiers from Nanshan army? The emperor actually conspired with wolves. To murder them, he cooperated with Nan Liang. Truly heartbreaking. "Nanqi, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Chu Lu noticed that his son looked extremely pale, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his eyes glaring like he wanted to kill someone. Chu Nanqi snapped back to reality, exhaled, and calmed down. "Nothing. Lord Wen is just a scholar, he doesn't hold any influence in the military. Father doesn't need to worry." "I'm not worried. I thought the emperor, even if incompetent, should at least send a general, but who would have thought he'd dispatch such a young novice? If only he doesn't let Nan Liang advance." Chu Nanqi smiled sarcastically. How could the emperor be so foolish? Our Nanshan army consists of 300,000 troops, such a huge lure. How could the emperor possibly feel secure handing over the army to another general? When Qi Yuan is easy to manipulate, with average martial skills, if the army doesn't follow him, that's better still. We don't need to worry about him having other intentions. Moreover, even if he fails, there are the Qi king and the Shishan king on the east and west sides, they will definitely stop Nan Liang from advancing. The emperor has everything planned. Otherwise, how dare he collaborate so fearlessly with Nan Liang? That's because he was certain that Nan Liang would only plunder at the border, and wouldn't push further. But what about those innocent civilians who died in vain? Chu Nanqi said coldly, "Yet, our emperor is still astute. The imperial decree merely asks him to provide support, it does not ask for control over Nanshan army. The emperor truly plans meticulously, and based on a rushed report, he won't take rash actions. Sending Wen Qi Yuan, who has no significant achievements and holds no high rank, to assess the situation leaves both room for advancement or retreat. When the former emperor was alive, there was also distrust, but the late emperor was kind-hearted and never deliberately harassed us." Chu Lu snorted. After all, the current emperor wasn't personally chosen by the former emperor, thus has many ulterior motives. Regarding this matter, Chu Nanqi wasn't very clear. Or perhaps, among those in the court aware of this, there might not be many left alive. Also, regarding He Gu Yuan's mother, Chu Nanqi recalled her calling out "Empress Mother" on the day he fell unconscious. Father, wasn't the emperor chosen by the former emperor? Chu Lu tilted his head, looking around cautiously, and pressed a finger to his lips. "Don't let others hear this. I also heard this accidentally, I'm not sure if it's true or not." Chu Nanqi leaned closer to his father, as Chu Lu muttered something. "I heard that the former emperor intended to crown the second prince, but the current emperor was the 10th prince. His mother came from humble origins and wielded no real power. It seems she somehow got close to the Prince of Zhenbei, giving her the strength to compete for the throne. But, father, didn't I hear that the emperor didn't like the deceased empress, otherwise why would he treat He Gu Yuan this way?" This was no longer a secret in the capital city. Not only did the emperor dislike He Yuan, but rather despised him, only allowing him to appear occasionally in large gatherings. Though a legitimate son, He Yuan's seat at banquets was always at the very end, a blatant disregard for propriety, obviously intentional oppression. I don't know the details either. But you think about it, before he ascended the throne, he mustn't have been like this. Otherwise, Xia Yuan Shan wouldn't have helped him ascend. He isn't truly old and confused. That's right. If it hadn't been for He Wen's coronation, he wouldn't have believed that someone could suppress their feelings for 5 years, pretending to be genuine, even sending medicine when he was injured multiple times. And when Xiu Yuan, lowering himself to show care. He genuinely treated them as friends and close companions. Until now, it all turned out to be jokes. Father, might there be a hidden agenda behind the death of the former empress? That day, amidst He Yuan's murmurs, pain was mixed within them. Chu Nanqi wasn't sure whether it was solely due to yearning for the former empress, or if there were other reasons. Chu Lu rocked his chair, pondering for quite some time before shaking his head. I'm not clear on this. When Empress Xia passed away, I was fighting in South City. Later, I heard that Xia Yuan Shan personally investigated the palace, finding no unusual circumstances. It seems likely she died of illness. Chapter 20, The Punished He Yuan. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Chu Nanqi had doubts about the emperor's character and didn't think this way. There must be a deeper story. When He Yuan was born, the Grand Tutor once petitioned to crown him as Crown Prince. The emperor said his health was good and that the position of Crown Prince shouldn't be granted casually, stating that observation was necessary. But less than a year after Empress Xia passed away, the emperor hastily appointed a new empress and crowned a new Crown Prince. If you believe the empress's death wasn't an accident, neither do I. Chu Lu's face showed disdain. He now had no favorable opinion of the emperor and wasn't afraid of him at all. You're kidding, right? When they're trying to kill you, you still talk about feelings and loyalty with them? Your brain must be flooded. Not only that, after the empress's death, the emperor increasingly made no effort to hide his contempt, not only sending He Yuan out of the palace but also allowing others to bully him. Chu Nanqi remembered a small incident. When he was young, he and his older brother attended a banquet where they saw the crown prince mocking He Yuan openly. At that time, He Yuan was young. Frustrated, he fought back with the crown prince and was dragged before the emperor, who punished him by making him kneel in the palace. Chu Nanqi avoided his older brother and secretly went to check on He Yuan. Under the blazing sun, the little boy knelt firmly at the palace gate, his back straight and defiant, unmindful of what passers-by might say. He knelt there for a whole day until Xia Yuan Shan entered the palace and took him away. After that, Chu Nanqi met him a few more times. Every time, it was because he was fighting with someone. Soon after, he heard that Xia Yuan Shan sent him to the army, and then he rarely saw him. Later when they met again, they were already grown up. Childhood memories, for Chu Nanqi who had lived through 2 lives, were too distant. After his father and elder brother died, his mind was full of revenge, leaving him no time to care about such things. Now, recalling this, it felt like an entire lifetime had passed. This kid used to charge around recklessly like a bull. Now he looks quite composed. Chu Nanqi neither confirmed nor denied his father's comment. Composure didn't seem to have anything to do with He Yuan. But Chu Lu now had a filter for He Yuan, so whatever he said would go unheard. The father and son were quietly conversing when a sound came from outside. Why are there so many vegetables in this garden? Is your Nanping so poor that you grow your own vegetables? No wonder your young master is so short. Did he starve as a child? Qingyi looked calm but was inwardly twitching. For the past couple of days, he thought he had become accustomed to He Yuan's style of speaking, but this man always came up with something fresh. Unable to help himself, Qingyi shot back some comments. The young master has practiced martial arts since childhood and enjoys excellent health. And he's only slightly shorter than master. He Yuan sneered, really? I thought he only reached my shoulders. It was because you were too tall. Even though the prince and second master were tall, compared to He Yuan, they lacked a bit. Not to mention the young master. The young master looked like the king's consort, slim and handsome, looking more like a scholar than a martial artist. Many noble ladies in the capital liked him, but due to the status of Nanping, they couldn't openly interact. However, whenever the young master went to gatherings, those girls never failed to watch and blush shyly. Before they could approach, Chu Nanqi heard these words and found that this man wouldn't stop talking. On the contrary, upon hearing this, Chu Lu seemed very happy and shouted loudly, "Is it our talented nephew who's come? Please come in." He Yuan quickly walked in through the courtyard gate. Today, he wore a black and gold coat with auspicious clouds embroidered at the cuffs, a matching belt around his waist. Perhaps because of his usual casualness, he didn't even bother to bind his hair properly, using just a ribbon to tie it behind his back. His eyebrows were dark like ink, and every move he made exuded charm and elegance. "Uncle Wang, I was bored stiff, so I came to visit you. Unexpectedly, your young master is here." As he spoke, he smiled at Chu Nanqi, as if finding nothing wrong with having just talked behind someone's back moments earlier. What a coincidence. I'm also bored, dragging Nan-chi along for conversation. If I lie down any longer, I'll start to mold. That truly aligns with me and Uncle Wang's thoughts. Exactly, exactly. Chu Lu, whose personality was open all his life, liked He Gu Yuan immensely. Hence, he spoke without airs or graces, making people assume they were longtime friends. He Gu Yuan sat down casually at the stone table, poured tea for himself freely, and acted completely unreserved. Chu Lu noticed and liked him even more. Nephew, I admire your natural friendliness. Every time I'm in the capital, I see those juniors eat cautiously and critique drinking water. It gives me a headache. He Gu Yuan comfortably seated himself at the stone table, pouring tea for himself, showing no trace of being polite. Chu Lu observed this and liked him even more. Nephew, I like your candid nature. Every time I am in the capital, I see those juniors eating cautiously and nitpicking at every sip of water. It's a real headache. Indeed, indeed. If His Highness enjoys it, then that's excellent. You don't know how much my grandfather scolds me over this. Next time if he scolds me again, I'll come to the Nanping for tea, and you mustn't find me annoying. Sure thing, that'd be great. You absolutely must come, and let's not stay distant. That will never happen. I've got thick skin. Haha, good, good, good. I just admire people like you. Chu Nan-chi sat quietly on the side, watching as He Gu Yuan successfully made his father smile happily. Inside, he couldn't help but admire the man. Apart from occasionally being a little playful with his own father and older brother, Chu Nan-chi was very respectful to other elders. Externally, he always remembered that he represented Nanping, so there should be no fault in his conduct. Thus, every move of his was self-restrained. After the death of his father and elder brother in the previous life, he had never laughed again. Due to the countless people he had killed, everyone feared him. Even children would avoid him at all costs when they saw him. This time, he actually felt a bit envious of this man. He Gu Yuan noticed Chu Nan-chi silently drinking tea with lowered eyes, without saying a word, and thus spoke to Chu Lu, Uncle Wang, I've never been to the frontier before. The outside seems lively, could you perhaps let Nan-chi accompany me for a stroll? Sure, but are your injuries all right? You need to rest more. After these 2 days of getting acquainted, Chu Lu genuinely liked this young man. Many royals were cold-hearted, but whether it be the royal family or other prestigious families in the capital city, they were the same. Therefore, after losing his wife, Chu Lu worried about raising their daughter properly and ensuring she wouldn't be humiliated later in life, so he asked the palace with an awkward face for a proper governess to educate her. This way, no one would accuse their warrior's daughter of lacking manners. But He Gu Yuan, his mother passed away early, ignored by the emperor who also suppressed him, making his life difficult. Despite all that hardship, this young man did not go astray nor develop resentment towards the world, instead, he even risked his life to save Chu Lu. You see, they didn't have any relationship before. If you think he was doing this for the military power of Nanping, it's entirely impossible. Perhaps others may not understand, but Chu Lu knew that the Northern Defense General was old, yet he still single-handedly bore everything, enduring for the sake of ensuring Chu Lu's safety. The Northern Defense General was far from incompetent. Though childless, he commanded countless troops under his command, no weaker than Nanping, and protecting a prince who sought no position and only yearned for peace and happiness, was certainly within reach. So from the bottom of his heart, Chu Lu truly liked this young man. Chapter 21, Qing Yi, the Third Wheel. Uncle Wang, my tough hide poses no problem. It's just that I've never been to the border, I'm genuinely curious. Huh, you spend most of your time in the north, naturally visiting the southern region would make you curious about everything. Alright, let South Chi take you then. Chu Lu patted his youngest son's arm, tomorrow we return to the capital. Take the time and show him around while you can. Alright. Chu Nan-chi stood up and adjusted the blanket covering Chu Lu, father, get some rest. Go ahead, go ahead. Chu Lu lay back in his chair, smiling contentedly as he watched the two youths walk out together. The two exited the courtyard, followed by Qin Yi from behind. He Gu Yuan suddenly turned to look at him, his gaze cool, what's a hulking block of wood like you tagging along for? My lord wants to play outside, so what are you following for? Qin Yi's eyes widened as he faced the threatening stare. He didn't dare argue openly, but turned to his master, looking for salvation. Chu Nan-chi had already picked up a bit about his personality, he seemed to be someone accustomed to doing things as he pleased, disliking anyone trailing behind. Qin Yi, you've worked hard these past few days. Rest tonight. But master, the border isn't safe. Especially now, since Southern Liang just withdrew its troops and mutual trade was unrestricted in border areas, what if someone tried something fishy? How could they possibly relax? It's fine. Chu Nan-chi met He Gu Yuan's steady gaze, I trust that he lord can protect himself. He Gu Yuan tossed his head proudly, laughing unfazed, naturally. Besides, Prince Qi is tenacious, there's no way he'd just stand by and watch me get beaten. That's uncertain. Chu Nan-chi turned to continue walking, while He Gu Yuan trailed leisurely behind with hands behind his back, talking lightly. your valiant figure killing enemies on the battlefield really left an unforgettable impression on me, one that's hard to erase. Chu Nanchi's voice remained indifferent. Is that so? Absolutely. As for me, all I can do is pull your sword for you, then watch from behind. For such obvious lies, Chu Nanchi chose to ignore him and walked straight forward without looking. He Gu Yuan clutched his chest, whining pitifully, oh. If I'd known you were this strong, I wouldn't have rushed in, this hurts too much. Chu Nanchi glanced sideways at him, finding such affected acting hard to believe, despite how much he enjoyed performing. The two eventually stepped out of the mansion. As the night just fell, after passing through the courtyard and taking a turn, they arrived at a long street. At this moment, there were quite a number of people on the street. Despite the warfare in the border region, people all had an attachment to their homeland. Even if war broke out here again, the survivors would be reluctant to leave. How fragrant. Once they entered the street, Gu Yuan smelled the sweet aroma of osmanthus, and he approached a stall that was selling wine. Young sir, would you like some osmanthus wine? This is a unique breed of osmanthus found only at our borders, with a particularly good flavor. The vendor was a young man whose clothes were patched everywhere, but his smile was honest. Clearly, he was a local from the southern city. Let me try a bottle. Here, the wine was stored in large jars. When sold, it was poured into different wine bottles based on the customer's needs. Naturally, the wine bottles also cost money. While serving him, the young man remarked, Sir, I can see you are from elsewhere. Although all the wines here are brewed with osmanthus, the quality varies. Please feel free to try. If you like it, come back for more. The two of them evidently bore the features of Central Plains people, handsome, fair-skinned, and tall, unlike the men from the southern regions who were not particularly tall. Leisurely chatting as he had nothing better to do, Gu Yuan asked casually, selling wine should be profitable, why are you still wearing patched clothes? The young man smiled faintly, we run small businesses like this, we don't make much money. Moreover, my mother is ill and medicines are expensive. We're simply trying to make ends meet. Having finished filling the wine bottle, he handed it over, Sir, the total is 20 coins. Gu Yuan turned around and stretched his hand toward Chu Nanchi, who stood at his original spot waiting, young master, give him the money. Chu Nanchi remained rooted where he stood, steady as a mountain. Calmly, he said, I'm poor. I have no money. Tisk, so stingy. Forget it, I don't want to deal with you. Gu Yuan pulled out a money bag from his pocket and cheerfully threw a gold ingot to the young man. The man immediately returned it, Sir, that's too much. The wine smells good, this is my reward to you. Thank you, sir. Gu Yuan strolled confidently back, his demeanor graceful. Chu Nanchi went past him and noticed the wine seller bow deeply. His cold voice, like the moon in the sky, declared, you have injuries, you should avoid alcohol. Gu Yuan sniffed the wine and plugged the bottle stopper again, I know, I just wanted to smell it. Chu Nanchi glanced at his expression and didn't entirely believe his words. However, his body was his own business, and whether he listens to advice or not was also his decision. Hey, I was joking before. You're not really stingy to the point of being miserly, are you? Chu Nanchi nodded without hesitation, glancing at the bulging money bag hanging from Gu Yuan's waist, where did you get the money? Gu Yuan took off the money bag and tossed it lightly in his palm, smirking, wanna know? This expression prompted Chu Nanchi to turn away, muttering indifferently, no. Tisk, fine then. Here. Gu Yuan placed the money bag in Chu Nanchi's arms. He did it so fast that it almost fell to the ground. Why are you giving it to me? I don't have hands. Besides, there are so many delicious things on this street, and if I buy them, you'll pay. He shook the wine in his hand and explained clearly with logical justification. Then, he ran off to another stall. How unpredictable this guy was. With no choice, Chu Nanchi followed, knowing life wasn't easy for these border residents and the money must be paid. Before long, both of them had collected a pile of food in their hands. Chu Nanchi even slipped several pastries into his companion's hands. These are all available in the capital city. Will you eat all of this? Chu Nanchi wasn't someone who enjoyed wandering aimlessly. There was always a manager at the mansion, and everything was readily available. In his spare time, he practiced martial arts or read books. You, truly are an emotionless beauty. The border naturally has its own unique flavors. Like a bowl of noodles, in the capital, you adapt to their customs, and similarly, at the border, you adapt accordingly. Chu Nanchi turned his head slightly to look at him. Meeting the latter's handsome visage, he felt there was hidden meaning in his words. Using noodles as a metaphor for people. What's going on over there? Gu Yuan pointed with his hand, and Chu Nanchi followed the direction. They reached the riverside. Many people had gathered, crouching by the river to release floating lanterns. Border wars often result in deaths. Relatives of the deceased will release floating lanterns in memory of them. Oh, let's take a look then. Gu Yuan suddenly grabbed Chu Nanchi's pale wrist without any warning and pulled him along. Chu Nanchi still held items in his arms and was caught off guard. By the river, besides those releasing the floating lanterns, there were also vendors selling prayer lamps. A crowd surrounded them densely. They squeezed in, seeing various colors of prayer lamps, looking beautiful. "Wife, let's release a prayer lamp and pray for good health next year. And may we have a chubby boy next year." Oh my. Stop making things up, not in public. Chapter 22, The White Rabbit Lantern. A young couple stood beside them. The woman, shyly picking out a blessing lantern, wore an expression of happiness. Higu Yuan selected a white rabbit lantern with great interest, holding it in front of Chu Nanchi and shaking it. "I heard that lady mention you can pray for other things too. Let's release 2 lanterns." Chu Nanchi wasn't particularly into this practice, believing in divine blessings wasn't as reliable as the sword in his hand. But Higu Yuan obviously found it very intriguing, purchasing 2 lanterns. At the vendor's stand, there were pens and ink provided. Higu Yuan picked up the pen, bent over, and carefully wrote on red paper. Chu Nanchi raised his eyes, capturing Higu Yuan's serious profile. As if struck by inspiration, the man suddenly glanced back at him, smiling from his beautiful phoenix-shaped eyes before continuing to write. Chu Nanchi didn't quite understand, but perhaps good feelings passed between them because he couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips slightly. After finishing, Higu Yuan thrust the pen into his hands and made him write. Though hesitant, Chu Nanchi took the pen and wrote a few words. Higu Yuan lowered his head to take a look. "Hoping for the safety and smooth sailing of my family." Once he was done, Higu Yuan pulled him eagerly to the riverside. The rippling river flowed gently, moonlight was broken and scattered by the floating lanterns adrift on the water. Under the bridge's arch, a small fishing boat emerged from the shadow, carrying a fisherman returning late. Most people along the riverbank were young men and women, their faces displaying various emotions as they entrusted all their expectations to these tiny lanterns. "This is a great spot." Higu Yuan pulled him to a less crowded place, setting down everything they had bought, then enthusiastically squatted by the riverbank to release the lanterns. Seeing Chu Nanchi standing still, Higu Yuan reached out and pulled him down. Chu Nanchi could only squat down. Noticing his high spirits, he asked, "Didn't you ever release a lantern while in the capital?" Such traditions existed everywhere. Even in the Northern Kingdom, during his past life when Chu Nanchi had invaded, he had witnessed the local villagers releasing these lanterns. It was impossible for Higu Yuan never to have done so. "It's different," Higu Yuan tilted his head, gazing earnestly, "this is the first time I've done it with you." Splash! Chu Nanchi felt as though his heartbeat had suddenly quickened, meeting Higu Yuan's gentle gaze left him somewhat uncomfortable. Lowering his eyes, he lightly hummed in response and placed the lantern on the water. Thankfully, Higu Yuan didn't care about his indifferent reaction. The 2 lanterns were placed side by side on the water. The chubby white rabbit bobbed along, slowly drifting away with the current. Chu Nanchi had seen the fate awaiting them. These lanterns would float out of the city along the river where the water would become rougher, overturning the lanterns into aimless fragments lost on the water. They wouldn't fulfill anyone's wishes, nor change their own destiny. This was why he had never been overly enthusiastic about it. But at this moment, glancing at Higu Yuan's spring-like smile, he realized such things might actually hold different significance. "Lord, the coming year will certainly be a good one." "Yes. After releasing the lanterns, let's hurry home, Xiao Bao is waiting for us." "He just misses his father." "No, he misses his mother." The passing couple, filled with deep affection, held hands and walked off together. Chu Nanchi's gaze followed them, his expression softening. This was the meaning of their Nanning prince's existence. So long as they protected this land and safeguarded the smiles of its people, they would deserve heaven and earth. "Do you feel envious?" Seeing how delighted he looked, Higu Yuan leaned closer to ask. They were both still crouching, already close to each other, so when he leaned further in, their eyelashes almost touched. Chu Nanchi wasn't used to being so close to others. Rising to his feet, he returned to his usual cold demeanor. "What am I supposed to envy? That you ran away from your arranged marriage? How could that count as running away? It's called sparing some poor girl unnecessary hardship." Standing now, Higu Yuan towered much taller than Chu Nanchi, his broad shoulders casting a large shadow. His voice remained as lazy and magnetic as always, but now carried a hint of seriousness. "If I like someone, it'll be for a lifetime, one person forever." Surprised, Chu Nanchi turned to look at him. These words, coming from his mouth, seemed hard to trust entirely. Higu Yuan tilted his head, catching Chu Nanchi's astonished gaze and grinned broadly. "Don't believe me?" Chu Nanchi said indifferently, "Whether or not I believe doesn't matter. Without going through a whole lifetime together, how could one discuss living forever as a pair?" Like in his previous life, though he didn't love Wen Xiuyuan, he thought having a kindred spirit by his side made life worthwhile. Who knew it was all a farce in the end? Higu Yuan had noticed the stark difference in Chu Nanchi's demeanor now compared to how he used to be. His eyes lacked warmth, revealing a loneliness and apathy. "Your expression clearly shows disbelief. Aren't my grandfather and your father good examples? Everyone knows that the Marquis of Nanning cherished his wife and refused to take concubines. I remember the day your elder brother came to propose, he made similar promises, envied by many noble ladies. Otherwise, why would they always hope for your son's favor whenever they see you? How did this topic come up? Chu Nanchi naturally knew what He Gu Yuan was talking about. It was their house rule of the Nanning Marquis estate. Being in war meant dangerous battlefields, marrying one wife would suffice. Besides, weren't there already plenty of examples where keeping a concubine destroyed marriages, causing disputes among siblings? But where did the latter part of the statement come from? Chu Nanchi looked at him curiously. I don't know what you're talking about. He Gu Yuan grinned mischievously, his gaze flickering over Chu Nanchi's handsome face. He lazily tooted, with an amused undertone, every time I saw you in the capital, noble young ladies tried all sorts of excuses just to pass by you, or they'd hide far away and steal glances. It seems like young Master Chu never noticed any of this. What a waste of these girls' affections. Nonsense. Chu Nanchi felt that he was starting to act irresponsibly again. Bending down, he picked up the items and started to walk away from the riverside. Don't get mad. But do you really not have someone you like? Chu Nanchi replied coldly, no. Ah, that's too bad. Let me show you a nice place. He Gu Yuan suddenly grabbed him and pulled him toward the other side of the river without further explanation. He Gu Yuan, where are we going? You'll see. Let me introduce you to something new. Turning into an alley on the other side of the river, a different street appeared before them, filled with sounds of music drifting through the air. Girls dressed in red and green either leaned on the second-floor railings or wandered along the long street calling out, the entire street perfumed with overwhelming floral scents. Chu Nanchi looked around, startled, and turned back to He Gu Yuan who wouldn't let go of him. You've brought me to a brothel. Oh. Is it your first time? Don't know if the beauties on the border can match those here. Let's go inside, I'll treat you. I won't go. Chu Nanchi shook off his hand and turned to leave. Except for his sister and sister-in-law, he rarely even talked to women. How could he possibly visit such a place? His ears even flushed red. Chapter 23, The Brothel. This man was indeed frivolous, and all those appearances of seriousness must have been pretense. Don't leave yet. We didn't come here to do anything improper. He Gu Yuan quickly held him back. His behavior was completely unrefined, and his grip was strong. Young Master Chu, places like this are just like restaurants, full of people from all walks of life. Who knows what kind of information you might hear here. Chu Nanchi understood his meaning well enough. The world was complex, and tea-houses, taverns, inns, and brothels were all bustling with activity. Oftentimes, more information could be gathered here than even undercover agents could find. Nevertheless, this fact did not mean he needed to enter a brothel himself. However, He Gu Yuan wasn't giving him a chance to run away. Half dragging Chu Nanchi inside, they caught the attention of the girls waiting near the entrance. Ah! Look at these two handsome gentlemen, come sit down with us. A girl in red immediately latched onto Chu Nanchi. Though her heavy makeup smelled sweet rather than offensive, she was overly enthusiastic, probably fearing that he might escape, so she rallied other girls to drag him in deeper. Young master, you look very elegant. Your skin is fairer than even powdered cheeks. Won't you share a few words with us? How dare. Miss, please restrain yourself. Ah. Gentlemen, no need to restrain. I'm not that heavy. Come, please step inside. Despite being a decisive man on the battlefield, Chu Nanchi found himself at a loss as to how to handle the situation. He glared back at He Gu Yuan behind him. He Gu Yuan laughed softly, then stepped forward, deftly pushing aside the red-clad girl and shielding Chu Nanchi beside him. Do you have a private room? The red-clad girl initially thought they wanted to leave. Hearing they wanted a private room caused her to burst into laughter. Of course, of course. Follow me upstairs. With an arm around Chu Nanchi, He Gu Yuan smiled happily. We're already here, let's stay a bit. They won't eat you. Humph. Chu Nanchi waved off his arm, picking up the lanterns, and climbed the stairs. He Gu Yuan's gaze fell on Chu Nanchi's retreating backside, slightly curled lips hinting at a deep thought. Master, do you think this spot suits you? Though working at a brothel, seeing countless people pass through, the girl could naturally tell that these two weren't there for pleasure. The spot they had chosen was on the outer side of the second floor, close to the railing, offering a wide view both inside and outside the building. Perfect, He Gu Yuan said as he sat down. He gave Chu Nanchi a nod. Young master, pay up. Chu Nanchi shot him a glance before pulling out his money pouch. Intentionally, he grabbed a gold ingot and handed it to the red-clad girl. He was attempting to drain his money completely. Amused, He Gu Yuan looked at his elegant, jade-like face, not minding in the slightest. Oh my. Thank you, young master. I'll immediately have someone bring tea and snacks for the two of you, guaranteed to be the best we offer here. Thank you. With the gold tucked away, the red-clad girl left happily but returned quickly with an array of beautifully arranged items. Young master, all our girls are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you like to invite a couple to chat? Seeing Chu Nanchi about to refuse, she hurriedly explained, Young master, please don't worry. They'll only chat, nothing else. All our girls are well trained and won't overstep. He Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, sitting opposite with his teacup in hand, his eyes twinkling seductively. Our young master blushes easily, he's afraid the ladies will eat him alive. Huh, Red Girl laughed uncontrollably. Young master is clearly a fine gentleman, it's our honor to have you here. Their playful banter only made Chu Nanchi more composed. As he climbed the stairs earlier, he'd already noticed something different. Many people around him were simply enjoying the dances downstairs without being overly lustful. This place seemed unlike what he imagined. Then, let's invite a girl. Thank you, young master, this arrangement will follow shortly. Red Girl's enthusiasm stemmed from two reasons. First, their good looks and polite demeanor suggested they weren't frivolous visitors. Second, their gold coins promised a generous night for the women upstairs who came from distant lands and relied on guests like them for survival. However, she knew her limits. The ones she picked wouldn't be shallow or inappropriate. After leaving, He Gu Yuan leaned on one hand, watching Chu Nanchi with mysterious emotions deep within his eyes. Nanchi, so you've decided to care for the fragrant blossoms. Chu Nanchi remained calm as he sipped his tea, his gaze lowered below him as he replied faintly, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Wasn't that what you said? That's true. Though He Gu Yuan's tone was lazy, there wasn't much emotion behind it. Chu Nanchi understood his nature. To handle someone this shameless, he simply ignored him and drank his tea calmly. Downstairs, people filled the area. Despite its location near the battlefield, this region bordering Yun country also included others, not merely Yun alone. Towards the southeast were other smaller nations. Yun country's vast territory and wealth meant mutual markets had always been open. With relevant permits, traders could come into the city. Thus, foreigners with distinct appearances frequently visited the border, including a few groups sitting downstairs. Master, allow me to introduce Spring Orchid. Red Girl led a woman dressed in light yellow forward. The woman, heavily made up, appeared to be in her mid-20s. Seeing Chu Nanchi's gaze fixed on Spring Orchid, Red Girl quickly explained, Spring Orchid is our senior girl here, widely traveled and known for her talents. She'll keep you entertained. There was an underlying intent to support her introduction. Even though Chu Nanchi seldom frequented such places, he understood the harsh reality for women of advanced age here. He gently gestured, please sit. Thank you, master. Happy, Red Girl signaled to Spring Orchid before stepping aside wisely. Seeing the items laid on the table, which had clearly been bought outside, Spring Orchid took the initiative, her voice soft and melodic yet pleasant. The two of you aren't from South City, are you? Chu Nanchi nodded slightly, yes. In that case, I recommend you buy some of our house's special flower wine to take back. It's renowned here, though hard to gather ingredients for brewing, so there isn't much made each year. He Gu Yuan examined the bottle name curiously, then shifted his gaze to her face. Do you know him? I do. Chu Nanchi set down his cup while He Gu Yuan poured another for him with the teapot. Seems like there's a story here. Spring Orchid softly chuckled, shaking her head. What story? We're both from South City, just acquaintances. As a courtesan, I'm no better than a floating weed, hardly qualified for storytelling. You seem well read, Mississippi. I've read some books. Spring Orchid's eyes darkened momentarily as if reminiscing about something, then returned to focus. But it's not worth mentioning before a noble person like you. Not at all. Each individual had their own fate. Chu Nanchi held no disdain for them. Is this your first time visiting the border? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I can recommend a couple of places for both of you. Thank you, but we'll be leaving tomorrow. Chapter 24, The Brothel 2. He Gu Yuan rested his chin in his hand, amused as he watched Chu Nanchi chatting seriously with the girl. He truly was a beautiful block of wood. Bang! The sound of a shattered cup came from downstairs, followed by a coarse voice roaring. Damn it! Do you know who I am? You dare to fool around with me like this? Don't make me kill you. A burly man with a scruffy face held onto a woman dressed in yellow and threw her onto the ground forcefully. As the madam, Red Girl immediately went forward to mediate. My lord, please don't be angry. If there's any girl you fancy, just let us know. I'll replace her at once. This is better. Shiba sat down arrogantly with wine in his hands. Let me tell you, even the nobles in the palace look up to me. How dare such a petty brothel treat me with indifference? Be careful or I'll shut you down for good. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Xing, come over and serve this honorable master. Coming. Ouch. Brother Shi, who dared upset you? A woman dressed in apricot color hugged Shiba and spoke gently. The commotion finally ended. Chu Nanchi gave him an assessing look before meeting He Gu Yuan's eyes. They had heard what Shiba said earlier. Seeing the situation, Spring Orchid astutely began speaking. Young master, this person has quite some background. He Gu Yuan responded with an oh. His gaze became teasing. What do you mean? He is from East Chen and has some southern young blood. He regularly does herb trades here. Spring Orchid lightly fanned herself while lowering her voice. Every 3 to 5 days, he comes here. Every time after drinking too much, he claims that he's doing business with the Imperial Court. Have you two heard of Songyan Trading House? Songyan Trading House ranks first among the trade associations in Yun country. In just a few years, they rose from obscurity to become the top chamber in Yun country. Their businesses spread across various industries, wealthy enough to rival a nation. Rumors say they have connections, even though South Ping Wangfu doesn't conduct commerce directly. Chu Nanqi only vaguely knew of them. Upon hearing these 4 words, He Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly with disdain. Oh, so he has ties with Songyan Trading House. Seeing that she had caught his interest, Spring Orchid slowly continued. Once, he entered a private room on the 3rd floor. The guest inside turned out to be Mr. Wu, the president of Songyun Chamber from South City. They whispered back and forth for half the night, and when this person left, he looked extremely happy. Later, he often boasted that he even did business with the palace. However, no matter how much we asked, nothing more could be probed. Who knows if it's true or not? Spring Orchid pressed the fan against her lips and whispered again. However, the reason he behaves so arrogantly is because he can get things others cannot. This sparked Chu Nanqi's attention. Due to internal strife, the court had loosened its grip on local regions over the years, yet many things remained strictly forbidden. This foreigner clearly possessed great capabilities. He turned and asked. For example. Spring Orchid mouthed the words. 7-day powder. Snap. Chu Nanqi crushed the teacup in his hand, showing just how shocked he was at the information. 7-day powder, as its name suggests, is odorless and colorless. When consumed continuously for 7 days, it will undoubtedly cause death. It's a secret drug from Southern Liang, reputed to be an exclusive medicine within the royal palace of Southern Liang. Ordinary people couldn't obtain it. Chu Nanqi happened to know about it because he accidentally captured a eunuch from Southern Liang. In his past life, He-Wen had precisely used this drug given by Wen Shuyuan. Stunned by the truth then, all he thought about was revenge. He never got the chance to wonder how He-Wen had obtained Southern Liang's secret drug. Also, the poison from the arrow shot at He Gu Yuan was from Southern Liang. Could it be that not only the emperor but also the 5th prince, or perhaps Consort Yu, were colluding with Southern Liang, or even someone else in the palace? Chu Nanqi felt as though there was a vast web behind him, always ready to entrap him. Spring Orchid gasped. Young master, your hand is bleeding. Before she could take out her handkerchief, the man opposite had already grabbed Chu Nanqi's hand. Turning his palm over, fragments of the broken wine glass pierced through his soft flesh, causing it to bleed. He Gu Yuan's pupils grew cold. Lowering his head, he carefully picked out the shards and then took out a handkerchief tucked in his sleeve to bandage the wound. Spring Orchid's eyes fell on them, sensing the indescribable atmosphere, realizing something. Holding Chu Nanqi's delicate wrist tightly, He Gu Yuan finished dressing the wound and turned to ask Spring Orchid. If someone can procure even 7-day powder, such a figure would be worth meeting. Spring Orchid intentionally spoke today. These two, when they tipped, it was gold. At her age, being in the building wasn't as good as being with the young girls who were always favored. She had to have other skills to earn money and continue living. This person won't stay for long, then will return. He doesn't spend the night here, perhaps he's done too many guilt-ridden things and is afraid of dying here. Between the lines, it implied that if one wanted to meet him, all they needed to do was follow. Chu Nanqi lowered his eyes, pulled back his hand, and focused on Shiba below, whose arms embraced a woman with a full face of lewdness. He Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, but he didn't ask. As though nothing had happened, he continued drinking tea. After this incident, Chu Nanqi hardly spoke any further words, looking rather displeased without any trace of light-hearted conversation. Spring Orchid was equally perceptive, occasionally pointing at a few people amidst the crowd passing by, saying just enough before stopping if they did not open their mouths. When encountering someone of interest, He Gu Yuan would ask a couple more questions, and Spring Orchid almost never failed to answer fully. Half an hour later. Shiba finished drinking, threw down some silver, and clumsily rose. Hey boss, come again next time. Young lady, your old man has something to attend to today. I'll find you tomorrow. While speaking, Shiba burped drunkenly and swayed unsteadily out of the gate. Seeing this, Chu Nanqi raised his hand and handed over an entire bag of coins to Spring Orchid. The meaning was clear without saying a word. Spring Orchid glanced downward briefly. There was plenty of gold within, more than enough to pay off her debt and leave the brothel. She was surprised yet touched. Originally tonight she was taking a gamble. Even if she only gained a single piece of gold, she'd already be satisfied. Who would have known how generous they turned out to be? Still disbelieving somewhat, timidly Spring Orchid called out, "Young master." Chu Nanqi replied calmly, "You deserve it." With tear-filled eyes, clasping her hands beside her, bowing her knee, Spring Orchid paid Chu Nanqi an elegant respect. "I thank you greatly, young master." Nodding lightly, Chu Nanqi left first. He Gu Yuan initially intended to take something from the table but looked at Spring Orchid. "Send these to the Southern Ping Prince's manor. Say it's bought by the little master, give it to the porter." The Southern Ping Prince's manor. Spring Orchid couldn't help but feel shocked this time. Not waiting for her to regain her composure, Gu Yuan turned around and followed closely behind. Two distinct figures, but each moving gracefully, quickly disappeared into the night. Only Spring Orchid remained holding the coin purse and the wine bottle, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It turns out they were people of the Southern Pink Prince's manor. With that, she could use their name to buy her freedom. Who didn't know, even though brothels had their own set of rules, just having money wouldn't guarantee freedom from their manager. But borrowing the name of the Southern Pink Prince's manor, that was sufficient. Gently massaging the wine bottle, Spring Orchid slowly placed it against her chest. Chapter 25, Beating Someone Up. Exiting the brothel brought them to a shadowy alleyway. Shiba wobbled along while humming songs, quite comfortable and at ease. Unskilled in martial arts, he certainly hadn't noticed two people following him not far behind. Until Shiba turned down a street and pushed open the door to his courtyard in the South City where he temporarily resided. In his half-conscious state trying to shut the door behind him, he was kicked inside instead. Ouch! The kick was powerful. With a groan, he fell onto the ground, snapping back most of his drunken stupor. Who? Which turtle son dare hit me? Wanting to ruin my life, aren't you? Shiba, rubbing his chest, stood up from the ground and finally saw who had kicked him. Chu Nanchi walked in from outside. His shadow loomed behind him, and moonlight illuminated his expression as cold as ice. Gu Yuan followed after and thoughtfully closed the door. You too. Who are you? Shiba had no idea who these two young men were. After all, Chu Nanchi used to be in the capital city, plus even in South City, he seldom visited such common areas for idle pleasure. And especially not Gu Yuan, who was the prince visiting South City for the first time. Coolly fixing his gaze on Shiba, Chu Nanchi's eyes were like icy daggers, and his lips were frigid with menace. Do you have the 7-day powder? Ah. So, you're looking for the 7-day powder. Upon realizing they came for the drug, Shiba immediately grew haughty, spitting angrily. Don't think knowing a bit of three-legged cat kung fu gives you the guts to threaten me. Let me tell you, I'll make sure you both don't have a proper place to be buried. Ah. Before he could finish, his body flew through the air, smacking violently against the house door behind him. With a bang, the door shattered, throwing him inside. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, dizziness overcoming his vision, severe pain coursing through his body, Shiba quivered his trembling finger towards Chu Nanchi who was approaching. You dare. Clearly, these two weren't good-natured folks. Shiba, who roamed the underworld, knew well that they truly could kill him. Damn it, where on earth did these two spring from? And yet he knew about the 7-day powder. Chu Nanchi took a step forward, and Shiba quickly shrank back in fright. You, don't come any closer. I'm just a medicine seller. If you want the 7-day powder, I'll give it to you. Chu Nanchi stopped, his voice cold. Go get it. Yes. Shiba got up from the ground, holding his chest as he staggered to a corner where there were quite a few jute bags piled up. He rummaged inside one and pulled out a package, setting it on the ground and opening it to reveal numerous bottles and jars. He then took out a black bottle, smiling nervously at Chu Nanchi. Young master, this is it. Chu Nanchi scoffed lightly, moving swiftly to grab Shiba by the neck with surprising strength. A single bottle of 7-day powder. It seems like you're asking for death. The 7-day powder was refined from 7 poisonous substances, each stored in separate bottles. Taking it consecutively for 7 days was fatal without fail. Its distinctive trait was being odorless and colorless. Even an unparalleled martial artist wouldn't be able to detect it. This poison was exclusive to the southern Nongliang region. Even if one could detoxify, they'd need 7 antidotes that had to be taken one by one. And these antidotes could only be found in Nongliang, not available in Yin Kingdom. Chu Nanchi didn't know the specific way to detoxify, but he was aware that even the Nongliang imperial family would hardly possess complete antidotes. Yet this person dared to fool him with just one bottle. He really was courting death. Shiba's neck turned red from being choked, his eyes bulging out, veins popping on his face. He realized now that this man was an expert. With a hoarse voice, he begged for mercy. This is just one of the bottles. Humph. Chu Nanchi threw him to the ground. Shiba clutched his neck, coughing violently on all fours. Gu Yuan scared his head. You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't cooperated, my young master might have crushed you. His words made it seem like he was Chu Nanchi's servant. Chu Nanchi glanced at him sideways. Gu Yuan playfully winked, and Chu Nanchi coolly looked away. Daring not to resist anymore, Shiba hurriedly admitted, the others are in other bags. Gu Yuan lazily kicked his leg, then go fetch them. Shiba rummaged through other jute bags by the wall, pulling out many items which littered the floor, all containing various powdered medicines. Gu Yuan squatted down leisurely, marveling as he looked at the toxic powders, varieties far more than he had seen in the capital. Shiba collected the remaining 6 bottles tremblingly and placed them together fearfully, staring at Chu Nanchi anxiously. These are the rest. After saying that, he collapsed on the ground, clearly terrified. Chu Nanchi bent over and knelt, picking up the bottle with his fingertips. Opening it, he smelled, an indeed colorless and odorless powder. Pouring some into his palm, the medicine powder gleamed white like pearl powder. If added to water, it really couldn't be detected. Is this drug exclusively yours in the southern city? Shiba nodded proudly. That's right, only I can obtain it. Chu Nanchi's voice grew colder. So, you do have some skills. I don't dare. Young master truly has great abilities. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, seeing Chu Nanchi inspect each bottle carefully, Shiba felt utterly tense, unsure of what exactly he intended. On the side, Higu Yuan flipped through the jute bags idly, full of raw herbs not yet combined. Presumably nothing good, so he didn't bother touching them. Turning around, he glanced at Shiba lying on the ground. I've heard that you and Wu Fan from Songyun Commerce have a close relationship. Tell me, who did he sell your poison to? Shiba was startled, his heart filled with anxiety. These two weren't here merely for the 7-day powder. Knowing these details, they must have been sent by enemies. A flash of hostility crossed Shiba's eyes as he smiled obsequiously. Yet, behind his back, he slowly reached toward a bottle nearby among the scattered medicine bottles on the ground, grabbing one secretly. It's all regular trade, unworthy of young master's attention. Oh. How can trading within the palace be considered ordinary? Higu Yuan kicked over a jute bag next to him, spilling out the herbs, creating a pile on the ground. Higu Yuan prodded with his foot while speaking, these don't look good either. Since only you sell them in South City, I suppose Wu Fan offered you quite a bit of money. Otherwise, how would you dare risk beheading by selling these things into the capital? Sweating profusely, Shiba covertly unscrewed the bottle cap with his hidden hand, sprinkling its powder into his palm. Now he was certain. These two were possibly sent by the authorities to investigate the poison. This Mr. Wu. Wasn't it said that he had noble backing? And yet less than a year after the sale, trouble arrived at his doorstep. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he was caught, it would surely be a capital offense. The one by the wall was probably just an attendant. If only he could poison this man in front of him, he'd certainly be able to escape. He hoped the powder in his hand would work. Shiba wasn't entirely sure if the dose would incapacitate the man instantly, but there was no time to hesitate now. I'm just trying to earn my daily bread. Chapter 26, the enhanced version of Haihei. After inspecting all 7 bottles, Chu Nanchi turned and looked at him eye to eye. Where's the antidote? Shiba put on an expression of difficulty. Young master, there really is no antidote. If you already know about the 7-day powder, then you must also know that just producing the 7-day powder itself is complicated enough. As for the antidote, it's worth more than gold. At least I don't have any here. Chu Nanchi paused to think. Indeed, the eunuch he had questioned before also said that apart from the inner palace of the Southern Liang Imperial Court, it was exceedingly rare to find the antidote anywhere else in the world. But with so many poisons in the world, unless someone truly hated another person to their core, they wouldn't bother using such a complex poison. A hint of coldness surfaced on Chu Nanchi's lips. It seemed he had gone through quite a lot of trouble, worrying that he might not die. Seeing Chu Nanchi distracted, Shiba suddenly lunged from behind. Higu Yuan noticed something amiss and shouted loudly, be careful. The powder was flung directly at Chu Nanchi, dispersing into the air in an instant. Chu Nanchi raised his sleeve to block it and quickly stepped back, but he still inhaled a significant amount. Shiba immediately got up and ran away. Looking for death. Chu Nanchi coldly dropped his sleeve and threw a dagger from behind, which pierced straight through Shiba's heart. Ah! Shiba fell to the ground with a thud, coughing blood as he died. As Chu Nanchi shifted his gaze, his body suddenly went limp and was immediately supported by Higu Yuan who had rushed over. How do you feel? Where are you uncomfortable? Chu Nanchi felt his limbs go soft, unable to gather his energy after channeling his strength. Now, his internal power was obstructed and coagulated, and his head started spinning dizzily. He gritted his teeth and tried to say, no. Nothing. How could it be nothing? That damn fool. Higu Yuan muttered curses while looking around and noticing the bottle that had been opened. When he picked it up to examine it, his words froze mid-sentence. 3 characters were written on the bottle, happiness powder. An uncomfortable lump rolled down his throat as he looked down at Chu Nanchi nestled in his arms. His normally icy face was now flushed red, his eyebrows slightly disheveled, his eyes hazy. Due to the rising heat, he unconsciously fiddled with the collar of his robes. Judging by this, it wasn't ordinary happiness powder being sold by someone like Shiba, this was definitely an enhanced version. Otherwise, with Chu Nanchi's considerable skills, the drug wouldn't take effect so quickly. Silence hung in the air. Biting his lip, Chu Nanchi forced himself to remain conscious and asked weakly, grabbing the arm of the person behind him, what is it? He had been careless, never expecting that Shiba would attempt to ambush him. A fiery heat surged throughout his body, feeling like a blazing flame burning inside. His hand absent-mindedly rubbed against Higu Yuan, finding his body pleasantly cool compared to his own scorching self. Then, he heard an awkward voice from above, happiness powder. What? Biting his lip again, Chu Nanchi opened his beautiful eyes and met Higu Yuan's slightly uneasy gaze. Higu Yuan showed him the characters written on the bottle. Once seeing them clearly, Chu Nanchi murmured in confusion, happiness powder, how could its effects be so powerful? This type of drug was typically used in pleasure houses to stir up passions but wouldn't cause such physical weakness. He even had the 7-day powder. This isn't ordinary happiness powder either. He Gu Yuan set the bottle aside and searched around the room, but found no antidote. The drug was incredibly potent, causing Chu Nanchi's eyes to become red at the corners, tears welling up in his eyes. His hand clutched onto him desperately, cold water. This was the usual way to counteract happiness powder, though whether it would work or not remained unclear. But under these circumstances, Chu Nanchi had no choice but to gamble on it. Closing his eyes, he sighed inwardly with relief. It wasn't poison at least. I'll bring you back to the mansion. No, let's go to an inn. Chu Nanchi was extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't let his father or elder brother see him like this, it would be far too shameful. All right. He Gu Yuan picked him up horizontally, ignoring both the dead man on the floor and the scattered drugs across the room. Fortunately, there was an inn nearby on the main street. Apart from brothels, most other streets were silent in the late hours of the night. The innkeeper was half asleep when suddenly something struck his face. Ow! Rubbing his cheek, he looked up and saw a piece of gold right in front of him. He eagerly grabbed it, then glanced up to meet He Gu Yuan's eyes. Sir, are you looking for accommodation? We have excellent private rooms upstairs, along with hot water and food. He Gu Yuan walked upstairs with Chu Nanchi in his arms. I've rented the 3rd floor. Bring cold water, quickly. All right, sir, I'll bring it right away. The inn's assistant was delighted as he bit into the gold coin he'd been given. Oh, this is real. He immediately ran to the back courtyard to fetch water, but as soon as he dropped the bucket down the well, he realized something. That's odd. Why does the gentleman need cold water? It must be because of the hot weather, perhaps he's a martial artist. After receiving the gold, the assistant worked extra efficiently. He Gu Yuan carried Chu Nanchi into a room and kicked open the door, placing him gently on the bed. Once Chu Nanchi lay down, he began to feel unbearably hot all over. He started unconsciously pulling at his clothes. He Gu Yuan coaxed him softly, the water will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. Sir, the water has arrived. The assistant carried the water, running extremely fast. Yet one trip wasn't enough, for there was only so much water a single bucket could carry. Chu Nanchi's face had turned crimson, and the drug's effects were growing stronger. Had it not been for his solid cultivation, he would have lost control long ago. An involuntary sound escaped his lips. Hearing this strange noise, the assistant looked curiously at the bed. What's wrong with the young sir? He Gu Yuan pulled the curtain to shield Chu Nanchi, who was half undressed. Turning around coldly, he ordered, faster. Okay. The assistant went downstairs again with his bucket, while He Gu Yuan followed closely behind. With great strength, ignoring the wound on his shoulder, He Gu Yuan lifted the water bucket up with both hands. It didn't take long to fill the bathtub. After finishing the task, the assistant wiped his sweat. Guest, it's ready. He Gu Yuan pushed him out of the door. Don't let anyone come upstairs. The assistant hurriedly agreed, all right. With a loud bang, the door closed. Scratching his head and thinking about the golden reward, the assistant muttered another line, Sir, if you need anything else, just call. I'm always ready. After saying that, and receiving no response from inside, he left with the empty bucket. Inside the room. As He Gu Yuan drew aside the curtain, his breath caught slightly at the scene before him. On the bed, a beauty lay sprawled, with dark hair cascading onto the bedspread. The ribbon that had once tied his hair now lay abandoned beside him. Looking further down revealed an even more revealing picture. With the cold water taking too long, the drug's effects were already spreading uncontrollably. Chu Nanchi's elegant outer robe was no longer partially undone, it was thrown open entirely, exposing a slim, pale body that had never been seen by others. And below, where the heat remained unreleased, stood something conspicuously erect. He Gu Yuan found it difficult to control his gaze, overwhelmed by the whiteness and redness before his eyes. Chu Nanchi groaned, clearly uncomfortable. This awakened He Gu Yuan from his reverie. He Gu Yuan coughed slightly and reached his arms under Chu Nanchi's shoulders and knees, picking him up. Without the barrier of clothing, the fiery and tender skin pressed against him, almost causing He Gu Yuan's legs to give way. Turning around carefully, he placed Chu Nanchi gently into the bathtub. Chapter 27, I am a tool without emotion. The icy well water caused Chu Nanchi to sigh contentedly, greedy to submerge his entire head beneath it. This alarmed He Gu Yuan, who bent over immediately to support him, fearing he might drown himself. Chu Nanchi rested his arms on the edge of the tub, leaning his head against it, while He Gu Yuan supported his neck, giving him some strength. But his gaze, uncontrollable, slid downward inch by inch. Chu Nanchi's black hair felt excellent in his hand, scattered across the bed and concealing a white and tempting back, creating a striking contrast of colors. Beneath the water, other views peeked through, half hidden and half revealed. He rubbed Chu Nanchi's neck, marveling at the softness of the skin, which completely contrasted with the man's usually cold and unyielding exterior. In this moment, He Gu Yuan suddenly remembered the first time he saw Chu Nanqi. That day, he had been punished by his father, kneeling outside the palace gate. Passers-by, eunuchs, and maidservants alike whispered gossip about him. He knew his father did not favor him, and it wasn't the first time he'd been forced to kneel. Used to such punishments, he didn't care about the stares and murmurs of others. He only regretted not hitting those people harder. Kneeling from morning until afternoon, hungry and dizzy, cursing inwardly, he thought that next time he should eat his fill before starting any fights. He wondered idly when his grandfather might come rescue him. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a short, small figure sneaking toward him. He Gu Yuan recognized him as someone from the Nanping mansion, though he couldn't recall his name. They had met casually, but never spoken. Given He Gu Yuan's notorious reputation, no children dared associate with him. Thinking the little fellow had come to mock him, He Gu Yuan growled ferociously, "Get lost, or I'll beat you." He swung his fists in the air to intimidate, but unexpectedly, the little figure stared at him with bright black eyes, showing no fear. Squatting beside him, the little one spoke, "I know they were the ones who cursed you first. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hit them." Upon hearing this, He Gu Yuan lowered his arms and let out a scoff, "So what? I'm still kneeling here." Every time he fought, his father would always punish him by making him kneel without listening to the reasons. At first, He Gu Yuan had been troubled by this, questioning his grandfather many times, who only sighed and consoled him not to care about it. As this occurred more often, he realized that his father simply didn't like him, hence the treatment. So whenever he fought afterward, he seized the opportunity to give them a sound beating knowing that punishment was inevitable anyway. He Gu Yuan looked at little Nanqi and glanced toward the imperial guards on patrol approaching from not far away, saying to him, "You'd better go now, or you'll get caught." "Alright, I came to give you this." Little Nanqi pulled a chicken leg from his pocket, wrapped neatly in a handkerchief as if taught by someone, and pressed it into He Gu Yuan's hands. With warm smiles in his dark eyes, he said, "Eat quickly, and then I'll take the bones away so no one will know." He Gu Yuan clutched the chicken leg, almost disbelievingly looking at him, "Why are you giving me food?" Since his mother's passing, besides his grandfather, no one had ever taken such initiative in caring for him. Moreover, the person offering help was just 3-year-old Chu Nanqi. Little Nanqi tilted his head and explained clearly, "Because I've also been punished by master, I know how terrible it is to kneel while hungry. Don't worry, no one touched this chicken leg, I specifically asked my father to set it aside for me. What will you eat if I eat this?" Little Nanqi patted his plump belly, "I ate my second brother's share." "You eat quickly, they're coming." Starving indeed, He Gu Yuan gulped down the chicken leg in 3 bites, nearly choking. Little Nanqi used the handkerchief that wrapped the chicken leg to wipe his mouth and then wrapped up the bones. Standing up from where he had been kneeling on the ground. He wasn't even as tall standing as He Gu Yuan was kneeling. "I'm leaving. Keep kneeling." Having said that, he toddled back the way he came. Being small, he disappeared within moments. That was the first time He Gu Yuan remembered someone clearly. Later, upon asking, he learned the boy's name, Chu Nanqi, the most favored youngest son of Nanping King. From then on, whenever He Gu Yuan was made to kneel as punishment, Chu Nanqi would bring him food. This way, an unusual friendship developed between the two young boys. However, later, he left for the north and didn't stay in the capital. When parting, he originally wanted to say goodbye to Chu Nanqi but couldn't find the chance, so he gave up. Later, after they grew up and met again, Chu Nanqi seemed to have forgotten their childhood memories. Not being one who liked attending poetry gatherings or elegant parties, He Gu Yuan wasn't welcome among those circles in the capital either. Still, to see Chu Nanqi, he went a few times. Grown-up Chu Nanqi possessed remarkable beauty, graceful and charming, admired by many. Their encounters thereafter were polite yet distant and indifferent. He Gu Yuan reasoned that Chu Nanqi was merely 3 years old back then, forgetting him was quite natural. And thus, he never attended those gatherings again. But who would have thought? This journey south would bring them together once again, leading to their current situation. He Gu Yuan cast his eyes downward, gazing at Chu Nanqi, whose frown hadn't softened. He softly asked, "Are you still feeling unwell?" After soaking in cold water, Chu Nanqi's consciousness improved greatly, yet the inner fire persisted, impossible to extinguish. Eyes closed, murmurs emerged, fragmented words spilling forth, "This medicine, it's not ordinary." Indeed, he found unbearable pressure mounting lower down. Yet having lived through 2 lifetimes with zero knowledge of sexual matters, naturally, he remained utterly perplexed. As the soak prolonged, the cool water became ineffective. The drug's effects resurfaced, compelling Chu Nanqi to lose control and tilt backward uncontrollably. His slender neck sought solace against He Gu Yuan's large palm. His lips bitten to leave marks, lust suffusing his face, breathtakingly beautiful. Eyes blurred with desire, he looked pleadingly upward at the man above, voice faint with a sigh, "Help me." He Gu Yuan looked down and understood what ailed him. Leaning close slowly until their breaths intertwined, their mingled scents gathered together. Chu Nanqi, sensing something, suddenly raised his arm to wrap around He Gu Yuan's neck, pressing down. His red lips met He Gu Yuan's jaw, gasping for breath. Uncertain what to do, he somehow knew this man before him might save him. Over and over, he whispered, "Help me." Gu Yuan indulged Chu Nanqi, his arms sliding down to encircle the latter's slender waist. In a low voice near his ear, he coaxed gently, "Nanqi, if I help you, you'll have to take responsibility." He lured him with soft whispers, his lips brushing along the side of Chu Nanqi's face in light kisses. "If Nanqi refuses to acknowledge it, I lie relentlessly." Chu Nanqi couldn't hear clearly what he was saying and instinctively covered his mouth. The cool water splashed everywhere on the floor, leaving puddles behind, but neither of them cared. The sounds of splashing water continued for a long time, even as the night watch passed twice. It still went on. It wasn't until the innkeeper downstairs had fallen asleep that it finally ceased. Chapter 28, I Am a Gentleman. Gu Yuan dried off the already unconscious Chu Nanqi and placed him gently onto the bed. He then sat at the edge of the bed and methodically helped him dress. At this moment, Chu Nanqi was extremely quiet. The effects of the drug had faded, leaving him completely drained of strength, and so he slept. The white undergarment concealed unidentifiable finger marks and traces, especially around the waist where the hand grip had turned the skin red. Unable to resist, Gu Yuan pinched again before properly helping him wear his undergarment and pulled up the blanket to cover him warmly. Lying down beside him along the edge of the bed. This night had been quite eventful, but thinking about how Chu Nanqi would react when he wakes up made Gu Yuan lazily chuckle. He found it intriguing indeed. At 1 mark of the hour. Outside, dawn had yet to fully break, but the streets were already echoing with sounds. The hardworking early risers had already begun their day. And at this very moment, Chu Nanqi opened his eyes. Martial artists always wake early, and he was accustomed to it. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the unfamiliar surroundings and felt somewhat disoriented. As sounds within the room reached his ears, he turned his head and saw Gu Yuan sitting by the round table, his shoulders exposed as he removed the bandages. Meanwhile, last night's memories came rushing back, disheveled outer garments, scattered water droplets, ceaseless murmurs. A scene of intimacy and affection unfolded in his mind. Especially the moment they reached their peak, the lazy, low-pitched voice calling out his name one after another. More importantly, it was Chu Nanqi who had taken the initiative. Closing his eyes, he wished the heavens would strike him with lightning. He wanted nothing more than to rip Shiba into pieces. Had it been a woman, taking responsibility wouldn't have mattered, as there was no one he favored anyway. Marrying someone and treating them well would have sufficed. But it wasn't just a man, it was Gu Yuan. After these past few days, Chu Nanqi had a strong intuition that Gu Yuan was far from what appeared on the surface. His emotions shifted too quickly, his acting abilities impeccable. You thought he was one way, only to find him different the next second. Chu Nanqi didn't dare bet, fearing he might turn out like Wen Xiuyuan. Moreover, as the third prince and the only bloodline of the governor of the northern region, should the southern Ping royal house get involved with the northern governor, even the emperor would struggle to keep a straight face. Images from last night wouldn't leave his mind. Closing his eyes tightly, Chu Nanqi attempted to calm himself. After the drug's effects wore off, though his limbs remained slightly weak, his powers had returned. This aphrodisiac here truly wasn't like the ones from the Central Plains. Not only did it stimulate lust, but it could also temporarily suppress martial arts skills. It was remarkably potent. In the past, during his time in the military camp, he occasionally overheard soldiers' tales, how a man's first time was supposedly 100 times more painful than a woman's. Yet last night, there had been absolutely no discomfort. Opening his eyes, Chu Nanqi conducted a thorough check of his body, realizing that except for some lingering weakness, he felt fine all over. Carefully reflecting upon the situation in the bathtub, it seemed that they had relied only on their hands. Was that really all there was to it between two men? Then why would people say it hurts? With absolutely no experience or even much exposure to vulgar talk, Chu Nanqi naturally remained puzzled. You're awake. Gu Yuan tossed the bloody bandage onto the table and turned his head upon seeing Chu Nanqi open his eyes. Good timing. Come help me change the bandage, using one hand isn't convenient. He avoided mentioning last night's events, allowing Chu Nanqi to compose himself as he sat up on the bed. Lowering his gaze, he adjusted his clothing. Everything was neatly arranged, evidently prepared by Gu Yuan. Walking over, initially feeling somewhat uneasy, but noticing the fresh blood on his wound caused him to dismiss other thoughts. What happened to you? As Gu Yuan sprinkled medicinal powder on the wound, his brows furrowed through the process, an obvious sign of pain. His movements were too rough, prompting Chu Nanqi to snatch the medicine bottle from his grasp. Let me do it. Clearly, the wound had been torn open again. Carefully sprinkling the medicinal powder and gently wiping away blood with the bandage, the powder worked well, halting the bleeding instantly. Your medicine is effective, remarked Chu Nanqi. In military campaigns, everyone has their own battlefield medicine, so this isn't surprising. However, this one does have quite good effects. Used in the army, if you need it, I'll have the medic send over the prescription when we get back. Gu Yuan looked at him from bottom to top. The beauty had just woken up, her hair not yet tied, just left to flow down behind her, making the chill in her presence much milder. Chu Nanchi put away the medicinal powder and was about to bandage him with gauze when he noticed a bite mark on his shoulder, which made him pause. The bite mark was so close to the wound that it couldn't help but make him imagine wildly. Could it be that he bit him in confusion last night? His expression was uncovered, and He Gu Yuan saw it immediately, his voice carrying mischief. Young master's martial arts are high, even during intimate moments he's so fierce. Poor me, my wound will probably take a few more days to heal. Chu Nanchi blushed upon being teased, but couldn't abandon it halfway through, so he tightened his lips and silently continued to bandage him. He knew, this guy wasn't so kind-hearted as to pretend nothing happened. After the bandaging, He Gu Yuan leisurely put on his clothes, lifting his eyes and smiling at him. Young master, what do you say about last night? Chu Nanchi straightened up, his brows and eyes resuming their coldness as he softly said, last night, thank you for your assistance, Nanchi owes you a favor. Let's not mention this matter again. His expression was very serious, and his usual coldness had returned. Clearly unwilling to take responsibility. He Gu Yuan chuckled inside, his gaze shamelessly landing on Chu Nanchi's clean face. Truly merciless. Alright, I'll remember the favor. He Gu Yuan had guessed he'd react this way today, so he didn't say more and let the topic slide past. Chu Nanchi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he truly didn't know how to handle such things. If He Gu Yuan were to act stubbornly, he would have to ignore it. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Chu Nanchi looked with confusion, as even the inn staff wouldn't come at this hour, and approached cautiously. That's when he heard Qing Yi's voice outside the door. Master. Chu Nanchi opened the door. Upon seeing him, Qing Yi immediately bowed, Master. How did you come? I sent him, came He Gu Yuan's voice from behind. Come in. He Gu Yuan had already tidied up his clothes, once again assuming that elegant and handsome appearance, then got up and handed a comb to Chu Nanchi, pointing to his untied hair. The meaning was obvious. He also explained briefly, I sent Qing Yi to deal with Shiba. Chu Nanchi hadn't expected him to act so fast, but it was reasonable anyway since this matter should have been handled last night. As long as it's still before dawn, there's still time. Seeing He Gu Yen still lost in thought, he promptly nudged him, urging, go tie your hair. He didn't know himself that his disheveled hair made him look better than usual. Chu Nanchi then went to the washstand, tying his hair with a belt. Qing Yi curiously observed their interaction. Last night, after receiving the letter, he immediately went to handle Shiba's matters, finished, and rushed here right away. Chapter 29, The Young Master is a Rich Widow. Speaking of which, why would Master stay at an inn with the third prince? It wasn't far from the mansion, either. But when his eyes caught the blood-soaked bandages on the table, his face turned tense and he asked quickly, is Master injured? He Gu Yuan sat down, poured a cup of tea, and glanced at his worried expression, appreciating the concern. No need to worry, it's not your master who's hurt, it's mine. Oh. That's settled then. Chu Nanchi looked through the mirror and asked, how did the matters go? Replying to Master, all the poison from Shiba has been brought back to the estate, locked and stored in boxes. The ledger, Qing Zhu is transcribing. Moreover, we found many silver and valuables from his residence, and they've also been copied in numbers. Chu Nanchi nodded, then ordered, find a doctor to carefully identify those herbs, if unable to recognize them, find other doctors for consultation. Be careful not to let anyone find out. Since Shiba could obtain the 7-day powder and a potent aphrodisiac, the herbs in his possession must have significant uses. Understood. Qing Yi pulled out an envelope from his bosom. Seeing that the master was still tying his hair, he handed it over to He Gu Yuan. Since He Gu Yuan called him last night, Master likely wouldn't hide it from him. This is what I found on Shiba's body. He Gu Yuan opened it. Qing Yi continued, it's a port official ship's pass. Oh, impressive. He Gu Yuan unfolded the passage permit inside, and upon seeing that no inspection characters signed on it, immediately curled his lips into a sneer. Quite amazing indeed, he managed to get hold of this. He Gu Yuan waved the paper in his hand at Chu Nanchi. With this, it can bypass inspections all the way to the royal capital. Chu Nanchi finished tying his hair and lowered his arm. Hearing this, he walked over and took the passage permit to examine it carefully. Since he didn't do business, he truly didn't understand these things. Seeing the puzzled look on his face, He Gu Yuan explained, normally, goods are transported by different canal shipments themselves, and each port inspects them to prevent the carrying of prohibited goods. Even official ships are treated this way. There's only one exception, those with the no inspection stamp. With these two words, all ports will allow passage without any checks. A small southern town medicine seller actually managed to get hold of this, truly impressive. After marveling at this, he looked at Chu Nanchi. Last night, we shouldn't have acted so quickly. Chu Nanchi put down the paper. In the situation last night, who had time to think about that? That he didn't slaughter him and feed him to the dogs was already an act of mercy. This kind of no-inspection pass must not be given to just anyone, right? Clever, He Gu Yuan said playfully, pointing at the seal on the paper, Ministry of Revenue. This is a big fish, but we don't yet know who. Whoever it is, we need to find them out. If the 7-day powder ultimately ended up in He Wen's hands, then everyone involved in this line, including the people from the Ministry of Revenue, were He Wen's men. Since they're his people, Chu Nanchi would not be polite. This life, he was determined to break every one of He Wen's arms and legs, not letting him die too easily. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment before asking, Shiba is dead, master, do you have any other leads? Chu Nanchi and He Guyuan exchanged a glance and thought of someone. He Guyuan grinned teasingly, how about Mr. Wu, the manager of Songyan Trading Company? Let's go meet him. Qin Yi, investigate further and find out who Shiba usually associated with, and what transactions he made besides these medicines. Make sure to have everything clear before we leave South City this afternoon. Yes, master. Qin Yi turned and left. Only then did He Guyuan rise, standing next to Chu Nanchi, lazily yawning, let's go, while it's still dark. We'll scare some people. Surprisingly, Chu Nanchi found himself agreeing with this suggestion. The two descended from the upper floor. The waiter saw them and enthusiastically came over, guests, are you checking out? He Guyuan casually waved as he walked, yeah, the leftover money is your tip. Oh wow, thank you, sir. Do come again, sir. The waiter bowed deeply, his face full of joy. As they stepped out of the inn, walking in the pre-dawn darkness, Chu Nanchi looked curiously at the man beside him, didn't you say you lost your purse? Huh. He Guyuan pulled another one out of his pocket, shoving it into Chu Nanchi's hands, grinning cheekily, your uncle has plenty of money. Don't be shy, spend freely. Chu Nanchi tested its weight with his hand, solidly heavy, where do you get all this money? Is the prince's salary really that good? Besides, isn't the emperor ignoring him? He Guyuan turned his head, seeing his confusion and frowning eyebrows. He leaned closer and whispered, let me tell you a secret. Songyan Trading Company is mine. What? Chu Nanchi couldn't believe it as he looked up at him, not minding the close distance. Doubtfully, he asked again, Songyan Trading Company? Yours? Don't blame him for being so surprised. Even in the previous life, Songyan Trading Company was the renowned #1 trading house in Yun country, involving itself in every kind of business, truly rich beyond compare. There had always been rumors that someone backed it. He Wen also once tried to take a piece of their pie, investigating the company's background. But they only found that the president was a merchant who started in Suning, not located in the capital city. His people repeatedly tried to consolidate power over the company, but failed every time. Later, they attempted sabotage, which also failed, even losing quite a few men. At that time, it was a crucial period in the struggle for the throne, so He Wen gave up. Chu Nanchi's dealings with Songyan Trading Company were due to his heated battle against the emperor, which resulted in many instances of reduced military pay. Without military pay, he couldn't let the soldiers of Nanning army starve while following him. So he went multiple times to borrow funds from Songyan Trading Company, resolving several urgent issues. However, at that time, He Guyuan had already passed away, and Songyan Trading Company remained at its peak, leading Chu Nanchi to think that perhaps the Northern King controlled it behind the scenes. It's mine. He Guyuan strolled along slowly with his hands behind his back, showing no urgency. 8 years ago, I passed through Suning and encountered a gang of bandits robbing some people. Those being robbed were precisely transporting goods for the current president of Songyan Trading Company, Mr. Su Haowen. At the time, all his men were dead except for him. So, I saved him. I saved him, and he didn't even feel grateful. Instead, he sat on the ground crying like one of those dolls that wobble but never fall over, you know, fat and funny. At his manner of telling the story, Chu Nanchi twitched his lips, somehow beginning to get used to He Guyuan's way of speaking. I just asked him why he was crying. He said his mother had passed away from illness, depleting all the family savings, and this money he borrowed was for a batch of alcohol he planned to transport back to Suning. But he encountered bandits and lost everything, now owing a mountain of debt. He Guyuan shook his head as he continued, this guy was down on his luck. What happened next? Then he started talking about killing himself, saying he wanted to see his old mother in heaven. He also lamented how he had a belly full of business acumen, yet heaven showed him no mercy. When I saw how earnest he sounded, I asked him about some of the tight supplies at the moment. He spoke knowledgeably, and I realized this man would surely be useful later. So you gave him money and established Songyan Trading Company? After hearing this, Chu Nanchi felt suddenly enlightened. Chapter 30, continue scaring people while it's still dark. Songyan Trading Company indeed rose a few years ago, gaining renown quickly with rapid expansion of its influence. He Guyuan nodded, yeah, this kid has some talent. The unprecedented snowstorm in Suning allowed him to stockpile charcoal beforehand, making him a fortune and opening trade routes. But it seems over the years he's been focused only on earning money, not expanding his intellect. Some people under him have secretly colluded with others behind his back without him knowing. Chu Nanchi hadn't met this Su Haowen. In the past, when in the royal capital, he dealt only with the regional branch president there. However, from the description He Guyuan provided earlier, it seems Su Haowen wasn't someone who played political games. The trading company has grown so vast, if there are a couple of treacherous individuals, that's understandable. You, as the unseen boss, also bear some responsibility. Yes. Nan Qi is right. He Gu Yuan walked casually, pretending to complain while keeping his hands behind his back, but what can I do? I fled here, without a single guard around me. I had no choice but to rely on young sir to handle things for me. Chu Nanqi ignored his teasing and simply raised his eyes to look at He Gu Yuan. By revealing his cards so freely, wasn't he worried? A prince holding on to mountains of wealth, if the emperor, already suspicious, learned of this, what kind of disaster would it bring? Are you not afraid I'll tell others about this? Fear what? He Gu Yuan tilted his head slightly backward, looking at him with an impish gaze. Besides, I saved your father and then saved you. If after all that, young sir were still to stab me in the back, I could only blame myself for trusting the wrong person. Bad luck, that's all. His fiery gaze mixed playful arrogance with inexplicable sentiments. But the meaning was clear, He Gu Yuan trusted him. Chu Nanqi looked away, continuing to walk forward, yet something stirred inside him. This feeling of unconditional trust was too complicated. The two soon arrived at the branch office of the trading company in the southern city. It was still early. The trading company hadn't opened yet. He Gu Yuan led him to a corner by the wall and smirked at Chu Nanqi. I'm injured and cannot channel any energy. I'll need you, young sir, to carry me inside. As he said that, he feigned a look of weakness, acting as though it were true. Chu Nanqi's eye twitched, remembering the wound on He Gu Yuan's shoulder, and ultimately said nothing. Extending his arm, he held him. He Gu Yuan was tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular. Chu Nanqi couldn't fully hold him, so he grabbed half-heartedly. Taking a deep breath, they leaped over the wall with ease. Successfully inside, He Gu Yuan calmly thanked him. Thanks, young sir. Chu Nanqi ignored him. The environment was simple, the houses nearby within sight. He Gu Yuan followed behind silently, both moving lightly. The drowsy maid guarding the night shift was knocked out from behind, and Chu Nanqi placed her gently on the ground before pushing the door open. The first light of dawn began to break outside, but the room was not completely dark yet. Chu Nanqi approached the bed where a man lay snoring loudly. Here you go. He Gu Yuan pulled out a sword from somewhere and handed it to Chu Nanqi. His usual accompanying sword was left behind, and the soft blade he later used was not with him now. Once Chu Nanqi took it, He Gu Yuan suddenly kicked the sleeping man on the bed, waking him up abruptly. Chu Nanqi rolled his eyes at his method but decided against commenting. Meanwhile, He Gu Yuan, clearly unfazed, arched his eyebrows mockingly and crossed his arms, standing off to the side. Wu Fan woke up with a startle upon being kicked, immediately meeting Chu Nanqi's icy stare. Sitting up abruptly, he screamed in panic, Who are you? Chu Nanqi gripped the sword tightly, swiftly raising it so the cold blade rested against Wu Fan's neck. Shut up. Answer my questions. Wu Fan clutched the quilt, too frightened to move, his lashes trembling as he looked at the sword on his neck and nearly fainted. Let's talk this out nicely, let's talk this out nicely. Chu Nanqi adjusted the sword slightly, its icy blade pressed tightly against Wu Fan's neck, making him tremble even more. Seeing that he was genuinely scared, Chu Nanqi spoke, Who did you sell the goods from Shiba to? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hesitated, his face displaying discomfort, stammering, Just Wang Du. Chu Nanqi raised his voice sharply, Who in Wang Du? Wu Fan mumbled uncertainly, too afraid to say more. Chu Nanqi flipped his wrist and slashed a cut across Wu Fan's arm, blood spurting out instantly. Wu Fan screamed in agony, his body pressing tightly against the wall as he looked at Chu Nanqi with eyes full of terror. Still not talking? I'll chop off your arm. Holding the sword tightly, Chu Nanqi's face turned cold, his eyes filled with frost. At the thought of these drugs being used on his father, he felt an uncontrollable urge to shred them to pieces. On the side, He Gu Yuan observed the hatred in Chu Nanqi's eyes, pondering something unclear in his mind. Since last night when they mentioned Qi Ri-san, Chu Nanqi's behavior had become different. What secrets lay behind Qi Ri-san? Wu Fan knelt on the bed, kowtowing repeatedly and pleading for mercy, fearing Chu Nanqi would really sever his arm. I'll tell. Chu Nanqi moved the sword aside, and Wu Fan, clutching his bloody arm, panted heavily, It's Director Sun Wei from the Ministry of Households. Sun Wei, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Households. No wonder he could procure passage tickets. Chu Nanqi pointed the sword at him and demanded harshly, You've probably been doing business with him more than once. Which noblewoman inside the palace is he supplying these to? The sword still carried traces of blood, terrifying Wu Fan so much that he revealed everything. It's one of the consorts in the palace, but I truly don't know which one. Please, sir, spare me. There were 3 consorts in the palace, mothers of the 2nd prince, 4th prince, and 5th prince respectively. Chu Nanqi didn't need to ask further, he was already certain, it was He Wen's mother, Empress Yu. That treacherous woman with a tiger's mouth and a snake's heart, just as hypocritical as her son. In their previous life, after losing both father and brother in battle, Empress Yu pitied them and took good care of the household of the 5th prince, never showing any disregard toward Chu Nanqi's sister. She often sent gifts to him, treating them with great kindness. His own mother had passed early, and she never received such warmth during her lifetime, so Chu Nanqi had also genuinely treated Empress Yu kindly. Now, reflecting on it, he found it extremely laughable. He didn't need to ask anything further. Clutching the sword, Chu Nanchi lowered his hand and shifted his gaze toward He Gu Yuan. Only then did He Gu Yuan step forward, leisurely examining Wu Fan. Does Su Haowen know about what you've done? At the mention of Su Haowen's name, Wu Fan quivered and looked up at him, unfamiliar with the man before him. But seeing Chu Nanchi still gripping the sword, he dared not conceal anything. The boss doesn't know. You're quite capable. President of a southern city branch can connect with a deputy minister of the Ministry of Households. Impressive. He Gu Yuan said teasingly, if you don't tell the truth, we'll have to amputate one of your legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nanchi, holding the sword, was about to slash. Wu Fan immediately shouted loudly, wait. I'll talk. Then hurry up, otherwise my lord's sword won't wait. Wu Fan held his bleeding arm, tears streaming down his face, regret filling his heart. Yet, there was no room for hesitation now. Chapter 31, After Eating 12 Buns. A year ago, I discovered someone asking around about where to buy herbal medicine. You too must know that common people usually buy herbs from pharmacies, only those purchasing poison would inquire secretly. I kept a watchful eye and invited this person over, revealing my identity. Wu Fan paused to catch his breath and continued, initially, he didn't trust me and only bought a small amount. Over time, we became familiar with each other. Later one day, he told me he needed some poisons different from those on the market and offered a substantial sum. That's when I found Shiba. Shiba is well known here for selling herbal medicines. He can get any kind of drug, as long as the price is paid. The man purchased several times and finally fully trusted me. Afterwards, he informed me that whenever he needed something, he would send me letters through designated official ships to Wangdu. Only then did I realize that his real master was Director's son from the Ministry of Households. Only for money, you engaged in this beheading trade? He Gu Yuan scoffed derisively, thinking how utterly stupid he was. If this were investigated, he would be the first to die. Wu Fan begged continuously, aware of the impending disaster today. Director's son promised that if I performed well, he'd transfer me to Wangdu, where honor and wealth would last forever. Please, both of you, spare me. I'll never dare again. Wu Fan lay on the bed, endlessly kowtowing. Glory and wealth. Chu Nanchi snorted with a cold laugh, his gaze piercing. These poisons landing in He Wen's hands must have caused countless misdeeds already. And all this was for the sake of wealth and status. Chu Nanchi didn't want to listen to any more nonsense. He glared at He Gu Yuan with a full intention to kill. Are you done asking? He Gu Yuan nodded, signaling he had no intention to ask further as long as Su Haowen wasn't involved, otherwise, he would need to entertain murderous thoughts. The sword rose and fell. In an instant, Wu Fan, who had just begged for mercy, was decapitated and died right there on the bed. Ah! He Gu Yuan hurriedly stepped back, complaining, I nearly got covered in blood. Chu Nanchi discarded the sword, his expression reverting to its usual coldness as he turned to walk, back to the mansion. He walked swiftly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his chest. As soon as he thought about how stupid he was in his previous life for treating his enemies so well, he wanted to slice himself. Reaching the wall, he grabbed He Gu Yuan's collar, forcefully lifted him over, then released him once they were out. He Gu Yuan almost lost his footing, steadying himself against the wall. Looking back, seeing Chu Nanchi's displeased expression, looking very much like someone extremely upset, you'd better not bother me, He Gu Yuan wisely refrained from joking around. Leaving that street, dawn had broken outside. There were traders and passers-by everywhere. Fresh buns, come get your buns. 2 coins each, no charge if not tasty. Buns, fresh buns. Seeing this, He Gu Yuan pulled Chu Nanchi by his hand, ignoring the latter's frosty glance. He acted as if he didn't see Chu Nanchi's unpleased face and grinned cheerfully. Come on, I haven't tried the buns from the southern city yet. I'm not hungry, you eat alone. Chu Nanchi tried to shake him off, but the next second He Gu Yuan immediately frowned, scrunching up his face. Ouch, my shoulder hurts. Chu Nanchi stopped mid-motion, dragged by He Gu Yuan's swift change of expression into the bun shop. Sir, please come inside. Curious, He Gu Yuan approached, examining the steaming hot buns. What kinds of fillings do you have? Sir. Our buns are thin-skinned with large fillings, all using the freshest local vegetables and wild greens, absolutely delicious. Really? Then bring 2 of each kind, and 2 bowls of this. He Gu Yuan pointed to the pot of soup nearby, though it contained various vegetables, he didn't know what to call it. Good sir, please sit down, the buns will be served momentarily. He Gu Yuan pulled Chu Nanchi to sit down at a table, behaving nothing like a prince, more like a commoner. Sitting down, Chu Nanchi had chopsticks thrust into his hand, watching him without any emotion, genuinely wondering where he got so much enthusiasm, being energetic about everything. Even after committing murder, he could sit down and eat as if nothing happened. Ignoring Chu Nanchi's indifferent expression, He Gu Yuan waited curiously. Here are your buns, sirs, and 2 bowls of spicy soup. Enjoy your meal slowly. The buns were arranged on platters, a full 3 large plates along with 2 enormous bowls of soup bigger than their faces. Chu Nanqi's lips twitched slightly. Do you think you can finish all of this? He Gu Yuan pushed one bowl towards him matter-of-factly. We can take the leftovers home. As he said that, he moved the other bowl in front of him and took a spoonful of soup, drinking it immediately and exclaiming, tastes great. You should try it fast. This soup contained dried tofu, soft tofu, diced mushrooms, seaweed strips, meat slices, and assorted vegetables, all fresh ingredients, naturally tasting good. Although Chu Nanqi frequently visited South City and occasionally drank here, this cooking style was pretty common, only marked by freshness. Being a prince, He Gu Yuan had probably eaten everything, yet he still showed such liking. Chu Nanqi glanced, noticing He Gu Yuan devouring the food joyfully, his cold demeanor dissipated. An appetite unintentionally arose, prompting him to drink the soup. These buns aren't bad either, but unfortunately, they can't be taken away, otherwise, I could bring some for my grandfather to try. He Gu Yuan finished a bun in 2 bites, eating incredibly fast. Seeing Chu Nanqi delicately nibbling on the bun, behaving gracefully and politely. Truly beautiful people differed, they ate elegantly as well. Hearing this, Chu Nanqi replied indifferently, if you get the chance, you could bring the king to visit South City. My grandfather spends most of his time in the north, where it gets colder as you go farther. The food isn't fresh either. The south is better, the climate is appropriate, and the cuisine is better too. But why are you so thin? As a child, He Gu Yuan saw him as small and short. Now grown up, although his height had increased, there was still no meat on his frame, touching him felt unpleasant. However, his buttocks were quite firm, all the little meat he had was there. Chu Nanqi calmly put down his chopsticks, he was full. Those who practice martial arts are all like this. Nonsense. Look at me, then look at your brother. It's clearly because you're picky with food. Look at your appetite, eat another one. He Gu Yuan picked up a bun and stuffed it directly into Chu Nanqi's mouth. Chu Nanqi had never been treated like this before, and his expression seemed somewhat unnatural while He Gu Yuan burst out laughing. You remind me of my horse, every time I feed it, its eyes bulge wide open. Comparing him to a horse, that was impressive. That fleeting wave of thought in Chu Nanqi's mind vanished instantly as he glanced at the other side and swallowed the bun. After that, no matter what, he wouldn't eat anymore. He Gu Yuan just buried his head and ate on his own. In the end, out of 3 large trays with 20 buns, 5 were left. Chu Nanqi only ate 3, and He Gu Yuan devoured 12 by himself. Chu Nanqi wasn't unfamiliar with people who had big appetites, but last night, he had seen He Gu Yuan's figure, tight muscles, smooth abdominal lines, 8 distinct abs, and didn't expect such a capacity for eating. It was truly admirable how he kept his figure so well. Chapter 32, The End of a Day Out. Carrying the remaining 5 packed buns, the 2 returned to the estate. The gatekeeper saw them come back and greeted them, young master, last night a woman came to deliver something, which you purchased. The guards have already placed it in your room. It must have been Chun Lan. Understood. Just as they were about to enter, they heard a man shouting behind them. Master. A man nearly 7 feet tall, slim, dressed in a grey robe ran up from behind. Breathless and sweating profusely, it appeared he didn't know martial arts. Who was this man? Chu Nanqi surveyed the man, then heard He Gu Yuan mutter, came so quickly. I thought we'd have 2 more days of peace. Mukong caught his breath and clasped his hands together to bow to Chu Nanqi. Then he said to He Gu Yuan, His Highness, after hearing of Master getting injured, was very worried. That's why he hurriedly sent me over. Alright, I knew you'd come soon. If not you, it'd be one of the others. He Gu Yuan lazily finished speaking, pointing at Mukong as he introduced him to Chu Nanqi. This is someone who works for me, skilled in medical arts. Chu Nanqi nodded, politely inviting Mukong inside. Doctors save lives, and he always respected them greatly. Mukong, seeing his hospitality, hastily returned the bow. Not at all, young master needn't be so courteous. He Gu Yuan, Nanqi, ignore him. He'll make himself comfortable. Chu Nanqi had initially planned to invite someone to check He Gu Yuan's wounds once they got back home. Though the bleeding had stopped, the shoulder was still a through-and-through wound, poisoned, and torn again. He wasn't completely at ease. Now with Mukong here, it was just timely. Moreover, since he was sent by the Prince of Zhenbei, surely he had some message for him. Let him check your injury first. I'll go back to tidy things up, then come see you shortly. Sure. He Gu Yuan watched Chu Nanqi walk away, then turned to Mukong, speaking casually, follow me. Returning to the separate courtyard. He Gu Yuan sat at the stone table in the yard without any pretense. Mukong approached to feel his pulse, only relaxing when he found nothing wrong. Master's body has no issues. We should still examine the wound. There's no need to look. Your medicine is excellent. A few days rest and it'll heal. He Gu Yuan retracted his hand. By the way, write a copy of that hemostatic formula and give it to the king of Nanping. They might find it useful. Yes, understood. Speak, is grandfather asking you to bring me back or does he have more messages? Upon hearing this, Mukong's delicate face revealed a smile. The king upon hearing of master being injured and poisoned was deeply concerned. Furthermore, your actions were rescuing others, how could he scold you? Humph, don't fool me. Doesn't he Gu Yuan know the old man, watching him as closely as a pupil? Although at the time, he followed the fifth prince and realized the latter wasn't doing good deeds. At first, he was merely observing the spectacle, but unexpectedly discovering that the person involved was the king of Nanping. Due to their childhood bond over shared chicken legs, Gu Yuan couldn't let the fifth prince succeed. So he lunged forward. But when life hung by a thread, he vaguely worried. Worried about what would happen to the old man if he died. The old man had only one grandson in his entire life, struggling tirelessly to uphold the vast residence of the Prince of Zhenbei. If not for ensuring his safety, he wouldn't have held on to his military power even at an advanced age, fearing that Gu Yuan couldn't grow up safely. Fortunately, fortune favored the brave and he pulled through. But, according to the old man's temperament, whipping him 10 or 20 times would probably calm his anger. Mukong said, Master, he really overthinks things. This time, the prince said you should rest well and return to the capital with the king of Nanping without rushing along the way. In the capital, he will cover for you, so there's nothing to worry about. TSK, that old man has changed his mind. Is this how it's going to be now? Mukong smiled helplessly. Between these grandfather and grandson who were together over 100 years in age combined, their interactions still seemed childish, always bickering, but they had a very deep bond. The prince also mentioned that the 3 children of the king of Nanping are all excellent. Master, he can interact with them more and make friends with them. Gu Yuan thought the old man's original words should have been, let that good-for-nothing learn from their virtues, all he does is cause trouble every day. What about the engagement? That daughter of some minister, who tried everything to get me, will grandfather make me marry her? This matter is already settled. It was initially them approaching the prince just thought since you're no longer young, if both parties were willing, they could unite joyfully. Now that neither side is willing, it's over. Humph, the old man doesn't want it to become too awkward, but I'm not foolish. The emperor ultimately still wants the military authority of the Prince of Zhenbei. If it weren't for these years where Gu Yuan acted recklessly and gained a bad reputation, the emperor, seeing him understand the situation so clearly, would have found no reason to remove him. Now, he plans on shoving a woman into his life so he could indirectly control the Northern Defense Army. This plan has been well calculated. But it all depends on whether he consents. Especially after last night, he now has someone else to protect. Gu Yuan, having dismissed his usual jesting expression, said sternly, you pass a message to Hua Tuesday. I think our journey back to the capital isn't safe. The fifth prince returned defeated. After preparing for such a long time, he suffered heavy losses. With the vindictive character of the fifth prince, he wouldn't let it go easily and will surely send people to attack them again. Seeing his serious face, Mukong immediately replied, yes. Also, send Jin Yu to pay Su Ning a visit. Remind Su Haowen to properly review the personnel of the Chamber of Commerce, don't allow spies to infiltrate unnoticed. Yes. This trip to the southern city made me realize that guarding the border is crucial. Let someone from the royal guards take over this branch and keep an eye on all the vendors, especially the source of the 7-day powder. Judging from Chu Nanqi's unusual reaction, Gu Yuan always felt there was more to the story behind the 7-day powder. He wanted to find out exactly what this 7-day powder is about. 7-day powder. Mukong being a doctor naturally knew about this stuff. It ranked first among the deadliest poisons in the world. Realizing the gravity of this matter immediately, he said, I'll handle this right away. On the other side, Qing Zhu reported the incoming news to Chu Nanqi. Our agents attempted to assassinate Hewen last night and discovered another high-level expert by his side whose martial arts style could not be identified, looks like some kind of rogue master. Chu Nanqi hummed thoughtfully at this. Qing Zhu continued, however, one person couldn't safeguard Hewen. We injured one of his legs. This morning, Hewen decided to take the water route and fled in a hurry. I estimate that in a few days, he'll reach the capital. Sir, do we still need to pursue? Chu Nanqi put down his teacup and said indifferently, no need. Killing him serves no purpose. I want to keep him around and play with him slowly. Qing Zhu, looking at Chu Nanqi's cold expression, remained silent. What about Wen Shuyuan? How's the investigation going? Speaking of this, I'm also confused. Qing Jiu says his family are farmers who studied hard for many years before passing the civil service examination. We really haven't found out how he knows Hewen. This result was expected by Chu Nanqi as it was the same in the previous life. Even their secret agents couldn't discover any link between Wen Shuyuan and Hewen, which justified his trust in him. Continue sending people to monitor them. Once Hewen returns to the capital, they must meet each other. Yes. Chapter 33, Will you protect me? After finishing lunch, everything was packed up. According to tradition, they could only bring 5,000 troops when returning to the capital. This time, Chu Nanqi brought only 2,000 men, leaving the rest to garrison South City. South Pool, is bringing just this number sufficient? Chu Chen slightly puzzled, although during peacetime most soldiers would lay down their arms and return home. In the past, they usually brought around 30 or 40,000 men. Bringing just this many this year may seem a bit too few. Second brother, fewer men allows us to catch bigger fish. Chu Chen seemed to understand somewhat but did not ask further. Sir, the carriage is ready. This one is decent enough, not so miserly anymore. A carefree male voice came from the gate. He Gu Yuan lifted the curtain to look inside the carriage. There's water and tea inside. Satisfied, he praised the servant Qing Yi, you're improving. Good job. Qing Yi's lips twitched as he stood quietly by his side like a personal attendant. He Gu Yuan turned and waved to Chu Nanqi, come sit in the carriage with me. Chu Nanqi mounted his horse, responding coldly, no thanks. Tisk, so cold. He Gu Yuan retracted his hand without any care and climbed into the carriage. Chu Lu and Chu Chuan were also traveling by carriage this time for show. A few cargo carriages trailed behind them, ready for the journey. Chu Nanqi gave a wave, and the group set off. Behind them, the gates of the Nanping Royal Manor slowly shut close. 3 days later. At Song County's Inn. A quiet night saw everyone asleep when a group of black-robed assassins crept into the courtyard. They silently ascended the stairs, gently pushing open the doors before inching toward the beds. The person on the bed appeared to be sleeping soundly. The assassin slowly raised his sword, about to strike. Suddenly, the sleeper's eyes opened with an amused glint as they screamed loudly, Nanqi, save me. Immediately after, the sound of swords being drawn rang out behind, startling the assassins. But it was already too late. Chu Nanqi wielded his sword and quickly darted through the attackers. Before they could even land a single move, their throats had been slashed. I'm scared out of my wits. In bed, He Gu Yuan clutched the blanket, his bright eyes admiring Chu Nanqi. Nanqi is really impressive. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed, but Chu Nanqi didn't have time to pay him much attention and rushed out with his sword. He Gu Yuan stood up to watch the chaos unfold. Qin Yi and Qin Zhu were fighting fiercely outside Chu Lu's room against the black-clad figures. Chu Nanqi swung down from the second-floor balcony, plunging his sword directly into one of the assailants' chests. Wow! Nanqi, you're awesome. Standing on the second floor, He Gu Yuan watched intently while applauding for Chu Nanqi. A green vein throbbed on Chu Nanqi's temple as he continued killing expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Qin Yi slipped slightly, almost getting cut. Had this not been the only grandson of the town northern king, they might just sew up that mouth of his. Nanqi, look behind you. The guy on the left, go for his shoulder. Attack his lower half. He Gu Yuan stood upstairs, chattering incessantly like a commentator. Enraged, one of the black-clad men climbed the ladder and swung his sword at him. Ah! Nanqi, help! He Gu Yuan bolted away, running down the other staircase and hiding behind Chu Nanqi, patting his chest fearfully. That scared the life out of me. Good thing I ran fast enough. With a raised hand, Chu Nanqi blocked the attacker's sword and kicked him away. Seeing things going wrong, the group of assassins immediately retreated. Qin Yi led some others to chase them, but Chu Nanqi gestured to stop, don't follow them. Qin Zhu squatted down to inspect the dead bodies and found nothing. Master, it looks like they are from a martial arts sect. Holding the sword, Chu Nanqi flipped up the veil on one of the corpses' faces. They were people from Yun country. Seems Prince Five has learned to hire Jianghu killers. He Gu Yuan glanced somewhat disdainfully at the corpses on the ground. Nanqi, does he look down on you? Only sending these amateurs. Chu Nanqi gave him a cold look. Please don't run next time, Master He. That's impossible. I'm injured and instructed to rest quietly. I must follow medical advice and hope that young master will take extra care to protect this invalid patient. He spoke as if it were true, looking innocent with his focused eyes on Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi turned away indifferently, saying, clean everything up. Understood, replied Qin Yi. Chu Nanqi went back upstairs and entered his room. Are we done? Inside, Chu Chen and Chu Chuan both held swords. They had stayed hidden, guarding their father by the bedside. Yeah, Chu Nanqi sat down by the table. The closer we get to the capital, the more assassination attempts there will be. He-Wen won't give up easily. How ruthless can this man be? Chu Chen slammed the table in anger. If the other weren't a prince, he'd already have wanted to pull out his sword and cut him down. The emperor has already received news of victory. Orders have been issued for Wen Qi Yuan to return to the city along with several comforting imperial decrees. He-Wen must be afraid. If he doesn't eliminate us now while father is injured, it'll be even harder for him later. Chu Nanqi had known He-Wen for years. Though deceived before, during their struggles against other princes, He-Wen's ruthlessness was evident to him. Chu Lu lay on the bed, deeply resenting He-Wen. The emperor may be suspicious, but he wouldn't take such overt actions. This He-Wen truly underestimates our Chu family. Chu Chen coldly snorted. He thinks he's what? When we return to the capital, I'll make him regret this. Brother, no need to rush. He will get his retribution. Chu Nanqi's eyes were icy. He wanted to see just how far He-Wen could rise in this lifetime without him. 2 more days passed. This time, the caravan didn't stop at an inn but stayed outside the city. A few figures disembarked from the horse-drawn carriages as Gu Yuan stretched lazily, lacking energy as he leaned on Chu Nanqi. Hey, tonight we're sleeping outdoors. Chu Nanqi instructed his men to rest nearby. Seeing that he was leaning on him like a boneless creature, he spoke indifferently. Yeah. Gu Yuan hung onto him and poked him twice on the shoulder with his fingers. Chu Nanqi turned his head to look at him. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, speaking playfully, here it's open to all winds, a pitch-black night with high wind, perfect for ambushes. Young master, you must protect me well. After these days of interaction, Chu Nanqi had become adept at calmly facing his teasing, responding with a cold voice, take care of yourself. That won't work. It's safer by your side. Gu Yuan grinned, saying, tonight, young master will have to share a carriage with me. On the road these past days, Chu Nanqi had been riding a horse. However, in the inn they indeed slept in the same room. It was because the inn lacked rooms, plus Chu Nanqi knew that Gu Yuan wasn't as frail as he seemed on the surface. But since Gu Yuan's injuries were caused by himself, Chu Nanqi couldn't leave him uncared for. Chu Nanqi lifted his hand to hold his arm, letting him step back, then said lightly, understood. Then, Chu Nanqi turned around and instructed others on the necessary preparations. Chapter 34, The Thorny Beauty. Oh. A beauty with thorns. Gu Yuan stood still, a smile on his lips. Mukong, carrying the medicine box, came over from the back carriage, young master, it's time to change the bandage. Oh, coming. By evening. Apart from the crackling of burning wood, the surroundings were silent except for the insect chirps not far away. Chu Nanqi sat in the carriage, arms crossed, closing his eyes to sleep. Though they only brought 2,000 men for their return to the capital, these were carefully selected soldiers. Throughout the journey, there had been 3 assassination attempts in total, with minimal casualties. Most of the army were now asleep, aside from the guards on watch duty, and snores echoed everywhere. Gu Yuan, however, hadn't fallen asleep. With nothing much to do during the day, lying idly in the carriage, where would such a big wave of sleepiness come from? So out of boredom, he squeezed close to Chu Nanqi, playing with his hair, making little braids. Chu Nanqi slept lightly but also ignored him. He now understood Gu Yuan. If he opened his mouth and talked, this guy would babble endlessly. Ignoring him brought some quietness. Gu Yuan created 3 small braids, quite satisfied, propped his chin on his palm and stared at Chu Nanqi, full of laughter in his eyes. However, this happiness didn't last long when distant rustling sounds reached them. TSK. Things disturbing his peaceful dream came again. These people were truly relentless, knowing well that they wouldn't succeed yet persisting anyway. Not sure if Prince Five had gotten his brain kicked by a donkey or held on to the hope of possibly succeeding someday. After so many failures, why bother trying again? Chu Nanqi's eyes shot open and he grabbed the sword beside him. Gu Yuan lazily leaned against him, his tone laced with coquetry, young master, I'm so scared. Chu Nanqi, having become accustomed to his antics, didn't even twitch an eyelid and concentrated fully on the sounds outside. Those sounds weren't actually too prominent in the darkness, but they were prepared. The assassins hired by Hewan weren't fools either. Their targets were clear, they aimed directly for the carriage. But Chu Nanqi had prepared thoroughly, no one important was actually sleeping in those targeted carriages. Qin Yi and his team struck first, soon turning the area into a battlefield. Chu Nanqi pushed aside the curtain and got off the carriage. Seeing him, the black-clad figures rushed toward him, waving their knives. With a single swift stroke, Chu Nanqi's blade pierced out like a shadow, with great force severing the attacker's right arm within moments. A clang followed the scream of pain as the man fell down. Nanqi, so brutal. Behind the carriage came a voice pretending to be dramatic, quickly switching to a frightened tone. Ah! There's an ambush. A sword thrust through the carriage window, forcing Gu Yuan to roll and tumble out of the way before grabbing Chu Nanqi from behind. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he shamelessly clung to the person's back while incessantly rambling, Nanqi, save me. After saying that, he also indignantly cursed the man, this person has no shame. How dare they sneak attack someone as weak as me? The man swung his sword and charged toward them. Gu Yuan exclaimed with a startled oh, and quickly withdrew his head. Chu Nanqi raised his sword to block the attacker's charge and then kicked the man down before stabbing through his shoulder bone. Gu Yuan peeked his head out from behind Chu Nanqi and praised, Nanqi, you're amazing. Let go. Oh. Gu Yuan obediently released his hold on the person, and Chu Nanqi swiftly executed the attackers without leaving any trace. In just a moment, the black-clad assassins were all taken care of. Qin Yi and the team conducted their usual checks but found nothing. Master, these are still members of the assassin organization. Chu Nanqi nodded, it was within expectation. The underlings efficiently dug pits to bury the bodies. Chu Chen stood there, frowning and cursing, are these assassin organizations brain dead? How many waves have we had now? Do they want money so much that they don't care about their lives? He Gu Yuan responded, this I do know a bit about. Assassin organizations in the martial world train their members from childhood. Most are orphans or children kidnapped by human traffickers. There's no emotion involved. As long as the price is right, they have an endless supply of people. Damn. This He Wen is worthless. Chu Chen turned his head and asked He Gu Yuan suspiciously, isn't He Wen a prince? Is he this wealthy? Does Empress Yu in the palace support him? Hiring these assassins must have cost a lot of money. He Gu Yuan said, Samuel brother, what you're asking is whether He Wen secretly engages in other businesses. Chu Chen nodded, I feel that for him to dare act like this, with poison and killers, he must be well funded. Of course. Just buying those strange venomous insects and poisons from the southern border costs a fortune. He Gu Yuan leaned his head and whispered a few words into his ear. What? Upon hearing it, Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise, damn, does this son of a bitch dare engage in such business? He Gu Yuan lazily raised an eyebrow, he operates covertly. If it weren't for my accidental discovery, we wouldn't have known. Chu Chen clicked his tongue in disdain, feeling no liking towards He Wen. He turned to Chu Nanqi and said, Nanqi, I'll go see father. You two should rest early. We need to continue traveling tomorrow. Chu Nanqi cleaned his sword and returned to the carriage. Once the outside was tidied up, it fell silent once again. He Gu Yuan climbed into the carriage and sat shoulder to shoulder with him. You don't seem very surprised by what I told you and your brother. Chu Nanqi had clearly heard what he said to Chu Chen but didn't display any shock, it was as if he already knew. Chu Nanqi closed his eyes and hummed faintly. Although in his previous life he hadn't cared about these things, he vaguely knew that He Wen surely had ways to make money. To seize the throne, one merely needed two things, troops and money. Given He Wen's character, it wasn't odd that he ran these clandestine brothels. Hey, this isn't fun. It makes me feel especially defeated. He Gu Yuan tilted his head and leaned on his shoulder, looking quite docile, little master is so capable. In the future, I'll follow you and live luxuriously. Chu Nanqi opened his eyes, glanced at him, and then closed his eyes again to sleep. 10 days later. After 2 more unsuccessful assassination attempts, they finally arrived at the capital. Chu Nanqi rode his horse, gazing at the city walls, feeling as if he were transported to another realm. He looked back, directing his gaze toward the carriage at the rear. There sat his father and elder brother. In this lifetime, no one would ever be able to take them away from him. Let's go in. Chu Chen rode beside Chu Nanqi and spoke. Holding the reins, Chu Nanqi joined his brother leading the group into the capital. The convoy entered through the city gate, where inside and outside appeared as though they belonged to 2 different worlds. The streets were bustling with merchants shouting their goods loudly, and passers-by thronged everywhere. Their entourage stood out remarkably, not to mention the large number of followers trailing behind. Hey! Isn't this Prince Nanning returning from war? The atmosphere in the capital was open-minded. Though the emperor had recently been neglectful, the foundation of Yun country remained strong, with robust troops. As its capital, the imperial city naturally flourished. Chapter 35, Nanqi's Confession. On the second floor of some buildings, many women fanned themselves shyly, looking down at the street below. Surrounding onlookers chatted endlessly. Are the 2 leaders Prince Nanping's heir? No, they are the second and third princes. I recognize them. Wow. They are both handsome fellows. I wonder if they're married yet. Ooh. Don't even think about it. With their status, how could they possibly notice us? That's not certain. The speakers were several young women from Linglong Pavilion. One of the more daring ones threw a floral headdress at Chu Nanqi as their convoy passed by the entrance to Linglong Pavilion. Her aim was accurate, and the floral ornament landed in Chu Nanqi's arms. This immediately set off a wave of giggles among the group of girls. Courtesans were naturally bold, so seeing Chu Nanqi holding the floral ornament prompted one of them to declare her feelings right on the street. Young master, I admire you. Would you buy my freedom? I will serve you by washing your feet. Her soft voice, full of coquetry, drew laughter from many surrounding listeners. It wasn't the first time Chu Nanqi had been confessed to like this. He handed the flower headdress to Qing Yi with a calm voice, return it to the young lady. Qing Yi took it, turned around, and gave it to the door servant of Linglong Pavilion. From upstairs, an undeterred girl said, hey, don't be so heartless, young master. Even as a footmaid, I'd be willing. Chu Nanqi continued forward without changing expression, his face composed. Had it not been for the city's rules forbidding galloping horses, he would have left long ago. He Gu Yuan lifted the curtain slightly, glanced at the girls on the second floor with a raised eyelid, then turned to look at the youth riding ahead of him, lips curving slightly. Little Master Chu Nanqi is truly popular. At the entrance to the mansion, Chu Yu and Ning Shu stood waiting early after receiving the news. Beside them stood several eunuchs, including the head eunuch of the emperor, Shi Gonggang. Seeing the convoy approach, Chu Yu held Ning Shu's hand, eyes bright with joy, sister-in-law, they've returned. Yes. Ning Shu clutched her handkerchief, moistening her eyes. Her belly was already large, and standing was quite uncomfortable, but seeing her husband return filled her with happiness. As they spoke, Chu Nanqi and the others arrived. A few dismounted before the mansion gates, where Xia Gonggang led people to welcome them. This old servant greets Duke Nanping. It had been half a month since the injury on the way home. With the medical skill of Master Mukwang and careful care, Chu Lu's wound healed well. However, according to the previous arrangements, Chu Lu was still carried down. Following him came Chu Chuan, his arm tied in bandages, looking very injured. Shi Gonggang smiled politely and respectfully. Seeing Chu Lu, he dared not let him rise and hurried over. "My lord, with your injuries, there should be no unnecessary trouble. I am here just to deliver an oral decree from the emperor." Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqi and others all knelt down. In front of the mansion, they all knelt down in unison. Then Xie Gonggang conveyed the imperial decree. Its general meaning was that Duke Nanping had achieved great merit, and in addition to regular rewards, there would be comforting words. This kind of decree was standard after each victorious return from war and contained nothing extraordinary. After finishing, Shi Gonggang bent over and smiled warmly at Chu Lu. "My lord, the emperor isn't feeling well. He specially sent me to visit you. Now that I see you are fine, I can safely return to report back to the emperor." Chu Lu clasped his hands. "Please tell His Majesty that I shall certainly arrive in the palace tomorrow." According to the regulations, they needed to report to the palace on the day of their victory return. But due to Chu Lu's serious injury, it was postponed until the next day. Otherwise, merely because of this delay, they could also be accused of showing disrespect to the king. Shi Gonggang nodded. "The emperor said that, given your injuries, there's no need to rush." Chu Lu, "Thank you, your majesty." Chen, escort the public official properly. Chen, public official, please go slowly. Xie Gonggang smiled. "I take my leave." Behind him, a few eunuchs followed, getting into their sedan chairs and leaving. Once they departed, Chu Nanqi and Chu Chuan exchanged glances and silently arranged for some people to enter the estate. When everything was settled, Chu Nanqi then walked towards the carriage and tapped lightly on the window. He Gu Yuan opened the curtain and looked at him with an amused grin. "Does Nanqi want to keep me?" Chu Nanqi's voice was as clear as the moon. "I'll send you back to Jinbei Mansion." Whoa. So formal. It's appropriate. Regarding what happened in the Southern Territory, although the emperor's information might be slow, it must have been clarified during these 15 days. That He Gu Yuan saved Chu Lu was an undeniable fact. Regardless of the emperor's suspicions, Chu Nanqi still had to do what he must, such as escorting He Gu Yuan back today. He mounted his horse and led the way ahead. Jinbei Mansion was on another street. The capital city was vast, and the mansions occupied even greater areas. From Nanping Mansion to Jinbei Mansion, they had to pass through 3 streets. Chu Nanqi hadn't paid attention before, but now he realized it was quite a distance. When they arrived, He Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. "Since you brought me back, you should meet my grandfather, right? It is only proper." Chu Nanqi had already stepped inside. He Gu Yuan swayed his body, a thin-lipped smile curling as he followed behind. "Grandpa, I'm back." As soon as He Gu Yuan entered the courtyard, he shouted loudly. Before Chu Nancha could react, a figure emerged, holding a whip in his hand. "You damn brat, you dare come back. Watch me beat you to death." Xia Yuanshan waved the whip, and from the strength, it didn't seem like he was joking around. Grandpa, please go easy on me." He Gu Yuan immediately hid behind Chu Nanqi, placing his arm around Chu Nanqi's waist and yelling, "Grandpa, Nanqi is still here. Please save me some face." "Save face? You blasted grandson, and you have any face left? Come out. How dare you hide behind someone else?" Xia Yuanshan angrily put his hands on his hips, his tiger-like eyes glaring at him. "How dare I? Nanqi saved me." He Gu Yuan clung tightly to Chu Nanqi, knowing that Xia Yuanshan wouldn't hit him, and stuck his tongue out at him. Chu Nanqi stood tall with his fists clasped, steady and upright as if there wasn't such a big ornament hanging off him. He bowed respectfully to Xia Yuanshan. "My lord." "Humph, you certainly know how to find yourself a strong ally." Xia Yuanshan threw down the whip and looked at Chu Nanqi. His expression softened somewhat. "Why did you come along with this scoundrel, Nanqi?" Chu Nanqi's face remained composed, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant, and he replied quietly, "The third prince saved my father. It is only proper for me to come and thank him." He Gu Yuan stretched his head out from Chu Nanqi's shoulder and corrected him petulantly. "Why does Nanqi call me third prince again? That's too formal." Chu Nanqi didn't even flinch, and he had long since been able to ignore He Gu Yuan's childlike behavior. Xia Yuanshan noticed He Gu Yuan clinging tightly to Chu Nanqi and behaving like a mischievous child, and something unusual flickered in his eyes. Chapter 36, Open and Fearless, Unafraid to be Beaten. "I already know about this matter. Never thought he could actually do a good deed. How's your father?" These days, all over the capital, people are talking about it. They say Chu Lu is seriously injured and has difficulty getting up. They also say you rushed to the battlefield with a knife to save your father. Xia Yuanshan meant to tell him that the capital city already knew what had happened in the southern region. Chu Nanqi understood clearly. My father is fine. That's good. Let's talk inside. Xia Yuanshan turned and led them into the house. He Gu Yuan let go of him and changed to holding his wrist, looking like a close brother. Xia Yuanshan saw this but didn't say anything. Sit down, don't be so formal. Thank you, my lord. Chu Nanqi sat down in the side seat, and he Gu Yuan called for some snacks for him to eat. After the servants delivered tea and pastries. Xia Yuanshan waved his hand, and Jin Qian led everyone away. Only the three of them remained in the hall. Xia Yuanshan got straight to the point. What did you mean when you sent someone to give me a message that day? Xia Yuanshan had pondered many possible reasons for this, and from every perspective, it carried great significance. But he still wanted to hear Chu Nanqi's explanation. On that day, I received a secret report that the fifth prince had secretly left the capital with men. I don't know what he intended to do. However, at that time, both my father and older brother were in the southern region. If anyone in Wandu could be trusted by Nanqi, it was my lord. So I took the bold step of asking my lord to investigate this. But I never expected that he would bring people to the south to attempt assassinating my father. He has already told me about this. I really couldn't believe they would dare to act so recklessly. Fortunately, your father is unharmed. This surprised not just Chu Nanqi, but even Xia Yuanshan became more cautious. Who could guarantee they wouldn't become the next target? Chu Nanqi said coldly, the temptation of military power for a prince is indeed great. Xia Yuanshan slammed the wooden table angrily, his expression full of frustration. Throughout history, fighting for the throne has always been common. But the fifth prince's ambition goes too far. He thinks he can control the army of Nanping. We'll see if he has the ability. He Gu Yuan lazily sniffed and laughed. He rides horses and practices martial arts in Wandu daily, thinking that being a general is just about issuing orders. Foolish beyond measure. Don't be fooled by the fact that the army listens to the emperor's orders. But to truly become a general of one area, much more effort is required than people realize. Only when you earn the respect of the soldiers can you command the entire army. Even He Gu Yuan himself only obtained his current standing after years of struggle in the military. Let alone he won, that sanctimonious hypocrite. Xia Yuanshan said, leaving our two families aside, which general in the court didn't start as an ordinary soldier? Only through constant refinement and experiencing real battles will the soldiers respect you and follow you into battle. These princes who live lives of luxury truly think that by killing us, the army will belong to them. A pipe dream. Chu Nanqi did not think Yuan was such a stupid person. Since he dared to make a move, there must be someone in the Ministry of War who would help him. If things really went that far, nothing could be predicted. Moreover, the emperor also had a part in this. He was the person hiding behind Yuan. Yuan might just be a stepping stone after all. Thinking of this, Chu Nanqi said, this assassination attempt has nothing to do with the third prince. He saved my father, and Yuan will surely hold a grudge against both of you. Xia Yuanshan shook his head indifferently. Even without this matter, Yuan has long been a thorn in their flesh. Things have reached this point, there's no need to talk about other things. Xia Yuanshan wanted to say something else. That day when you sent me a message, I immediately sent people to investigate. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi opened it and saw several addresses, some located in forests near the Wangdu. What's this? My people found some traces of activity nearby. If I'm not mistaken, these are places where Yuan secretly maintains his dark guards. Upon seeing these locations, Chu Nanqi furrowed his brows. In the past, he also knew that Yuan had people around him, but they were always the same few familiar faces from the mansion. All of Yuan's actions were carried out by his men without involving others. Now that he thought about it, with the Nanping army at his disposal as a potent weapon, why would he waste his trained dark guards? Or rather, his dark guards were doing other things that Chu Nanqi was unaware of. Chu Nanqi put the paper away. He intended to send Yuan a little greeting gift. He Gu Yuan leaned in solicitously and asked, need any help? Chu Nanqi, no need. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Xia Yuanshan, thank you, your highness, for informing me. Without misleading your highness, my people couldn't find anything. Qing Jiu stayed in Wandu for half a month investigating but found nothing, proving once again that the Bainoang family had deep roots compared to him. He wasn't the Chu Nanqi who held immense power 5 years later, everything still needed careful planning. You're still young, and your people need more experience. There's no rush. You just returned to the capital and came here, you shouldn't stay too long. It's best to return home. The words of your highness are very reasonable. I shall take my leave, and I'll visit another day. Xia Yuanshan stood up to see him off and casually mentioned, Yuan has a good connection with you. Treat him as family in the future. Chu Nanqi raised his eyes to look straight at Xia Yuanshan, fully understanding his meaning. All right. Chu Nanqi left. He Gu Yuan stood behind Xia Yuanshan, arms crossed, and slowly said, Grandpa likes him. This sentence was a statement. Xia Yuanshan turned back and slapped him on the head without hesitation. You little brat, risking your life like that to save someone, huh? Wait till I beat you to death. Ouch. Old man, why are you hitting me? He Gu Yuan ducked behind a screen while holding his head. If I didn't save him, where would you find such a handsome granddaughter-in-law? Xia Yuanshan stopped in mid-motion, though he had suspected earlier. Hearing him confirm it nearly made him choke. He Gu Yuan, say that again. He Gu Yuan hid behind the screen, his neck stretching out as he spoke quickly. Grandpa, our Yun country promotes open-minded customs, and commoners often marry male spouses. Don't tell me you disagree. I. Xia Yuanshan slammed the table, pointing at him with puffing cheeks and glaring eyes. Is this about marrying a man? Do you even know who he is? He's the youngest son of the Nanping king. Are you willing to risk being dismembered by your own father if you married him? The emperor most fears his family and wants nothing more than to eliminate them completely. This boy actually intends to marry Chu Nanqi. He thought he regarded him as a close friend, not as a spouse. How infuriating. He Gu Yuan spoke assertively, showing no regard for authority. What's there to fear? If father so distrusts us, then wouldn't it be better for our two families to become in-laws? Let father worry enough to abandon any sinister plans. Isn't this the best strategy? You. Fine, you win. Then I ask you, you're my only hope, are you trying to make me childless? Or do you plan to take a few concubines later to have children? Chapter 37, He is the only one for me this lifetime. Xia Yuanshan paced around with his hands on his waist. He had originally thought of getting him to establish a good relationship with Chu Nanqi, so that even if he were to die in the future, He Gu Yuan would not be entirely friendless. But now, things seemed to have spun out of control like an untamed wild horse. This reckless brat was doing exactly what came into his mind. Grandpa, it's just that South Pool is the only one for me this lifetime. The young master has already compromised his innocence, and I cannot back out now. You can't possibly want me to be a faithless man, can you? Cough cough. Xia Yuanshan almost choked on his own saliva, trembling as he pointed at him. What did you say? You and him. He Gu Yuan proudly nodded. It was an accident. But this lifetime, it's him. You must not separate us. He stood there, just like a peacock in the courting season, his head high and unwaveringly determined. Xia Yuanshan himself was a hopeless romantic. He married only one wife who passed away early. His only daughter was also gone, leaving only this single shoot. Ah. Xia Yuanshan sat down on the chair, sighing helplessly with a headache. There was nothing he could do but give in. Since you've compromised his virtue, you should take responsibility. Seeing that his grandfather wasn't going to hit him anymore, He Gu Yuan shamelessly approached him. Grandpa, as for descendants, aren't your brother-in-law's kids also Xia family children? Although we rarely interact with them to avoid suspicion, they still belong to the Xia family. We can just choose one capable person among their children. Moreover, South Pool also has his sister and sister-in-law, their children will count too. So, don't oppose it anymore. Humph, He Gu Yuan, you certainly have everything planned out. Xia Yuanshan glared at him. He Gu Yuan laughed sheepishly and started giving him a shoulder massage from behind. Grandpa, clearly you also like South Pool. Your look at him just now, don't think I didn't notice. Humph, Xia Yuanshan gave him a sidelong glance. That child is decent. At such a young age, yet possessing a steady demeanor and a resolute gaze. Much more reliable than you. That's true. Look how great a grandson-in-law I picked for you. Hearing grandson-in-law over and over again, Xia Yuanshan threw cold water on him. I ask you, did South Pool agree? If Chu Nanqi had truly agreed, then there were certain matters worth considering carefully. No. What? Xia Yuanshan turned around to glare at him. So, your rambling earlier was all hot air. Younger uncle, South Pool is still young. Besides, he hasn't realized his feelings yet. But don't worry, sooner or later, he will be ours, no escape. You little liar. Xia Yuanshan scolded him, and then said with worry, have you thought about this? His Majesty will never allow you two to be together. Not to mention, the rumors about him saving his father have spread throughout the capital like wildfire. If it weren't for my intentional distraction by spreading other rumors, His Majesty would have already suspected him. So let's just handle problems as they come. He Gu Yuan showed no signs of concern. If His Majesty tries to force a marriage on him, I'll elope. After all, we've done so many outrageous things already, one more won't make any difference. Don't act rashly. Alright, these matters can be discussed later. Let me see your injuries. It's fine. As long as Mukwang is around, you shouldn't worry. What am I supposed to feel relieved about? You brat, you're going to scare this old man to death. When your wound heals, I'll show you. Hee hee. Chu Nanqi returned to the Nanping Wang mansion. The whole family was gathered in the main hall. Now that the mansion had undergone a round of purging, most of the people left were their trusted ones. Ning Shu wiped her tears while being heartbroken. Chu Chuan's wounds had healed significantly after half a month, though the cut had been rather deep and required more rest. You're pregnant, don't grieve too much. Chu Chuan used his other hand to wipe his wife's tears. In front of so many people, Ning Shu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Chuaner, go back to your side. Ning Shu's condition makes moving difficult, she needs more rest. I understand, father. After paying respects, Ning Shu left the main hall with Chu Chuan. Chu Yu sat nearby and, seeing her elder brother and sister-in-law lovingly, felt happy as well. She turned to speak with Chu Lu. Father, are you sure your wound is all right? Only heaven knows. Even though they received news ahead of time, when she heard of his severe injury upon entering the capital, she was incredibly worried. Just now, seeing that her father was carried in, her heart hadn't settled down yet. In front of his beloved daughter, Chu Lu chuckled, don't worry. I can still wield a knife without issue. It's just that South Pool will have to help keep me bedridden. Chu Yu, seeing her father still the same, spoke gently, if it weren't for third brother sending word ahead, I would have been terrified. Ah, there's much to tell. Chu Lu sighed and gave her a brief account of what happened on the battlefield, avoiding other details. In his heart, he still wished for his daughter to grow up happy. This time, Prince Wu had sinister intentions, Moonlight. In the future, you must also be cautious of him. When out, ensure good people are by your side. I'll follow father's words. As Chu Nanchi returned from outside and saw them sitting together talking, he came forward to greet Chu Lu with respect. South Pool, quickly try the pastries your sister specially made for you. Thank you, elder sister. Seeing Chu Nanchi pick up a piece to eat, Chu smiled with warmth in her eyes. Her younger brother always loved the pastries she made herself. Beside them, Chu Chen drank tea jealously and said, why didn't I get any pastries when I returned? As soon as South Pool comes back, it's different. Elder sister is truly biased. You're still pouting about this with South Pool. Chu Yu laughed and told Pinger, hurry and bring some pastries to our second master before he starts, snatching, from South Pool. The maidservants stifled their giggles. Seeing the cheerful reunion among his children, Chu Lu couldn't help but show comfort on his face. After a while, Chu Nanchi escorted Chu Lu to the bedroom for rest. The two conversed in private. You went to see off Crown Prince 3, what did the king of Zhenbei say? Chu Nanchi helped Chu Lu onto the bed and then sat down on the stool to recount what happened at the royal estate. The king's meaning was already quite clear, willing to befriend us, but we don't yet know if he has any intentions for that position. After all these days of observing He Gu Yuan's attitude, it seemed he only wanted a life of comfortable leisure and no signs of ambition for the throne were evident. These matters aside, both of our families need to remain low profile for now. Tomorrow, when we go to meet His Majesty, you'll come with me. On mentioning this, Chu Nanchi had the same thought, His Majesty will surely ask why I suddenly went to the southern border. Father, tomorrow at the palace, you should say this. The father and son whispered and conversed privately in the bedroom for half an hour. Only then did Chu Nanchi leave. Back in the bedroom, Chu Nanchi massaged his temples, feeling quite exhausted, but he still had something to order. Qin Yi. I'm here. You follow the address on this paper, investigate the situation of the person concerned, and report back to me. Yes. After finishing the task assignment, Chu Nanchi took off his clothes, submerged into a wooden tub, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Chapter 38, Audience with His Majesty. Ever since His Majesty's health deteriorated over the last 2 years, morning court sessions were reduced to every 3 days. Matters large or small were usually reported to the cabinet instead. This was still summer. Once winter came, His Majesty rarely ascended the throne due to the cold weather. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chu Lu entered the palace with Chu Nanchi. The sedan chair traveled smoothly from Shun Tian Gate all the way to inside the palace grounds. According to custom, ministers entering the palace were not allowed to take advantage of such conveyances, but everyone knew Lord Nanping was heavily injured and could hardly walk. His Majesty specially granted permission, partially as a show to others. Once the sedan chair reached the study entrance, it had to stop. Chu Nanchi assisted Chu Lu to step out. Just as they mounted the stairs, they noticed someone kneeling beside the side door of the study. That person was tall and broad-shouldered, with a familiar figure standing upright. Chu Nanchi exchanged a glance with Chu Lu, both father and son sharing mutual puzzlement. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed He Gu Yuan. When He Gu Yuan heard the commotion, he turned around and greeted Chu Nanchi cheerfully. South Pool, Your Highness. Chu Lu asked, somewhat surprised, Third Prince, why are you kneeling here? This was the entrance to the study, not the inner courtyard. Though His Majesty wasn't presiding over morning court, there were many high-ranking officials who often visited. Especially the leading grand secretaries who were required daily to attend the imperial presence. He Gu Yuan kneeling here would certainly attract stares from all. My father said I fled the arranged marriage, damaging a young lady's reputation, so he commanded me to kneel as punishment. But considering I saved Your Highness' life, my punishment was lessened, allowing me to return after only 2 hours. Normally, it would be a whole day. So I actually gained favor today. He displayed an utterly carefree expression, shameless as ever. Chu Lu intended to speak but, noticing the few eunuchs standing nearby, chose not to. This was the palace, where they couldn't simply talk freely. Chu Nanqi's face turned cold, his eyes showing iciness. He naturally understood the implications behind this action. His Majesty, this is deliberately slapping their faces. He Gu Yuan saved Lord Nanping, and the entire royal capital knows about it. Who is he? And what is Lord Nanping? It's unavoidable that some would speculate if the Zhengbei house intends to align with the Nanping house. And regarding Prince He Gu Yuan, who has been neglected in the past, does he have a chance to ascend that position? So His Majesty deliberately found an excuse to make He Gu Yuan kneel at the comings and goings filled entrance of the study. This is to tell everyone that He Gu Yuan is merely someone the emperor detests. Such lack of respect towards the Nanping and Zhengbei houses shows that they are not taken seriously at all. Chu Nanqi let out a cold sneer in his heart but involuntarily shifted his gaze to He Gu Yuan. Seeing Chu Nanqi looking at him, He Gu Yuan playfully blinked without a care in the world. At this moment, Shi Gonggang came out from the hall to welcome them. My lord, His Majesty invites you. Thank you, Master Shi. Chu Lu, holding his waist, was supported by Chu Nanqi and moved slowly, step by painful step. Every step they took seemed hesitant, as if in immense pain. He Gu Yuan saw them go inside, then straightened up while kneeling again. However, he appeared rather sleepy and idly watched the ants on the ground. Upon entering the inner hall, coughing sounds could be heard from within. Chu Lu walked in slowly, even more deliberate than before. His face carried an expression of utmost apology. That demeanor made him appear sicker than His Majesty himself. The humble servant feels unworthy, yet here I am to pay my respects to the Son of Heaven. Please forgive my sins. Chu Lu said this, preparing to kneel down. With thick bandages around his waist and blood stains on the gauze, the process of kneeling was painstakingly slow. Just as his knees were about to bend down, Emperor Shizhen quickly gestured for him to stop. Your Excellency need not perform such etiquette. Please take your seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Nanqi respectfully supported Chu Lu as he sat down, and then performed a grand bow. Nanqi pays his respects to His Majesty. Emperor He didn't ask Chu Nanqi to rise but instead conversed with Chu Lu. We've heard Nanqi has established great merit this time. We are pondering what rewards we should bestow upon him. Chu Lu humbly declined the compliment. Your Majesty overpraises. This child hasn't accomplished any significant feats. He just possesses some rudimentary skills, nothing more than eliminating a few enemy soldiers. Truly speaking, he isn't even comparable to common foot soldiers. Said Emperor He, eyeing Chu Nanqi intently. I have only heard of Nanqi's extraordinary literary talent. Never thought he was also proficient in martial arts, truly impressing me beyond measure. Chu Nanqi knew each sentence was a probe. Keeping his head lowered, he replied, Your Majesty, my father once hoped our family could produce a top scholar. Hence, I've mostly spent my days reading. But due to poor health in my childhood, I learned some basic boxing skills from my elder brothers to keep fit. It was no secret that the Lady Nanping passed away due to complications during childbirth, which Emperor He naturally knew. Chu Lu, seeing His Majesty continuously staring at Chu Nanqi, spoke up, Your Majesty, I have one matter this time. Cough cough. Emperor He suddenly began coughing fiercely, prompting Shi Gonggang to swiftly bring a cup of tea forward. Chu Nanqi raised his eyes and observed Emperor He, who appeared to be shaking violently from the cough. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Emperor He had reigned for 15 years, being less than 50 years old, and had practiced martial arts before. He shouldn't have been so weak. Thinking of Prince He-wen, Chu Nanqi's eyes darkened slightly, making up his mind about something. After finishing coughing, Emperor He instructed Chu Lu, Your Excellency, please continue. Chu Lu stated, Your Majesty, this southern mission left me severely injured. If it weren't necessary today to personally pay my respects, I would still be confined to bed. Saying this, a troubled look appeared on Chu Lu's face. Therefore, I wish to request resignation from Your Majesty. I'd like to live leisurely from now on, playing with my grandchildren. I sincerely hope Your Majesty grants me my wish. A spark of joy flashed in Emperor He's heart, yet he put on a deeply concerned facade. Your Excellency, these words. With proper rest, your injuries will heal soon enough. The court still relies heavily on you. Chu Lu chuckled bitterly. Your Majesty, truth be told, the sneak attack nearly pierced my internal organs. My insides are really damaged. The doctors have told me that wielding a sword in the future might no longer be possible. Now, the children have grown up. Chu Chuan and Chu Chen are excellent generals loyal to Your Majesty. This old man has to accept defeat and retire home. Please, Your Majesty, taking into account my loyalty to the nation, grant my humble servant his last wish. Emperor He said, since Your Excellency insists, health comes first. However, when you step down, the Crown Prince alone may find the transition somewhat challenging. Coincidentally, when Qi Yuan mentioned the other day how much he admires your household and wishes to learn under you. What do you think? That would be splendid. Chu Lu responded with full-faced smiles and accepted immediately, then let him follow Chu Chuan. Though, since he is the son of Lord Wenguo, wouldn't it be disrespectful to treat him casually? No, she said, the Emperor and Lord Wenguo want him to undergo some trials. The Imperial Army currently has many vacant positions. Once he learns enough from you, we will bring him back. Since the Emperor puts it this way, then this humble servant is relieved. I will certainly treat young Lord well. Chu Nanqi knelt below, head bowed, lips curling coldly. The Emperor was the Emperor after all, knowing that due to incorrect information earlier, they had already revealed Qi Yuan as a pawn. Since it was out in the open, not making the most of it would have been wasteful. Chapter 39, Duke Gongsun. Sending him into the Nanping, no matter what, provides an obvious spy. Yet the target was also a young nobleman who couldn't be easily disposed of. These were all within Chu Nanqi's expectations, so he wasn't surprised at all. Suddenly, Chu Lu shifted gears and began to act pitiful. Your Majesty, this old minister thought I wouldn't see you again. Thank heavens for the third prince, otherwise, this old man's life wouldn't have returned. Mentioning He Gu Yuan caused the emperor's lips to stiffen momentarily before he feigned anger. He fled his arranged marriage, causing the young lady to attempt suicide both by hanging and poisoning herself. What a disgrace. Your Majesty, if it weren't for him, this old minister's life would be gone. Chu Lu twisted his body off the chair and kneeled down with quite a loud cry, shaking the ears of everyone present. Your Majesty, my life is tragic. My wife passed away long ago, and I raised my children alone, acting as both father and mother. I believe that during the ambush, I was about to meet my maker and would never see your Majesty again. My Emperor. Shiqing, help the Duke up. The Emperor found himself plagued by headaches from his wailing, gesturing for Shiqing Gonggong to support the man. Ouch, Your Excellency, what are you doing? His Majesty hasn't said anything about punishing third prince, he only wants to put on a show for the Grand Secretary. Shiqing summarized the situation quickly while Chu Lu continued crying softly, pulling out an embroidered sachet from his robe pocket. Your Majesty, your loyal subject found this in the mountains. It seems crafted in the palace style. Please take a look. Shiqing hurried to take it and handed it over to He Shi. He Shi took it, inspected it front and back, eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. It does seem familiar. Shiqing, go investigate where this sachet came from. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this servant speculates that perhaps Nan Liang intentionally placed it to create discord among us. This servant would rather die than believe there could be someone inside the palace who would want to harm me. Chu Lu spoke earnestly, brimming with loyalty, consistent with his usual honest demeanor, words that the Emperor trusted. Your words are wise. Do not fall for the enemy's provocations. You can rest assured, if this incident is uncovered, I shall surely give you a proper resolution. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Lu expressed gratitude and added, Your Majesty, third prince saved me. If Your Majesty doesn't reward him, aren't we falling straight into Nan Liang's trap? They must think Your Majesty undervalues this old servant, undervalues Nanping's forces. Later, they may send others to sow discord further. This isn't beneficial for the security of our borders either, Your Majesty. He Shi cursed internally, calling Chu Lu an old rascal, blaming South Liang for incompetence worse than failure. 2 cities worth of grain freely delivered. They even left behind something trying to provoke discord between Chu Lu and us, inciting internal fighting. Fortunately, Chu Lu was loyal though somewhat simple-minded, otherwise, just with this sachet, he might have suspected there was more to the situation. Negotiating with tigers comes at a cost. He Shi didn't place much importance on a mere South Liang, but as plans had changed, subsequent considerations needed reassessment. So, we shall reward him 10,000 taels of gold and some other good things. Such a minor matter, why must you cry so loudly? It won't do, Your Majesty. Chu Lu knelt there, wailing with surprising strength. Yesterday when this old minister returned to the capital, I heard rumors everywhere saying that third prince is unruly without education, having no official position or responsibilities, being licentious and mischievous. People even talked about how Miss Grand Secretary jumped into the lake out of shame. This poor old man finds it hardest to endure when others insult his children. Tell me, how can a child who saved an unrelated elderly man like me ever be labeled as bad? Your Majesty, these people are taking advantage of the fact that the Empress has passed long ago, and you are preoccupied with state affairs. That's why they slander and make false accusations against him. Your Majesty, please protect third prince. Presumptuous. He Shi slammed the table. How dare you speak nonsense? Who are they to comment on princes? Chu Nanqi smirked disdainfully. Do you really think their comments weren't encouraged by you? What a mock of a benevolent father. Your Majesty, why don't you grant him a title? With a proper name, future matrimonial prospects won't be mocked by the outside world. This old minister will feel he has repaid his debt for saving my life. And I can face death contentedly. Granting a formal title meant he officially became someone with a legitimate status, no longer merely known as the third prince. He Shi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chu Lu, unsure what this man was really here for. Actually, He Gu Yuan was the legitimate son and should have been enfeoffed as a king already. Yet whenever He Shi thought of him, he also thought of his mother. Coupled with the events from the past, He Shi found him quite unpleasant. Was Chu Lu's present statement indicative that he had chosen to side with He Gu Yuan? Before she could inquire further, Chu Lu spoke again. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince mentioned wanting 2 fine horses not long ago. During my trip to the southern frontier, I happened to obtain 2. Once I return, I will have Nan Chi send them to the Crown Prince. His conversational shifts were abrupt, as though whatever came to mind, he simply blurted out. She believed himself to understand this Nanping Duke. It seemed he wasn't someone who played games, so he smiled while scolding. How improper of the Crown Prince to ask such things from a minister. Your Majesty, you jest again. The Crown Prince is modest in nature, it's just the childish heart within him. Boys do love horses, swords, and such. Fortunately, old minister has only these sorts of things. If he asked for gold or silver, I would be short. Ha! Very good, very good. In your words, it is I who am remiss for not giving you gold. With a few sentences, the emperor's mood lightened greatly. To Xiqing, he said, go fetch 10,000 taels of gold to reward Duke Nanping. Also, issue an edict, and fetch He Gu Yuan as the Prince Gongshan. Since he resides in the Zhengbei Duke's residence, no additional estate needs to be granted. Chu Nanqi hadn't expected His Majesty to directly enfeoff He Gu Yuan as a prince. He had originally anticipated asking for a lesser title, such as Marquis. Yet the title, Gongshan, compliant and obedient, truly bordered on mockery. How the emperor let a wealthy but unambitious youth bear such a name. The meaning behind it couldn't be clearer, even a fool could guess it. To say nothing of granting no new estate. This princely title bestowed upon him really made a joke of things. Minister, can we now consider the grace of saving your life returned? The old minister trembles with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Lu laughed lightly. Your Majesty, I may now sleep peacefully. She shook his head helplessly, portraying harmony between ruler and minister. You are too straightforward. Very well, return then. I, your humble servant, take my leave. Chu Lu and Chu Nanqi bowed their heads, after which Chu Nanqi supported Chu Lu and they exited slowly. Once they had gone, He's smile faded. Xiqing tentatively inquired, my lord, shall we let Prince Gongshan stand up? He coughed slightly, his expression unclear. Let him rise. Send people to keep watch on them. Any actions must be reported back to me. Rest assured, my lord. Your humble servant has arranged people to watch closely. Under Xiqing's command were a batch of imperial guards specially appointed by His Majesty to monitor activities from the former court and proved highly reliable. You go tell the Crown Prince to visit the Nanping residence under the pretense of visiting illness during the coming days. Concerning that sachet, I did not see wrong, it belongs to Lady Gui, does it not? It is indeed hers. This time, Prince Wen made significant moves but came up empty-handed. However, those hired assassins were all from martial arts circles. How could this sachet end up in the hands of Duke Nanping? Chapter 40, No Discipline at All. All present were shrewd individuals. The sachet was exquisitely crafted, something those outside the palace wouldn't know. But those long-term residents inside the palace need only glance to identify if it belonged within. She cursed, a scheme of South Liang. How foolish of Prince Wen to let South Liang find out about this. Fortunately, Chu Lu's mind is too straightforward for more thoughts. Otherwise, with his quick temper and simple disposition, he would have exploded right there demanding to confront Prince Wen. Prince Wen intended to assassinate Chu Lu, a plan the emperor had been aware of for some time, considering Prince Wen among his relatively capable sons. But never had he imagined how ineptly this operation would be conducted, failing to kill Chu Lu while being detected by their enemies instead. What kind of incompetent person still dared to vie for the throne? If it weren't for blood relations. Oomph. May His Majesty live forever. Xiqing declared. Still, with this rescue act from Prince Gongshan towards Nanping Duke, according to the Duke's temperament, naturally the prince will be given higher regard. Would this impact the Crown Prince? She waved a hand dismissively. It won't. Regarding Chu Lu, I believe I understand him well. By the way, how old is his daughter? Reporting to the emperor, Miss Chu Yu is 18 years of age. Not young anymore. She isn't young anymore. She should have married much earlier. However, in the past couple of years, the Duke expressed reluctance to marry off his daughter too early, hence many proposals were rejected. With his hot temper, suitors grew tired, and he eventually shut the door, resulting in her still being unmarried till today. This explained why the emperor delayed action against Nanping until now. Everyone in the capital knew about Chu Lu's straightforward and fiery temper. If he had not insisted on neutrality and refused to choose sides in order to safeguard the Crown Prince, His Majesty would not have resorted to this course of action. Since matters didn't turn out as planned, and Chu Lu himself volunteered to retire from his position, agreeing to let Wang Gui enter the Nanping army. Given his perceptive and appropriate conduct, the emperor decided to so readily bestow a title on He Gu Yuan. Chu Lu's loyalty could be of use to the Crown Prince, it was better to keep him alive rather than killing him. The emperor set down his teacup, another plan already forming in his mind, go summon the empress. As Xiqing left to deliver the message, he congratulated He Gu Yuan who was kneeling outside the study door. Your Highness, please rise. Your Highness. Higu Yuan smirked. Shichue, are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? However, he did believe the latter part and stood up with an air of nonchalance. Wanye. The Emperor has decreed it. As a reward for rescuing Nanping Duke, you are enfeoffed as the Gongshan Prince. You only need to go back and express your gratitude. Ah. A windfall like this has fallen on me. That's wonderful. Is it real or am I dreaming? Will father not regret his decision? Higu Yuan rubbed his hands together conspiratorially as he leaned closer to Shiqing. Grand Eunuch, how much stipend does a Wanye get? Is it the same as my grandfather's? Shiqing twitched his eye, evidently aware of Higu Yuan's character. Wanye, the official decree will inform you of the specifics. For now, go share the good news with the Jinbei Wang. This old servant is occupied, so I shall take my leave. Hey! Don't go yet. I still have questions. Higu Yuan turned to the young eunuchs nearby, shaking his head. Your Grand Eunuch Shichue sure is busy. The young eunuch smiled nervously, not daring to respond. Higu Yuan walked away humming a tune, his hands behind his back, swaying casually. Wow! Wanye! This is great. I've managed to play one too. Next time, if I find more people to rescue me, would His Majesty give me gold? His voice wasn't low, and the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids heard everything clearly. A few looked at him disdainfully. Since ancient times, a gentleman must conduct himself uprightly, walk steadily, and exude presence, none of which applied to him. Unlike others, he swayed loosely and behaved frivolously. Where was the decorum expected of a prince? He even conversed freely with passing servants, showing absolutely no discipline. Master. Someone is here to see you. Chu Nanqi returned to the Nanping estate, finding Qing Yi standing nearby, evidently having waited quite some time. Father, rest well. Chu Lu looked around, then quietly asked him, are there any spies in our home? Can I move about? He had been bedridden for half a month, any longer and his bottom would hurt. Chu Nanqi chuckled helplessly. Jingzhou has cleaned both inside and out within the mansion, it's safe. But father, if you're practicing martial arts, go to the back courtyard. Alright. Carry on with your work then. I'm off. Upon hearing that he could practice martial arts again, Chu Lu swaggered confidently, completely different from the weak and feeble image he portrayed at the palace. Chu Nanqi smiled faintly. If His Majesty were wise, given father's disposition, even if he chose not to meddle in factional strife, he would become a loyal minister once the crown prince ascended the throne. Besides, barring unforeseen circumstances, the crown prince should naturally inherit the imperial seat. All these moves by the emperor now stemmed merely from guilt. He feared someone else might repeat against the crown prince what he himself did years ago. Western enclosure. Chu Nanqi stepped into the courtyard and saw a youth-like man standing there, bowing respectfully upon seeing him. Master. Chu Nanqi noticed the sword in his hand first before shifting his gaze to the person's face, someone sent by Higu Yuan. Yes. My name is Tian Shui. I'm the bodyguard of the young prince. Tian Shui. Chu Nanqi sat down on a stone bench in the yard. Why has Higu Yuan sent you? Is there something specific? It seemed just moments after leaving the palace, Higu Yuan already had his messenger dispatched. It was indeed quick. Tian Shui pulled out a token and handed it over to Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi glanced down at it. It was the token from the money exchange shop. In the Yun state, all banks operated as state merchants. Each transaction was recorded with a unique serial number associated with its exclusive token. With this token, funds could be withdrawn throughout Yun state territories. Such tokens bore distinctive marks preventing counterfeiting. What does this mean? The young prince says all funds belonging to Songyun commerce can be used at master's discretion. Chu Nanqi rubbed the slightly rough surface of the token, somewhat perplexed by Higu Yuan's intentions. Could it be a gesture of gratitude for helping him obtain his princely title? Yet, other than a nominal title with no tangible benefits, what else did it offer? Did this merit such a substantial repayment from Higu Yuan? What exactly was that fellow thinking? Isn't your young master afraid I'll deplete the entire bank account? Tian Shui smiled. Young prince anticipated you asking this question. He says as long as master is pleased, even selling Songyun commerce is fine. Chu Nanqi, ? Is Higu Yuan crazy? To actually say something like that? Master. The young prince has a total of 4 divisions under him, allocated according to metal, wood, water, and fire. Jin Yu manages finances, Mu Kong is for medicine, Hua Tu handles all kinds of official matters, and our water division is responsible for close protection. Upon hearing Tian Shui's words, Chu Nanqi furrowed his brows. Why are you telling me this? This was already something outsiders shouldn't hear. It wasn't strange that Higu Yuan had people under him, but who would tell an outsider and explain it so clearly? The young prince says that we consider master part of the family. In the future, I will stay by master's side as a messenger pigeon and protect your safety. Part of the family. Messenger pigeon. After listening to his words, Chu Nanqi wanted nothing more than to slap Higu Yuan. He truly did whatever popped into his head. Chapter 41, Messenger Pigeon. Based solely on their brief half-month association in the Southern Territory, this man had already revealed all his cards. Was he not afraid someone might turn against him or betray him? With such a disposition, could he really become a proper emperor someday? I have my own guards. I don't need you. Go back to your master and tell him to read more books when he has time. Chu Nanqi seriously suspected that He Gu Yuan's brain was different from others. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shui knelt down and sobbed loudly while covering his face. Master, the young prince said if you refused to accept me, he would beat me 80 times with a paddle and make me beg for food outside the mansion gate. I beg you to take pity on me. I haven't even found a wife yet. I promise I won't listen to things you don't let me, and I don't eat much either. Please keep me as your messenger pigeon. As he spoke, he wiped his tears, behaving completely shamelessly, just like his master. The veins on Chu Nanqi's forehead twitched, even Qin Yi standing behind him started twitching at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that all the guards of Jinbei Wang were like this? Tian Shui cried openly while sneaking glances at Chu Nanqi. When their eyes met, he feigned dramatic sobbing once more. For a while, the courtyard was filled with only Tian Shui's wailing. Chu Nanqi held the token in his hand, remaining silent for a long time as if lost in thought. After a moment, he handed the token to Qin Yi and said indifferently, "Keep him." "Thank you, master." Tian Shui immediately stood up and obediently stood beside Qin Yi. There wasn't even a single tear left on his face. Qin Yi had become immune to his master's antics after a month of exposure. At noon during lunch, the whole family sat together. There were just a few of them, so Chu Lu didn't like eating separately, it felt too estranged. Halfway through the meal, Chiu asked Chu Nanqi, "Younger brother, tomorrow I want to go pray at Guangji Temple. Do you have time to accompany me?" Chu Nanqi put down his spoon and nodded, "Yes, tomorrow I'll go with you." Chu Yu, HM. Actually, I didn't want to trouble you, but since these days are turbulent, I feel safer with you by my side. That's right. Chu Lu smiled kindly and reminded them, in the future, take more people with you when you go out to avoid encountering those with bad intentions. Understood, father. Chu Nanqi glanced at Chu Chen, big brother should come along too. We haven't been out in a long time. Chu Chen had no objections. Now, since there was no war, besides practicing martial arts, he had nothing else to do. Ning Shu enviously patted her belly, she hadn't stepped out of the house for several months now. I also want to go, but unfortunately, because of this one inside, I can't. Chu Yu smiled, when Auntie gives birth, I'll accompany her then. That's the only option. Ning Shu exchanged a look with Chu Chuan, their eyes brimming with undiminished affection. Chu Nanqi's gaze also landed on Ning Shu's swollen belly, his lips involuntarily curling upward. It was wonderful, his entire family was together. After finishing their meal, Chu Chuan pulled Chu Nanqi aside to talk. You must still be cautious when you go out. Don't let Yuan find any loopholes. Chu Nanqi laughed coldly, older brother, don't worry. I'll ensure he never gets a chance to approach sister again. He wouldn't passively wait for attacks nor allow Yuan another opportunity to come near his sister in this lifetime. Chu Chuan asked, what are you planning to do? Currently injured, all matters were arranged by Chu Nanqi. Nanqi had grown steady and mature, he was no longer the child who clung to his brother. Chu Chuan pitied him but could do nothing about it. Tonight, I will lead some men and raid his old hideout. Chu Nanqi looked at his older brother, big brother, don't worry. Borrow me Tan and the others. Follow your arrangements. Chu Chuan raised his hand and ruffled his younger brother's hair, now that everyone in the family is together, you shouldn't bear too much pressure. The care from his older brother was like a warm current warming Chu Nanqi's heart, prompting him to reveal a rare smile. The imperial decree conferring the title of Wang, Duke/King, had yet to arrive. The news had already reached those inside and outside the palace. Yuan was currently in the palace having dinner with Consort Yu. After hearing the eunuch's message, he threw down his chopsticks heavily and snorted coldly, for all these years, I have merely become a Jun Wang, Duke, yet he has actually become a Qin Wang, Prince. Among all the emperor's sons, apart from the crown prince, only Yuan had been bestowed the title of Duke. The second prince, being older, still did not have a title up until now. Let alone the sixth and seventh princes who only carried the name, Prince, but in reality had no power at all. It was enough to show how favored the emperor's heir was. Even Yuan's dukedom was granted out of respect for the Grand Secretary. But now He Gu Yuan, after simply rescuing the Nanping Wang, Southern Peace Duke, was immediately conferred as a prince. How could this not make him resentful? Consort Yu picked up her handkerchief and slowly wiped her red lips. Gongshan Prince. An empty title, without any reward such as a residence, and even punished to kneel outside the palace hall. Wen'er, you're acting too rash. Yuan naturally understood his father's intentions. In his heart, except for the crown prince, all the other sons were mere tools. But despite it being an empty honorific, in the future, he would still have to pay his respects whenever he saw He Gu Yuan. Reflecting further, he realized that it was an opportunity he had presented himself. How could he sit idly by? Mother, we must quicken our steps, otherwise, it will be too late. Yu Guifei exchanged a glance with him, revealing some meaningful looks. In the evening. At Linglong Pavilion. South Pond, we haven't seen each other for a long time. How do you find time to invite me for a meal? Greetings, Crown Prince Highness. Don't be so formal. We aren't strangers. Linglong Pavilion was renowned for its refined music. Although it was a place of revelry, its class was far above ordinary brothels. People here usually spoke softly, accompanied by musical instruments, and the wine and food here were excellent. It was a great place for gatherings. He Jing took his seat, with two sword-bearing guards following closely behind him. On Chu Nanqi's side, he was alone. My father had people pick out 2 fine horses, which have already been sent to the Eastern Palace. I wonder if the Highness is satisfied. Chosen personally by Nanpingwang, they couldn't be bad, right? By the way, I've heard your father's injuries are very serious. I was just planning to visit him when I received your invitation first. There's no major issue with my father, though wielding a sword might be difficult from now on. The Emperor has already graciously allowed my father to retire, allowing him to stay home and recuperate henceforth. Upon hearing this, He Jing shook his head sorrowfully. The king is a world-class hero. It's truly regrettable. Although the royal family was wary of the influence of the Southern Peace King's mansion, they were quite familiar with Chu Lu as an individual. Chu Nanqi responded calmly, Father said these 2 were rare good steeds of the year. Sent them over earlier lest you may not accept readily. And also asked me to invite you to have a meal and inquire if there was anything else needed. To He Jing, this meant an intent to pledge allegiance. Considering that Chu Lu's explosive temper made him unwilling to associate much with officials big or small in the capital city. Now, not only sending the horses proactively but also making his younger son specially come over. How could He Jing not be pleased? Who in the entire royal city doesn't know the temperament of the king? What you say makes it sound like I am taking what others treasure. Let's handle it this way. Upon returning, I'll have someone send all the precious medicines from the palace to your house. It's also my way of showing appreciation. Thank you, Your Highness Crown Prince. You are really too polite. Chapter 42, Simple-Minded and Muscle-Bound. He Jing poured himself a glass of wine and shifted the topic mysteriously. Nanqi, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. Highness, having known each other for many years, you might as well speak plainly. Well, originally, I thought the injury to Nanpingwang was from the battlefield. However, the other day, someone saw the 5th prince hurriedly return with his men. He seemed injured too. Not long after, Father discovered that someone had ambushed the king during battle. Do you think there could be a connection between these events? What are you saying? Chu Nanqi pretended to be shocked, nearly knocking over his teacup and standing up from his seat with agitation. Your Highness, is this true? Calm down. Sit down and let's discuss this slowly. He Jing watched Chu Nanqi's reaction clearly and determined that he really didn't know about the matter. There isn't any evidence for this matter yet. Hard to say. Chu Nanqi anxiously paced back and forth on the spot twice, then reseated himself, looking grim. Highness, speaking frankly, you might not believe me, but on the day Father set out, I always felt uncomfortable in my heart, feeling that something wasn't right. Later on, I even had nightmares seeing Father being killed. That's why I rushed anxiously to the South City. Even thinking about it now makes me break out in a sweat. To begin with, Chu Nanqi was originally a scholar. Matters of prophecy like this were definitely unknown to him. Even he himself only found out about the 5th prince's actions today, when informed by His Majesty. The sachet you discovered in the forest, I've already sent people to secretly investigate. It belongs to Consort Yu. Chu Nanqi looked stunned, truly. How could I deceive you? But a mere sachet cannot achieve much. You know that Consort Yu is from a prominent family, and the 5th prince is both intelligent and capable. Without any evidence, even if you take this matter to His Majesty with the king, at most the 5th prince will be locked up for 10 to 15 days, it won't accomplish anything significant. These words weren't false. An imperial prince committing a crime is punished the same as a commoner. This statement, after all, was merely used to deceive others. Clearly, Chu Nanqi believed He Jing's words and clenched his fists in anger, striking the table. The 5th prince is too arrogant. My father has done nothing to offend him, so why would he do such a thing? What other reason could there be? You're not in officialdom, so you wouldn't know. I remember last month, the 5th prince suggested wanting to study with your Southern Peace Army. Your father directly refused him. Normally, your father also doesn't interact with him. It seems that if he can't get what he wants, he would rather destroy it instead. Get what? What does he want from my father? Chu Nanqi furrowed his brows deeply, showing great confusion. Suddenly, he covered his mouth, looking incredulously at He Jing, trembling as he asked hesitantly, Your Highness, could it be that he intends to? He Jing's expression darkened as he nodded, sneering, among the princes, his reputation and acclaim are the highest. With Consort Yu's family backing him up, it's very normal for him to have this thought. Chu Nanqi lowered his hand, glaring indignantly, Your Highness, forgive me for speaking boldly. Your abilities are no less than his. Moreover, behind you is the Empress, and you are the Crown Prince personally appointed by His Majesty. If he tries to climb higher, he'll bear the sins of disloyalty and filial impiety. Disloyalty and filial impiety. As long as he can rise to become emperor, who in later histories and records would dare write it this way? Throughout history, the victor rules while the loser dies. History is always written by the winners. Who would dare to label these 4 characters on a successful man? Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqi grew anxious, standing up to salute He Jing. Your Highness, you cannot sit idly by. Allow me, South Qi, to take the liberty of speaking for my father and brother. As long as the Southern Peace Wang mansion exists, we will ensure your Highness ascends the throne. Excellent. He Jing rejoiced immensely. Indeed, revealing the information about the 5th prince had secured the support of the Southern Peace Wang mansion. Still brilliant, His Majesty. He quickly helped Chu Nanqi back to his feet, patting his shoulder affectionately. With this one sentence of yours, I am reassured. Don't worry, I will certainly deal with what the 5th prince did for you. However, we must consider the long-term plan. He may be easy to handle, but consort you isn't. Their conversation having reached this point. To make Chu Nanqi trust him more, He Jing no longer hid or concealed his words. Though the Empress enjoys His Majesty's deep favor, is she unable to counter-consort you? Who doesn't know that the Empress was His Majesty's childhood friend since young, especially for His Majesty's future then? The Empress took the initiative to step aside, willingly remaining a concubine instead of an Empress. He Jing sighed and re-invited Chu Nanqi to sit down. You know that my mother comes from a humble background and is a secondary daughter. Though she now holds the position of Empress, His Majesty has promoted her frequently, yet her strength remains insufficient. Consort Yu is the daughter of the chief cabinet minister, whose disciples span the world, creating quite a disparity indeed. Fear nothing. Your Highness, you still have me. And also He Gu Yuan. He will also support your Highness. The 3rd prince? He Jing frowned, then realized immediately, yes, I heard it was he who saved your father. Yes. He fled marriage, fearing being captured by the Prince of Zhenbei, and ran southward. He wanted to see how wars in the south were fought and ended up spectating by chance, thus unintentionally saving my father. He Jing, unaware of the detailed circumstances, understood upon hearing this. This does indeed sound like something the 3rd prince would do. However, the 3rd prince's temperament is overly stubborn and reckless, and extremely mischievous. In the past, he hasn't been friendly towards me either. What do you mean by that earlier comment? Your Highness. During this time I've spent with He Gu Yuan, I've found him to be extremely impulsive, making decisions without considering consequences. Guess what he'd do if he knew the person who nearly got him killed is the 5th prince? According to his character, he'd surely storm the palace and beat up the 5th prince. This sort of incident was far too common in their youth. Even now, despite them having grown up, He Gu Yuan remains the same. At the slightest disagreement, he would start a fight, getting punished with kneeling afterward regardless. Truly impulsive beyond measure. Lacking even an ounce of reasoning. Nanqi thought that after this matter, his relationship with He Gu Yuan was still quite good. If I were to talk to him, he said, he would certainly be able to suppress his impulse not to hit someone. However, he will definitely cause trouble for the 5th prince on purpose. Then we can take advantage of it. He Jing paused thoughtfully before hesitantly replying, but he is also a prince, and he has the backing of the Prince of Zhenbei. Even if he finds fault with the 5th prince, that doesn't mean he'll submit to me. I wasn't very familiar with him in the past, Chu Nanqi responded, but from what I understand about him during this time, he's just physically strong but mentally simple. Your Highness will one day look down upon all the lands, so it shouldn't even be difficult to subdue such a person. Chu Nanqi's few words made He Jing burst out laughing heartily. Yes, South Qi is correct. My 3rd brother, it's me who has too narrow an outlook. Your Highness is humble. Come, let's drink. Chu Nanqi used tea instead of wine as they celebrated. After openly declaring his allegiance, He Jing's attitude towards Chu Nanqi had completely changed. They exchanged many words, talking amicably all through the night. It was already late by the hour of high when their drinking finally dispersed. Chapter 43, Taking Initiative. At the entrance of Linglong Pavilion, He Jing got into his carriage while tipsy. He lifted the curtain and called out to Chu Nanqi, South Qi, in a few days, father will host a banquet for both men and women. You must come. Chu Nanqi bowed politely. South Qi understands. Your Highness, please go safely. The carriage gradually departed. Chu Nanqi's smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. Straightening his sleeves, he swiftly left the bustling street, turning into a dark alley at the back. However, the moment he entered, a figure fell from above, grabbing his arm and pulling him into an embrace. A familiar fragrance filled his nostrils. Chu Nanqi calmly looked at the sudden appearance of He Gu Yu and whispered softly, let go. He Gu Yu didn't loosen his grip but pressed him further against the wall teasingly saying, simple-minded. Physically developed. Chu Nanqi raised his eyelids, not showing the slightest bit of tension despite being trapped against the wall in such a manner. When did you arrive? He Gu Yu played with his hair, pretending to feel aggrieved. I've been here since dawn. How cruel-hearted South Chi is, enjoying delicious food inside while letting me endure cold winds on the roof. He, with his built frame, emitted a warmth so intense it could be felt even through clothes. He wasn't really pitiful at all. Yet, something inside Chu Nanchi changed after that unexpected incident, altering how he perceived this person. Chu Nanchi lowered his eyelashes and said, "Since you've heard it, then you should know there's no need for me to instruct you on how to act in the future." Higuyu leaned closer, speaking flirtatiously, "Since it's South Chi's command, how could I not obey?" His proximity made Chu Nanchi recall that wild night, leaving him uneasy. He pushed the person away with his hand. Understanding the hint, Higuyu released him without insisting further. Instead, he affectionately patted Chu Nanchi's back dust-free. "The people are ready. Should we set off now?" In the outskirts of the forest, a group of night travelers crossed the mountain forest to reach the designated location. At the same time, Chu Nanchi led his team to another place. With a cold wave of his hand toward his followers, holding his sword at the front, he led them into action. Soon after, fighting sounds echoed from deep within the drill ground amidst the forest. They quickly subsided. Having cut the last person's throat, Chu Nanchi gripped his bloody sword and ordered expressionlessly, "Clean up thoroughly." "Yes, master." Their crew worked efficiently. Not long afterward, everything was restored to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Finally, lime was scattered over the area, erasing all evidence. "My grandfather has already investigated, the fifth prince's entire estate is here. This time, you have broken all of his arms. Killer organizations can only be used for murder for hire and little else. But personal guards are different. They can accomplish far more tasks and usually possess unwavering loyalty which isn't comparable to those simply hired." Tonight's actions by Chu Nanchi indeed severely damaged He Wen's capabilities. It was easy to imagine He Wen's reaction once he discovered this. Chu Nanchi coldly remarked, "I still have plenty of gifts I want to present to him. Let's head back to the mansion." Higuyu clicked his tongue several times. Seeing Chu Nanchi ride away without waiting for him, he hurriedly caught up, grabbed the horse's reins, shamelessly squeezed close and climbed onto the horse with him. "Ouch, my arm hurts, I can't ride. Might as well trouble young master to give me a ride." Chu Nanchi turned his head and gave him a sidelong glance as though mocking how he came on his own horse. Besides, how much time had passed since his injury? It should have healed long ago. Facing his obstinate antics, Chu Nanchi kept a stoic face and turned his head away again. Gently flicking the horse's reins, he muttered, "Go." Higuyu, wearing a grin on his face, clearly understood Chu Nanchi's soft heart and, wrapping his arms around the latter's waist from behind, shamelessly took advantage of the situation. "Go slower," he said in a playful tone. "I'm in pain." Chu Nanchi's hand gripping the rope suddenly clenched tight as he frowned coldly and snapped, "Shut up." Being so close to Chu Nanchi, Higuyu couldn't help but notice the tips of his ears turning red, which prompted him to wisely retreat. "All right, I'll shut up." The group of guards following them looked at each other but remained silent and returned quietly to the city without saying a word. Another group, led by Qing Yi, joined them on the mountain road. Qing Yi saluted and reported the status. Chu Nanchi nodded. "Let's return." The two groups separated just before reaching the city gates. Though their Yun kingdom had no curfew, such a large crowd could still easily attract unwanted attention, hence dispersing was the best option for entering the city. Upon arriving at the city gate, Chu Nanchi addressed the man stubbornly clinging to him in a composed voice, "Get down already." At this point, for two men to be riding so intimately together on one horse, it would surely raise eyebrows if seen. Not to mention that neither of them were obscure individuals. Higuyu, who had been hugging Chu Nanchi all along, now dismounted cheerfully and grabbed the reins, leading the horse. "Can I at least escort you back home this way?" Chu Nanchi knew his nature well. The guy was inherently domineering. Take tonight for instance, Higuyu hadn't been informed about anything yet managed to follow along anyway. Jianshui was his man after all. Although Chu Nanchi hadn't planned on hiding it from him either. Silently, they strolled along the streets. It was midnight already, and not many people were out and about. The silence was so profound that the chirping of distant insects was audible. Since his rebirth, Chu Nanchi hadn't experienced such quietude. His mind had always been consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Inadvertently, his gaze fell upon Higuyu who was walking while holding the reins. The broad, solid back facing him exuded an indescribable sense of security. His feelings towards Higuyu were becoming increasingly complex, hard to define. That day, despite Higuyu's assertion that they'd never bring it up again, these days he appeared daily before Chu Nanchi, constantly finding excuses to touch him playfully. He wasn't stupid, naturally, he understood what Higuyu was getting at. However, Chu Nanchi closed his eyes momentarily. Having endured what might be termed betrayal during the previous life, he still couldn't muster enough courage to trust someone else impulsively. They reached the prince's residence silently. "We've arrived. You can get down now." Higuyu extended his broad, large palm. Chu Nanqi lowered his gaze and subtly placed his hand atop it, using it as leverage to dismount. After hesitating for some time, Chu Nanqi asked the question weighing on his mind, "Why did you have Tianshui give me the trade guild's insignia?" This was no trivial matter. A commerce association wealthy enough to rival a nation, wielding immense financial power, did he Gu Yuan not fear any repercussions? Was there really so much trust between them? Once I've given it to you, it's yours. No need for so many questions. Use it boldly and confidently. He seemed utterly nonchalant, treating the whole thing as something inconsequential. He Gu Yuan, whatever happened that night doesn't require you to take responsibility. It had been merely an accident after all. Prior to that event, they barely interacted, hardly even spoke a few words. Could an incident brought on solely by medication warrant such excessive reparation? Chu Nanqi. He Gu Yuan softly called out his name. Chu Nanqi looked up at him. He Gu Yuan extended his finger, brushing it against the corner of Chu Nanqi's eye. With seriousness in his gaze, he admitted, "What can I do? I want to be responsible." Instantly, Chu Nanqi widened his eyes, gripping the hem of his sleeve unknowingly beneath his clothing. He had sensed it long ago, yet he still wasn't sure how to react. Such straightforward dialogue nearly broke through his usual composed demeanor. Chapter 44, I like boys, okay. He Gu Yuan observed every flicker of emotion on Chu Nanqi's face with clarity, smirking faintly as he tapped his nose. Look at you getting so startled. Stop overthinking it. Let things happen naturally. I'm patient enough to wait. Nevertheless, don't refuse my kindness. Go inside. I'm leaving. With hands clasped behind his back, He Gu Yuan left the prince's estate in an easygoing manner, disappearing into the darkness of the street moments later. Chu Nanqi gazed quietly after his vanishing figure, slightly frowning before turning and entering the house. Duchy Mansion. What did you say? Repeat it. He Wen rushed forward and grabbed a servant by the collar, shouting furiously, how could this be? Go fetch linen, right now. The servant trembled with fright and quickly nodded in agreement. Just then, another person walked in. This man wore all black attire even in broad daylight, towering tall and sturdy as a martial artist. Spotting him, He Wen immediately advanced, demanding, they're saying trouble occurred in the outskirts of the capital. Not a single one of those trained under us has been spared. Linen waved his hand, dismissing the servant. The servant sighed with relief and scrambled away as fast as he could, closing the door behind him as he left. Looking at He Wen, who was utterly panicked and had lost all composure, Linen crossed his arms behind his back and said gravely, last night, someone ambushed us. Every body was completely dissolved, leaving no trace. How could this be? He Wen couldn't believe it. They were all his carefully trained agents. Over the years, he'd poured countless efforts into their development. A batch was lost during the assassination attempt in the southern city on Chu Lu, and now these last ones were gone too. In the future, how was he supposed to act? He Wen's expression turned instantly sinister as he demanded, Who did this? Compared to He Wen's impatience, Linen maintained a steady demeanor, though there was a shadow of gloom in his eyes. The people in the imperial city capable of doing this don't exceed a few. Last night I was in the palace. Your mother mentioned that Chu Lu found a sachet. The inner court is investigating its origin. Do you think Chu Lu really doesn't know anything, or is he pretending? Sachet. What sachet? Since returning to the capital, He Wen hadn't ventured out much. On his way back to the city, he'd been injured by a group of black-clad men, and only today could he finally walk after healing one of his legs. He hadn't even had time to inquire about what happened in the palace. Chu Lu claimed he found a sachet in the forest where he was attacked. Judging by its material and craftsmanship, it undoubtedly belongs to the noble consort. Impossible. He Wen immediately rejected the idea. When I went, let alone a sachet, I didn't bring any accessories, just to avoid leaving evidence. How could Chu Lu have come across such an item? Linen naturally knew he wasn't so foolish. It appears evident that the people who attacked you that night were from Chu Lu. He must have prepared this sachet to report you to the emperor. Will His Majesty punish me for this? He Wen anxiously fidgeted with his hands. Assassinating a high-ranking official of the court was a capital offense. What should he do? Linen couldn't bear seeing him panic like this, lacking all composure, so he scolded sternly, why are you panicking? Do you think the emperor isn't already aware of what you've done? After discussing with your mother, I've decided you should stay confined in the mansion for a while and refrain from any actions. We'll reassess later. Since your operatives are almost all wiped out, I'll head out in the next few days and find some new ones for you. In the meantime, stay here and take advantage of your injury as an excuse to lay low. But my people are all dead, am I just supposed to let it go? How could He Wen feel satisfied when cultivating operatives took more than just a day or two? Not to mention, he had invested significant money in them. How could he swallow this loss without retaliation? Linen naturally understood his temperament and pondered for a moment. I've learned that today Chu Nanqi and his sister are planning to visit Guangji Temple. I will lead some men to give them a lesson. If you wish to witness it, you can come along. Mentioning Chu Yu calmed He Wen's earlier agitation. If so, why not abduct Chu Yu? Then we'll see the shame on the face of the Nanping. Afterwards, we can spread the news far and wide. Let's see if Chu Lu can protect his daughter. Chu Lu dared to send his people to raid his hideout, he would retaliate by taking his daughter's life. Good, we'll do it your way. This is the behavior worthy of a future crown prince. Remember, no matter how big the issue, never lose your calm. I understand, uncle. At the entrance of the Nanping, Chu Nanchi helped Chu Yu onto the carriage. From behind came a clear, pleasant voice. Nanchi, come along. I've never been to Guangji Temple either. Chu Yu calmly entered the carriage. Chu Nanchi let go of her hand and refused even a glance at He Gu Yuan. Even though he had been taken to the northern borderlands by the Northern Pacification Prince when he was young, saying he hadn't visited Guangji Temple before. Who would believe it? After all, it was the most popular temple among the citizens of the imperial city. Chu Yu lifted the curtain and greeted He Gu Yuan, Your Highness. He Gu Yuan waved, Big sister, you're being polite. Since I have nothing to do, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Chu Yu smiled gently, how could you disturb us? Father said this time thanks to your highness. From now on, our families should maintain close interactions. He Gu Yuan, if big sister says so, then I shall be bold enough. Nanchi, look at me. Chu Nanchi got on the horse and glanced at him coolly, his gaze resting on the steed beneath He Gu Yuan as he replied faintly, Can your highness ride today? I originally couldn't, but upon seeing Nanchi, I somehow got better. Chu Nanchi gave him a disdainful look while He Gu Yuan grinned cheekily. Seated inside the carriage, Chu looked curiously back and forth between the two before quietly laughing behind her handkerchief. Chu Chen came out of the main gate and immediately saw them. The prince has come. Brother Chu, let's go together. All right. Chu Chen jumped on his horse, holding the reins, I was just thinking about how boring the journey would be. And now you're here. Huh, I was bored in the manor, and after careful thought, your house is the only one that doesn't reject me, so I'm here. Don't drive me away. You're talking nonsense. You should come over any time, treating this place like your own home. I will take you at your word. A gentleman's word once given cannot be withdrawn. He Gu Yuan smirked at Chu Nanchi as he raised an eyebrow. Chu Nanchi silently looked away and ordered the coachman to drive. Outside the city, there were fewer people coming and going. He Gu Yuan chattered happily all the way, engaging in a lively conversation with Chu Chen. However, Chu Nanchi remained silent throughout. By nature, he wasn't a talkative person, but being a listener was also fine. The three rode their horses leisurely. Chu Chen, you've run away from marriage. Has the old prince not said anything about finding someone else for you? This year, you'll turn 20. He Gu Yuan, so what if I'm 20? It's not 30 yet. But what about you, brother Chu? Haven't you thought about marriage? Chu Chen is only 1 year older than He Gu Yuan, and when it comes down to it, his age isn't small either. My father did introduce a few prospects to me in the southern city, but I didn't fancy any of them. As for the noble young ladies of the imperial capital, I'm afraid I might ruin their lives, so I'm not in a rush. Brother Chu, you think alike with me. Anyway, I prefer boys over girls. Chapter 45 Going Out for Blessings. Do you like men as wives? Your grandfather would probably skin you alive. He Gu Yuan winked at Chu Chen, after getting beaten up, my grandfather finally showed no objection. Tisk. Chu Chen held up his thumb in admiration, Prince Chen Bei, you are the only offspring, yet he agreed. You little scamp must have someone you like already. Seeing that the two of them were about to catch fire in their conversation, it seemed their focus would soon shift to him. Chu Nanchi calmly interrupted their conversation. Yesterday, when the crown prince left, he told me that his majesty will host a banquet in the palace in a few days. What do you think it means? Chu Chen furrowed his brows, is there any special occasion in a few days? After careful thought, this month doesn't seem to have any important dates. The emperor must surely have some ulterior motives. That's exactly what he thought aloud. Chu Nanchi said, my loyalty words to the crown prince yesterday probably reached the emperor. But I believe the emperor intends to make use of this loyalty, possibly targeting us several individuals. After all, they haven't benefited from this war. Chu Chen asked, targeting us? What does that mean? Chu Nanchi frowned, recalling how in a previous life, after he triumphantly returned, the emperor couldn't wait to arrange his marriage. He coldly stated, if my guess is correct, either sister or your marriage may be used as leverage. The likelihood leans more towards sister. They both understood the enmity they shared with Yuan. Yuan wouldn't have any intention anymore of marrying sister as in the previous life. Yet, the emperor wouldn't miss this opportunity. Who doesn't know how much Chu Lu cherishes his only daughter? Controlling her is akin to controlling Nanning. It remains unknown whether the intended person is the crown prince himself or someone under his command. Clearly, Chu Chen also grasped the meaning, sneering, their calculation may work well. But whether we comply is another matter. He Gu Yuan interjected, what if it becomes a done deal? Chu Chen started, looking at him, you mean they plan to resort to dirty tactics? It's uncertain. With their family tendencies, such a method is quite likely. If a noble girl gets involved in calculated entrapment and ends up in bed with someone, then subsequently caught committing adultery, she will be forced into marriage whether she likes it or not. Despicable, shameless. Chu Chen burst into curses, his anger uncontrollable. How utterly shameless. Chu Nanqi's expression turned cold. He knew the emperor was capable of doing this. They had to figure out a solution before that happened. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the base of the mountain, there was a designated spot to park carriages, requiring just a bit of silver coins. Chu Nanqi helped Chu Yu down, closely following her every step. At the foot of the mountain, there were still stone steps to climb. Though the mountain was not tall, even a lady who rarely goes far could manage to ascend. And in the nearby forest, He Wen spotted this group and cursed, "Why are Chu Nanqi, Chu Chen, and He Gu Yuan all here instead of just Chu Nanqi? With these extra 2 people, abducting Chu Yu won't be as easy." Lin and squinted his eyes and watched as those figures disappeared from sight, changed the plan. "Let's go up from the back of the mountain." After a rustling sound, the forest fell silent again. Guangji Temple was a well-known national temple nearby. Apart from the days when the emperor comes here to pray for blessings, it is open to the common people at all other times, so it has very active incense offerings. Chu Nanqi bought some incense, and the 4 of them knelt devoutly in front of the Buddha statue. Besides burning incense, there was also a lively scenic spot. It was a 1,000-year-old tree in the temple. It was said that this tree had existed for over 1,000 years and was very effective in answering prayers. Most of the common people would write some blessings on red ribbons, then tie the ribbons onto the branches of the tree to pray for their wishes. Chu Yu pulled Chu Nanqi and enthusiastically wanted to participate. "South Pool, let's write a couple too. Elder sister, stay here while I fetch 2 ribbons." "Okay." He Gu Yuan with his long legs followed behind, eagerly chiming in, "South Pool, I want to write too." In the end, Chu Nanqi got 4 ribbons, 1 for each person. When he wrote, Chu Nanqi still wished for peace and smooth sailing. He had no other reason. This lifetime, keeping this family safe was all he wanted, and he would have no regrets. The others were focused on writing their own, but He Gu Yuan quietly leaned over, showing Chu Nanqi his ribbon in a mysterious manner. "South Pool, look what I wrote." Chu Nanqi glanced down. A line of beautiful writing appeared before him. Chu Nanqi felt a jolt inside, looking up at him. Under the sunlight, He Gu Yuan's eyes were bright like the sun, seemingly trying to burn through someone. He made no effort to hide his feelings, nor did he think it was any shameful secret. And there he lay, basking under the sun. "You." Before he could say more, He Gu Yuan snatched away the ribbon from his hand, smiling radiantly, "I'll hang it up." Being tall, he grabbed the nearby ladder and climbed up quickly, carefully hanging them one by one. Done. The smile he turned around with was so sunny, just like an uncontrollable blaze of sunshine shining into someone's heart. After praying, the group lined up to draw lots. This was also part of the process of visiting the temple. As Chu Nanqi was about to go, he saw a man coming gracefully from not far away. That man was dressed in a dark cloud-patterned brocade robe, with a white coat over it, having a handsome and elegant appearance, and extraordinary bearing. The person was none other than Yun Song, the Grand Justice of the Dali Temple. There was another person beside him, refined and gifted, Chen Jingxing. He was also a newly minted scholar official of the same year as Yun Song. He was a rare figure of integrity. Yun Song saw Chu Nanqi first, then noticed the few people next to him, and they hurried over to pay their respects. "Your Excellency Wang. Your Excellency Wang." He Gu Yuan was now a proper Wang, though only titled with a nominal position, bowing was still required upon seeing him. "The 2 of you need not be so formal. I, for one, dislike all these ceremonious protocols." Yun Song smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. "You are now a Wang, your actions should be somewhat restrained." He Gu Yuan sked, "You're such a bore, always using every opportunity to lecture me." Yun Song couldn't help but laugh in slight exasperation, greeting the others with clasped hands, yet stealing glances at Chu Nanqi. He seemed different from what Yun Song usually saw of him. Still, a pale noble young master, just that he used to smile a lot, now he looked a bit colder. Chu Yu politely returned the courtesy, "Master Yun." "Master Chen." To run into them here was truly unexpected. Who doesn't know that since Master Yun took office, he had been working hard for the country and its people, and being a righteous official, naturally kept himself busy. And Chen Jingxing, as the head of the royal city, wasn't less busy than Master Yun of the Dali Temple either. He Gu Yuan teased, "Yun Song, if you don't sit in court to try cases, how do you find time to burn incense?" "Today, at the invitation of Brother Chen, I also came to seek a safety bag for my mother. Didn't expect to bump into all of you." The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries. The others went to queue up. Chapter 46 Encountering another incident. Chu Chen accompanied Chu Yu and whispered to Chu Nanqi, "Nanqi, is he the son of the Grand Princess?" "Second brother, please be kinder to him, he is a good official." "Oh." Chu Chen spends most of the year in the southern city. If it hadn't been for the emperor's declining health and excessive suspicions in the past couple of years, he wouldn't have summoned them all to stay in the capital. Regarding the aristocratic children of the imperial city, Chu Chen can't remember even one of them. He openly examined Yun Song, noticing his upright shoulders but rather slim build. His face was pale and tender, a typical weak scholar. There wasn't much difference between him and most other literary officials. If there was any distinction, it might be that he was better looking. Noticing Chu Chen's gaze, Yun Song looked over with a smiling face, nodding politely. Chu Chen thought this guy had a pleasant smile. As for the nearby Chen Jingxing, he was taller than Yun Song and more robust, clearly knowing some martial arts skills. However, in Chu Chen's eyes, these literati, even if they knew some skills, were not worth mentioning. After exchanging pleasantries with He Gu Yuan, Chen Jingxing also went to queue up, leaving He Gu Yuan and Yun Song standing together talking. Chu Nanqi didn't know their relationship was so good. Perhaps his gaze was too direct. He Gu Yuan turned his head and caught his unwithdrawn glance. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Feeling uneasy, Chu Nanqi shifted his eyes away. He moved his steps towards another side. But, the next moment something unexpected happened. The noisy sounds came from outside. Several masked black-clothed people rushed out from the entrance of the hall, followed by someone shouting, "Catch the thief, catch the thief." People coming to burn incense and seek blessings usually brought money for the temple. But who would have thought that under broad daylight, someone dared to intrude here at the national temple? Instinctively, Chu Nanqi protected Chu Yu and tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. "Sister, stay behind and don't move." Chu Yu, frightened, clutched her sleeve tightly and hid behind them. However, those few black-clothed people directly stormed into the hall. They swung their knives cutting whoever they saw. It quickly escalated to their faces. Chu Nanqi's pupils contracted as he locked eyes with one of the incoming black-clothed people. From him, he sensed a familiar aura. It was extremely similar to the first batch of assassins in the southern city who tried to kill them. This group was sent by He Wen. Chu Nanqi gave a cold laugh, drew his sword. "Second brother, protect sister well." He lifted his hand and clashed swords with that person. As soon as Chu Nanqi engaged, he realized how profound this person's skills were, completely different from the previous group. He focused his mind, his expression as cold as ice, his moves increasingly decisive. Lin Zhen wasn't to be underestimated either. The two battled fiercely from inside the hall to outside, their attacks ruthless without mercy. The common people had long fled in fear, even the monks inside the temple took cover. Who could have expected that at the prestigious national temple, such an audacious robbery would take place? The remaining black-clothed people exchanged glances and charged forward with swords at the others. They were too many, but fortunately, their swords were always with them. Chu Chen guarded in front of Chu Yu, wielding the sword skillfully. Seeing that they couldn't overpower him, the black-clothed men turned to attack Yun Song, who doesn't know martial arts. Yun Song and Chen Jingxing stood behind He Gu Yuan. Realizing the situation, they immediately ran away. He Gu Yuan had no sword, while dodging he shouted continuously. "Hey, bullying honest people. Don't come near me, my martial arts aren't strong. Help! Help!" Though he cried for help, his footwork was quick. He sneaked around to the back of the black-clothed man and kicked him. When the person fell down, he seriously patted his chest. "Oops, oops, how did you fall? There is still no new year, and you already showed such great respect." That person angrily got up and lunged at him with his knife. At this moment, several more black-clothed people ran out from behind, all targeting Chu Chen, surrounding and attacking him. Chu Yu hid behind the fortune-telling table, anxiously watching them. Just then, a big hand grabbed her from behind. Chu Yu screamed and turned to see a fierce-looking pair of eyes. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Chu Yu struggled desperately. As they pushed each other, the black-clothed man raised his hand to hit her. At that moment, a wooden stick struck hard on the black-clothed man's head with a clang. Clutching his head in pain, the black-clothed man groaned on the ground. Still shaken, Chu Yu turned and saw Chen Jingxing holding a wooden stick. "Miss Chu, are you alright?" Tears welled in Chu Yu's eyes, shaking her head. "I'm fine. Sorry for the trouble." After speaking, Chen Jingxing grabbed Chu Yu's wrist with the other hand. "Young lady, please follow me closely." Chen Jingxing pulled her towards the corner, sheltering her behind him while blocking in front, carefully observing the battle situation. The hall was in turmoil. Chu Chen was surrounded by a group of people, He Gu Yuan was chased around by swords. In this situation, the corner became relatively safe. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Yu blurred her vision with only the tall figure of the man and the faint grassy fragrance on him. At that moment, the person chasing He Gu Yuan with his sword suddenly glanced elsewhere after being toyed with by He Gu Yuan. Yun Song had already found a place to hide from being attacked. He was not a martial artist, but he was quick-witted. This kind of violent scene was best avoided without causing trouble. However, at this moment, as their eyes met with the black-clothed man's gaze, Yun Song's heart skipped a beat. He realized something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the man was about to swing his knife and rush over, but then he was sent flying. Yes, he was actually thrown off. The one who crashed into him was another black-clothed man, kicked away by Chu Chen, accidentally colliding into this person. The danger passed. Yun Song sighed in relief, and his eyes landed on Chu Chen. Chu Chen was now surrounded by 6 or 7 people, showing no sign of disadvantage, yet also unable to quickly resolve the situation. Standing in the corner, Yun Song observed Chu Chen's handsome fighting posture and a slight smile crept onto his face. Lin Zhen and Chu Nanqi fought from the hall outside the courtyard all the way to the outer courtyard. Chu Nanqi, being younger, could not match Lin Zhen's profound kung fu. For a while, there was no way for Chu Nanqi to get the upper hand. At this point, more people appeared at the mountain gate. They were the guards left behind outside. How could Chu Nanqi have not prepared? He just wanted to see how many more cards he held. Unexpectedly, after wiping out their base, there were still such skilled warriors following up. Lin Zhen deflected Chu Nanqi's fatal attack with his sword, glancing at the newly arrived group. Clenching his teeth silently, he realized he'd been tricked. This Chu Nanqi had underestimated him. While thinking, Lin Zhen's arm was struck by Chu Nanqi. Blood gushed out immediately. Holding his arm, Lin Zhen shouted, "Retreat." However, the arrival of Qin Yi and others swiftly killed many of the black-clothed men. Very few managed to retreat. There's no need to chase them. Chu Nanqi retrieved his sword, watching Lin Zhen escape with his followers, halting Qin Yi and the rest's actions. Today's purpose had been achieved. In the room, Chu Chen killed the last black-clothed man and only then remembered about Chu Yu, hurriedly looking for her. Seeing that she was fine, he sighed in relief, "Sister, are you all right?" Chu Yu shook her head, "I'm fine, it was thanks to Administrator Chen." Chapter 47, A Hero Saves Beauty. Had it not been for Chen Jingxing's timely appearance, Chu Yu would probably have been hit. Chu Chen quickly bowed to Chen Jingxing, "Thank you, sir." "Mr. Chu, there's no need for formalities. However, I believe these people's intentions aren't simple. They seem to target you all. Perhaps even specifically Miss Chu." All of them, high officials with sharp minds, understood clearly. Someone tried to grab Chu Yu amidst the chaos, and the purpose was undoubtedly complicated. Chu Chen didn't need to guess who did it, but with so many people around, it wasn't appropriate to speak openly. Yun Song walked over from the side, "Let me and Jingxing investigate this matter. Miss Chu has received quite a fright, you all should go back quickly." "Chu Chen, then we leave it to both of you." "Sister, let's go." Chu Yu nodded and followed Chu Chen as they left. Just as they walked a few steps, she turned back to look at Chen Jingxing. The latter was speaking with Yun Song and hadn't noticed her gaze. Chu Yu reluctantly looked away. In the courtyard, Qin Yi checked all the dead black-clothed men but found nothing. He Gu Yuan sked, unending pests. Chu Nanqi wasn't surprised at all. Even if Yuan had no brains, he wouldn't commit such foolishness. Chu Chen came over and recounted Yun Song's words to Chu Nanqi. "Since Administrator Yun is handling it, we won't interfere. But since Administrator Yun has no martial skills, elder brother, you're free now and can visit often to provide protection." Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling that this task could be done by Qin Yi and others. Why assign it to him? But considering Yun Song's identity, indeed, he wasn't an ordinary person. "All right, I understand." Seeing his agreement, Chu Nanqi ordered Qin Jiu to stay here with his team to protect Yun Song. After everything was arranged, they finally returned to the city. On the way back, his close guard surrounded him on all sides. Chu Chen recounted in detail the incident inside the hall earlier. Especially the part about someone grabbing Chu Yu. He Gu Yuan sneered, "It seems my guess was correct. You'd better quickly find a good marriage alliance for the young lady. Otherwise, plenty of trouble will follow. Once a woman's reputation is tarnished, it's no small matter." Regarding this viewpoint, Chu Nanqi agreed. No matter how powerful the Naping Wangfu might be, they still carried the title of subject. In the previous life, despite his extraordinary battle achievements, he couldn't escape the Emperor's imperial marriage command, let alone this life. Whether it's Yuan or the Emperor, none of them will give up. Chu Nanqi involuntarily gripped the reins tightly, his expression growing colder, "They are being too overbearing." He Gu Yuan saw how terrible his expression was and patted his shoulder, softening his voice, "Don't worry too much. We've already guessed their intentions and have prepared in advance." Chu Chen's voice came from the other side, "If they want to propose, they should just come directly instead of resorting to such despicable means, always tarnishing one's purity. It's truly despicable." But He Gu Yuan didn't see it that way. There were so many people proposing marriage a few years ago, all rejected by the prince. Though these methods are despicable, the prince can't reject them. "Phew, disgusting toads, dreaming on." After cursing, Chu Chen turned to look at He Gu Yuan. "People say a dragon gives birth to 9 different sons, still, you're more tolerable. How about this? You really don't like girls? Consider it. My sister is as beautiful as a flower, very lovely. Not even close to being as charming as your younger brother." He Gu Yuan only dared to mutter in his heart and declined his good intention. "I think Yun Song and Chen Jingxing are also quite good. There are still virtuous young masters in the imperial capital, so it won't be difficult to choose one. Ah. All right then. We'll discuss this when we return. Upon returning to the mansion, Chu Nanchi looked back at He Guyuan who followed them inside and asked, "Aren't you going home?" With his hands behind him, He Guyuan shook his head, "I'm hungry, let me freeload a meal from you." Chu Nanchi gazed meaningfully at him, but He Guyuan wasn't embarrassed and went straight inside. In the end, he turned back to urge Chu Nanchi, "Hurry up, lunchtime has arrived." Chu Nanchi had matters to discuss with Chu Lu. He took a couple of steps forward, pulling on He Guyuan's sleeve and dragging him towards the eastern garden. "Nanchi, where are we going?" "Don't drag me. I want to talk to the prince." "You're not thinking of locking a beauty away secretly, are you?" "That requires some consideration on my part." As he noticed how nonsensical his words became, Chu Nanchi's forehead veins throbbed. "Shut up." He Guyuan grinned and stopped talking. Back in his courtyard, Chu Nanchi released him, "I need to talk to father." "Wait here. Qingyi, get some food for young master." "Yes." After making the arrangement, Chu Nanchi turned and left. Behind his back, He Guyuan raised his voice, "Nanchi, may I take a look around?" Without looking back, Chu Nanchi said, "Sure." He Guyuan proudly arched an eyebrow and happily surveyed the surrounding environment. Although they weren't women with private chambers that shouldn't be seen by outsiders, still, Nanchi actually agreeing to let him wander freely. Does that mean there's a hint of affection for him? He Guyuan couldn't suppress the grin on his face at this thought. Delighted, he entered the room with his hands behind his back. When Chu Nanchi returned to the main hall, the entire family was present. Chu Yu sat beside them, heart pounding from fear after what happened. Pinger served her milk tea, softly saying, "Miss, drink something sweet to calm yourself." This morning before leaving. Originally, several maids were supposed to accompany her, but Third Master had stopped them. They hadn't expected such an event to happen. Chu Lu's expression darkened deeply. With a string of misfortunes occurring within his own household, he truly wished to kill He Wen. From today onward, you shouldn't leave the house. Chu Yu also shared the same sentiment. Those people were targeting her. For a woman, maintaining her honor was the most important thing. Even though they had been preparing, the incident had truly startled her today. "Father, it's time to consider elder sister's marriage. Sister is already 18. Discussing a proposal now isn't untimely." Chu Nanchi's words were nothing more than what Chu Lu had already considered in his mind. He sighed faintly, "People outside might think I'm withholding because I'm unwilling to part with your sister. But only you two know that those coming to propose marriage have hidden motives. 18 years old, this age isn't small anymore. As much as Chu Lu cherishes his daughter, it would have been impossible to delay things till now. In the previous years, all those proposing marriage had complex backgrounds, none were sincere. He only had this one daughter, how could he push her into the fire pits? So he found an excuse and refused the marriage proposals. Life's events are unpredictable. Now, refusing is no longer an option." Ning Shu sat beside with a swollen belly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chu Yu who remained silent. "Little sister, do you have someone in your heart?" At this question, Chu Yu suddenly saw in her mind the imposing figure she had met. She lowered her eyes, blushing slightly. Seeing her expression, Ning Shu understood everything. If little sister has someone in mind, then that's wonderful. Let grandfather investigate. That way, blind arranged marriages can be avoided. Little sister, when did you start liking someone? Chapter 48, Love at First Sight for Chu Yu. Chu Chen was completely puzzled. Chu Yu had always been the one who didn't leave home, let alone have time to meet others. Now, everyone in the room was looking at her. Chu Yu, blushing, clutched a handkerchief and answered in a low voice, "Today, at the temple, Minister Chen saved me." After this statement, everything became crystal clear. Chu Nanchi put down his teacup and said, "Minister Chen comes from a humble family, so his background isn't particularly striking. As for character, he's always been of good quality. However, since elder sister likes him, I'll send people to investigate thoroughly." Ning Shu added, "If younger brother is to check, we can trust it will be thorough. But with the pressure coming from above, and that banquet only a few days away, we must act swiftly." Chu Nanchi affirmed, "I understand." Chu Chuan glanced at his wife, then at his younger brother, chuckling, "Shouldn't you ask for Minister Chen's opinion first?" "That's right, don't make assumptions without knowing all sides. Besides, isn't Chen Jingxing younger than elder sister?" Chu Chen thoughtfully recalled their meeting with Chen Jingxing earlier. Indeed, from his appearance, he seemed rather young. Like Yun Song, both had passed the civil service examination on their first attempt, which had only been a couple of years ago. Orange Light, take green bamboo and go immediately to find out everything about Chen Jingxing's daily life. Chu Lu, known as a doting father, decided promptly now that his daughter had chosen her target. "Oh yes, especially if there are concubines in his household, find out everything clearly." "Yes, your highness." Chu Lu looked at his daughter. If he already has a wife or too many people around him, then this marriage shouldn't proceed. A loyal man himself, Chu Lu naturally didn't want his daughter to marry someone promiscuous. His daughter, the princess of Nanping, should wed the best. Otherwise, she'd better not marry at all. Chu Yu nodded, "Father, I understand." Ning Shu caressed her belly with a gentle smile. "Your future father-in-law often praises Minister Chen as an ambitious young talent. You needn't overly worry, but we still need to know if Minister Chen reciprocates your feelings." Actually, this wasn't Chu Yu's first encounter with Chen Jingxing. However, previously, they'd merely glimpsed each other from afar, never having any real interaction. Now, to avoid scheming designs, she must reduce outings, making encounters impossible. Thus, she was unsure of his intentions. Chu Chen interjected, "There's no need to rush yet. There are still a few days before the royal wedding feast. This is part of our plan. Even engagement requires time." Chu Nanqi interrupted, "I'm afraid that on the day of the Emperor's blessing, we might be caught off guard. In that case, stop procrastinating. We'll wait for Orange Light's report. Then I'll personally go and inquire about Chen Jingxing's intentions." Chu Chen, being impetuous, believed action spoke louder than words. The outcome aside, they had to try. This time, Chu Lu also agreed, "I think what Chen says makes sense. If he doesn't have interest, then we choose another family. Time waits for no one, and an imperial decree would be far worse." An imperial decree of marriage? That's simple. It could either involve the crown prince or someone under him. All those people were ones the Nanping Wang's household wanted nothing to do with. Otherwise, Chu Yu's lifelong happiness would be ruined. We can only do this. After the family deliberated, lunchtime arrived. Chu Nanqi stood up. "He Gu Yuan is in the East Garden. I won't accompany father for lunch." Hearing this, Chu Lu called him back. "Why don't you bring him to dine in the main hall? Come on, call him over. He's not a guest here." Chu Nanqi thought about He Gu Yuan's insatiable appetite and declined. "There are some things I need to discuss with him. It's more convenient in the East Garden." "Fine. Ask the kitchen to prepare something nice, don't neglect him." "Rest assured, father. I wouldn't slight my savior." "You little brat, you've learned to tease your old man." Chu Nanqi left the main hall. He Gu Yuan sat in the courtyard reading a book. Tall and imposing, his presence cast a shadow over the area. Chu Nanqi paused on the corridor, suddenly feeling an odd sensation. It was as though someone was waiting for him to come home. The feeling reached its peak when the man turned around and spoke. "Back already?" Swallowing, Chu Nanqi took a few slow steps forward. "Yeah." He Gu Yuan put down the book and plucked a grape from the table, feeding it to Chu Nanqi. "Try this, it's sweet." Chu Nanqi was unsurprised by this spontaneous act. He knew the person had always acted like this toward him. He sat by the stone table, looking at the fruit basket placed on it. "It's time for dinner, let's go inside. Let's eat here. The environment is good." Chu Nanqi's yard was taken care of by Chu Yu, and with all the blooming flowers and plants around, it looked very beautiful. The weather wasn't too hot today, so they decided to dine in the courtyard. It presented a unique beauty. Qin Yi instructed someone to set up the meal and then left. Chu Nanqi didn't like talking while eating, maintaining a tranquil silence. He Gu Yuan served him some food and spoke first. "Has anything been decided regarding the elder sister's marriage?" Chu Nanqi wasn't surprised that he guessed correctly. This man was extremely astute, and conveniently, Chu Nanqi had something to ask him as well. "What do you think of Chen Jingxing? He's good, a gentlemanly figure. Has elder sister taken an interest in him?" He Gu Yuan put down his chopsticks and took a shrimp from the plate to peel. "Chen Jingxing has a fine character. Yun Song is extremely particular about following rules. If Chen were not upright, there's no way they'd be such close friends." Chu Nanqi raised his eyes and glanced at him. "You have a good relationship with Yun Song." "Not bad. I used to fight with the fifth prince and others, and he helped me back then." This was quite unexpected. Chu Nanqi thought about Yun Song's slightly weak physique. He knows how to fight. He Gu Yuan placed the shrimp in front of him and smiled broadly. "Not really. He vouched for me before my father. So I've interacted more with him." "I see." Chu Nanqi reflected. In their previous life, he also had a good impression of Yun Song. That was a fair official who judged based on facts rather than personalities. If, perhaps, his sister had developed feelings for him today, Chu Nanqi would support her choice. Seeing that Chu Nanqi was silent, He Gu Yuan leaned in closer and whispered softly, "Is Nanqi feeling jealous? I assure you, from young until now, you're the only one I've ever liked." Chu Nanqi raised an eyebrow and looked over, meeting his playful grin before calmly saying, "Eat." Faced with the confession, the beauty showed absolutely no reaction, but He Gu Yuan remained undeterred and continued peeling shrimp for him attentively. After finishing the meal, he still wouldn't leave. He slinked into the study, picking up a book as if it were his own home. There he sat reading silently, knowing when to stay quiet. Chu Nanqi acted as though he weren't there and carried on with his work methodically. Neither of them held any official positions. Initially, Chu Nanqi intended to pursue a career through the imperial examination route, but now he found it meaningless. Nothing could compare to the sword in his hand being practical. Besides, under the current emperor's administration, pursuing an official career might as well be abandoned. Qin pushed the door open and saw them, one sitting at the desk, the other reclining by the window reading a book. What is it? Qin hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to report in front of He Guyuan. Chu Nanqi appeared unperturbed. Speak. Chapter 49, Taking You Somewhere. When Xiu Yuan went secretly out the back gate to the fifth prince's residence. After monitoring him for so long, he finally made a move. Yes. Our people have been following him continuously. Additionally, last time at the inn, we've clarified it. He never made it to the inn. Instead, Yun Qing intercepted his letter. Oh. Chu Nanqi set down his brush. How did Yun Song know? Even if they had informants within the army, the urgent report delivered at an extraordinary pace meant even a messenger couldn't possibly arrive any earlier simultaneously given those circumstances. How did Yun Song respond so swiftly? Was it solely due to the hint Chu Nanqi gave him earlier that allowed him to deduce the subsequent events? Or did Yun Song uncover something else? It seemed this minister's abilities were indeed more impressive than expected. As for this, we're unclear. Our people cannot infiltrate the fifth prince's mansion. However, when Xiu Yuan's urgency at this point suggests potential moves. At the temple, he attempted to make a move, likely guessing our group initiated the ambush last night. His attempt to abduct elder sister must have stemmed from retaliation. Now that things have gone against his favor, it seems he's consulting strategies with Xiu Yuan. Send someone to continue surveilling. Also, how exactly does he know he won? We've investigated his entire process during this year's imperial exam and found no ties with the fifth prince. As for his family, he's an only child, with just an elderly mother who farms at home. No unusual connections have surfaced, making it difficult to investigate further. I understand, you may leave. Regarding this answer, Chu Nanqi had already anticipated it. If this information were so secretive, in their previous life, he wouldn't have trusted He Wen so much. Are you investigating Xiu Yuan? Chu Nanqi picked up his brush again. I merely discovered unintentionally that he has ties with He Wen, yet nothing substantial emerged. If this matter concerns him, maybe I can help. Chu Nanqi turned to look at him, rather taken aback. Do you know him? He Guyuan got up from the bed. Speaking of this, I'll take you somewhere tonight and you'll know. So mysterious. Chu Nanqi furrowed his brow slightly, warningly said, it won't be another brothel, will it? This guy, where exactly has he been spending his time all along? Last time he was dazed and confused, but he still remembered how adept this man was. Could he possibly be a playboy? He Guyuan bent down and lightly pinched his small face to clear his name. Don't overthink it, young sir. I'm as pure as snow. That night was my first time. The way he proclaimed it so boldly, truly shameless. Besides, all they did that night was help each other out. They weren't even women. What talk of first could there be? Not modest at all. What's there to be embarrassed about? The ancients say, eating and sex are human nature. It's normal. Young master, don't blush. Chu Nanqi had never met anyone like He Guyuan before. So open-hearted, yet unpredictable. Behind his seemingly carefree smile, there were secrets beyond words. Rather complex. Yet in front of himself, it seemed like he didn't hide at all. Which side of him was the real one? Seeing that he didn't speak, He Guyuan stopped teasing him. I'm going to take you to a clandestine brothel operated by the fifth prince, where I've seen Xiu Yuan. A hidden brothel? Yes. Do you know the Lotus Pavilion on East Street? East Street has a whole street dedicated to this kind of trade. As far as the eye can see, it's full of men and women dressed in reds and greens. Each place also hangs different signs. Chu Nanqi didn't know the Lotus Pavilion, but he knew East Street. In his previous life, he had never known that Xiu Yuan had ever been there. But thinking about it, it made sense. Xiu Yuan was a regular man. After marrying him, they slept in separate rooms, and he was often fighting abroad. His visiting brothels would be quite normal. So your meaning is that Xiu Yuan may have met He Wen there. He Guyuan arched an eyebrow, reaching out with his finger to stroke Chu Nanqi's chin. Smart. Chu Nanqi's mind was fully focused on this clue and didn't mind his actions. If that's the case, then we should go check it out. Fifth Prince's mansion. He Wen, in anger, smashed all the items in the room. Fortunately, the people brought this time were all bought from an assassin organization. But who would have thought Lin would get injured? Now, Mother Consort would definitely scold him to death. Master, Xiu Yuan has arrived. Let him in. Xiu Yuan, waiting at the door, bowed his thanks to the servant before coming in and bowing, Prince of the county. Get up. He Wen waved his hand for him to sit. How about the matter I mentioned last time? Xiu Yuan looked troubled. Your Highness, I cannot meet Chu Nanqi. He Wen swallowed back the curses stuck in his throat and managed to restrain his temper again. He couldn't lose his cool now. Xiu Yuan was a chess piece he'd carefully cultivated, with great significance. Originally, according to the plan, after Chu Tower dies, Nanning Wang's only remains would be Chu Nanqi and Chu Yu. Who would have thought the third brother would meddle, ruining my plan? Now we can only rely on you to get closer to him. Since he just returned to the capital, not seeing him is understandable. In a few days, father will host a banquet in the palace, which you can use to get acquainted with him. If necessary, you can suggest working together against me. I obey your majesty. After saying that, Wen Xiuyuan hesitated and asked, Highness, today I want to see her. Please allow me, your highness. He glanced at him, his tone carrying a faint threat, once a month, and since you're seeing her today, don't see her this month. Once you marry Chu Nanqi, you can visit her whenever you like. I understand. I will accelerate my efforts. That's fine, you may leave. I take my leave. After he left, he threw the teacup by his hand. Lately, his plans had been ruined multiple times by Chu Nanqi, which really angered him. Lin walked out from behind, his arm wrapped in bandages, but his expression looked as usual. Why don't you send in a woman? How could Chu Tower agree to marry his son off to a man? When he saw him, his anger subsided somewhat. Uncle, there's something you don't know. The emperor has long been wary of South Ping Wang's house. Even if it's to eliminate the emperor's suspicions, the probability of Chu Nanqi choosing a man is higher than a woman. Moreover, Wen Xiuyuan has a simple background and isn't highly ranked. At this moment, the chances increase significantly. Moreover, the emperor would likely approve joyfully. Rather than having them form strong alliances and choose noblewomen like Ning Shu. Wen Xiuyuan's family status and background suit perfectly. His words were reasonable and well-founded. This was a completely different side from the earlier version of himself who roared in anger, seeming like two entirely different people. Lin En's eyes flickered with a trace of approval. Never expected that Chu Nanqi would be so cunning. He had already guessed that we would ambush him, and he was just waiting for us to walk straight into his trap. Lin En had previously only focused on Chu Tower and Chu Chuan, thinking that eliminating them would secure South Ping Wang's household. Unforeseen, a Chu Nanqi appeared midway, catching them completely off guard. Chapter 50, Cousin Ah. Humph. If he dares to harm you, I'll make him pay 100-fold. We can't remain so passive. At the imperial banquet in a few days, you must find a way to slip Chu Nanqi some medicine, let Wen Xiuyuan play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, and turn raw rice into cooked rice. Alright, uncle, your plan is indeed thorough. In this case, even if Chu Nanqi doesn't want to agree, he will have no choice but to. If only you weren't so impulsive, neither I nor your mother empress would have been so worried. Lin En adjusted his clothes, he was dressed all in black, preparing to leave. You go rest. There should be no action these few days. I'll enter the palace now, and come find you again tomorrow. Uncle, take care. After seeing Lin En off, he still felt restless about today's events. With unvented fire burning inside. Come here, bring someone to my chambers. Lotus Flower Pavilion. Wen Xiuyuan entered through the back door. A servant opened the door calling out, Master Wen. Wen Xiuyuan nodded, following the person away, heading toward the backyard. In front, Lotus Flower Pavilion was a 3-story building, behind it was a quiet yard. Most of the courtesans lived in the building, while the backyard housed servants and maids. But this backyard was different. Passing through an archway, there stood a separate courtyard, with picturesque scenery, leading anyone who didn't know better to assume it might be home to a housekeeper or young lady. Yet there was a lock on the gate of the yard. The servant led him to the gate, took out a key from his pocket, and unlocked it. Master Wen, please. Thank you. After entering, the servant locked the gate again and left. Wen Xiuyuan walked along the gravel path, arriving at the door, and gently knocked on it. After a moment, the door opened. A woman in a red blouse came out and flung herself into Wen Xiuyuan's arms like a fiery blaze. Cousin, how did you manage to come? Wen Xiuyuan tenderly embraced her. I was supposed to come after a few days, but His Royal Highness has something planned for me those days. I feared losing time, so I decided to come earlier. Briyu Ruzhen nestled in Wen Xiuyuan's embrace, gazing at him with lingering reluctance. Cousin, can you tell His Royal Highness to let me be with you sooner? I'm really missing you so much. Her drenched gaze filled with fascination. Wen Xiuyuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. My dear, it will be ready in a little while. Hearing this, Briyu Ruzhen wiped her tears and smiled. Cousin, come in quickly. I've made new clothes for you. Try them on and let me see. All right. Once they went inside, the door closed once again. From the corner of the yard, Chu Nanqi emerged from the shadows. He Gu Yuan stood very close behind him, lowering his voice. This cousin appears to be He Wen's leverage over him. Chu Nanqi remained cold-eyed, having never heard of any cousin of Wen Xiuyuan. In the previous life, after their marriage. To repay Wen Xiuyuan for helping him when he most needed it, Chu Nanqi had helped promote several relatives from Wen's family. There were plenty of cousins, elder and younger brothers. And more than a few cousin sisters as well, yet this woman inside the room was someone he had definitely never seen before. Wen Xiuyuan truly kept things hidden quite deeply. He just came out from Prince Five's place, and then came here. Likely, Prince Five entrusted him with something. Should we listen in? Before Chu Nanchi could nod, an arm wrapped around his waist. He Gu Yuan grabbed his waist, pulled him forcefully, and effortlessly used his agility skills to land lightly on the rooftop. Every move was remarkably skilled. Clearly, wall eavesdropping wasn't unfamiliar to him. Chu Nanchi squatted down and lifted a tile. The sounds from the house came clearly. When Xiu Yuan was changing into the set of clothes handmade by his cousin, Briu Ruzhen assisted him in changing, asking, "Cousin, you mentioned earlier you would do something soon. Will you leave the capital? If you pass by our hometown, please deliver a letter to my mother." "Not that. It's entering the palace." "Entering the palace?" Briu Ruzhen bit her lip, evidently knowing the truth, and said pitifully, "His Royal Highness still plans to send you to allure Chu Nanchi." Hearing his own name, Chu Nanchi fixed his attention on the two individuals inside the house. Truly deserving of being the one who could captivate Wen Xiuyuan's heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, hanging halfway as she looked up at him with all her heart. Such a woman was hard for anyone not to be moved by. When Xiuyuan lowered his arm and hugged the aggrieved beauty to comfort her, "Ruyan, you are in the hands of His Royal Highness, so I have no choice but to listen to him. Besides, I was born into a humble family, without His Royal Highness's help, it would be difficult for me to rise swiftly." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's tears fell incessantly. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been captured by He Wen, he wouldn't be able to use me to threaten you, cousin. This isn't your fault. His Royal Highness is capable, and with the support of Consort Gui behind him, his ascension is imminent. By then, having contributed to his success, I will ensure that you won't be wronged. Don't say such things anymore, it's not good for you." "I understand." Lu Ruyan wiped her tears and affectionately said, "Cousin, these days I've also helped inquire about Chu Nanchi's situation. The sisters in the brothel all say they've never seen him visit any pleasure quarters, nor has he gotten close to any young man or woman from any household. So, we don't know if he likes men. If he doesn't, what will you do? Would His Royal Highness blame you?" Looking at this charming person who was thinking solely of him, when Xiuyuan smiled faintly, tenderly caressing her forehead, "Don't worry. In a few days, I already have arrangements for the palace banquet. Just wait here patiently. After everything is done, I'll plead with His Royal Highness to let you out." "All right, cousin, I will wait for you well." As they spoke, Lu Ruyan's delicate body leaned closer to Wen Xiuyuan. The freshly worn robe gradually slipped off. Breathing sounds, faint and suggestive, spread around. Chu Nanchi covered the tile and stood up, showing no trace of any unusual expression. "Let's go." He Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow and embraced him. Silently, the two left the Lotus Flower Pavilion. On the long street, the two walked side by side. Chu Nanchi remained silent. He was pondering, regretting that in his previous life he had been blinded by hatred and couldn't see clearly. Not only did they deceive him, but he even failed to notice that Wen Xiuyuan was hiding such a big secret. How stupid could he have been? It was right that he got manipulated. Thinking about it, what are you thinking about? He Gu Yuan strolled along casually, behaving like a carefree rogue. Chu Nanchi stopped, turned his shoes half-circle, and for the first time seriously looked at He Gu Yuan, his voice carrying a tone of doubt. "Do I look very foolish?" "What do you mean? Otherwise, why would they all try to manipulate me? The emperor was like this, He Wen was the same. Even someone as insignificant as Wen Xiuyuan, willing to sacrifice his own lover for power, wanted to scheme against him. In their eyes, wasn't he just a fool? Surely, he must have been. In their previous life, didn't they succeed?" The more Chu Nanchi thought, the worse his mood became. He Gu Yuan took in his emotions thoroughly, raising his hand to scratch his little nose lovingly, saying indulgently, "Nanchi is so smart, how could he be manipulated by them? They're not even worthy to tie your boots. You're talking nonsense again." Chapter 51, Discussing Marriage. That inside was indeed his father. However, these two sentences dispelled the uneasiness that lingered in Chu Nanchi's heart. Chu Nanchi restored his usual composure, speaking with him while walking. "Seems like the palace banquet night will be quite lively." "Indeed. There will be a good show." Clarifying why Wen Xiuyuan obeyed He Wen somewhat resolved Chu Nanchi's biggest question. Wen Xiuyuan was a clever person. In his past life, giving him an opportunity was one thing, yet climbing the ladder with his own capabilities was another. Such a person, if left with He Wen, would sooner or later become a great disaster. Just as Chu Nanchi arrived at the entrance of the mansion, a servant came out and said, "Young master, his lordship instructed that you should head to the main hall once you returned." "Understood." Chu Nanchi turned back. Without needing words, He Gu Yuan tactfully stepped back. "Then I shall leave now. Don't miss me too much." This person was really as shameless as ever. Chu Nanchi turned to enter, his lips involuntarily curving upward slightly. All the family members were gathered in the main hall. Seeing Qin Guang and Qin Jiu, Chu Nanchi knew it was related to Qin Jingheng. "Nanchi has returned, come sit." Chu Nanchi entered, paying respects one by one, father, brother, sister. Pinger served tea, Chu Nanchi took a sip. Chu Tower indicated that Qingguang should repeat it again. Your Grace, we've carefully investigated every detail, including questioning his neighbors. Everyone agrees that Director Chen maintained high moral standards and hasn't married. His household is also clean. Chu Tower was satisfied and burst out laughing heartily. That's good, that's good. Chu Yu was also very delighted. Although women are educated from a young age to be magnanimous and not to quarrel or feel jealous, who wouldn't want to marry a virtuous husband, one who can stay devoted to his wife? Chu Nanchi wasn't surprised by what he heard. In fact, in the previous life, even before his death, Qin Jingheng and Yun Song hadn't been rumored to have married either. Setting down the teacup, Chu Nanchi said, if that's the case, then tomorrow I'll go visit Qin Jingheng and explore his feelings on the matter. South Pool, your second brother will accompany you. Good. The temple affairs will likely involve Director Yun as well, it'll be an opportunity for my brother to pass him some information. Understood. By the way, the Taoist master for refining pills that you asked me to find, I've already found him. I sent Lan Shan to bring them to a new place. Would you like to take a look? Chu Nanchi shook his head, it's not the right time yet, brother. Arrange everything properly, we'll talk about it later. Alright, as you say. After discussing the matters, Chu Nanchi returned to his bedroom. Weary, he leaned against the bathtub. Closing his eyes, all he could think of were Wen Xiuyuan's words. The palace banquet. Ha. The next day, Chu Nanchi and Chu Chen went to the magistrate's office. Unexpectedly, Yun Song was also there. Mr. Chu, what brings you so early today? Chen Jingheng thought they had come to discuss a case. He gestured someone to serve tea and politely inquired. Chu Nanchi said, as for yesterday's matter, I wonder if Director Chen discovered anything. There were indeed discoveries, but further verification is still needed. That's why I summoned Director Yun early this morning to discuss it. After chatting in the inner hall for a while, Chu Nanchi stood up and proposed wanting to chat privately with Chen Jingheng. Chen Jingheng was puzzled. The two went to the backyard. Seeing them leave, Yun Song shifted his gaze to Chu Chen who was sitting beside drinking tea. Thinking for a moment, he spoke, Mister, would you care to come with me and meet someone? Let's see if you recognize him. Chu Chen was startled, who is it? One of the assassins from yesterday looked a bit unusual to me. Since you practice martial arts, perhaps you'd like to take a look. Sure. Chu Chen was looking for an excuse to get closer anyway. Now that Yun Song took the initiative to invite him, he obediently followed along. In the backyard. After hearing Chu Nanchi out, Chen Jingheng was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Chu Nanchi to have come here to discuss marriage. Judging by Chen Jingheng's expression, Chu Nanchi assumed he wasn't interested and explained, Director Chen needn't hesitate. To be honest, I'm here just to inquire about your thoughts. Bluntly speaking, I admire your character and would like to find a good match for my sister. An image of Chu Yu from yesterday flashed in Chen Jingheng's mind. Judging from Chu Nanchi's looks, his sister wouldn't be any less attractive. Besides, hadn't he inadvertently grabbed her wrist yesterday? Chen Jingheng coughed slightly, feeling uneasy. Mr. Chu, honestly I haven't considered marriage matters yet. You caught me off guard. My apologies. Being inexperienced in love himself, Chu Nanchi always felt that Gu Yuan had made all the advances in their relationship. So, he assumed Chen Jingheng's hesitation was normal. Seeing that Chen Jingheng wasn't outright refusing, Chu Nanchi started gaining confidence. Director, if you find it abrupt, it's no big deal. I could invite you under the guise of a friend to meet my sister at home. Would you agree? Chen Jingheng didn't hesitate too long before nodding, thank you. Why don't we do it now? Wah, so soon? Chen Jingheng never imagined how expeditiously the Chu family acted. He chuckled helplessly, then Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I'll make some arrangements, and we'll go. Please call me Nanchi. In that case, you may call me Jingheng. Jingheng. Returning to the inner hall, Chen Jingheng prepared to change into casual clothing. Chu Nanchi asked Qingyi to first go inform Chu Yu and have her prepare. After delegating the task, he noticed that Chu Chen and Yun Song were no longer in the inner hall. Chu Nanchi ignored it, thinking it best to settle his sister's affair for now. When Chen Jingheng emerged after changing clothes, Nanchi, sorry for making you wait. Chen Jingheng wore a white straight-collared robe, tied with a moon-white auspicious cloud pattern sash. There was only one jade pendant hanging from it. His black hair was neatly pinned up with a single hairpin. Such careful grooming showed attention to detail. Chu Nanchi relaxed now, teasing, Jingheng, it seems you're not completely ignorant. Dressed so handsomely, my sister might fall in love at first sight. Nanchi, stop teasing me. Miss Chu is elegant and refined, she's truly above my station. Jingheng. Don't be modest. But I haven't yet asked my sister's thoughts, so you'd better think about how to present yourself later. I have high hopes for you. Chen Jingheng scratched his head, revealing a rare trace of youthful innocence. Leaving the magistrate's office, The two rode their horses to the Nanping mansion. Before even reaching the mansion, Chu Nanqi could see from afar a tall and slim figure standing on the steps as if preparing to enter. Whoa! Getting closer and dismounting, Chu Nanqi saw that the visitor was He Gu Yuan. You're here. He Gu Yuan glanced behind him and said with a hint of jealousy, running off to meet another man this early in the morning. Chu Nanqi shot him an admonishing look, don't talk nonsense. Chen Jingheng stepped forward and paid respect to He Gu Yuan, my lord. He Gu Yuan nodded and said lordly, let's go in. The three passed through the gates and walked toward the main hall. Inside the main house, Chu Lu and Chu Chuan were both there. They had received advance notice since it concerned Chu Yu's marriage. It was only natural they wanted to meet. Chapter 52, Settling the Marriage. After entering the room and paying their respects, everyone sat down to talk. He Gu Yuan acted as if he were at home, casually sitting on the chair next to Chu Chuan and chatting idly with him. Chu Nanqi gave a sidelong glance at his overly familiar posture. Anyone who didn't know them would assume he was part of the Chu family. Chu Lu smiled warmly as he praised Chen Jingheng, I've been out fighting battles all this time and rarely seen you. But now that I do, you truly live up to your reputation of being graceful and extraordinary. Chen Jingheng remained composed, not appearing too nervous, Your Highness flatters me. I am merely an ordinary person. I've heard that since taking office, Lord Chen has been much beloved by the common people and is truly an official who serves the people well. All of these are just what officials should do. To be honest with Your Highness, I come from humble origins. Even though I passed the imperial examination, according to regulations, I was supposed to be sent away from the capital. It was thanks to Yun Song that I stayed in the royal city, so I don't dare to slack off. This meaning implied that he didn't take any credit for himself. Very modest indeed. Chu Lu was extremely satisfied and started asking other questions. For instance, his parents, relatives, landholdings, and shops. Chen Jingheng truthfully answered everything. He Gu Yuan, observing the situation inside the room, how could he fail to understand? Seizing the opportunity during snack time, he whispered to Chu Nanqi, when will the prince ask me such questions? Chu Nanqi briefly turned to look at him then ignored him without responding. He Gu Yuan sighed and returned to his seat. Once they were finished conversing, Chu Nanqi spoke up, Jingheng hasn't been to my place before. There are a few decent views in my courtyard. Why don't we go for a walk together, and you can stay for lunch? Then I humbly accept the invitation. Chu Nanqi stood up and made an inviting gesture, please. Under the pavilion in the eastern garden, a beautiful scene awaited. Chu Nanqi stopped his steps. Chen Jingheng bowed to him, then proceeded alone. A man and a woman stood several meters apart talking. You can't say they aren't a good match. However, if we rush into choosing this son-in-law, what if the emperor doesn't agree? He Gu Yuan, arms crossed, stood beside Chu Nanqi. Their eyes both focused on the two speaking under the pavilion. Chu Nanqi, seeing his eldest sister's shy gaze, said indifferently, no one can stand in the way of her happiness. In the previous life, he mistakenly believed them and pushed his sister into a terrible situation, ruining her entire life. In this life, whoever comes, kills whoever. He Gu Yuan didn't know where the occasional sadness emanating from Chu Nanqi came from. Regardless, this didn't stop him from supporting him. Let me give you some advice. Chu Nanqi turned to look at him. He Gu Yuan leaned in close and whispered something, then winked at him after finishing. Since ancient times, heroic rescues of beauty have always been the most beloved stories among the common people. Let's act first and worry later. You don't need to worry about the emperor arranging marriages. The two in the pavilion enjoyed each other's company immensely. At least when Chu Yu left, her face was flushed with unmistakable joy. Chu Nanqi observed them throughout, his eyes softening a bit. As long as his sister was happy, everything else was negotiable. Chen Jingheng returned. The three sat in the yard talking. Miss Chu is elegant and charming, a rare and excellent woman. But I come from humble beginnings, and I fear I may bring shame upon her. Chu Nanqi lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table. Compared to the tenderness he had shown earlier, he now seemed slightly colder. Since you have intentions for my sister, there are a few things I won't hide from you. Our Chu family's achievements overshadow our master's, and His Majesty often harbors suspicions. Marrying her to you is also partly for protection. That is one of the reasons why I chose you. Furthermore, my sister has reached marriageable age, and I don't want her entangled in the power struggles of the royal court. Instead of waiting for the emperor to arrange a marriage, it's better to take the initiative. Brother Chen must have some insight into the current situation. Therefore, you should carefully consider the implications this marriage could bring. If Brother Chen has no objections, my intention is to finalize this as soon as possible. Ideally, we would send the betrothal gifts tomorrow to settle this matter. They were all experienced officials who understood the intricacies of politics. Even though they might have idealized officialdom when they first entered it, over these years they had clearly seen through its complexities. Some things were mutually understood and didn't need explicit mention. Chen Jingheng did not hesitate and said seriously, since the Chu family trusts me, I will not let the young lady down. In front of the prince, I vow that I will not betray her. At these words, Chu Nanqi's cold expression finally softened. Good. Once the matter was decided, Chen Jingheng said he wouldn't stay for lunch. I'll immediately find a matchmaker. Tomorrow, I'll come to formally propose. Chu Nanqi personally saw him out, feeling much lighter on his shoulders. No matter how the struggle with the royal family unfolded, at least his sister was safe. After Chen Jingheng left the mansion, a rumor started circulating among the common people. It was said that yesterday at the temple there was a robbery by thieves. The eldest daughter of the Nanping mansion had almost been killed but was saved by Officer Chen who passed by. Upon meeting each other, they fell deeply in love. One pledged never to marry anyone else but the other, while the other swore the same. In tea-houses, storytellers were narrating the tale with so much embellishment that it sounded like an eyewitness account, drawing applause from the crowd. Hence, early the next morning, Chen Jingheng arrived accompanied by a matchmaker and a group carrying betrothal gifts. A lot of townspeople gathered outside the mansion to watch the spectacle. This news spread quickly. Although Chen Jingheng had humble origins, in one day he managed to prepare such extravagant gifts, clearly showing his sincerity. Chu Nanqi didn't close the gates of the mansion, saying it was a happy occasion. Actually, he wanted everyone to witness and make sure this marriage contract was final. Lord Chu Lao, feigning illness, was supported by Lord Chu Chen and seated in the main hall. With the matchmaker present, the two families swiftly agreed on the engagement. The next step would be selecting an auspicious date for the wedding. The Nanping mansion was bustling with activity and cheer. However, upon hearing the news, the palace nearly exploded. The emperor smashed a teacup in anger, causing the eunuch Shi Qing to tremble on his knees. Your Majesty, this news is already being widely discussed among the populace. Everyone knows about it now. Humph. The emperor gave a cold snort. With the situation thus far gone, he needed another plan: summon the empress. Yes, Your Majesty. Before Shi Qing could leave, a little eunuch entered and knelt down. Your Majesty, Grand Judge Yun seeks an audience. Still angry from earlier, the emperor coughed a few times, irritated. What does he want? Minister Yun says he has new findings regarding the assassination attempt at the National Temple yesterday. This assassination case shook both the court and the commoners. Guangji Temple was the state temple, located just outside the capital. In 100 years, nothing of this sort had ever happened, even notorious bandits wouldn't dare rob there. Considering the large number of visitors to Guangji Temple, word of the event spread within half a day. Now, the Ministry of War had already stationed guards around the temple. The emperor naturally knew about this but hadn't paid much attention. Let him in. Dressed in official robes, Yun Song entered the grand hall, knelt down, and performed the proper obeisance. The emperor waved his hand to signal him to rise. What is the matter? Your Majesty, concerning yesterday's assassination attempt at Guangji Temple, I have made some important discoveries. Since it involves key individuals, I dared not make decisions without Your Majesty's knowledge. Chapter 53, Director Yun goes to court. He handed over the folded report in his hands. Shi Qing hurriedly took it and presented it to the emperor's desk. When the emperor read it, he was consumed with fury, angrily slapping the document onto the table. That incompetent fool. Shi Qing, go and fetch Prince 5 for me. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Yuan rushed into the palace in great haste. All his secret agents had been wiped out, and Lin was injured, leaving only his personal soldiers and a few bodyguards near him. With no reinforcements yet, he had no idea what was happening in the palace. But upon entering the hall and seeing Yun Song, his heart sank. Hastily kneeling, he greeted, Son pays respects to His Majesty. You useless good-for-nothing, look at the mess you've caused. The emperor threw the folded paper straight at him. Had it not been for his ineptitude, how could Chen Jingheng end up marrying Chu Yu, foiling all his plans? Prince Yuan shivered under the emperor's rebuke and scrambled to pick up the paper from the ground. It was clearly written that among the assassins yesterday, one person was associated with the steward of his county duke's mansion. Not only that, there were quite a few other leads. However, some of these were merely leads and not substantial evidence. But even this level of implication was enough. Wen's thoughts raced. He couldn't admit to it, the charge of plotting to assassinate a senior court official wasn't something he could bear. Besides, it involved the influential Chu family. Kneeling on the ground, he knocked his head against the floor as he pleaded, Your Majesty, please see the truth, I am innocent. I have been recuperating at home and haven't left. I don't know any of these people. Yun Song stood nearby, seemingly unperturbed, replying calmly, Prince Yuan, there's no need to rush to defend yourself. All of these are just inconclusive matters without evidence. I've come here merely to request an imperial decree to investigate this case further, not accusing you directly. This Yun Song. Yuan gritted his teeth, realizing that his earlier protests had inadvertently incriminated himself. Father Emperor, please discern the truth. I swear I didn't do it. The sole evidence so far is that one of the assassins was associated with my household manager. But can I be held accountable for thoroughly investigating every detail about a mere steward? Please, Father Emperor, understand. The Emperor knew exactly what was going on. Yun Song represented Princess Chang, who naturally aligned with the emperor's faction. His current visit was merely to inform the emperor that he had investigated up to this point. Whether or not to pursue the matter further would depend on how the emperor chose to proceed. Should the emperor wish to confront him directly? Given the authority of the Grand Princess's residence, today's report wouldn't have contained ambiguous details like these. Instead of escalating the issue, he handed the choice back to the emperor. This made the emperor rather satisfied. Still, as he gazed at Prince Yuan lying prostrate on the ground, his fury surged uncontrollably. Starting from today, you are confined to your mansion. You may not involve yourself in any state affairs. When I decide to let you out, then you may re-emerge. Now go away. On his knees, Yuan couldn't believe that the emperor had punished him so severely. Father Emperor, I'm wronged. Wronged. With his plans disrupted, seeing Yuan now infuriated him even more. He snapped, Shi Qing, take him away. I don't want to see him anymore. The Imperial Guard swiftly stepped forward and dragged Yuan out. Clutching his chest, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, coughing continuously. Yun Song respectfully clasped his hands, consoling earnestly, Uncle, preserve your health. His Highness simply lost judgment. While coughing, the emperor waved his hand weakly, calming down slightly before sighing, he has become increasingly unruly over the years. Giving him this lesson will keep him in line next time. Your handling of this matter has been excellent. If word gets out, I doubt the Chu family will forgive him. After all, he is still my son. On my way here, I heard that Miss Chu Yu has promised herself to Jing Heng. Regarding yesterday's events, I think it'll be hard to keep them under wraps. Uncle might as well grant their marriage to stop the Chu family from retaliating. Given Duke Wang's straightforward nature, he will certainly appreciate Uncle's grace. The fingers on the emperor's desk tightened slightly, contemplating whether granting this marriage would derail his plans. Observing the emperor's expression, Yun Song continued, yesterday at the temple, both Jing Heng and I were present. In the heat of the moment, he managed to save Miss Chu Yu, resulting in physical contact between them. This marriage is unavoidable. Jing Heng has always been a close friend of mine, and his staying in the capital has been due to my support. With this favor owed, Uncle needn't worry. Moreover, there were so many commoners watching outside the Nanping mansion earlier. Should Uncle force the separation of this couple, public opinion will surely turn negative. Having said this much, everything was already clear. What kind of status did Yun Song hold? Princess Chang had exhausted her wealth to help the emperor ascend the throne. Their relationship was exceptionally close. And beyond that, Yun Song's talent was renowned. In this statement, not only had he affirmed Chen Jing Heng's loyalty, but he also analyzed the current situation comprehensively. After pondering silently for a while, the emperor finally issued instructions. Shi Qing, draft the imperial decree. The emperor's decree arrived quickly. It seemed specially timed to coincide with the crowd still gathered around. Shi Qing personally came to announce the decree. With a smile, he entered the mansion carrying the edict. Everyone inside the mansion looked surprised. Chu Nanqi and Chen Jing Heng exchanged glances. Their marriage arrangements had already been almost finalized. Now the emperor's decree had arrived at this crucial moment. Everyone harbored different thoughts. Yet they had no choice but to kneel down and accept the decree. A vast array of people within the Nanping mansion knelt, and even those commoners outside the gate kneeled upon seeing the event unfold. Shi Qing unfurled the imperial decree and began to proclaim it aloud. Kneeling near the end of the hall, Chu Nanqi's expression was less than pleasant. Clenching his fists tightly, his mind raced. If the emperor truly intended to bestow a forced marriage upon his elder sister, what should he do? He currently didn't have the ability to defy the imperial decree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through the charade of showing loyalty in front of the crown prince a few days ago. Under the royal authority, he felt himself to be so insignificant. Could it be that even though fate allowed him a second chance, he still couldn't avoid this? Today, by imperial grace, I specially bestow this marriage upon you as an award. So decreed. After finishing the joyous proclamation with a cheerful laugh, he closed the imperial decree and looked down at Chu Lu on the ground. Your Highness, receive the decree. The old minister receives the decree. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Chu Chuan helped Chu Lu stand up, holding his waist, still moving uncomfortably. Eunuch, please inform his majesty. The old minister will go to the palace to express gratitude shortly. Rest assured, your highness. His majesty said he knows your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so there's no need for you to visit the palace to thank him personally. Shi Qing hurriedly bowed to Chu Lu, then added, his majesty mentioned that his health has been good these days, so he specially held a banquet in the palace, inviting other young nobles in the capital. On that day, the 3 young masters must attend. Eunuch, rest assured, my sons will surely be there. Good, your highness needn't be courteous. This humble servant must return to the palace and report. Eunuch, please take your time leaving, Brother Chuan will see you off. Chu Nanqi rose from the floor, still feeling somewhat dazed. The emperor issued a decree to arrange this marriage, but surprisingly, not to the crown prince. Instead, it was for her and Chen Jing Heng. What exactly was going on? By all accounts, according to the emperor's thoughts, how could he possibly agree? Perhaps there was another scheme involved here. Chapter 54, Initial Contact. Chu Nanqi glanced outside where citizens were still gathered. Turning to Qin Jingheng, he said, I imagine His Majesty also heard about yesterday's events. Since His Majesty kindly decreed this marriage, Brother Qin, pick a date and marry soon, lest any delays cause trouble. Qin Jingheng replied, agreed. Whether for what purpose or not, this arranged marriage was indeed beneficial for the Chu family. The Nanping mansion remained bustling with activity throughout the morning until noon when they finally shut the main gate. Back in the main house, their faces no longer bore the previous smiles. Chu Qin spoke first, Nanqi, I remember you once said that in a previous life, His Majesty forced you to marry the Crown Prince's cousin. If that's true, why would His Majesty benevolently arrange a marriage for our elder sister now? This was also what Chu Nanqi couldn't understand. Just before eunuch Shiqing left, he specifically mentioned the banquet in the palace. He didn't mention a younger sister, indicating that His Majesty's machinations may eventually target both of you. Chu Chuan looked grave. There were more than just Chu Yu who were unmarried in the family. Both Chu Chen and Chu Nanqi were unwed as well. I can't marry in such a short time either, nor can second brother. Inevitably, we won't escape this matter. But since we are men, it'll be easier to handle. As long as sister marries Qin Jingheng safely and soundly, that's what matters. In such a feudal society, a woman's path was much harder than a man's. One misstep, and all hope would be lost forever. Just like in the previous life, Chiyu might not have liked Yuan, but since she had physical contact with a man who wasn't her husband-to-be, others deemed that fatal. His Majesty emphasized that all three of us must attend, which likely implies some action will be taken. Perhaps women will be forcibly assigned to us. Chu Chen looked up at Chu Nanqi, on that day, you'll need to be careful regarding alcohol or similar things. I know. Second brother, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. That's good. As they were discussing, Qin Jiu walked in. Master, our people have found out. Not long after Yun Song entered the palace today, the emperor's decree of marriage was issued. Yun Song. Again, it's him. During the rescue letter incident last time, Chu Nanqi suspected Yun Song knew something, but during their two meetings, it wasn't evident. Why is he helping them today? Chu Chuan had also heard of Yun Song, he is the son of the Grand Princess and is close friends with Qin Jingheng. Could it be for Qin Jingheng's sake? Uncertain. Regardless of the reason, it's good that he's willing to lend a hand. Chu Chen thought about Yun Song's handsome face and then about how he treated him. He said, let me inquire further. Yesterday, we had an enjoyable conversation, so that boy should talk. Chu Nanqi was quite surprised, second brother isn't familiar with him usually. It's true that we're not very familiar, but yesterday's discussion made me realize the boy has fine character. Besides, I'm bored anyway. If I find out the reason, brother can make appropriate preparations. Chu Nanqi thought about it and agreed, then second brother, be cautious not to reveal too much yourself. Am I that stupid? I'm leaving now. Chu Chen, true to his word, vanished in a flash. Chu Chen's personality was free-spirited, not bound by formalities. A man with such a personality would indeed be excellent on the battlefield, but in this mysterious and unpredictable imperial city, it was certainly not a good thing. Chu Nanqi shook his head with a slight sigh and rose to take his leave, father, then I will go back. He didn't stay for dinner, and Chu Lu subconsciously thought He Guiyuan had come, go ahead, go ahead. Chu Nanqi returned to the East Garden. Unexpectedly, He Guiyuan wasn't there. Ever since they returned to the capital, this guy came every day, never using the main gate. Now that he didn't see him, it was rather surprising. However, with his absence, Chu Nanqi had other matters to deal with. Seated before his desk, his mind was completely filled with the palace banquet 3 days away. Meanwhile, Chu Chen went to the Dali temple. But Yun Song wasn't there. It was said that there was a case, and he went to inspect the scene. Currently, the country was at peace, and Chu Chen was just a general who didn't have to lead troops into battle or attend court sessions daily. So, having nothing else to do, he looked for people. The incident occurred in a residential area in the northern part of the royal capital. When Chu Chen arrived, the officials were just carrying the corpse out, with quite a few people gathered inside and outside the house, weeping and wailing. He stood among the crowd, seeing Yun Song talking to a woman, with an examiner nearby. Truly sinful it is. Yes, chopped up with over a dozen slashes, what deep enmity must that have been? You say it's strange, the man getting hacked like that without making any sound. Did anyone here hear anything last night? No. His neighbor is 2 houses away, and even I heard nothing. Wow, that's scary. Good thing Lady Wang went back to her maiden home, otherwise, she might have been killed by those villains last night. The official earlier mentioned that all the silver money from the house was gone, so it seems it was about the money. Oh my, how horrifying. How can such things happen under the emperor's nose? Yes, truly shocking. Listening to the discussions around him, Chu Chen gained a rough understanding. Since he didn't often stay in the imperial capital, robberies were common in the southern frontier, but this was the imperial city. An occurrence like this here could undoubtedly cause panic among the commoners. Chu Chen shifted his gaze toward Yun Song inside the house, noting his furrowed brows and the seriousness on his face. He sensibly refrained from going over, instead lingering among the townspeople, trying to gather more information. Not long after, Chen Jingheng hurriedly arrived. The first one to present this case report was the magistrate's office, and originally, it should have been him to come here. However, early today, he went to propose marriage to the Chu family. The person reporting ran into Yun Song, which was why he ended up being there. After Chen Jingheng arrived, the two stayed on site for much longer. Chu Chen never revealed himself, instead actively inquiring about Chen Jingheng's character. Oh, you're asking about Magistrate Chen? That's a fine official. Yes. Magistrate Chen is fair and just, a real honest and incorruptible judge. Isn't Magistrate Chen supposed to be proposing today? Truly, it's unlucky that a homicide occurred on such a good day. Keep your voice down, the murderer might hear us if he's here. Hearing these discussions, the women became frightened, covered their mouths, glanced around, and finally left. This conversation did remind Chu Chen. He hadn't brought his sword when he came out, dressed rather inconspicuously in dark blue robes, unlike a general. Naturally, others wouldn't pay too much attention to him either. Chu Chen stepped back a few paces, exiting the crowd and carefully scrutinizing the surrounding people with his hawk-like eyes. Having fought numerous battles, he naturally had skills in reading people. Most of the villagers stuck their necks out to peek inside, while continuously discussing among themselves. That was the normal way to look for entertainment. Looking around, Chu Chen's gaze roamed across the faces one by one, finally settling on someone. The man wore a light blue robe, his hair neatly tied with a pin, an ordinary face giving him the appearance of a scholar. What set him apart from the rest was that he stood in a corner, continually gazing inside the house, keeping his eyes tightly fixed on the officials. Chapter 55, Brother 2 Searching for Clues. Most importantly, he didn't talk to anyone or listen to others' words. Something was off about this man. Chu Chen quietly stared at the individual. After a while, the man looked around cautiously, confirming that no one noticed him, and then quietly slipped away from the crowd. Chu Chen immediately followed. Being a trained warrior with high martial arts skills, tailing someone was not difficult for him. The man crossed through streets and alleys. After a short walk, he reached a residence. Before opening the door, he once again looked back, making sure no one discovered him before pushing the door open and entering. Chu Chen emerged from behind a wall corner, walking toward the place. He stood in front of the door and realized how truly poor the conditions of this house were. There was a hole in the gate. Peering through it, he saw a few chickens running around in the yard. On one side, there was a fenced vegetable garden. Right at the center stood an ordinary wooden house. Chu Chen rarely visited such parts of the imperial city and had no idea that places could be so impoverished. He didn't dare to display his agility by leaping onto the rooftops, fearing he might collapse them. After much deliberation, he knocked on the neighboring door. The person who opened the door was a man dressed like a scholar. Who are you? Chu Chen bowed politely. Excuse me, I have just arrived and am looking for a place to stay. May I ask where we are? The scholar noticed Chu Chen's elegant bearing and said with a smile, Brother, is this your first time in the capital? That's correct. It's also my first time here, almost got lost, so I apologize for the intrusion. You're too kind. The imperial examination is next year. Everyone arrives early to find accommodations, so this area mostly houses scholars. Scholar. It seemed that the individual from before must also be a scholar preparing for next year's exam. But these scholars appeared physically weak, how could they possibly commit murder? Especially the type involving more than a dozen slashes. Chu Chen then asked again, I see that the houses around here are quite simple, not very typical of buildings within the imperial city. The scholar let out a bitter laugh filled with irony. Brother may not know, but it is often said that among all professions, scholars are the least useful. If one passes the exam the first year, fine. But failing means another 3 years wasted. We are all children of humble origins, we cannot afford to live in luxurious mansions. This street specifically rents homes to us poor scholars. I see. By the way, do you know who manages the rental properties nearby? Brother, follow this road until the end. The real estate agent lives there, all the properties in this area are under their management. Thank you. You're welcome. Chu Chen followed the road to its end. This street was rather long, but the real estate agent's place was easy to spot, there was a big sign hanging outside. In the imperial city, real estate agents were people who bought and sold houses for others. They had access to a lot of resources and information. They just needed to register with the authorities. As soon as Chu Chen entered, the agent Fu Er immediately came forward to greet him. Having spent years in bustling markets, Fu Er's discerning eye was top-notch. Looking at this person, so dignified, handsome, and elegantly dressed despite the simplicity, Fu Er recognized instantly that this was a wealthy young master. Master, are you here to buy property? Chu Chen pulled out a bar of gold from his pocket and tossed it to him. I have some questions for you. Such a large gold bar. It was worth far more than the commission earned from selling a house. Understanding perfectly, Fu Er smiled broadly. Let's go inside and talk, master. Chu Chen didn't waste any words. He cut straight to the chase and gave the address. Whose residence is this now? Just a moment. Fu Er returned to the main hall and brought out the rental ledger. The authorities strictly controlled the information of tenants. Every individual's travel certificate and documentation issued by their hometowns would be recorded. Especially within the imperial city. Each visitor had to be carefully investigated, otherwise, local officials would face punishment if bandits or criminals slipped in. After finding the relevant entry, Fu Er handed it to Chu Chen for inspection. The tenant here is a junior scholar named Fang Ji. His household registration is from Hezhou, and he has been living in the capital for 3 years. Skimming over the lines written on the paper, Chu Chen questioned further, how well do you know this person? Being active in this area, Fu Er naturally knew more than an average person. Yet he couldn't comprehend why a rich young man would inquire about a poor scholar. But rules were rules in business. Once money exchanged hands, no further questions should be asked. That man is just a poor scholar who makes ends meet by writing documents for others. It's rumored that his family is also extremely poor. Due to the inability to afford the journey back home, he has stayed here. There are many scholars like him in our area, nothing unusual. Chu Chen started joining military campaigns with Chu Lu at the age of 10, achieving remarkable military exploits at a young age and being granted the title of general. Although himself not a great reader and without much interest in studying, he didn't have an extensive understanding of the imperial examination system either. So, who does he usually associate with? There are too many to count. He's been here for 3 years and knows all his neighbors. Moreover, together with several other scholars, he operates a stall on the main street, helping others write letters. Naturally, he has gotten to know many people. After pondering for a moment. Given the open-mindedness of their Yun state's folk customs, except for strict rules surrounding the daughters of prestigious families, regular civilians weren't particularly confined by harsh regulations. Especially men, it was entirely normal for them to frequently wander outside. Do you know the family that died on the front street? Master, you're talking about Mr. Lu the butcher, right? Of course I know him. Oh, tell me more. This Mr. Lu was a pork seller. He would start slaughtering pigs before dawn every day and has been operating his stall here for at least 10 years. People from several streets around here buy his pork. Everyone knows him. Today, Chu Chen had only stood outside for half a while, listening to the gossip of commoners about the cause of death, but he hadn't learned much about the deceased. He rubbed his fingers together. How could a butcher who slaughtered pigs all day be killed by a scholar? That didn't seem realistic. So, does Fang Ji know that family too? That's a given. By this point, Bu Er clearly understood what Chu Chen was getting at. But he thought this noble young man was overthinking things. The murder case caused quite a stir, everyone in the surrounding area knows about it. Master, do you suspect Fang Ji? But based on my understanding of that kid, he's just a frail scholar. On normal days, he doesn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Chu Chen also thought it was unlikely, but his intuition told him there was definitely something wrong with this Fang Ji. If he wasn't the murderer, then he must have witnessed something. He couldn't possibly be completely innocent. Has he done anything recently out of the ordinary? Bu Er thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. I apologize, master, but I haven't noticed. However, scholars around here are generally acquainted. You can ask someone else. Others, Chu Chen definitely wouldn't ask them. No need to tip anyone off prematurely. With this much information, he decided not to inquire further and left. Farewell, master. As Bu Er held the gold coin and courteously bowed to see Chu Chen out. After coming out of the house, Chu Chen walked back along the way again, glancing into Fang Ji's house as he passed. The door inside was tightly shut, the windows closed, all unclear. Chapter 56, I want to see your director Yun. Such tight ceiling in broad daylight. Definitely suspicious. Chu Chen didn't linger long, retracing his steps back to the front street. On the front street, the constables had already sealed the butcher's home, and the body had been taken away. As the sky grew darker, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Only now did Chu Chen step toward the house. However, as soon as he approached, he was stopped. Master, the court is investigating this case. Unauthorized people cannot enter. Chu Chen raised his chin. I'm looking for your director Yun. Inside the house, Yun Song heard the voice and shouted, let him in. Yes, sir. Chu Chen quickly entered. In the room were Yun Song and Chen Jingheng, plus 2 bailiffs examining everything. How did you get here? I have nothing better to do and am curious about investigation procedures. How's it going? Did you find anything? Yun Song furrowed his brow, sighing slightly. The room has obviously been cleaned up. Except for some blood stains that couldn't be removed, everything else is spotless. This was why he and Chen Jingheng stayed on site for so long. An altered crime scene required significant time spent searching for traces. He had time to clean after committing the murder. This appears to have been carefully planned, definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I thought the same thing. Chen Jingheng pointed at an empty space. There used to be a table here, but it's gone now. Clearly, the killer allowed himself ample time to destroy evidence before the act. Chu Chen looked around. As Chen Jingheng said, the house was thoroughly tidied up. Almost all furniture was immaculate. This wasn't achievable in just 1 hour. Considering the time of the report, Chu Chen remained silent. They talked in the room for a bit longer. The sky turned dark outside. Yun Song, let's stop here for today and discuss back at headquarters. Chen Jingheng instructed others to seal the location and leave 2 guards. Then the rest of them left subsequently. Passing by a tavern, Yun Song stopped, turning to look at Chen Jingheng. Today's your big day, and I haven't congratulated you yet. Chu Chen is also here. Let's eat here. Chen Jingheng glanced at the inn, making a gesture of invitation. It's my treat. Chu Chen watched their polite exchanges with impatience. You two are awfully close, aren't you? All this formality is making me nauseous. Being a martial artist, Chu Chen truly couldn't bear all this pretense from the scholars, especially all the unnecessary formalities. It was exhausting. Chen Jingheng chuckled helplessly. Mr. Chu, please. The 3 went inside, settling in a private room upstairs. They ordered dishes. Yun Song ordered a pot of tea. You still have a case to handle, so no alcohol. Let's toast with tea instead. Thank you. Chen Jingheng raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Yun Song's, feeling deeply moved inside. He was grateful for Yun Song's trust, and since taking office, he had worked diligently without any laxity, determined to achieve something. But he never expected that he would be getting married so soon. After they toasted, drinking it down in one go, Chen Jingheng sighed. Today should have been a good day, but unfortunately such a terrible murder case happened. It is truly hard to settle my mind. I'll help investigate this case for you. Your wedding with Miss Chu must still proceed swiftly. Your parents are far away at home, you should also send someone to bring them here. Yes, I sent word to my mother yesterday detailing the situation, asking them to come to the capital as soon as possible. Chen Jingheng's ancestral home was in the south. There were still 2 elderly parents at home, along with 2 younger siblings. Chu Chen leisurely sipped his tea. Their family had already thoroughly investigated everything about the Chen household. Chen Jingheng, my sister is a kind and gentle woman, unlike our brothers. Since you've married her, take good care of her, don't let her suffer from those dirty inner courtyard squabbles. Or else, your brother-in-law will dare to storm your door with a knife. It was rare, perhaps even unprecedented, for someone like Chu Chen to openly threaten his future brother-in-law. Chen Jingheng hadn't had much interaction with Chu Chen in the past, and he was quite taken aback now. Seeing the murderous intent in Chu Chen's eyes, there wasn't a hint of playfulness. This man probably would carry out his threat. Despite this, Chen Jingheng remained fairly calm, regaining his composure quickly and promising repeatedly, Mr. Chu, please rest assured. Although my family may be impoverished, my parents are reasonable, and my younger siblings are sensible. We won't allow your elder sister to be treated poorly. Better be. Chu Chen retracted his intense gaze. His parents had loved each other dearly all their lives, and after his mother passed away, his father maintained chastity for the rest of his life. Yet, in this era where having 3 wives and 4 concubines was common, such men were exceedingly rare. Had it not been for the royal pressure, they wouldn't have hastily decided on Chu Yu's marriage either. The waiter knocked and brought in the dishes. After a while of bustling around, the door closed as he retreated. Chu Chen picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the food, and softened his tone slightly. Don't think I'm speaking harsh words before things happen. The thing I hate the most in life is men who have multiple wives and prefer concubines over their legal wife. A man born under heaven owes it to the country, owes it to his family, and most importantly owes loyalty to the wife he has committed his entire life to. That is what makes a real good man. One day, if you fall for someone else, just tell me. We can amicably dissolve the marriage between our 2 families and take my sister back. Mr. Chu. Chu Chen lifted his hand, cutting off Chen Jingheng's explanation. What came to his mind was all the things Chu Nanqi had told him. About Chu Yu's tragic death in the previous life. Just hearing those words made him uncomfortable. How painful must Chu Yu have been at that time? He looked seriously at Chen Jingheng. I know these demands might be unreasonable, but you can have countless wives, whereas I only have this one sister. Please understand. Chen Jingheng was stunned by this barrage of words from Chu Chen, as if re-evaluating something. After a while, he firmly rose and bowed respectfully to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. Time will reveal a person's true character. I promise you. Good. I haven't misjudged you. Having received his promise, Chu Chen's aura turned noticeably more approachable. Yun Song drank his tea casually, glancing sideways at Chu Chen's smiling side face, curling his lips faintly. After finishing this matter, Chu Chen remembered the scholar's issue and lowered his voice. Regarding today's homicide, I suspect a person. Go check into it. Yun Song focused his attention straightforwardly. finally landing on the thin lips of the man, replying softly, "Who?" Chu Chen muttered, recounting everything in detail. He went carefully through how he observed Fang Ji's demeanor and behavior, then the cautious actions when he returned home, and lastly, the information from the real estate broker. After telling all this, Chu Chen looked at the two people in front of him who furrowed their brows and were pondering, "Do you both think this person is suspicious?" Although he wasn't an official handling cases, his intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with this man. Yun Song tapped lightly on the table, once, twice, running all the information through his head slowly before speaking. The medical examiner initially judged the cause of death. The victim was first stabbed from behind, then slashed with more than 10 cuts afterwards. This indicates that it must have been a crime committed by someone familiar. Chen Jingheng, yes. Only a close acquaintance would act so unguarded. This is why my first thought was to suspect his wife. His wife. Chapter 57, Main Invitation, Yun Song. While eating the dish, Chu Chen thought back to the lady he saw that afternoon. If he hadn't been mistaken. The lady looked delicate and frail, almost frightened out of her wits when questioned. Could a woman like this possibly be a murderer? That woman looks as fragile as willow branches, she knows no martial arts. How could she lift a knife? It's not impossible. Yun Song understood what Chu Chen was thinking. You don't know. This woman is so beautiful that she's called the pork beauty. Many men, even those who don't buy pork, would pass by her stall just to take a look. The butcher got jealous and, whenever drunk, suspected her of infidelity, leading to violent beatings. They spent the entire afternoon at the scene and, naturally, couldn't just look at the house, they also questioned the neighboring street vendors. Thus, they already had a general idea of the family situation. Damn it, he deserved to die. Chu Chen hated men who beat their wives most. What kind of man was that? The sight of him cursing landed in Yun Song's eyes, and without realizing it, a hint of amusement appeared in his gaze. However, the suspicious behavior you pointed out about that scholar is worth investigating. I'll send people to look into it right away. These kinds of cases can't be delayed, the longer we wait, the harder it is to find evidence. Chen Jingheng was an efficient person, and especially with such a cruel homicide, failure to produce swift results would leave the common people feeling uneasy. Hence, as soon as they left the tavern, Chen Jingheng hurriedly departed. As the prefect of the capital, all large and small civilian affairs fell under his jurisdiction. Moreover, he also wished for quick results, so he could focus on wedding preparations. Once he left, Chu Chen originally wanted to speak to Yun Song but didn't find the chance immediately. Besides, given the enormity of this murder case, talking about something else now seemed inappropriate. So he was about to bid farewell. Unexpectedly, Yun Song called out to him voluntarily, "Do you want to come to the office of the prefect tomorrow? Is there anything? You haven't seen how court cases are tried yet, have you?" It was true that Chu Chen hadn't witnessed an official trial before, but this was just a random excuse he came up with. After today's interaction, he gained a preliminary understanding of their character and developed an intention to get along well. All right. See you tomorrow. Chu Chen walked off confidently with his hands behind his back. Yun Song stood still, staring deeply for a long time until the figure disappeared from sight. The next morning, Chu Chen arrived at the residence of the princess, though he didn't enter. He leaned casually against the opposite side of the street. After the princess married the imperial son-in-law, she did not move out of the princess's residence but continued living here. The emperor harbored suspicions about the Chus in the past, which led to the princess breaking ties with them. Rather than go through formalities, Chu Chen preferred standing outside. Seeing Yun Song come out of the palace, his eyes instantly spotted the young man standing tall on the avenue. Today, the young man wore a snug black robe, with a plain black gilded belt around his waist. The belt carried nothing, making it particularly simple. Yet, this did nothing to conceal his bearing. Yun Song lowered his gaze slightly, suppressing the luster in his eyes before regaining composure and approaching him. Did you come early? Chu Chen looked up at the sun upon seeing him. Not too early. I thought you'd leave earlier since the Ministry of Justice is always busy. He had woken up before dawn to avoid keeping Yun Song waiting. Who knew this person left rather late? Yun Song smiled, gesturing to walk together. At the Ministry of Justice, I'm not the only one handling things. Court trials won't start too early either, so this timing is perfect. Oh. The two strolled leisurely down the avenue. Chu Chen turned his head toward Yun Song, silent. In the past, he mostly hung out with military officers. Their conversations were straightforward and lively, always brimming with endless chatter. This abrupt companionship with a scholar made Chu Chen feel awkward, worried he might offend Yun Song. Hey, I heard you went to the palace yesterday. With such a straightforward response, Chu Chen also spoke frankly. Was it you who proposed the marriage decree? Yun Song kept his hands behind his back, looking briefly at him before turning back. Don't overthink it. It's for Jingheng. Oh. Initially, Chu Chen intended to say that he hadn't overthought it, but seeing Yun Song's expression, he stopped. Yun Song continued, Jingheng has a good character, but his family background isn't great. With this imperial decree, rumors about them both in the capital can be reduced. This makes sense, Chu Chen agreed with this point, but these relationships really do make a difference. We wouldn't dare to ask for an imperial decree, but your nephew managed to secure it after just one visit. If it were as simple as that, they would have done it long ago. Why go through such trouble? His words were sour, laced with a special implication. Yun Song pretended not to understand as he replied, I'll take it as a compliment then. Ha, you kid, quite the narcissist. Chu Chen patted his shoulder with his large hand, its youthful warmth transferring through to Yun Song's body. Yun Song stiffened slightly but Chu Chen didn't notice. Even so, I thank you for this. I was truly worried that things wouldn't work out. From now on, we're friends. If there's anything, just let me know. As long as I'm in the royal city, I'll be at your beck and call. Yun Song tilted his head slightly, looking at the radiant young face, softly saying, all right. Having heard what he wanted to hear, Chu Chen shifted his attention back to yesterday's case. Come on, I wonder how Qin Jinghang's investigation is going. He took his hand off Yun Song's shoulder and strode forward, urging Yun Song along. The fingers under Yun Song's sleeve bent slightly as he calmly followed. In front of the capital judicial office, a crowd had already gathered. Chu Chen, being tall and burly, squeezed in and noticed Yun Song couldn't enter from the outside. Turning back, he grabbed Yun Song's wrist with one hand, easily pulling him inside. Yun Song's face was well known. Naturally, the guards at the door recognized him and bowed in unison. With his presence, they directly stood at the best viewing platform. Chu Chen crossed his arms, standing in a corner of the official court, whispering to Yun Song, how come it hasn't started yet? Yun Song's finger behind his back caressed his wrist where it had been held earlier, his eyes filled with warmth. They're here. In the main hall. Qin Jinghang was already seated in his official robes. Following closely, the guards brought Fang Ji up. Chu Chen glanced at the scene and whispered toward Yun Song. Being taller, he had to slightly bend down to whisper into Yun Song's ear, his breath landing on the other's ear. This caused Yun Song's ears to redden suspiciously. Has Qin Jinghang found evidence? It seems so. Then I'm eager to listen. Chu Chen watched intently, not noticing Yun Song's gaze fixed on him. Qin Jinghang sternly stared down at Fang Ji, loudly questioning, what exactly is your relationship with Lu Butcher's wife? Spit it out honestly. Fang Ji knelt tremulously, too scared to even raise his head. Chapter 58, Back to the Brothel. Lord, please see the truth. This one only knows Lu's wife as a neighbor, no other ties. If there are no ties, why did the two of you meet privately last night, and late at night, too? Fang Ji wiped his sweat, appearing very guilty. At this point, Chu Chen understood, this guy had been caught red-handed last night. Qin Jinghang worked fast. He must have hardly rested all night, keeping close watch. To do so much for the common folk made Chu Chen admire his future brother-in-law for the first time. Seeing him hesitate and avoid telling the truth, Qin Jinghang slammed his table. If you don't confess fully now, this official will resort to flogging. Think carefully. You're a frail scholar, a few strokes might end your life. My lord, spare me, spare me. The butcher wasn't killed by me. Truly, it wasn't me. If not, then confess honestly. Do I have to torture you? This one. Fang Ji still hesitated, unwilling to speak. Qin Jinghang gave him no more chances to hesitate, feigning anger, bring the rods. Upon seeing Qin Jinghang serious, Fang Ji immediately pleaded, spare my life, I'll talk now. Confess fully. Otherwise, this official will surely not show leniency. Tell me first how you came to know Lu's wife. Fang Ji bent over, his face pale as death. Actually, when he and Lu's wife were caught on the spot last night, he knew it was impossible to hide. Judge, forgive me. In the past, I used to set up a stall on Long Street. Lu's wife often came for letter writing, asking me to help her read family letters, and eventually we got to know each other. Later one day she tried to jump into the river due to being beaten by the butcher. Luckily, I happened to pass by and saved her. Afterwards, you two secretly developed affection and indulged in an illicit affair? Confronted with Qin Jinghang's words, Fang Ji shamefully nodded. For a man learned in poetry and books to entangle himself with another man's wife and reveal it publicly was naturally embarrassing. Qin Jinghang continued his impartial questioning, so because you were afraid your affair would be discovered, you set up a scheme to kill him? No, my lord, it's not like that. Fang Ji frantically shook his head, tears streaming from his eyes and snot pouring. I truly had no knowledge of this matter beforehand. Speak quickly. Wiping his tears, Fang Ji hesitantly told the story. It turned out, after the two of them came together, Fang Ji felt pity for Madame Lu's suffering and treated her with great gentleness and care. Madame Lu realized there were men in this world who could be so kind to her. She fell deeply in love with Fang Ji without any way out. The more she compared him with her husband, the more she hated Lu Butcher. At this point, Lu Butcher's suspicion grew even more intense. Sometimes merely looking at another person while collecting money would provoke him to beat her. She was beaten so badly that she could hardly endure it. Nor did she want to bear it anymore. Thus, she falsely claimed that she would stay at her parents' house for a couple of days. Then, she secretly sneaked back home without the neighbors knowing. When Lou Butcher returned home in the evening, seeing her inside the house, he asked why she had come back. Madame Lou feigned missing him and prepared a table of wine and dishes. Lou Butcher thought nothing of it and sat down to eat. While he was eating, Madame Lou stabbed him from behind. This stab hit exactly at his heart, and Lou Butcher fell down lifelessly before he could shout. At that moment, thinking of all those years of being beaten by him, hatred surged in her heart. She grabbed the knife and furiously stabbed him dozens of times. Regaining clarity afterward, she hurriedly fled in panic to Feng Ji's place. Feng Ji was shocked, never imagining that the always gentle she would dare to kill. He knew well that committing murder entailed grave consequences. But faced with the earnest pleading of the one he loved, Feng Ji couldn't bear to refuse. He thus went back to help her cover up evidence and clean up the scene. In the span of one night, he cleaned both the inside and outside thoroughly. Taking advantage of the dark night, Feng Ji sent Madame Lou back to her mother-in-law's house before returning himself. If it weren't for the next day when Lou Butcher didn't leave home to sell meat and the neighbors thought to knock on his door at noon, his body might have been discovered even later. After finishing his story, the surrounding townsfolk sighed deeply. Particularly, some nearby neighbors exchanged glances in silence. Since ancient times, women faced difficulties. Especially married women, should they encounter an unpleasant husband or harsh in-laws constantly beating or criticizing them. They can only lament their bad fate. After all, commoners lack the courage to divorce, and her natal family would never accept a divorced woman. The trial of this case had now reached clarity. Chen Jingheng ordered Feng Ji to be taken away and then brought Madame Lou up. Their testimonies were consistent front to back, and adding the lost money found at Feng Ji's house. The case could be concluded. Exiting the capital judicial office, Chu Chen's expression wasn't good. Madame Lou's last words on the court earlier were too piercing. They echoed long in his ears. She said, "Lord, should I have just allowed myself to be beaten to death?" She said, "Why didn't any of you come to help me when I was being beaten? Now that he's dead, everyone is condemning me." She said, "Where exactly is the fairness and integrity you claim?" Madame Lou's words struck straight to the heart. But the law is the law. A murderer must pay with their life, debts must be repaid. On the way back, the road was much quieter than when they came. People on the long street were busily going about their lives, and none had paused because of this case. "If you're feeling upset, would you like me to buy you a drink?" Yun Song suddenly said this. Chu Chen stopped walking. "Won't you go to the Supreme Court? It doesn't matter missing a day. I'll take you somewhere." Yun Song walked forward first. Chu Chen followed behind without opposing. The two left the main street, walked quite far, and ended up at East Street. Even in broad daylight, East Street had its fair share of people. Standing at the entrance of the street, Chu Chen looked at the red and green-clad ladies inside with slightly astonished eyes, his gaze falling onto Yun Song. He hadn't really expected Yun Song to be someone who frequented brothels. Yun Song saw his gaze and immediately understood his misunderstanding but chose not to explain since this indeed was a brothel. Yun Song casually entered one of them. With their extraordinary demeanor, courtesans surrounded them vying to serve, but Yun Song dismissed them all. "Ah, these two gentlemen look new here, please come upstairs." The madam was perceptive. Judging by their appearances alone, she could tell they were wealthy young masters. She arranged for someone to take them upstairs to a private seat. Yun Song took out some silver from his pocket and handed it to the madam. "Call over one of your girls who has stories." The madam, having received the money, quickly said, "All right, master, please wait a moment." Chu Chen sat across from him and upon hearing his words, roughly guessed what he had come for. Not long after, two girls arrived. They were young, their innocence unmistakable even in concealment. "The madam, master, these are newly arrived girls at our establishment. They haven't been fully trained yet. You don't mind, do you?" Yun Song waved a hand, "Sit down." The madam turned around, gave the two girls a stern look, and ordered, "Take good care of them." With that, she left with a forced smile. Chapter 59, The Drunken Second Brother. The two girls looked at them uneasily, not daring to sit. Yun Song didn't press them, remaining calm. "Were you bought here?" One of the girls, bolder than her companion, nodded after seeing they didn't appear to be ill-intentioned. Yun Song then placed a gold ingot on the table. "Then tell me your stories from before. If I find them satisfactory, this gold will be yours." The two girls exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe they were truly there just to listen to stories. After half a moment's hesitation, they began speaking slowly. Girls in brothels mostly have been sold by their parents. Parents who have many children, especially daughters, when lacking money or food, would prioritize selling off their daughters. On the contrary, sons wouldn't face such a fate. This was true for the two girls. After they finished their story, Yun Song casually asked, setting down his teacup, "Do you hate them?" The girls seemed unprepared for such a question from Yun Song. Neither they, nor probably any other girls in the brothel, had ever thought about this. Their parents bore them and traded them away for silver to let younger siblings survive. Morally speaking, this appeared correct. But no one ever asked them if they wanted to come here. Why were their parents so heartless? The girl who had spoken first gave a bitter smile. Hating them or not, what does it matter? The world has many pitiful people, not only us sisters. Rather than crying here, we should focus on how to live on properly. Faced with her answer, Yun Song did not inquire further. A moment later, he gestured at them. You may leave. Bring someone else with different stories. Once they exited, they presumably said something to the madam. Subsequently, another girl was led in by the madam. Before Yun Song could say anything, the girl began telling her own story. She had been sold by her husband, simply because he favored another woman, and thus deceived her into being sold. Yun Song similarly asked her if she hated him. The woman responded, stating that if she had the chance, she'd want nothing more than to kill him. However, staying too long in the house had made her witness too many callous and indifferent men. Instead of giving her life up for such men, she'd rather continue living well. Yun Song waved a hand dismissively. The woman bowed and retreated. Chu Chen, who had remained silent all this time, only one phrase echoed in his mind, live on properly. Indeed. From past to present, people like them never succeeded in living on properly either. Even these girls, whose lives have been so tragic, managed to let go. Why couldn't they? Realizing this, the heavy burden pressing down on his chest since earlier gradually dissipated. Yun Song glanced through a nearby window at the lively crowd downstairs. Not long after, his gaze shifted back to Chu Chen's handsome face. It isn't easy for anyone to live in this world. We can only try our best to do what is within our own power. Sacrificing oneself for those unworthy people is the most foolish act of all. Moreover, when compared to these hardships, living on properly is most crucial. At this point, seemingly lost in some memory, his tone faltered momentarily. If one dies, everything is gone. The sadness in his words was evident, which made Chu Chen involuntarily lift his eyes to look at him. Yet, Yun Song's mood quickly changed, not allowing Chu Chen to discern much as he forcibly diverted the subject. Yesterday, when I left the palace, the emperor summoned the empress, seemingly discussing something. I think it's likely about your matters. On the day of the royal banquet, Brother Chu must pay extra attention. His willingness to share information made Chu Chen feel somewhat confused. This man is the son of the Grand Princess, the emperor being his real uncle. Logically, he shouldn't be siding with their Chu family. Chu Chen thought this and asked accordingly. Aren't you supposed to stand by the emperor's side? Or are you intentionally getting close to me, also trying to make us side with you? Facing his accusation, Yun Song smiled first. You speak so frankly, how can you trust my response is necessarily the truth? This counter-question silenced Chu Chen. He wasn't as quick-witted as Chu Nanqi, nor had he read as many books. After opening and closing his mouth a few times, he still couldn't come up with words to refute Yun Song. Instead, Yun Song said indifferently, don't worry. I purely admire the general's character, and this has nothing to do with factional strife. Since ancient times, the imperial throne always went to the most capable. Moreover, there is my elder brother ahead of me. Even if anything needs to be done, it certainly wouldn't involve me. Chu Chen applied what he learned from earlier and shot back Yun Song's own words. Then how can I be sure that you're being honest now? Time will reveal true intentions. Besides, I don't look favorably upon either the crown prince or Duke One. Although Yun Song said it lightly, Chu Chen was startled. Lowering his voice in haste, Chu Chen worriedly said, are you insane? This is something that shouldn't be spoken casually. He sincerely believed now that Yun Song was not intentionally approaching him. If this were leaked, his position as Chief Justice would be over. Seeing his anxiety for himself, Yun Song's eyes showed some amusement. If someone sitting here weren't you, I naturally wouldn't have said this. I believe that Brother Chu would not harm me. You seem awfully confident as if you know me well. They hadn't met often in the past. Even if they did meet, it was merely a distant exchange of bows, barely any words were exchanged. Chu Chen really didn't know where his trust was coming from. I'm not trusting you, rather, I'm trusting the spirit of a young general who protects the nation. Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh aloud. Everyone says scholars are smooth talkers. Apparently, Yun Song excels even more. Just honest words. Since you're making me so happy, I'll treat you to drinks. This is my first time at a brothel, so let me try their wine and dishes. Chu Chen stood up and called someone over, instructing them to serve alcohol and food. In places like a brothel, the best chefs and wines are never in short supply after all. Fine dining only adds elegance to business transactions. The kitchen delivered the dishes quickly, and soon the table was full. During this time, the madam visited again but was dismissed by Chu Chen. The more Chu Chen interacted with Yun Song, the more he admired him. In the past, what annoyed him most were those who manipulated power in the court, especially royal offspring born into wealth and privilege. But unexpectedly, one day, he could admire someone this much. After several rounds of drinking, Yun Song remained calm as ever while Chu Chen was slightly drunk. Never thought your tolerance for liquor was so good. It really doesn't show. Yun Song lifted another cup to drink, actually also near his limit, his face redder than usual. The liquor here is fragrant, yet potent. You should drink less. That won't do. When drinking, one must indulge fully. If we get drunk, there are beds here. We'll leave tomorrow. Come on. Chu Chen was naturally a hearty person. Seeing Yun Song's great tolerance, he kept pulling him to continue non-stop. Yun Song cooperated entirely, clinking cups with him. When the potency of the alcohol finally set in, Chu Chen's gaze became dazed looking at Yun Song. He saw that Yun Song's cheeks were rosy, even his lips were red like cherries, temptingly so. Shaking his head, Chu Chen leaned closer, trying to widen his eyes. Yun Song, you really look handsome. Chapter 60, Drunken Flower Plucking. Describing a man as handsome, he must have truly drunk too much. Yun Song supported his cheek, stretching out one finger to press against his forehead. You're drunk. I am not. Your young master can handle thousands of cups. I can keep drinking. Staggering, he tried to stand but stumbled over a stool immediately. Yun Song hurried to catch him, but his body wasn't as robust as Chu Chen's. The two tumbled around, falling onto the bed behind them. The alcoholic effect was stronger than they expected. Chu Chen lay on top of Yun Song, feeling an irresistible aroma from the person in his arms. Unable to help himself, he lowered his head, mumbling, "Why do you smell so good?" Yun Song's dizzy brain was hit by this collision and instead woke up somewhat. Massaging his temple, his deep black eyes carefully observed the youth before him, just as when they first met years ago, handsome and debonair. Chu Chen muttered, pressing his head against Yun Song's shoulder, his consciousness blurred. Yun Song cautiously extended his hand, gently placing it on his cheek. Looking at such an intoxicated young man, suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in his heart. If he didn't seize this chance actively, perhaps he would never be able to get this close to him again. Just like in his previous life, when he carefully concealed his feelings, only to receive the news of his death. In this life, he could no longer afford to wait. Yun Song grasped Chu Chen's hand and quietly approached his ear. Chu Chen. Huh. Confused and muddled, Yun Song carefully turned him over, letting him lie down on the bed. Subsequently, he reached out and pulled off the curtain from the bed. Through layers of gauze, the world became free of distractions. Yun Song sat by the bed, slowly taking off his clothes, ready to fully dedicate himself to his young beloved. In a drunken haze, Chu Chen only felt as if he was enveloped in a fiery passion. Instinctively, he experienced a fleeting impulse. Whether it was due to immense pleasure or overwhelming stimulation, he wasn't sure. Later on, he tightly embraced the person above him, exerting all his strength, pressing them down. The night seemed endless. For Yun Song, it felt as if he had crossed countless years. Though physical pain brought tears to his eyes, being able to embrace his lover filled him with joy. When Chu Chen finally fell into a deep sleep, Yun Song held him close, snuggling peacefully in his arms before closing his eyes. The night was profound. Chu Nanchi was also awake, unable to fall asleep. He had not seen He Guyuan's figure again today. Lately, he had always been around, but now it had been 2 days without any sight of him. Chu Nanchi couldn't quite describe the taste in his heart. He stared at the moonlight outside the window for a long while, unable to fall asleep. Finally, he gave up and got up, sitting on the couch beside the bed. Although He Guyuan was unreliable, every time he went somewhere, he would inform Chu Nanchi. Why this time did he leave without a word? After pondering back and forth, Chu Nanchi could no longer resist the unease in his heart and called for Tianshui. Tianshui jumped down from the roof. Master. Chu Nanchi fiddled with his fingers, still asking the question, where has your young master gone? Holding his sword, Tianshui spoke frankly, the prince said that if you didn't ask, he wouldn't tell. But if you did ask, he said that he will definitely return on the day of the palace banquet. Return? Chu Nanchi seized on this phrase. Where did he go? To the imperial tombs. Today is the memorial day of the late empress. The prince goes there to pay respects every year on this day. The memorial day of the late empress. Chu Nanchi was very young when the empress passed away, so he didn't remember that it was on this day. No wonder He Guyuan didn't say anything. Thinking about He Guyuan, who usually behaved carelessly, seemingly indifferent to everything, now alone at the imperial tomb paying respects, Chu Nanchi's gaze dropped and his heart slightly ached. Prepare the horse. Yes. Chu Nanchi changed his clothes and set off with Tianshui through the night, riding straight to the imperial tombs. The imperial tombs were far from the capital. Even at full gallop, it took 2 hours. By dawn's first light, Chu Nanchi finally arrived. The tomb's caretakers greeted him and asked questions. After identifying himself, Chu Nanchi followed the pebbled path inside. Not long after entering, he saw He Guyuan kneeling on the ground. His shoulders were upright, simply kneeling there. The silhouette appeared utterly solitary. This room was where the tablets were placed, offering descendants of the royal family a place to worship. Chu Nanchi entered slowly, the deeper he went, the quieter it became. The flickering candlelight illuminated the shadows on the ground, making them seem even sadder. He walked over quietly, knelt down on the other side, and bowed 3 times. Seeing him, He Guyuan looked unsurprised. More than that, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. You've come. After bowing his head, Chu Nanchi looked at him and asked, why didn't you tell me? He Guyuan turned to look at the tablet behind him, his expression the same as usual, nothing significant, it's no big deal. That was his mother. How could it not be a big deal? Lowering his eyes, Chu Nanchi hesitated for a moment before gripping his hand. At the moment their skin touched, He Guyuan looked at him in surprise. With his head lowered, Chu Nanchi's voice was soft, I'll stay with you. Upon saying that, he raised his head and locked eyes with He Guyuan, an indescribable emotion evident in his eyes. Looking at him like this, He Guyuan gently held onto his delicate hand, his eyes bending softly as he said tenderly, all right. In the night. 2 figures kneeled together, harmonious from afar. Once lonely people, at this moment seemed to have found another source of warmth. As dawn broke, the once quiet streets returned to life with the hustle and bustle. Chu Chen woke up from his dream. Before opening his eyes, he realized something seemed to be under him, and his arm appeared to be holding something. As his mind gradually cleared, he immediately opened his eyes. Right before him was the sight of pale white skin and the sleeping Yun Song. Reacting quickly, Chu Chen immediately lowered his head to check. When he noticed that they were both clad only in their underwear, his mind was shaken. Particularly Yun Song's body, marked in places that clearly revealed what they had done. Chu Chen, annoyed, lifted his left hand and tapped his forehead twice. Memories that came late surged up now. He frowned, desperately trying to recall how such an absurd thing happened. Unfortunately, the wine from the brothel was not like ordinary wine outside. It contained aphrodisiac components, which was a tacit understanding in these places. Evidently, these two were unaware of it. Chu Chen could only remember that he seemed to be drunk, and then it appeared as if he actively hugged Yun Song. The memories after that were hazy, he didn't know who initiated the act first. But looking at the facts before him, he had slept with Yun Song. Chu Chen closed his eyes briefly and helplessly accepted this fact. Carefully moving Yun Song to the side, Chu Chen sat up on the bed. The young man was evidently extremely exhausted, sleeping peacefully with no sign of waking. Chu Chen lifted his shirt, seeing the disarray on both their bodies. Especially on Yun Song's body, it was truly unbearable to see. This clearly showed how violent he had been last night. Chu Chen rubbed his head, never expecting himself to make such a mistake. Yun Song, a weak scholar, definitely couldn't resist. Chapter 61 After flower plucking. As the son of the esteemed princess, having been intimate with him this way, there was no telling what the repercussions would be upon waking. Chu Chen became extremely restless. Having finally made a good friend, why did it turn out like this? In the future, he shouldn't drink alcohol outside. No, he must absolutely not drink alcohol. Looking at Yun Song's tender white face, Chu Chen wanted to slap himself. Regardless of how Yun Song scolded him upon waking, he would accept it. Chu Chen got up, straightened his clothes, and opened the door. The morning at the brothel was still quiet, but the attendants were around. Chu Chen called for someone to bring hot water. He drew the bed curtains tightly, ensuring the people coming in couldn't see the person on the bed. However, in a place like this, it wasn't that big of a deal. The attendants just didn't know who was lying in the bed. Master, the bathtub is filled. Is there anything else you need? Chu Chen tossed him some silver, buy 2 sets of changeable clothes plus ointments, and also bring some easily digestible food. Alright, master, please wait. The attendant eagerly closed the door and left. Chu Chen turned around, gently pulling open the bed curtain and calling out, Yun Song. Yun Song frowned in his deep sleep, giving no response. His body bore too many marks. After a night combined with the smell of alcohol, it really wasn't pleasant. Every time Chu Chen saw him, he was always neatly dressed and handsome. Although unsure how to handle the situation, he knew at least how to take care of basic needs. He bent down and picked Yun Song up. Only when he held him did he realize how light the person in his arms was. Chu Chen couldn't help but despise himself again for doing that sort of thing to someone so weak. He placed the person into the bathtub and took off his clothes. Given that this was a brothel where they often played with differences, even the bathtubs were larger than those in ordinary homes. Yun Song was unconscious and lay there prone, causing Chu Chen to fear he might slip under the water. He bent over and held him. Last night being drunk, Chu Chen could barely recall much, yet now with such close contact, he couldn't help feeling a little heated. Especially Yun Song's skin was so smooth, and his waist so slim. No. What am I thinking? Do I remember what I'm supposed to do? He shook off all those chaotic thoughts, grabbing the towel nearby and carefully helping the person clean up. After finishing, he dried the person off and laid him back in bed. Subsequently, he stood by the bathtub, cleaning himself up rather hastily. The attendant came quickly. Before long, he knocked and delivered everything. Chu Chen held the ointment, standing awkwardly in place for a moment. He was quite rough last night, just looking at the bloodstains scattered across the bed showed that Yun Song had suffered. Besides, while helping him bathe earlier, he had seen things he shouldn't have. With an unperturbed face, Chu Chen secretly applied medicine, though his ears were bright red. While applying the medicine, he realized how badly he had hurt the other person. Filled with guilt and frustration, any awkwardness disappeared. He stared full of concern, carefully applying the ointment, ensuring every spot was properly wiped. He dressed Yun Song in fresh clothing. Through all this, Yun Song hadn't woken up. Chu Chen originally wanted to wake him to eat, but abandoned the idea after noticing the dark circles under his eyes. He didn't open the window, worried that the noise outside would disturb him. But sitting there, he felt bored, so he could only stare at Yun Song's sleeping face, pondering what he should do when the other woke up. If Yun Song were a woman, it would be easier to resolve. At worst, despite the risk of being beaten by the princess, he would still go to propose marriage. Unfortunately, both of them were men. In the folk, there are male wives, but most of them are men who can't marry a wife and have to settle for weaker men instead. It is as if they have obtained a spouse. But Yun Song was such a precious person. In terms of status, he was much more valuable than Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen was not the legitimate eldest son of the eldest princess, he was still the youngest son adored by all. Moreover, since Yun Song became the grand judge of the temple, he had gained great popularity among the people. A gentleman with such an identity should naturally marry a virtuous and composed wife. How could he possibly marry Chu Chen? Upon thinking this, Chu Chen's headache worsened. The sleeping Yun Song, his little face buried in the pillow, looked just like a kitten, so gentle and obedient. Chu Chen couldn't resist placing his large hand on his head and gently petting it. He himself didn't even realize that ever since he found out he slept with Yun Song, he never questioned why he would sleep with a man. There wasn't even a hint of repulsion. Instead, he kept worrying about the other's feelings. Yun Song only woke up in the afternoon. After a night of heavy drinking and being treated roughly, and not being a martial artist, he lacked the energy. Sleeping too long made him feel as if his head was splitting when he woke up. At this moment, a male voice reached his ears. "Where does it hurt?" Supporting his head, Yun Song opened his eyes to meet the awkward gaze of Chu Chen. His lips remained sealed as he silently stared at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was unsure of his meaning and carefully asked, "I applied some medicine on you, and fortunately, you didn't have a fever. If you're still feeling unwell, I can take you to the medical clinic." His nervous and uncertain words adequately expressed his attitude. Yun Song lowered his hand and sat up in bed. When it pulled against his waist, an involuntary sound escaped from his mouth. Hiss. "Slow down." Chu Chen quickly moved forward, holding his waist to help him sit up. Yun Song clutched his arm, leaning on it to sit properly. Once steady, he suddenly looked up. Chu Chen didn't have time to create distance, they were so close that they could see each other's eyelashes. Their breathing intertwined, and the hearts in their chests seemed ready to leap out. Chu Chen's throat moved slightly, and his voice was low, "I was impulsive last night. If you don't mind, I am willing to take responsibility." With arched eyebrows, Yun Song looked at his young general. Just as Chu Chen was becoming anxious, Yun Song loosened his grip on his arm and softly said, "Not necessary." "How can it not be necessary? After what we did, I owe you responsibility." Even though he had guessed this outcome, a vague sense of loss surged in his heart. Chu Chen continued, "Do you really not need it? I can formally propose marriage." Yun Song glanced at him, expression calm, "Last night was an accident, no need to dwell on it." Chu Chen was just about to speak when he saw Yun Song slowly get up from the bed. As soon as he took a step forward, his legs gave way, nearly making him fall. Chu Chen quickly caught him, noticing the delicate waist in his arms, and persisted, "Really no need?" Why did events develop entirely differently from what he imagined? Currently in pain all over, Yun Song furrowed his brows, "Let's not mention this again, I'm hungry." Hearing he was hungry, Chu Chen stopped arguing. Wrapping his arm around Yun Song's waist, he placed him back in bed. "You'd better stay in bed and rest. I'll fetch some food for you." The door closed with a click. Comfortably leaning against the headboard, Yun Song faintly curved his lips, with laughter undeniably sparkling in his eyes. Chen returned quickly, carrying a tray in his hands. Yun Song had already regained his usual composure, slightly furrowing his brows as if struggling to endure something. Combined with his pale complexion and weary look, Chu Chen felt increasingly guilty, handing the porridge over to him. Chapter 62 An out-of-place second brother. Yun Song accepted it and ate spoonful by spoonful, gracefully, completely unaffected by Chu Chen's gaze. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure you don't want me to take responsibility?" Sipping the porridge, Yun Song glanced at him through half-lowered lids and spoke steadily, "Since I'm not a girl, there's no need for further words." With such a firm stance, Chu Chen momentarily didn't know what to say. He had assumed Yun Song would cut ties with him, but unexpectedly, the other party remained more composed than he. This left him full of words but unable to articulate them. After finishing the meal, Yun Song calmly directed, "Take me home." "All right." To avoid any unusual appearances, Yun Song did not let him support him and went downstairs on his own. Only after boarding the carriage did he finally exhale. It was indeed too impulsive last night. After drinking, Chu Chen was essentially driven purely by instinct, acting recklessly. With his hard and muscular body, there was no room for gentleness. The pain far outweighed any pleasure. All he wanted to do now was lie down and sleep. On the way back, Chu Chen obviously still had more to say. But Yun Song appeared exhausted, closing his eyes in a manner that clearly rejected further conversation. Chu Chen had no choice but to swallow his words. When they arrived at the princess's residence, Yun Song did not allow Chu Chen to escort him off the carriage, entering alone. As he watched Yun Song leave, Chu Chen scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. Why did it feel like even though he had slept with the other person, it seemed as if he had been dumped? Master, where shall we go next? Back to South Peace. Sam Pool, Chu Nanchi, accompanied He Gu Yuan kneeling through the entire night. It was only when the sun reached high into the sky that their backs remained straight. Chu Nanchi used to be out at war, staying awake for long periods of time without rest was common, a single night without sleep didn't feel strenuous. Kneeling here felt just like how he used to kneel alone in the Chu family shrine. Back then, amidst the vast Chu family, there was only him and Chu Yu. He stared at the cold ancestral tablets filled with nothing but hatred. Thus, he understood He Gu Yuan and willingly stayed by his side during this moment. After a long silence, the man beside him slowly spoke up. Let's go. Chu Nanchi turned his head to look at him. On the way there, Tian Shui had already told him that every year on the late Empress's Memorial Day, He Gu Yuan would stay at the imperial tomb for over a month. This time, it was less than 3 days. He extended his hand to grab the man's arm, preventing him from standing. Chu Nanchi looked up at the man's gaze, compassion evident in his voice. The banquet issue can be handled by me, stay behind and accompany Her Majesty Empress. He Gu Yuan's handsome face briefly revealed confusion before a smile spread across it. He clasped Chu Nanchi's hand and said, no need. Mother will understand. Standing up, he helped Chu Nanchi to his feet. After kneeling all night, Chu Nanchi wavered slightly but quickly regained his composure. Pay Her Majesty another bow. All right. Tian Shui somehow managed to procure a carriage and said upon seeing Chu Nanchi emerge, Master, you and the king should get on the carriage, let me take us there. Chu Nanchi hadn't rested all night, now relaxing, he started to feel somewhat drained. He Gu Yuan stood nearby, glancing at the interior setup of the carriage, get on, sleep for a while, and we'll arrive at the capital soon. Tian Shui had also prepared some snacks in the carriage, truly thoughtful. Chu Nanchi casually ate a bit, having little appetite, his gloomy expression even heavier than He Gu Yuan's. Even though the new chapter of life had begun, he couldn't forget the tragic events of his previous life. The wheels of the carriage rattled forward, gradually leaving the royal mausoleum behind. Before entering the palace tomorrow, I will send someone to relocate Wen Xiuyuan's cousin to another place. Regarding this statement by He Gu Yuan, Chu Nanchi wasn't surprised at all. Ever since they discovered Wen Xiuyuan's secrets, such an action was inevitable. Chu Nanchi yawned lazily, leaning against the carriage window. Do you think Wen Xiuyuan is being coerced? If at first it was coercion, then after tasting its benefits, it became uncertain. He Gu Yuan snorted coldly. That day, he claimed without Old Five, he wouldn't have made rapid advances. Therefore, whether or not there was a cousin involved, he'd be loyal to Old Five. The cousin is merely an excuse. Chu Nanchi's eyes flashed with disdain, a modest cover-up for greed. I'm very curious about his plans, but if this cousin could potentially come in handy later, it's better than staying in the hands of He Wen. Regarding He Gu Yuan's arrangement, Chu Nanchi had no objections. Even if He Gu Yuan didn't send someone, he would have done it anyway. The carriage swayed gently along the road, making Chu Nanchi feel increasingly drowsy. At this point, there were faint sounds coming from his side. Unbeknownst to him, He Gu Yuan had edged closer, their clothing tails overlapping. Leaning his head on his arm, Chu Nanchi could hear a certain irreverent voice close to his ear saying, you came last night and kneeled all night in front of my mother. Does this mean you want to become my wife? Upon hearing such shameless words, Chu Nanchi leisurely opened his eyes. Then closed them again. An expectant He Gu Yuan found him simply casting a cool glance his way, without showing any reaction. Not giving up, he nudged Chu Nanchi, Nanchi, give me a reply. Chu Nanchi closed his eyes and whispered softly, shut up. You're telling me to shut up again. Just thinking about the scene he witnessed the previous night made He Gu Yuan overly excited. He had never thought that one day such a person would appear. In the moment he knelt before his mother consort. He Gu Yuan had already decided on him. Without any fear, he boldly embraced Chu Nanchi. The sudden move startled Chu Nanchi, who immediately became alert and glared at him. He Gu Yuan, what are you doing? He Gu Yuan gave a cunning smile, his eyes brimming with passion as he arched an eyebrow. Didn't you tell me to shut up? Here's another way. And with that, he leaned down and kissed him. Chu Nanchi was initially stunned, only realizing after a moment that he'd been kissed. The last time they'd been intimate was under the influence of a drug, something Chu Nanqi tried hard to forget afterward. These days, while He Gu Yuan often teased him with provocative words, their relationship remained respectful within bounds, usually focusing on serious matters. Chu Nanqi had never expected such boldness from He Gu Yuan. He lifted his hand to push He Gu Yuan away. But instead, his wrist was caught. What had started as a tentative gesture by the man seemed to intensify unexpectedly. He excitedly grasped Chu Nanqi's wrist, pulling him close. With his other hand, he firmly held Chu Nanqi's head, kissing him passionately. A whimper escaped Chu Nanqi as he forgot to resist amidst He Gu Yuan's assertive nature and evident love. His beautiful eyes half closed, reflecting the refined face of the man above him. Chu Nanqi felt the blood in his heart pounding like thunder, stirred by He Gu Yuan's dominance and undeniable affection. It was unclear how long the kiss lasted. But when Chu Nanqi's lips and tongue began to feel numb, the man finally reluctantly let go, although his arms still lingered around Chu Nanqi's waist. Even after taking advantage, he feigned innocence, looking like a modest bride with his lowered lashes. "This isn't my fault, you told me to shut up." Chu Nanqi wasn't unfamiliar with He Gu Yuan's shamelessness, yet each time it brought out new surprises. Through this kiss, their emotions seemed subtly changed between them. Chapter 63, The Turbulent Palace Banquet began. Ultimately, it all stemmed from that unexpected night. Yet, they couldn't develop their relationship this far. Moreover, over these days, Chu Nanqi was not immune to He Gu Yuan's charm. Chu Nanqi faintly furrowed his brows, maintaining composure while addressing He Gu Yuan. "Now is not the time to talk about this." "I understand." He Gu Yuan sobered, interrupting him. "Nanqi, I know everything. Whatever you want to do, I support you." His tone was resolute, his gaze sincere, stirring deep emotions. Chu Nanqi slightly turned his head to evade He Gu Yuan's fiery gaze, his expression cool. "Do you even know what I intend to do, He Gu Yuan? You're not me. You still have choices. The Northern Pacification Duke's house is different from Southern Peace Wang's. He Gu Yuan is not Chu Nanqi. No matter how much Emperor disfavored He Gu Yuan in their previous life, he always left room for maneuver, because He Gu Yuan was still his son. Just like the Northern Pacification Duke retiring without being wiped out entirely made sense. But their Chu family was different. They were merely subjects. If the sovereign commands death, the subject cannot refuse. Regardless of where their Chu family might end up in this lifetime, Chu Nanqi didn't wish to involve He Gu Yuan. However, he was well aware that by now, it was impossible not to drag He Gu Yuan into this mess. Perhaps, they were already heading down a no-return path. To Chu Nanqi's remarks, He Gu Yuan interpreted them as caring concerns, despite the implication to distance himself. "Nanqi, I do this willingly," He Gu Yuan declared. Chu Nanqi knew his obstinate nature and understood that saying this wouldn't change things anyway. Sighing softly, he said, "Let's discuss this later." Chu Nanqi appeared tired, falling asleep in his arms. He Gu Yuan held him tightly, stealing occasional kisses. Though he hadn't received a definite answer from Chu Nanqi, he was brimming with satisfaction. The carriage's speed was still somewhat slow. When they returned to the mansion, it was already twilight. Chu Nanqi slept most of the way back, feeling very fatigued. On the contrary, He Gu Yuan was spirited, as if he'd just taken some tonics. Before getting off the carriage, Chu Nanqi remembered and instructed him. "Tomorrow during the palace banquet, don't follow me." If He Gu Yuan accompanied him, how would others act against him? He Gu Yuan begrudgingly replied, "Understood." The emperor's health had worsened these past 2 years, even the morning court sessions had been rescheduled. Yet, this time he surprisingly hosted a feast. Many privately speculated about the intentions behind this event, and those not invited attempted to squeeze in regardless, even bribing their way through. Chu Nanqi arrived with Chu Chen. Now Chu Tower was severely injured, and he had resigned from his position. Chu Chuan, as the heir of the prince's residence, held a different status, so he arrived rather early. The palace banquet did not separate the genders, men and women were seated together, and quite a number of people had come. The evening feast was scheduled to begin after twilight. Currently, everyone was in the imperial garden. "Second brother." Chu Nanqi noticed that Chu Chen seemed distracted, his gaze constantly looking around. Curious, Chu Nanqi asked, "Second brother, are you looking for someone?" Chu Chen hadn't slept well the entire night, his mind filled with Yun Song's image. When he sent Yun Song away yesterday, the latter's ghastly pale face kept appearing in his thoughts. Speaking to his younger brother, he no longer hid it, "I'm looking for Yun Song. I haven't seen him. He is the son of the elder princess, so he should have come with her." "Oh right. I forgot. It would be easier if he were any other young nobleman, but since he belonged to the house of the elder princess." Chu Chen had been influenced by their father since childhood. Even if he hadn't initially felt anything particular for Yun Song, once they shared an intimate moment, one should take responsibility. However, now the other party refused to let him take on that responsibility. He spent the entire night caught in this dilemma, unable to figure out what to do. The crown prince has arrived. This didn't allow him much time to think. He Jing made his way into the banquet area. As soon as he arrived, the atmosphere became lively. Everyone rose to greet him respectfully. He Jing didn't pause in his steps. He went straight to Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi and Chu Chen paid their respects. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. You two don't need to observe too much formality. He Jing appeared in particularly good spirits. He waved a hand indicating everyone could relax and then sat down. How were the herbs sent to your place the other day? Is the prince still using them? Chu Nanqi smiled. What the crown prince sends is naturally good, but father was gravely injured and couldn't come to express his gratitude personally. Before I left, he specifically asked me to thank your highness sincerely. Not at all. If there isn't enough, feel free to ask. He Jing burst into laughter, openly chatting with Chu Nanqi without reservation. Such a scene observed by others undoubtedly carried significant implications. After all, the Nanping house was previously neutral and uninvolved in court affairs. But now, the relationship between the crown prince and Chu Nanqi seemed so close. Those who were perceptive already began speculating about its significance. They had arrived early, and later, many more people came. Especially numerous noble ladies from the imperial city also arrived this time. Chu Nanqi pretended to look around curiously. Seeing this, He Jing remarked, "Is Nanqi curious why His Majesty invited so many people?" Chu Nanqi nodded. Your Highness has the crown princess, and second prince already has wife and children. Is His Majesty planning to choose consorts for the remaining princes? Exactly. His Majesty said he has recently been feeling better, and with peace and prosperity in the land, arranging some weddings will serve as a celebration. What about one prince? Chu Nanqi deliberately lowered his voice and leaned closer to He Jing. Isn't he still under house arrest? In the one prince's household, there is only one concubine, no main wife. One prince's personal life is very strict, which earned him a particularly good reputation in the imperial city. Others might not know, but Chu Nanqi was clear that this was deliberately orchestrated by the Jade Consort. She truly was an exceedingly clever woman. In the previous lifetime, she had ingeniously utilized Chu Yu to help one prince gain support from the Nanping house. In this lifetime, Chu Nanqi did not oppose helping him out. Chu Nanqi made no attempt to conceal his contempt for one prince. While He Jing remained calm on his face, his eyes sparkled with pleasure. He mimicked Chu Nanqi's tone and lowered his voice. I heard the Jade Consort has her eye on the eldest daughter of the Minister of War. But we're not sure how His Majesty feels about it. Minister of War. Surprised, Chu Nanqi became indignant. Your Highness, the Ministry of War is no trivial matter. You can't just sit back and watch. And how could He Jing not know the implication behind all this? He coldly snorted. Nanqi, since you aren't involved in central politics, perhaps you don't know, but the Minister of War was originally a student of Grand Secretary. This marriage alliance seems almost certain. The Grand Secretary is nearly 80 years old. How long do you think he has left? Chu Nanqi spoke so disrespectfully, yet He Jing did not get angry at all. Instead, he turned to reassure him. Nanqi, don't worry. I believe as long as your father is here, fifth brother won't be able to cause much trouble. That is true. While speaking these words, He Jing purposefully glanced at Chu Chen sitting silently beside them without saying anything. Seeing that Chu Chen's expression did not change, He Jing realized that his family must have discussed matters already. With that thought, He Jing felt even happier than before. They hadn't chatted for long when more people started arriving in the Imperial Garden. Chapter 64, Palace Banquet 2. Second prince and fourth prince both arrived. Under the emperor, there weren't many princes, especially when the younger ones were excluded. These remaining few all have weight. He Jing couldn't stay here either. After a while, he got up and left for another place. As soon as he left, Chu Chen couldn't help but snort softly, but he knew they weren't at home and kept quiet. Chu Nanqi, scanning the courtyard full of people, put down his teacup. Second brother, let's go enjoy some flowers. The imperial garden's flowers were blooming expectantly, with pleasant fragrance in the air. But Chu Nanqi's thoughts weren't there. He walked along places with Chu Chen pretending to be aimless. It was still before the start time of the palace banquet. His Majesty seemed also intentionally letting them interact and had not yet appeared. Walking along the gravel path of the imperial garden for a short while, Chu Nanqi roughly memorized the surrounding environment and was about to head back with Chu Chen. Then he heard rebuke coming from nearby. Being expansive, the imperial garden had archways everywhere. After exchanging glances, Chu Nanqi and Chu Chen followed the voiceover. In a corner by the colonnade, a man in magnificent attire looked disdainfully at the young boy before him. Your Highness the Eighth Prince, don't think I'm accusing you unfairly, your eyesight seems bad even at your young age. Do you know how much my outfit costs? If you dirted it, can you afford to pay? Young Healy, though only a child, didn't retreat in the face of the man's reprimand. His youthful voice explained, you were the one who bumped into me first. His explanation obviously infuriated the other party. Do you know who I am? And the mere son of an honored person dares to talk back to me like this? Let me tell you, even your mother, upon seeing me, would do nothing but kowtow and admit fault. What are you supposed to be anyway? This person's speech was so domineering. Chu Chen cursed, who is this guy, bullying a child, really shameless. Chu Nanchi stared at that man fixedly, a smile curving his lips. Since second brother isn't familiar with those in the imperial city, he's Qing Jie, the youngest brother of noble consort Yu. Younger brother? Where did noble consort Yu get a younger brother from? Though Chu Chen hadn't been paying attention to such matters, he still knew that noble consort Yu was an only daughter, the prime student although esteemed. But she lost her mother early and had only this elder daughter. Chu Nanchi grinned as if discovering something amusing. Naturally, he's not her biological younger brother, but rather a child born out of wedlock. Unable to contain himself, Chu Chen mocked joyfully, how old is the Prime Minister? That he could father illegitimate children? Looking at this guy, he doesn't seem much older than us. Had he not encountered Qing Jie here? Chu Nanchi would have almost forgotten about such a person. This Qing Jie wasn't someone to mess around easily, his mother was the Prime Minister's favorite concubine. Although the Prime Minister boasted many disciples outside, internally he was quite lustful. But he feared others accusing him of ingratitude, so he never remarried, only keeping beautiful women in his backyard. Maybe because of too many unvirtuous deeds committed in his earlier days climbing the social ladder. Besides having noble consort Yu as a daughter, he produced no offspring for years. That was why he placed special emphasis on noble consort Yu. Until Qing Jie came. With Qing Jie's arrival, Qing Zhen was overjoyed beyond measure. Exceptionally, he elevated his mother to concubine status and allowed Qing Jie, a son born out of wedlock, to lead a life better even than legitimate sons. Having obtained a son late in life, naturally Qing Zhen spoiled Qing Jie excessively. This Qing Jie turned out to be useless, reveling in debauchery, oppressing men and dominating women. Girls under his control died not 10 but 8 or more. In the previous life, Qing Jie didn't even live until he ascended the throne. On the day after the Prime Minister's death, he was eliminated by noble consort Yu. As for someone like this, Chu Nanchi certainly had no sympathy. But given his identity, there was potential use. Chu Nanchi was precisely unsure what grand present to give Yuan when this person came knocking. Looking on, seeing the 8th prince's eyes redden from scolding, his mother holding a low position making survival already tough inside the palace. Not to mention facing someone like Qing Jie, even maidservants around the noble consort dared to rebuke him. Such was the sorrow of being powerless and low-ranked in the palace. Chu Nanchi stood still, raising his voice loudly, "Second brother, the scenery in the imperial garden truly is excellent." Yeah. The moment their two voices rang out, Qing Jie glanced at them from afar and begrudgingly left. Daring to bully princes in private areas was one thing, doing so openly in front of others was another matter entirely. Seeing him run without daring utter a single word, Chu Chen sneered, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. People like this, Chu Chen generally held in disdain. What a despicable dog, bullying even children. Prince Healy approached them, stopping to pay respect properly after standing steady, his young voice expressing gratitude. "Thank you both very much." Despite being young, his conduct was exceptionally disciplined, every action reflecting good education. Clearly, his mother had devoted great care. Emperor she had few descendants, but one benefit was that no matter whose child it was, they were all raised by him. This was probably the only comfort for those out-of-favor consorts in the harem. Chu Nanchi squatted down and asked him gently, "How did you end up here?" Healy pointed sheepishly to the food box behind him which had been knocked over. "I heard Father Emperor was in the imperial garden, so I wanted to bring him some pastries made by my mother." Chu Nanchi glanced at the ground behind him, then looked at him with great tenderness. The emperor only cared for the crown prince, any favor shown to the other princes was already a blessing. Even someone like He Gu Yuan, who had significant support from powerful people behind him, still led a difficult life. Let alone Healy, who had no one to rely on, making his life in the palace even harder. "The emperor is quite busy today and might not have time. You'd better go back and spend more time with your mother." Healy looked at Chu Nanchi with affection, unwilling to leave. Is father really that busy? No matter how badly a father treated his child, the child would always care for him. Chu Nanchi patted his head and sighed almost imperceptibly, "Go back." Though young, Healy, as a child raised in the palace, learned early how to read people's expressions and attitudes. He respectfully bowed and took his leave. Returning to where the food box was overturned, he picked up the pastries from the ground, blew them clean, and placed them back. Hugging the food box with his little body, he glanced back at them once more before leaving. This kid has good character. Chu Nanchi withdrew his gaze, his eyes holding an unreadable emotion, his voice light like mist. "Let's go back." Back in the imperial garden, Chu Chen immediately saw Yun Song standing amidst the flowers. Today, he was wearing a navy blue robe, tall and handsome, smiling gently among the crowd. He was naturally good-looking, and with that gentle smile, the air of being as refined as jade became all the more captivating. Chu Chen saw him looking rosy, standing there without appearing ill, and the worry from last night gradually eased. He hadn't gone to the princess residence to look for him because of the preparations for the palace banquet. Seeing him now, Chu Chen found it hard to keep his eyes off him. Such attachment was rare in his life. Chu Chen was carefree by nature and never one for lingering emotions. And he had never imagined that someone could make him so anxious. Chapter 65, Palace Banquet Part 3. Given the occasion, Yun Song was bound to be the center of attention. Chu Chen tried several times to approach him and talk, but he couldn't find the right opportunity. Besides, what he wanted to say wasn't suitable to be voiced in front of so many people. So, while sneakily glancing at him, Chu Chen absent-mindedly drank tea sitting next to his younger brother. From start to finish, Yun Song didn't spare him a single glance. Chu Chen grew increasingly upset, feeling restless and uneasy. Though clearly rejected by the other party, he was still preoccupied with thoughts from that night. Chu Chen swallowed another mouthful of tea, his gaze towards Yun Song growing hotter. With some time before the evening banquet and nothing else to do, someone suggested playing Flying Verse Order, a poetic game. These kinds of palace banquets, at their core, were matchmaking events, but the emperor allowed them some time to get acquainted. When someone suggested the game, others readily agreed and added prizes. Men and women sat across from each other, and it wasn't odd. All the noble women present came from prominent families and were naturally well-educated and talented. As the atmosphere grew lively, Chu Nanqi showed little interest. He beckoned Tian Shui over from behind. They couldn't bring guards into the palace, but they could bring attendants. Tian Shui's skills and lightness art were extraordinary, convenient for passing messages. After whispering a few words in his ear, Tian Shui silently walked away. There were many people coming and going, everyone busy mingling, so not all eyes were on them. Tian Shui quickly found He Gu Yuan. That guy hadn't entered through the main gate, instead, he lay idly on the roof of the imperial kitchen blowing grass. Master. He Gu Yuan, with a tuft of grass in his mouth, instantly sat up upon seeing him, his eyes shining. He sent you to find me. There was no need to be so excited. Hadn't they already planned this? Tian Shui concealed himself and quietly whispered something in He Gu Yuan's ear. Qingjie. He also came to the palace. The young master originally intended to give Wen Xiuyuan to the crown prince, and for He-Wen, he would send Qingjie over. He's not someone who follows rules. After the deed is done, he will surely confront He-Wen. With him tied up with He-Wen, the young master can focus on other matters. He Gu Yuan rubbed his chin, remembering Chu Nanqi's serious expression when planning things, and smiled indulgently. Nanqi really is devious. But, it was this Chu Nanqi that he liked. Go back and tell the young master that everything will be handled perfectly. As soon as Tian Shui left, Qin Yi appeared. He had come in with Chu Chuan. In fact, if He Gu Yuan didn't show up, he and Qin Jiu were supposed to act according to the plan. Prince Xiao, the person the emperor sent, has arrived at the imperial kitchen. Oh, they've finally come. He Gu Yuan lifted a tile from the roof and saw an attendant following Shi Qing into the imperial kitchen, carrying a pot of wine. How did Mu Gundong find the time to come? I am acting under the emperor's orders. Since several members of the Chu family are visiting tonight, His Majesty thoughtfully prepared some fine wine especially for them. Soon, this pot will be presented separately. Gifts of wine are traditionally given face-to-face, so what do you mean by this? The eunuch named Mu stepped closer and whispered something softly. The supervisor of the imperial kitchen gave a satisfied smile and bowed deeply. Rest assured, Gong, I understand. On the rooftop, He Gu Yuan watched the pot of wine coolly, fury flashing in his eyes. Prince, shall we move now? Let's wait a bit longer, not everyone's here yet. Surely, the emperor's banquet would be grandly organized. After the supervisor of the imperial kitchen placed the wine carefully, he went off to attend to other matters. Inside, it was bustling with activity. If no one observed closely, no one would notice that among the busy crowd there was a small eunuch slipping medicine into the wine. Imperial cuisine and drinks were all arranged ahead of time, every table's wine was placed in order. This arrangement reflected the status of each guest. Those of different statuses enjoyed different dishes, though without drastic differences on the surface. But there were always special arrangements. They managed to precisely locate the food and drink meant for Chu Nanqi's table. By the time the emperor was ready to start the banquet, 3 groups had come to add drugs to Chu Nanqi's table, a singular honor indeed. Qin Yi watched clearly, only feeling that this palace was truly not fit for human habitation. His Wanye had sacrificed his entire life for the imperial family. The Chu family remained loyal through 3 generations, yet in return received such a chilling action. From being angry just moments ago, He Gu Yuan's expression returned to normal now. He had seen all kinds of filth in this corrupt palace. But before, he himself hadn't cared too much. Now that he wanted to protect someone, it was different. Our turn. He took out a bottle of powder from his pocket, obtained from that deceased pharmacist in the southern borders. An enhanced version of Hehuan powder. Let them have a taste. It slipped smoothly into the food of the crown prince and Wen Xiuyuan. As for He-Wen, this scoundrel. He Gu Yuan poured the rest onto his portion. Like drugging others, huh? You won't die from it. Let's go wait in the imperial garden. The two quietly left the roof. At the main feast, Tian Shui silently appeared behind Chu Nanqi. Sensing his presence, Chu Nanqi glanced calmly at him without showing any reaction. For these past few days, I felt quite well, hence I invited all of you young people to the palace to liven things up. Seeing you all makes me feel much better. The emperor speaks the truth. Looking at these young descendants, I feel younger myself, replied a voice. This was the first time Chu Nanqi had properly looked at the empress. In the past, he paid little attention to her since, after all, the empress had nothing to do with him, even during his previous life when he fought bitterly with the emperor. He never gave much thought to the empress. However, because of his relationship with He Guiyuan in this lifetime, Chu Nanqi had to shift his attention to this woman. There's no doubt about it, there was a reason she could hold the emperor's affection all these years. There were many beauties in the harem, but few women like her, whose gentle demeanor embodied elegance entirely. As the empress, she wore no heavy jewelry like the noble consort, nor adorned herself in overly luxurious garments. A serene smile lingered on her face, giving an impression of being as understated as chrysanthemum flowers, making her seem fresh and comforting at first glance. This might be why the emperor favored her so much. Chu Nanqi knew full well that beneath such a facade lay far more complicated thoughts. The harem, a place that devours people whole without leaving any trace. The death of the former empress, it's best that it had nothing to do with her. The emperor spoke some polite words and then ordered the dishes to be served. The palace maidens serving the dishes came in wave after wave, moving very swiftly. Chu Nanqi looked at the wine pot in front of his table, identical to everyone else's, and a faint smile curved on his lips. When everyone went down, the emperor raised his wine glass. This evening's moonlight is pleasant. Do not hold back, I shall take the first cup. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Nanqi picked up his wine glass and drank it down without hesitation. Then, he poured another glass. Chapter 66, Palace Banquet Part 4. He was drinking so heavily. The emperor and empress exchanged glances, laughing even more joyfully. For a time, laughter and cheer filled the palace banquet. Using the cover of his wineglass, Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, drink less. They knew all too well what was inside. Even for putting on an act, one shouldn't drink this much. No problem. Human bodies build resistance to drugs. Last time, he had taken such a potent Huan powder, and this didn't compare. Besides, he had already taken the antidote beforehand. Just to ensure their plan went smoothly, he was playing along with the charade. And if there's a play to act, then he would act it. Chu Nanqi kept drinking cup after cup, having consumed quite a bit. Chu Chen drank very little, focusing more on eating. His mind wandered as his peripheral vision stayed on Yun Song. Yun Song had come alone today, without the princess, and thus held a status higher than Chu Chen. Seeing him laugh and chat with people around him, Chu Chen's lips unconsciously curled downwards. The effects of the drug were not immediate. The emperor, seated in his high place, coughed several times but insisted on staying. Chu Nanqi sneered coldly. Fine then. Since they were putting on a show, they might as well start early, rather than having the emperor lose interest later and waste the opportunity. He swayed as he stood up, pretending to be drunk, his body staggering. The emperor's gaze quickly turned towards him. What is wrong with Nanqi? As soon as the emperor spoke, many eyes turned towards them. Without any official position, yet highly favored by the emperor, this preference alone surpassed many others. Drunk, Chu Nanqi let Tian Shui step forward quietly to support him. Please forgive me, my lord. Nanqi has become tipsy. This wine has a powerful kick, drink less of it. I myself dare not indulge. The emperor waved to Shi Qing behind, send someone to escort Nanqi to a side hall for rest and a change of clothes. Shi Qing responded, this old servant will attend to it immediately. Chu Nanqi bowed, his face flushed red, clearly unable to handle the alcohol. Nanqi begs leave. Sir, please follow me. A young eunuch took over from Tian Shui, supporting Chu Nanqi who pretended to stagger, leaning heavily on the eunuch, stumbling unsteadily. The emperor signaled to He Jing. He Jing felt uneasy. Could it be that this wine truly had such a strong effect, or why did he himself also feel restless? Nevertheless, he didn't think further. Finding an excuse, he left as well. As soon as he left, the emperor coughed a few more times, then got up and said, I'm tired, do as you please. Your Majesty, let me escort you to rest. Escort out the emperor and empress. Once the emperor left, Jade Consort put down her chopsticks and gestured to He-Wen, Wenner, mother feels tired, send mother back before continuing to drink. Today's palace banquet was under the guise of selecting brides for the princes, so almost all concubines with princes attended. After the leading ones departed, the remaining guests became more casual. At some point, when Xiu Yuan from the end seat had slipped away quietly, and Chu Chen set down his chopsticks and followed. Walking fast. He didn't notice Yun Song's gaze land on his shoulders. Behind the palace banquet lay the imperial garden. Taking another route led to a group of palaces specifically for external officials to rest in. As Chu Nanchi and the young eunuch just entered the garden, there was a loud bang behind them. The eunuch fell to the ground upon hearing the sound. He Guiyuan retracted his hand, dragging the body behind a rockery. I've checked, hiding here works perfectly. Chu Nanchi massaged his temples. Despite taking the antidote beforehand, he still felt the throbbing headache. This play acting was genuinely troublesome. His irritation couldn't be concealed. He Guiyuan began to gently rub his temples, his deep voice soothing. I told you to let me switch the wine. Originally, He Guiyuan had planned to replace all the wine, but Chu Nanchi stopped him. Chu Nanchi relaxed a little as He Guiyuan rubbed him. Lethargic against him, his tone was indifferent. Afterward, when the main event starts, the emperor will surely summon imperial doctors. If they find no trace of drugs within me, our efforts will have been in vain. The emperor isn't a fool either. Moreover, the upcoming event would be thrilling indeed. Since he had acted, he must now distance himself. South Pond, I've brought Wen Xiuyuan. Chu Chen, carrying a person, swiftly appeared. He Guiyuan held Chu Nanchi with one arm while using the other to pinch Wen Xiuyuan's chin, forcing more medicine into his mouth. I noticed he didn't eat much earlier. Better feed him some more just in case. If not for these people, his South Pond wouldn't have suffered like this. He Guiyuan wished he could kill them all with a single dose of poison. Chu Nanchi urged him, we're out of time. The crown prince has probably already arrived. Second brother, quickly send the person over. I'll go right away. Chu Chen carried Wen Xiuyuan and ran toward the palace. The imperial garden was pitch dark. Since he was carrying someone, he didn't notice that He Guiyuan was hugging his younger brother. As the emperor planned to stage his drama, all nearby guards were dispatched elsewhere, leaving the area poorly guarded. This helped them to act as hidden dangers behind other schemes. Chu Nanchi pressed his fingers against his temple, straightening up from He Guiyuan's embrace. Where is Qing Jie? He's been sent inside. Trust me to handle things. That's good. In a bit, I'll pretend to faint. Remember to find me later. As Chu Nanchi spoke, he slumped next to the young eunuch, closing his eyes peacefully. Just in time for a nap. He Guiyuan chuckled softly, crouching down to poke Chu Nanchi's pink cheek, teasing, can you hold on? Or should I help take care of it for you first? Did that mean he wanted him to rush? Chu Nanchi irritably swatted his hand away, stop fooling around. Hurry up and leave. Someone might see us soon. Alright, I'm going. He Guiyuan rose lightly, disappearing in a flash with a kung fu move. Elsewhere. He Jing cautiously walked into the garden outside the palace. Shi Qin, leading the way, opened the door and said, Your Highness, hurry. The emperor says he'll be bringing people over soon. Once He Jing went inside, Shi Qin closed the door and stood guard at the entrance. Upon hearing noises from inside, he covered his mouth and quietly left. The room was completely dark, without any lights. There was a vague silhouette on the bed. He Jing kept rubbing his hands together, trying to build up the courage mentally. He wasn't particularly attracted to men, he thought they were too rigid and what good did they bring. But thinking of Chu Nanchi's fair and delicate face, it wasn't entirely unappealing. More importantly, after tonight, Nanping Mansion would fully submit to him. This loyalty would be far more valuable than mere words. He Jing smirked lecherously as he slowly approached the bed. The person on the bed showed no reaction, clearly passed out drunk. It was too dark inside, and He Jing couldn't see clearly either. But judging by the strong smell of alcohol and the slim waistline, it shouldn't be wrong. As soon as his palm touched the skin, He Jing felt his blood rush, unable to control himself as he leaned down to kiss. In the neighboring room, Qin Yi carried He Wen, who had been knocked unconscious, in the dark. He Wen was under house arrest, but this time, the Jade Consort pleaded with the emperor to let him out. The emperor's intention was merely to keep appearances and treat everyone equally. But little did he know that his son had the same idea. Their target was Chu Nanchi. Chapter 67, Palace Banquet Part 5. Qin Yi tossed He Wen onto the bed and woke Qing Jie. Watching the effects of the drugs kick in, Qin Yi scoffed disdainfully. With evident disgust, he took a potent drug bottle and woke He Wen again. After all this fuss, both were under the influence of the drugs. They had no idea where they were, reacting purely on instinct. Meanwhile, Shi Qin judged the timing and went to inform the emperor. At the same moment, a small eunuch burst into the palace banquet in a panic, kneeling before the main seat. Mistress, there's bad news. The kitchen caught on fire. With the empress absent, the next highest authority was the mother princess of the second prince, Lady Liang, the noble consort. Being an old-timer in the palace, she remained calm as she stood up. Don't panic. Send someone to inform Her Majesty the Queen and organize people to put out the fire. Mistress, the fire is too large. It may endanger here. Upon hearing this, everyone became somewhat concerned, especially since most of the attendees were noble ladies who had never seen such chaos. Though a kitchen fire wasn't alarming, if someone were to take advantage of the situation, protecting the reputation of women took precedence. Lady Liang then decided, then we shall dismiss. Maintain your decorum. The eunuch knelt there and added, Mistress, when I came here earlier, I saw several gentlemen head to a side chamber. There wasn't enough time to notify anyone. Lady Liang immediately changed expression, that's troubling. Is it Chu family's young lord? Chu Chen, who had just returned to the banquet, quickly stood up and anxiously told the small eunuch, quickly, lead me there. Chu Chuan, seated higher up, also followed with a serious expression. Yun Song, holding his fan, smiled at the colleagues around him, the palace has a plan for firefighting. It will likely be extinguished soon. If you're not in a hurry to leave, let's head to the side hall and see. Even though the Chu family was currently in a very hot position, despite the emperor's suspicions, the people who came tonight weren't just here for marriage alliances but also to observe tendencies. After the banquet, it was obvious that both His Majesty and the Crown Prince favored the Chu family's rise. This left others somewhat uncertain about the emperor's intentions. As Yun Song spoke, several individuals were eager to follow. Once they moved, most of those left, aside from female relatives, also followed them. A large group of people gathered. The eunuch led them toward the side hall, it's right ahead. All the eunuchs have gone to put out the fire, there may be no one here. The eunuch stepped forward, about to knock on the door. At that moment, strange noises came from inside the room. His hand froze mid-air, as did the people behind him who had come with him. This pause made the commotion within seem even louder. It carried heavy breathing sounds. Many seasoned people knew immediately what was happening. This. Wasn't Chu Nanqi the one who excused himself earlier? Yes, this noise, it can't be. This is the inner palace. It's probably some young court lady he took advantage of after drinking too much wine. Chu Nanqi has always been clean and proper, blushing when talking to women. He must be truly drunk. Don't talk anymore. Look how pale the young master's face is. A group whispered amongst themselves, and those standing in front, Chu Chuan and Chu Chen, looked particularly uncomfortable. Their younger brother doing such things inside the palace, whether due to intoxication or otherwise, would surely cause scandalous rumors to spread. For an aristocratic heir who hadn't yet married, such romantic scandals could ruin prospects. Chu Chen appeared uncontrollably angry, raising his hand to push the door open. At that moment, more sounds approached from behind. Everyone turned to look and found that the emperor and empress had arrived. With He appearing, everyone knelt down and bowed their heads. Chu Chen, who had initially wanted to burst into the room, was forced to stop and join in kneeling. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. You may all rise. He walked forward while coughing lightly, I heard there's a fire. Why aren't you going back? What are you all doing standing here? This left the others unsure how to respond. No one dared to speak up first. At this time, an especially loud sound emerged from the room. He glanced over, as if not clearly hearing what happened. What's wrong inside? Joyful events, send someone to check. The old servant will do so immediately. Xia Qing waved to the back, and a few eunuchs approached to open the door. Once the door opened, the smell inside dispersed. That scent alone told everyone exactly what it was. The emperor and empress exchanged a glance, and the emperor feigned surprise, I thought I sent someone to bring Nanqi here to rest. Is this? Chu Chen clenched his fists tightly, blocking others' view into the room, Your Majesty, Nanqi might just be drunk temporarily. Allow me to take him away immediately. His expression was extremely grim, his tall frame obstructing the entrance, as if convinced that it was indeed Chu Nanqi inside. Such demeanor caught the emperor's attention, and his countenance seemed deep in thought for a moment. I held this palace banquet today precisely for your wedding arrangements. Although this is unexpected, if he fancied any of the maidservants, I'll have the empress arrange everything properly, ensuring nothing improper happens. The empress leaned on He's arm, her eyes gently turning towards Chu Chen. A maid's background isn't high, but if Nanqi likes her enough to make her a concubine, that's acceptable. However, you must let us see which fortunate young maid it is to avoid mistaken identities. Chu Chen immediately saluted, unwilling to move, Your Majesty, this matter is utterly absurd, it could disgrace Your Majesty's eyes. It's better not to verify. He laughed, what kind of talk is that? I've been young once too, and men can be quite passionate. Getting drunk isn't something to criticize. The Empress said correctly. Though a maid has a lower rank, she serves faithfully. To prevent future mistakes or pairing the wrong people together, that would be the Empress's fault. The Empress smiled brightly in agreement, what His Majesty says is right. With the coordination between the Emperor and Empress, it seemed clear they intended to investigate openly in front of everyone. Chu Chen attempted to protest again, but Chu Chuan pulled him aside and reprimanded him coldly, don't act impolitely. Chu Chen then had no choice but to step back. Once he did, she nodded at Xia Qing, go check inside. We won't go in. We wouldn't want to embarrass Nanqi. Xia Qing led the eunuchs inside. Lights were quickly lit in the room. But as soon as the lights illuminated the space, a shocked cry arose. A male's scream could also be heard. This sound prompted those outside the door to lose control, with the emperor being the first to go inside. The following ministers all went in after him. But what they saw inside was completely different from their expectations. He Jing had been hit by a pillow and looked shocked at the person beneath him, when Xiao Yuan, pointing at him and saying, "How is it you?" When Xiao Yuan had been knocked unconscious, and after being disturbed so much, he finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the face of Crown Prince He Jing, which startled him so much that he screamed and hurled the pillow toward him in panic. Before he could react further, he saw a crowd of people entering the room. When these people saw his face, they were extremely surprised. How is it when Xiao Yuan? How did Minister Wen end up in such a situation with the Crown Prince? No wonder Minister Wen never mentioned marriage. So, he likes men, especially the Crown Prince. Yes, I, your colleague, didn't realize it at all. Chapter 68, Palace Feast Part 6. I said it. A poor scholar who, as soon as he entered the Hanlin Academy, had enough money to rent a house, turns out it was because of the Crown Prince's backing. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I thought about introducing my relatives to him but am glad I didn't. Yes, a man should not engage in such acts. The murmurs around slowly reached Wen Xiao Yuan's ears, causing his face to redden with shame as he bowed his head in humiliation. The emperor, however, became so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. Why is it Wen Xiao Yuan? Pointing at the two people on the bed, the emperor scolded, "Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous." Startled, He Jing fell off the bed and pleaded for mercy with disheveled clothes, "Father, it's not my fault. I was drunk, thinking this place was nearby, so I came here to rest, and unexpectedly, when Xiao Yuan climbed onto me. I thought he was a palace maid." It must be said, He Jing's mind worked quickly. This explanation was rather well put. After all, his account was plausible. Furthermore, as a crown prince, if he truly intended to do something inappropriate, there would be no need for such a public setting. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Wen Xiao Yuan. Wen Xiao Yuan, lying on the bed, was in pain all over, especially excruciating in his lower half, plus the throbbing ache at the back of his neck where he had been struck. From the moment he entered the imperial garden, someone had knocked him out from behind. When he woke up, he was already there. Without any doubt, he had fallen into someone else's trap. But why was the crown prince here? Listening to the crown prince's words, his complexion turned ashen. If the emperor truly believed it, and accused him of deliberately seducing the crown prince, then his life would be over. He even dared not lift his head to meet anyone's eyes, feeling certain that he was done for. Kneeling on the bed, he continuously kowtowed, "Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. I intended to use the restroom but was attacked from behind and thrown here. Please, Your Majesty, investigate thoroughly." Their accounts were entirely opposite, each screaming injustice. He Jing, already infuriated by the failed attempt, now pointed at him and cursed, "Cry wolf. It's clearly you deliberately climbing into my bed, trying to seduce me. I've seen people like you before. You claim to have been knocked out, yet why didn't you say anything when you woke up? Only until father arrived did you speak out." Caught between sobs, when Xiao Yuan choked, unable to defend himself under the crown prince's questioning. Confused and dazed, his consciousness hadn't fully recovered, and the pain below rendered him somewhat unclear-minded. He couldn't figure out where he was in time. Now, he felt utterly unable to explain. Whether offending the emperor or the crown prince, both ways led to death. If he insisted on arguing logically, he would offend the crown prince irreversibly. For a mere man, not a woman, the crown prince would merely be scolded and restricted for a few days. Yet his own life would be gone. After much contemplation, when Xiao Yuan shed tears silently and ultimately knelt there without further argument. Seeing this, most others inclined to believe the crown prince's words. After all, regardless of how this was perceived, the crown prince's credibility far outweighed that of the other. This made everyone's looks towards Wen Xiao Yuan increasingly disdainful. Feeling the piercing stares on him, Wen Xiao Yuan, lying prostrate, dared not respond further. "Father, see how he admits it. He is the one who tried to seduce me, I truly didn't know. Mother, believe me. I don't like men at all, let alone touch him. All this is his plan." The empress obviously hadn't expected Chu Nanqi's scandal to shift onto Wen Xiao Yuan. This Wen Xiao Yuan was just an insignificant scholar, powerless, and even though he had become the crown prince's advisor, he was still of the lowest rank. Such a person had ruined their carefully planned scheme. The empress's composed demeanor nearly broke. The emperor became even more infuriated, coughing violently. He glared at the kneeling Wen Xiao Yuan, clearly believing the crown prince's explanation. A man was not like a woman, enduring such an act would cause immense pain, yet Wen Xiao Yuan claimed he had fainted and known nothing of it. Such a story was hard to believe. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Ordinarily, climbing into someone's bed might pass unnoticed, but today's plot had been disrupted by this person. How could he not be angry? With a darkened expression, the emperor remained silent, and the others dared not breathe a word. The scene was utterly disgraceful. For this year's new imperial scholar to crawl into the crown prince's bed on the day of the palace banquet, such a scandal was enough to enrage the emperor. When Xiu Yuan didn't dare raise his head, his body shaking uncontrollably. He felt as though a blade hung above his head, ready to fall at any moment. Just as the emperor finished coughing and was about to issue a verdict, he heard shouts of insult from the next room. Huo Wan, I'll kill you. You beast. I'll kill you. The emperor exchanged a glance with the empress. Could it be they had entered the wrong room? Was Chu Nanqi in the next room? This time, without waiting for the eunuchs to check, the emperor led everyone quickly to the neighboring room. In the same pitch-black room, after opening the door, they could vaguely see two figures grappling with each other. The eunuch swiftly lit the lamps, revealing an even more absurd scene. Qing Jia was naked, holding a hairpin with which he was stabbing the person opposite him. And standing before him was He Wen, clad only in his undergarments, muttering curses. Upon seeing the door open, Qing Jia hurriedly dressed himself, covering his face. He Wen, whose hand had been pierced and was bleeding, saw the emperor and empress, along with the rest of the group, and his face immediately turned pale. Without delay, he knelt down. This scene stunned everyone completely. Considering the relationship between these two individuals, it was far from ordinary. Previously, those gossiping were now regretting following over. This wasn't just a trivial scandal of a palace maid crawling into someone's bed. Having witnessed back-to-back scandals of this magnitude, the group broke out in cold sweats, fearing they might be silenced. Quick-witted ones already began speaking up. Your Majesty, there's a fire in the palace, my parents must be worried at home. I shall take my leave. Once one started speaking, others followed suit, finding excuses to withdraw. Only the two brothers of the Chu family and Yun Song remained. The emperor's face was beyond iron gray. He never imagined that things would spiral so wildly out of his control. At the same time, as the departed group made their way to the imperial garden, someone tripped and nearly fell. Ouch, what is that? Wang brother, are you alright? The person who tripped steadied themselves and looked down. Something caught me off guard. In this darkness, what could it possibly be? Wang stood and squatted, touching something, a man's leg, and screamed, it's a leg. Somebody, bring a lantern here. There was noise outside. Before the emperor could regain his senses from the shock, he heard shouting from outside. Your Majesty, young Master Chu has been knocked unconscious in the imperial garden. What? Chu Chen immediately rushed out, moving exceptionally fast. In the imperial garden, Wang held a lantern, illuminating the two unconscious figures on the ground, Chu Nanqi and the young eunuch. Lying motionless, they didn't stir. Chu Chen sprinted over and crouched, slapping Chu Nanqi's face. Nanqi, Nanqi. Chapter 69, Palace Feast Part 7. Chu Nanqi showed no reaction. Chu Chen checked his breathing and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he's still alive. Here, in the pitch darkness with no light, Chu Chen lifted the person and turned back toward the corridor. Tonight's events unfolded one after another. Wang wiped his sweat and stood where he was. No one invited to attend the palace banquet was foolish. Tonight's incidents weren't simple. But who exactly was the target remained unclear. Thinking about this, everyone looked at each other, putting on official airs. Everyone, it's getting late. We should return early. Yes, yes. Wang sir, let's go together. One dish at today's palace banquet was quite good. Let's have the household learn how to cook it. I agree. The imperial kitchen truly lives up to its name. The young eunuch who was also knocked unconscious was taken away by Shiqing. Shiqing relayed the happenings outside to Emperor Shizheng. Emperor Hexi's face stiffened again and again. Being naturally distrustful, he now not only suspected Chu Nanqi but also Wen Xiuyuan. And the ones in front of him, Qing Jia and He Wen, raised even more doubts. Tonight, such a simple matter, how had this group gotten involved? Especially He Wen. Thinking back on all the stupid things he'd done in the past, the emperor immediately suspected him first. Prince 5, I told you to be confined, yet it seems you've paid no heed to my words. Why were you and Qing Jia here? Are you trying to kill me with worry? This situation couldn't simply be explained away as a case of sleeping in the wrong place. The two of them, one was Yu Empress's brother, the other her son, had caused an uproar. It was absolute chaos. And so many people had seen it. The emperor knew without a doubt that tomorrow the entire imperial city would go mad over this scandal. Although he disliked He Wen, the fact remained that He Wen was still his prince, and now he had stirred up such a massive scandal. He had utterly disgraced the imperial family. Among his several sons, only He Wen had shown any promise, but clearly now, he was just an ornamental but useless waste. He Wen had been kneeling on the ground since the emperor arrived. He had never imagined that matters would escalate to this point. Nor could he understand why Qing Jia would appear here. Events moved too quickly, leaving little time for thought, so he could do nothing but kneel and beg for mercy. Father Emperor, enlighten us. Father Emperor, your wise discernment is essential. Father Emperor, I was knocked unconscious. Moreover, I was drugged. Yes, at the banquet earlier, something felt off. It must be that someone drugged me. Father Emperor, please see the truth. The Emperor glared at the two of them, his voice icy cold. Go fetch the royal physicians and Empress Yu. Yes, your majesty. The Emperor kept a stern face and did not rush to punish them, instead turning his gaze toward Chu Nanqi's brother standing in the corridor. Is Nanqi all right? In reply to your majesty, Nanqi was struck on the back of the neck and hasn't awakened yet. Another case of being knocked out. The Emperor's eyes darkened with deep thought, not allowing them to leave but saying instead, go to the next room, and have the royal physicians check him as well. The Emperor's meaning was crystal clear, he doubted Chu Nanqi. Chu Chen tightened his grip on Chu Nanqi's arm, exchanging a look with Chu Chuan before replying, yes, your majesty. The stench in this room was unbearable. The Emperor frowned in distaste and turned around, glaring at the two on the ground. Put your clothes on properly and get over here. Qing Jia was accustomed to mixing with powerful figures, but even he knew he'd caused a major disaster and dared say nothing. He quietly dressed himself. He Wen was in the same situation. All he could hope for was that his mother, Consort Yu, would arrive soon. In his confusion, he couldn't recall how he had ended up here. He only remembered stepping away from the banquet, intending to find Wen Xiuyuan. Then he was struck on the neck. The Crown Prince originally believed he would die tonight, but unexpectedly fortune turned. Something even more absurd happened in the neighboring room. He adjusted himself and, to avoid being heard by those next door, clenched his teeth while threatening Wen Xiuyuan, you despicable wretch. You think that climbing into my bed will bring you glory? I'll tell you, you've ruined my plan. I must kill you. His words were filled with venomous chill, contrasting starkly with his usual amiable appearance. They were entirely different. This was the real him. Wen Xiuyuan was genuinely frightened now. Though lacking competence, the Crown Prince wasn't a kind-hearted man, he truly had the audacity to take a life. And the commotion next door, he'd also heard it. With Yuan already struggling to save himself. Wen Xiuyuan, as an intelligent person, had thoughts racing through his mind. Quickly, he crawled to He Jing's side, grabbing his leg in an act of loyalty. Your Highness, I acted under Prince Five's threat. Spare me, and I shall be useful to you. Terrified beyond measure, Wen Xiuyuan had forgotten proper titles. After working hard to reach his current position, he refused to die like this. Tasting power's advantages, how could he easily let it go? He Jing originally had intentions of killing him, but upon hearing his words, became angrier instead. Are you one of Prince Five's people? No, Your Highness, I'm not one of his men. Prince Five kidnapped my cousin and coerced me. That's why I came to seduce you. Your Highness, I am among the new scholars, retaining me would be most beneficial. Fearing his leverage wasn't enough, Wen Xiuyuan hurriedly said, I can serve as your inside man against Prince Five. I know many of his deeds. Your Highness, please spare me my life. Undoubtedly, he was smart. Although lacking talent, He Jing excelled in scheming and political intrigue. Keeping this person alive proved better than simply killing him. Bending down, He Jing grabbed hold of Wen Xiuyuan's chin, realizing only then that his features were quite appealing. Scholars were mostly like this, thinking back to the taste they had experienced earlier. He Jing smirked wickedly, good. I'll keep you around. You'd better be smart. If I find out you're lying to me, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. Wen Xiuyuan shivered and stammered, yes, yes, Your Highness can rest assured, I will follow you until death. He Jing let him go with satisfaction, go. I'll handle the Emperor, and tomorrow I'll send someone for you. Remember what you said today. Wen Xiuyuan was overjoyed at having his life spared and quickly knelt down to kowtow, thank you, Your Highness, thank you. After bowing, he scurried away. He Jing straightened his clothes and walked towards the next room. He had only heard the voice of Prince Five earlier but didn't know who the other person was. Upon entering, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This would be entertaining. He Guiyuan arrived together with the royal physicians. He still held an apple and lazily took a bite. Crunch. The Emperor was already seated on the chair in the main hall, with the Empress and the Crown Prince standing by his side. He Guiyuan entered and exclaimed, what a lively scene. Seeing He Guiyuan's carefree demeanor while eating an apple, the Emperor angrily rebuked him, what is this nonsense? Who told you to come? He Guiyuan rubbed his nose and innocently shrugged, there was a fire in the palace, so I went to help. After the fire was extinguished, I heard there was something interesting here, so I came. He spoke candidly, consistent with his usual character. Chapter 70, Palace Banquet 8. The Emperor was too bothered to deal with him now and impatiently waved him off, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough yet? But He Guiyuan stayed, his gaze falling on the bed. After seeing who was there, he approached in surprise, Chu Chen, what happened to Nanqi? He casually sat by the bed and shook the unconscious person vigorously. Chu Chen was annoyed by his rudeness and shouted, be gentle. Gentle? What do you mean gentle? He has no reaction. Is he unconscious? The two chief physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute accompanying He Guiyuan carried their medicine boxes and paid respects to the Emperor. The emperor ordered, check Chu Nanqi, as well as these two, to see if there's anything unusual with their bodies. The physicians first examined Qing Jie and He Wen, then looked at Chu Nanqi. Seeing the frown on the physicians' faces, He Guiyuan pursued, old man, what's going on? If it's a faint, a shake should wake him up. The physician withdrew his hand and retrieved a small bottle from the medicine box. He opened the cap and placed it under Chu Nanqi's nose. Within seconds, Chu Nanqi groggily coughed awake. He Guiyuan's face lit up, and he grabbed the person again, shaking him. Hey, Chu Nanqi, Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi's head ached intensely, his face flushed red, and he murmured unintelligibly, still not fully awake. Chu Chen became anxious and pulled at the physician. Doctor, what's wrong? What's wrong with my brother? The physician consoled them, both of you, don't panic. The two physicians whispered among themselves and then approached the emperor to report. Your Majesty, all three of them have been poisoned with aphrodisiacs. And it's a very potent dose. Nonsense. The emperor exploded in anger. It was expected that Chu Nanqi had been poisoned, but how could those two beasts also fall victim to it? Frightened by the emperor's fury, the physician knelt down. Your Majesty, the poison in Prince Wen and Mr. Cheng has already been neutralized. As for Mr. Chu, the poison hasn't been neutralized yet. Why haven't you neutralized it yet? The physician raised his eyes, catching a profound look in the emperor's eyes, and bowed. Your Majesty, please understand. The only way to completely neutralize this drug is through conjugal relations. Nonsense. Chu Chen immediately contradicted. How is that possible? There must be an antidote for aphrodisiacs. Are you saying your Imperial Medical Institute is utterly useless? Chu Chen, don't be disrespectful before His Majesty. Chu Chuan interrupted his brother and stepped forward. Your Majesty, if that's the case, please allow me to take my younger brother home. We can deal with the antidote there more quickly. However, the Empress interjected with a cheerful tone, the distance from the palace to the estate is quite far. By the time we get home, the toxicity might worsen for Nanqi. How about I pick a beautiful palace maid to assist? Don't worry, Lord Chu, all the maids from my quarters are well trained and of pure heart. Zhao Min clutched her handkerchief, looking kind. Originally, according to the plan, the best scenario would be for the crown prince to spend the night with Chu Nanqi. Now that events had taken an unexpected turn, placing a palace maid there as a spy wasn't a waste of effort either. Even though Chu Nanqi appeared to be leaning towards the crown prince, without holding onto him tightly, she wouldn't feel at ease. Chu Chuan hesitated. The emperor, however, didn't give them any time to think and promptly instructed, the empress idea is excellent. Go ahead and prepare someone suitable. After saying that, he looked at Qing Jie and He Wen kneeling on the ground, coldly snorting, why would someone take Chinese medicine? Find out who did this for me. Starting today, you two are under house arrest. You are not allowed to come out without my order. He Wen broke out in a cold sweat. With the Jade Consort not yet arrived, he didn't dare beg for mercy. All he could think about now was how to cover up things and not be discovered by the emperor. Chu Nanqi opened his eyes slightly and stared directly into He Guiyuan's eyes. There was an understanding flashing in their eyes only they could comprehend. Then came the sound of Chu Nanqi sobbing loudly, muttering something as if in pain. He Guiyuan leaned forward as if to listen more closely, whispering, Chu Nanqi, what did you say? Unable to hear clearly, he bent further down. At this moment, Chu Nanqi suddenly reached out and pulled him, kissing him abruptly. He Guiyuan seemed caught off guard, his hands fumbling helplessly. Wait. Help. Someone help. The others turned around and saw Chu Nanqi hugging He Guiyuan, biting into his lips. Indeed. Chu Nanqi had firmly bit onto He Guiyuan's lips while his other hand restlessly tugged at He Guiyuan's clothes. With great speed, He Guiyuan's outer robe was ripped open. Rip. Chu Nanqi even tore it apart manually, tightly clutching He Guiyuan's waist with force. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. Groans escaped from the corner of his mouth, He Guiyuan appearing utterly disheveled and unable to escape. Seeing this, Chu Chen instantly reacted and rushed to the bedside. Nanqi, Nanqi, let go. Let go. This wasn't part of their prearranged plan. Perhaps driven wild by the effects of the herbal medicine, Chu Nanqi clutched onto He Guiyuan without letting go. Amidst the tugging and shoving, another tear sound rang out twice. He Guiyuan's inner shirt also came undone. He struggled desperately to push Chu Nanqi away, his face flushed red, shouting, unwanted advances. Yet, his other hand pushed Chu Nanqi closer from behind. A brazen act of taking advantage. Chu Nanqi pinched him hard on the waist in retaliation. Ah! He Guiyuan's tone changed completely, like a virtuous male victim defending his chastity. If Chu Nanqi hadn't felt the wandering hand on his waist, he might have really believed it. Chu Chen, save me. Chu Chen was beside himself with worry, utterly incapable of separating them, watching Chu Nanqi nearly ripping He Guiyuan's pants off. In a fit of desperation, he delivered a chopping blow to the neck. Chu Nanqi slumped. Chu Chen quickly held his chaste younger brother in his arms, his gaze sharp as swords glaring at He Guiyuan. He Guiyuan's lips were bitten until blood droplets hung there. Looking abused and rolled over delicately, he appeared pitiable. Receiving Chu Chen's frosty glare, he immediately covered his mouth and retreated, plaintively saying, "Since you hit him, don't hit me too." Humph. Chu Chen carried Chu Nanqi horizontally, turning to ignore the dumbfounded group. "Your Majesty, I must take my younger brother back home." Such an unexpected scene left the Emperor off guard, despite being seasoned in strategy. One unexpected event after another happened tonight, each crazier than the last. At this point, if he forced Chu Nanqi to stay, it would become too obvious. His headache worsened as he waved his hand dismissively. "Leave then." Chu Chen hurriedly carried Chu Nanqi away, glancing deeply at Yun Song when passing by. The latter stood still, expressionless, like an ordinary bystander unusually quiet. Chu Chen retracted his gaze, acting as if he didn't know the person, not even exchanging greetings before slipping away quickly. After their departure, Yun Song also bid farewell with a respectful bow. Faced with this outcome, the Emperor vented all his frustration on He Wen and Qing Jie. Jade consort you originally thought the Emperor had found when Xiao Yuan sleeping with Chu Nanqi and deliberately arrived late. But she arrived here only to discover it was a case of mistaken identity. Upon seeing Qing Jie's face, she immediately fainted. Chapter 71, once again punished by kneeling, He Guiyuan. Royal physician, royal physician. He Wen couldn't care less about other matters, dragging the physician to examine the Jade consort you. "Report to your Majesty, the consort's sudden anger affected her heart, but she will be fine." The noise aggravated the Emperor's headache, making him reluctant to even glance at He Wen or see He Guiyuan. Chu Nanqi had actually kissed him. Tomorrow, once sober, Chu Nanqi would bear responsibility. And then the South Ping Mansion and North Qing Mansion would be tied together. Thinking this, the Emperor cast a menacing look towards He Guiyuan. "You almost ruined Chu Nanqi's chastity. Go kneel outside the palace gate." Once the Emperor issued this command, even He Wen was surprised for a moment. The two court physicians lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. He Guiyuan jumped off the bed, sticking out his neck to retort, "Father Emperor, it wasn't my initiative. I was also startled. Moreover, the fifth brother went even further than me, why don't you punish him?" "Scoundrel, if I say kneel then kneel. If South Ping King wants to kill you tomorrow, I will have no objection. Now go and kneel immediately." He Guiyuan glared at Emperor with defiant wide-open eyes. The sadness in his eyes was too obvious. Emperor felt uneasy being looked at this way and scolded again, "What are you looking at? Haven't you rolled yet?" Faced with such an extremely severe He Guiyuan suddenly smirked with sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "Father Emperor, sometimes I really doubt if I am your son. People may think mother consort committed adultery." "You scoundrel! Scoundrel!" These words were too explosive. The Crown Prince's face was full of, "Are you crazy? Could these words be said casually?" The Emperor was so angry that he could only point at He Guiyuan without cursing out any other words. He Guiyuan flung up his sleeves, didn't even bother to take leave, and walked away straight away. He Guiyuan. This unfilial son is trying to get me mad. Being provoked by these words, the Emperor forgot all forms of address. Watching He Guiyuan walk away without turning back, the Emperor almost lost his breath and started coughing violently. The Crown Prince and Empress quickly gathered around in panic. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Father Emperor, do not get angry, do not take account of the third prince." The caring words from the Crown Prince and Empress were cast aside by He Guiyuan as he carried a trace of sorrow in his eyes. It disappeared very quickly. He walked particularly fast and arrived at the palace gate in familiar paths soon. With a thud, he knelt there. The guards at the gate saw this all too often and simply returned his staring. South Ping Mansion. Chu Chen ran into the house hugging someone while saying on the run, "Shut the door." The servants didn't even see Chu Chen's shadow before he vanished. It was only when the coachman followed in did they scramble to close the door. "Nanqi, wake up." Chu Chen placed him on a chair and grabbed his shoulders with great strength. After that hard tug, Chu Nanqi's neck hurt so badly. Dizzy and muddled, still not quite awake, he was shaken like that by Chu Chen. "I'm going to vomit. Don't throw up on me." Chu Chen hurriedly loosened his grip and retreated a large step. All the previous friendly brotherhood had vanished without a trace. Chu Nanqi supported his head, expressing deep disgust towards this rough second brother. "Second brother, you were too rough. And you dare say I'm too rough? Your little performance just now scared me half to death. Why did you kiss him?" In Chu Chen's eyes, his younger brother was a treasure. How could he let some nasty man soil him? How obedient his younger brother was. Just like Yun Song who emerged unstained from the mud. That He Guiyuan sure got lucky. Chu Chuan didn't seem so worked up, he just poured a cup of water and handed it to Chu Nanqi. "Thanks, big brother." After drinking the water, Chu Nanqi felt the burning sensation in his chest subside significantly. Thankfully he had taken an antidote beforehand, or else this ordeal would have been life-threatening. Chu Chuan poured him a few more cups. Having drank half a teapot, Chu Nanqi finally felt much better. In the given situation, if Nanqi didn't act this way, I fear the Empress wouldn't have stopped. The Empress's intentions were clear to everyone present. Chu Nanqi put down the water cup, his eyes growing cold. The mole pushed over by the Empress cannot be beaten or scolded, much less punished. Instead of that, I prefer choosing He Guiyuan. Besides, this was what he agreed upon with He Guiyuan. Exactly to prevent the Emperor's follow-up plan. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. Chu Chen sat down beside them with a snort. They bullied us shamelessly. I don't see any intention from the Emperor to punish the Crown Prince or He Wen. Every time I think about our loyalty being paid to such a ruler, I feel like cutting myself dead. Didn't used to realize it, but ever since Chu Nanqi unraveled the foggy facts to him clearly, he realized how the current court actually was. It truly made one disheartened. Second brother, do not fret. We will always find a way. Forget about that for now. How about the effect of your medicine? Or shall I really find someone for you? At this mention, Chu Nanqi's face turned slightly red with a bit of embarrassment. No need, I know what to do. That works, I'll send you back to the western courtyard. Let's talk about things tomorrow. You really should have listened to me and drink less, pretend to act accordingly instead. Is Brother Chu implying that the royal physicians in the Imperial Medical Institute are fools? If His Majesty finds out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shit. Chu Chen swore and helped him up again. All these doctors are sharp as a tack. Even if they suspect you took an antidote, they wouldn't dare confirm whether it was before or after the incident. They know not to speak unnecessarily. By the time the situation happened, Chu Chen had been waiting with him in the room for quite a while. Even if there were signs of an antidote, the doctors would assume Chu Chen had fed it to him. This was something Chu Nanqi wasn't at all worried about, yet the drug effect was still mandatory. In fact, he guessed right. The Emperor must have given some prior instructions to the royal physicians, otherwise how could just one aphrodisiac lead them to say such things? Pfft. The Emperor was finally getting anxious. Chu Nanqi returned to the western courtyard, ordering hot water to be brought over. Guided by memories of past scenarios, he relieved himself of the drug's effects. In the steaming bathtub, Chu Nanqi closed his eyes wearily, feeling reluctant to move. If He Guiyuan were here, it'd be great. At this thought, Chu Nanqi suddenly opened his eyes. His heart pounded furiously. Elsewhere, Qin Yi and Tian Shui returned from the palace, standing solemn-faced in the main hall briefing Chu Chuan. Prince. The young lord has been punished by the Emperor to kneel outside the palace gates. This result was unexpected to them all. The Crown Prince and He Wen did such scandalous things, yet in the end, it was He Guiyuan who was forced to kneel. Even Chu Chuan felt anger welling up inside hearing this. Chu Chen couldn't help but burst into curses. What does this mean? This is slapping our face. Last time, He Guiyuan saved father, yet the Emperor made him kneel. This time, what's his involvement, and yet again, the Emperor makes him kneel. Chu Chuan paced with hands behind his back, voice deep. The Emperor is warning us not to entertain other thoughts. Especially not involving the North Town mansion. What of the Crown Prince? And what of He Wen? Both are under the control of the Emperor. No matter their antics, the Emperor can always suppress them. Only He Guiyuan. Ultimately, instead of suppressing him, the Emperor appears wary. Because once upon a time, it was with the help of North Town mansion that the Emperor climbed to power. Chapter 72, A Caring Brother-in-Law. Humph. I say we simply join forces with Prince Xia and put He Guiyuan on the throne. Don't say reckless things like that. We must think through our moves carefully. Chu Chen had a quick temper, already annoyed with too many frustrations since returning to the capital. Big brother, I've asked Yun Song before. He also said the Crown Prince was unfit for major responsibilities. He Guiyuan, despite being a bit erratic, has a good character. Should he become emperor someday, surely he'd perform better than the Crown Prince. Originally, in their prediction, the people expected to make a move tonight were the men under the Crown Prince, not the Crown Prince himself. Before the banquet began, the Crown Prince was seen sitting amicably beside Nanqi. How could such a person do something so terrible? How could Chu Chuan not be angry? But as the heir to the Nanping Manor, the next duke, he must not act impulsively. I'll discuss this matter with Nanqi once he wakes up. Go rest now, I'll go see father. All right. Having sent off his older brother, Chu Chen returned to his own quarters. After such a chaotic day, he didn't have time to sort through his own feelings. Yesterday, when he got back, he quietly requested a few ointments from the estate physician. Chu Chen stuffed the ointments tucked in the drawers into his sleeve and set off under the cover of nightfall. A shadow leaped down from the wall behind the princess residence's back gate. It hadn't been dark for long yet. There were plenty of maidservants and servants moving around. Though skilled in martial arts, Chu Chen easily found the bedroom of Yun Song thanks to the loose security at the princess estate. Two maidservants chatted by the door. The master seemed troubled today. He didn't even eat his favorite osmanthus cakes. Maybe he's full from eating at the imperial banquet. Let's send in a cup of hot tea after his bath. Sister, no rush. The master said, "We aren't allowed to enter unless summoned." That's odd. Though master never liked being attended to, why doesn't he even let us wait at the door the last couple days? Who knows what goes on in the master's mind? Don't linger here. Head to the kitchen to check if there are other pastries left, in case the master gets hungry. Let's go then. The two girls walked away. Chu Chen stood silently in the shadows listening to the maid's words before quietly circling around to the rear window. During the summer, the windows were left open, though screened by a decorative panel. Candlelight flickered inside, and through the screen, the silhouette of the young man bathing became faintly visible. Chu Chen knew looking wasn't proper. Still, it was as though he couldn't control himself, his eyes stubbornly fixated on the figure beyond the screen. Despite the obstructing screen, he could still see nothing clearly. The sound of water, the raising arms, and even the towel used for wiping, all caused his breathing to quicken and his mind to wander. In this situation, memories of that night flooded back. Although he had been drunk, he didn't remember much detail, only deducing how rough he must have been by Yun Song's pitiable state the next morning. He had originally come with a sense of guilt to deliver the medicine, but now hearing the gushing water, he realized something felt off. The commotion inside soon stopped. Yun Song stood up from the bathtub, slowly approaching the screen. He casually wiped his hair with the towel in his hand. Without shoes, he stepped wetly on the floor, making barely any sound. Yet as he got closer, Chu Chen found himself staring wide-eyed, his breathing becoming hurried. Yun Song stopped near the screen and meticulously cleaned himself. Then, he reached over and put on the clothing draped across the screen. His motions were unhurried, carrying an air of aristocracy. Every gesture spoke of breeding. After putting on his sleeping robe, Yun Song grabbed another towel to dry his hair. While drying it, he left the room for the adjacent bedroom. Instantly, the room fell silent. Chu Chen by the wall abruptly turned around, breathlessly gasping. His mind was full of Yun Song's slender, tall figure, unable to shake it off. Before this, he had viewed Yun Song as a regular man. Why did things change after just one night? For a long time, Chu Chen remained dazedly standing there. When the light in the bedroom was extinguished, leaving complete silence, he quietly entered and placed the medicine bottle on the table before fleeing. Outside the emperor's chambers, Shi Qing chased away all the eunuchs and palace maids outside, leaving only him guarding at the door. Inside, the royal physician knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. He coughed twice and asked, "Is Chu Nanqi truly poisoned?" The physician nodded. "I've triple-checked it, there's no mistake." He waved his hand dismissively, and the physician respectfully bowed his head, then retreated, quickly stepping out the door without lingering, still feeling fearful. Zhao Min offered a cup of water to He. "Your Majesty, does today's matter involve Prince Wen?" She spoke hesitantly, but how could the emperor not understand? He slammed the teacup onto the table, the fifth prince showing up there is simply with this intent. If it weren't for Wen Xiuyuan intervening, whose Chu Nanqi would belong to tonight remains unknown. I've never heard of this Wen Xiuyuan. Meeting him tonight, he appears nothing more than a scholar, how can he create such chaos? Your Majesty, perhaps there is someone behind him. What a great opportunity has been thus disrupted. Zhao Min shared the same thoughts as the emperor, without proper lineage or background, who can ensure complete security in the future. Shi Qing. Yes, sir. Send people to investigate, I want to know what happened tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Guifei lay on her chair for a short while, then woke up. First, she gave a signal to the eunuch beside her. Immediately, he loudly called to chase everyone else out of the room. Once they left, Yu Guifei slapped Yuan hard across the face. Mother. Fool. Cheng Shuyu never imagined her son could be this stupid. She shook her sleeves, standing up from the lounge chair, scolding He-Wen, how can I possibly have a son as dumb as you? The plan failed already, but look how easily you've been manipulated like this. If it were anyone else, it would be one thing, but it was precisely Cheng Jia. Cheng Shuyu trembled with rage. Kneeling on the ground, He-Wen covered his face and said plaintively, Mother, right after you left, I got knocked out, I really don't know anything. Originally, according to the plan, he wouldn't even appear at the side hall tonight. But when the imperial banquet concluded, Cheng Shuyu changed the plan last minute, insisting that he would personally go to supervise Wen Xiuyuan. And it resulted in this disaster. Do you even realize? The mess between you and Chu Nanqi has become irreparable. If Wen Xiuyuan succeeded, I would release the news immediately, and despite their refusal, the Chu family would have to support you. But you fool, look what you've done. He-Wen understood that there was no salvaging the situation. Mother, please stop yelling at me. What should we do now? Father will surely investigate. What if he finds out? Cheng Shuyu covered her forehead, sitting back down on the couch, enraged. Initially, she had set her eyes on Shuyu, but she never expected her son to be so dim-witted. It made Chen Jingxing benefit instead. Things have turned out this way again tonight. She feels that recently one thing after another, all bad news. Chapter 73, the eunuch was killed. The curtain behind the bed was pulled aside, revealing a tall figure stepping out. A deep male voice followed. I've already killed the eunuch who administered the drug. He won, kneeling on the ground, his face brightened with relief as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Uncle. Lingyan emerged from the shadows and walked straight toward Yu Guifei, massaging her temples with his large hands. Cheng Shuyu looked much better, calming down. Let's act as if this never happened. No matter how the emperor asks, pretend you know nothing. Yes, mother. Cheng Shuyu reached up to grab Lingyan's wrist. Tonight's incident happened because there was no one by Wen's side. Quickly assign 2 people to guard him closely, or next time he'll fall into others' traps again. Her carefully cultivated network of informants was wiped out in one night. Now, apart from Lingyan, she had no one else at her disposal. I'll handle this. With Lingyan around, Cheng Shuyu felt reassured. Even her gaze toward Hewen improved significantly as she gestured for him to rise and speak. When Xiuyuan has climbed onto the crown prince's bed, we need to rethink our plan. Hewen stayed overnight in the palace under the pretext of taking care of Yu Guifei. Only after the palace gates opened the next morning did he hurriedly return home to serve his confinement. After resting for the night, Chu Nanqi recovered well in spirit. Early in the morning, Chu Chuan sent someone to call him over for a meal, clearly planning to discuss something. The entire family was present. Seeing the good complexion of his elder sister-in-law and elder sister, Chu Nanqi's mood lightened considerably. However, upon hearing about He Gufan kneeling, his expression darkened once more. Chu Lu said, I discussed it with your older brother, we should pretend we know nothing. Last time he was punished for kneeling, my plea could be considered a life-saving grace. But regarding last night's events, if I plead again, His Majesty may become overly suspicious. Humph, Chu Chen coldly hummed, even if we do nothing now, isn't the emperor still suspicious? Instead of being so cautious all the time, father, you might as well go and explain things clearly with King Xiao. If the emperor is afraid of our 2 families uniting, then let it be established, don't keep annoying us every day. These words obviously reflected Chu Lu's thoughts too. Given the emperor's excesses and declining health. If they remained overly cautious, should the emperor pass away and the crown prince ascend the throne? It was unclear what the consequences might be. Chu Lu turned to Chu Nanqi, what's your opinion, Nanqi? In reality, everyone in the Chu household was aligned in thought. It was only a matter of how Chu Nanqi would execute their plans. Chu Nanqi took a sip of tea and lightly tapped his knee. Without miraculous elixirs, the emperor probably won't last long. We can only act based on knowing his specific condition. Moreover, I suspect the emperor has been drugged. Drugged? Chu Lu was somewhat surprised. Who could possibly drug the emperor inside the imperial palace, especially with so many court physicians? How could they miss it? That's right, the imperial hospital gathers the finest talents from Yin country. What kind of drug could possibly escape their detection? As Chu Nanqi recalled the medicines bought by Yu Guifei and the state of the emperor he saw last night. The emperor appeared fine on the surface, but his eye sockets were sunken and slightly tinged with blue. There was clear obstruction in his chest when he coughed. Father, I'm not an expert in medicine, but in my past life, when the emperor passed away, Hewen did not allow anyone else near him. Furthermore, the person who gave the emperor his final pulse reading was precisely Hewen's confidant. I think there's something problematic here. At that time, Chu Nanqi had just returned to the capital city. He had been ordered to fight a war and came back injured, preoccupied with his own recovery. But during the emperor's passing, he was present to ensure everything went perfectly smoothly. Back then, he hadn't thought much of it. Now, reflecting on those details, he felt immense unease. Beside him, Chiu listened with great trepidation. Previously, her elder brother had explained Chu Nanqi's affairs to her and her sister-in-law. Hearing about these matters from the past life made her feel alarmed. Now listening to this again. She exchanged glances with her sister-in-law, understanding that their father and brothers intended not to keep them in the dark about family matters anymore. Currently, with the rapidly changing political climate in the court, knowing these secrets wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Chu Yu, holding a handkerchief, said, so Nanqi intends to send our personal physician into the palace. Chu Nanqi nodded. If it's true, most likely it involves southern drugs. In the southern frontier, high mountains and numerous insects make many toxins difficult to detect. If we find a specialist to give the emperor a pulse reading, we will have a clearer idea. This plan is feasible, but how can we get the doctor in there? To have the emperor accept a civilian physician for diagnosis was virtually impossible. Regardless of the level of medical skills, the health of the Son of Heaven concerns the foundation of the nation. How can it be easily probed by others? Did not the second master send someone to capture that Taoist? Since he could refine medicines, his medical skills must be excellent. Arrange for him to meet the crown prince. Naturally, the crown prince will send him inside. This was Chu Nanqi's intention for capturing that Taoist first. Chu Chen slammed the table. Good, I'll go right away. Rest assured, all the people under this Taoist are locked up in my place. I'll ensure he doesn't dare say a word. He is smart and isn't there to poison the emperor, so nothing will go wrong. Let the second master arrange it. He knows what to do. Chu Nanqi had no doubt about his method since that Taoist from the previous life was heavily relied upon by the crown prince. If it weren't for the appearance of himself. Chu Nanqi looked at Qingyi. Let last night's incident be spread around. Don't mention the crown prince, focus on Hewen. Don't hide it, let the crown prince figure out it's us spreading it. Qingyi replied, understood. Are you planning to deal with Hewen first? What about the crown prince? After all, the crown prince is still the crown prince. Once the emperor encounters any issue, he will ascend the throne rightfully. Chu Lu now dislikes the other few aside from Higuyen. The crown prince has nothing except for the emperor's favor. Moreover, he engages in corruption and bribery, with piles of unsavory accounts. He is utterly unworthy of concern. But Hewen is different. If it weren't for the emperor's favoritism, with the chief minister's backing, he would have climbed up effortlessly. Besides, he also has the military support. Father, with your abilities, taking down that old man on Shishan Mountain shouldn't be a problem. Shishan Wang is the only prince supporting Hewen, although his military power isn't substantial and the west side is desolate, with no wars fought these recent years. But he does have troops hidden deeply, which Chu Nanqi learned unintentionally. Let father handle this. You said not to plead for grace at the palace, yet his majesty lets Higuyen kneel like that. It has been an entire night already. Though knowing that boy was used to kneeling since childhood, after rescuing him, Chu Lu truly liked Higuyen. As soon as the crown prince receives news of us spreading Hewen's affairs, his majesty will naturally let him get up. This kind of matter cannot be rushed. Chu Lu understood this principle and waved his hand accordingly. Alright, then I don't need to worry. Later, let Qingguang deliver some medicine. By the way, the doctors in the army said the prescription the doctor sent last time worked well. This child truly has heart. Chapter 74, Meeting the Crown Prince Again. Thinking of Higuyen, Chu Nanqi's lips slightly curved upwards. You father likes him so much. That's true. It's just pitiful that he was born into the royal family, this place where people eat each other but don't spit out the bones. Well, enough of that. Now, a few dates have come from Qin Jingxing's side, you all check when would be convenient. Mentioning Chu Yu's marriage, the family atmosphere became lively. Let's set the wedding date for next month. Although it's a bit rushed, since sister has affection for Qin Jingxing, it's alright. Primarily, due to turbulent times, if not decided quickly, Chu Nanqi wouldn't feel settled. The others had the same thought. Chu Chuan said, Mother passed away early, so the wedding arrangements should be handled by your elder sister-in-law. Let her know if there's anything needed. Everything must be done grandly. The husband says so, sister just needs to wait to become a bride. Faced with the elder sister-in-law's teasing, Chu Yu rarely felt shy, gripping her handkerchief. Even Chu Nanqi's face showed more smiles. Gossip among the commoners spreads extremely fast, by noontime. Streets and alleys were buzzing with stories about Hewen's misdeeds, even reaching the beggar's den. In a short time, both inside and outside the imperial city, everyone was talking about it. After hearing this, Hewen smashed all the decorative items in a room, grabbing a servant below and kicking him. Who leaked it? Who? The eunuch, frightened out of his wits, knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing, Your Highness, it's been found out, it's Chu Chen. He is still at the tea house right now. Chu Chen. Hearing this name, Hewen kicked over the stool beside him in anger, damn, who gave him the nerve to do this? Your Highness. Right now, the whole city is talking about it, and the palace may have heard too. Furthermore, Chu Chen has claimed that there's only one secondary wife in your mansion because you like men. He has determined to oppose you. Your Highness, what should we do now? You ask me, who should I ask? Hewen paced anxiously, these rumors aren't serious yet. But if the emperor really investigates and finds it related to him, that will result in severe trouble. Go to the palace and find Consort Gui quickly. The eunuch hastily crawled up, I'll go right away. Hewen was under house arrest and couldn't leave. This spared him from facing the gossip outside. But no matter how much he calculated, Hewen never expected Chu Chen to be so bold as to blatantly spread the scandal. Wait a moment. Hewen suddenly thought of someone else, where's Wen Shuyuan? Send someone to fetch him immediately. Yes, Your Highness. The eunuch bowed and left. Hewen instantly became furious recalling last night's events. Wen Shuyuan was utterly useless, more trouble than he was worth. However, it wasn't the time to deal with him yet. Hewen needed to find out what exactly happened last night. After being drugged and manipulated himself, how could Wen Shuyuan have met the same fate? And then there was Chu Chen. How dare he go to the tea house to spread rumors about such disgraceful royal matters? Didn't he fear Emperor's wrath? At the palace gate, a personal guard from the crown prince came out to greet him. Chu Nanqi followed that person inside. He had come to see the crown prince and did not bother to conceal his purpose at all. Once he entered the palace, everyone's spies would know he had come to meet the crown prince. Just after He Jing had heard about the incident among commoners, news reached him that Chu Nanqi had arrived. He promptly received Chu Nanqi in the main hall. Nanqi, why have you come? Chu Nanqi first paid respect to the crown prince and directly explained the reason for his visit. Your Highness, I am here because of last night's incident. Mentioning the previous night's events, He Jing felt uneasy. Still, he gambled that Chu Nanchi didn't know he was involved in it. He immediately put on an expression of deep sorrow. Last night was truly terrifying. You said fortunately it was only a bed-climbing incident, but if it were a murder to cover tracks, how could we handle it? Chu Nanchi coldly stated, Your Highness, I've already investigated last night's events and discovered it was due to Lord Wen drugging the wine. Was it really the fifth prince who did this? Chu Nanchi confirmed with a nod, expressionless, I heard a young eunuch in the imperial kitchen died last night. I sent people to investigate, and his family had just received a sum of money, which originated from Prince Wen's residence. So, I suspect last night's incident was orchestrated by him. Fool. He Jing fiercely slammed the table. If it weren't for Prince Wen's self-important meddling, last night's good plans wouldn't have been disrupted. How dare he commit such an act? Nanchi, rest assured, I will certainly ensure the emperor gives you justice. After saying this, He Jing hesitated and then asked cautiously, Yet last night you suffered no harm, and that eunuch is dead. If Empress Wei insists she's uninvolved, perhaps even the emperor won't have a way. Do you have any other evidence in hand? Chu Nanchi looked angrily at the crown prince, Your Highness. I naturally understand that this alone cannot incriminate Lord Wen. But Nanchi can't help but feel infuriated by last night's events. Therefore, I instructed my second brother to publicize his affair with Qing Jia among the common folk, just to vent some frustration. News in the capital reaches the crown prince quickly. Chu Chen only mentioned He Wen and Qing Jia, nothing related to the crown prince leaked out. Thus, it seemed that last night's effort wasn't entirely in vain. Chu Nanchi placed the blame squarely on He Wen. At the very least, the Chu family and He Wen were now sworn enemies forever. Considering this, the crown prince's mood eased considerably, and he consoled Chu Nanchi, Don't worry about this. I will certainly take your side. Although we can't achieve everything, if the fifth prince tries to use this as an excuse to harass your second brother, I, as crown prince, will be the first to punish him. Hearing this, Chu Nanchi stood up and respectfully paid a formal bow to He Jing, Thank you, Crown Prince. There's no need for formality between our two families. Chu Nanchi didn't refute the ambiguous relationship implied in the Crown Prince's words and worriedly inquired, Your Highness, did Wen Xiuyuan accidentally climb into the wrong bed? You mean, it was deliberate? The chaos last night ruined their entire plan. He Jing spent half the night discussing strategies with the Empress. He'd just woken up this morning when Chu Nanchi arrived. Regarding Wen Xiuyuan's matter, He Jing hadn't had the chance to interrogate yet. Chu Nanchi furrowed his brow and pondered, Don't you think it's too coincidental? Just after Prince Wen poisoned me, Wen Xiuyuan approached you. He Jing nodded, Indeed, Wen Xiuyuan mentioned this last night when he left. He claimed Prince Wen captured his cousin and coerced him to do this. It seems to be true. Nevertheless, it was a foolish move. Even if He Jing slept with him, so what? It's just a bit of debauchery, sleeping with several men as a proper crown prince, what difference does it make? Chu Nanchi observed He Jing's expressions clearly, filled with a hidden disdain internally, but his face betrayed nothing. Your Highness. Since he confessed to being Prince Wen's man, it seems I haven't guessed wrong. Last night's incident was entirely orchestrated by Prince Wen. He was trying to take control of our while simultaneously smearing you, making people believe the crown prince behaves improperly. Meanwhile, he portrays himself as noble and pure. In time, all they'll talk about in the court is his great reputation. Chapter 75, Wen Xiuyuan cannot be spared. After Chu Nanchi analyzed this, He Jing became uncontrollably enraged. He already disliked Prince Wen. This Prince Wen always carried an air of superior virtue, his prestige among both officials and commoners was significant. Even if Emperor adored him deeply, it could not withstand Prince Wen's manipulative charm and talent for winning hearts. Had it not been for Empress support, Emperor, cherishing their bond, might have really considered replacing the crown prince with someone else. As He Jing thought more, he grew increasingly agitated, his face darkening. Nanchi, you've come to see me, so there must be more than just this matter. What do you plan to do? Hearing this, Chu Nanchi bowed respectfully to He Jing, Your Highness, forgive my disrespect. The emperor had evidently improved physically over the past couple years. So why does he appear even weaker lately? What do you mean? Chu Nanchi looked up, his gaze firm yet filled with concern, I practice martial arts. Though I lack medical knowledge, something feels off. The emperor should be under the careful care of the imperial hospital. Even if complete recovery isn't guaranteed, his condition shouldn't worsen compared to previous years. Especially after last night's events, I suspect Prince Wen may be. His meaning was already quite clear. He Jing was greatly shocked, disbelief clearly visible on his face, that's impossible. Does Prince Wen think he has the courage of a tiger or bear? Chu Nanchi spoke gravely, Your Highness, we cannot ignore possibilities no matter how small. Consider what noble consort you once did. Impossible. Impossible. Though verbally rejecting this notion, He Jing shakily sat on the chair, looking shaken. Clutching the armrest tightly, he kept muttering, all the doctors at the imperial hospital are the emperor's men. Even if one doctor overlooks something, how could the other miss as well? How could Prince Wen achieve such a level? Chu Nanqi stepped closer and said coldly, Your Highness. Do you remember Prince Wen's recent trip to Nanchang? Mentioning Nanchang, He Jing sharply turned his gaze toward Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi continued, Prince Wen quietly headed south, taking advantage of Nanchang's invasion, secretly attacking my father. I omitted telling you this detail, the arrows shot at my father were poisoned, with venom from Nanchang. What? He Jing only knew what Prince Wen had done but wasn't aware of the specific details. Only now did he start feeling a sense of fear. Had Prince Wen grown to this extent? Your Highness, Nanchang, surrounded by lofty mountains and thick clouds, is home to countless poisonous insects and plants. I reckon even the Imperial Hospital's doctors wouldn't necessarily recognize all of them. As precaution, I suggest you hire some skilled doctors to privately examine the Emperor. If everything is fine, then we've just overthought things. But if anything is found, Your Highness, this would be a great opportunity. Then we will certainly bring down Prince Wen. Chu Nanqi didn't worry at all that He Jing wouldn't follow his advice. Though this crown prince lacked capability and seemed mediocre, his filial devotion to the Emperor was genuine. If he hadn't remained indifferent when learning the Emperor intended to kill Chu Lu, Chu Nanqi might have thought leaving him on the throne was acceptable. But this wasn't the empire of the Chu family. Now, he wouldn't blame himself for ruthlessness. He Jing's determination came quicker than Chu Nanqi expected, given his real concern for the Emperor's health. I'll send people to find several doctors immediately. Seeing He Jing rushing out in a flustered state, Chu Nanqi rolled his eyes inwardly. With such a mind, if not for the Emperor's protection, he'd be feeding on dung. Chu Nanqi hastily stopped him, Your Highness, calm down. If you create too much fuss, you're simply informing Prince Wen that you've noticed. Yes, yes, yes. The Crown Prince slapped his forehead, realizing he'd gotten overly excited, Messenger. Your Highness. You lead a few people to quietly search among the common folk for skilled doctors. Don't reveal your identity. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Nanqi added some final instructions, still somewhat uneasy, Your Highness, in my opinion, it's best to not even inform the Emperor beforehand. Should the Emperor get too emotional, our plans could fail. You're right. If Father Emperor is fine, then it's settled. If there's an issue, we'll catch him red-handed. At least you've a little sense. Otherwise, Chu Nanqi would feel that even using someone as a dull knife for murder was a waste of effort. Nanqi, what do you think should be done with Wen Xiuyuan? Last night, he told me he'd become Prince Wu's mole. Should I keep him? He Jing wasn't attracted to men, and sparing Wen Xiuyuan last night was only because he seemed sensible. After all, he was the newly promoted official. It wouldn't look good to just kill him without reason. Your Highness, do you really think such a person could be controlled simply by a dispensable cousin? As far as I know, Wen Xiuyuan comes from a poor family. He might aim to rise through association with royalty. He is smart. You and Prince Wen, he might not want to let either of you go. With his intelligence, navigating both sides and benefiting no matter who becomes emperor is not impossible. In the future, whoever ascends the throne, he will surely find ways to protect himself and prosper. Humph, unless I agree. He Jing cursed furiously, I see it as if he colluded with Prince Wu, pretending to be close to me, deceiving me with lies. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, these men who proactively offer themselves were no different than women seeking power through similar means. Except those women did it for their own prospects. Wen Xiuyuan did it to manipulate him. He was more detestable. This man is deeply calculating. Nanqi believes we can't afford to keep him long. But since he holds an official post, Your Highness should act cautiously. Chu Nanqi's words added fuel to the fire. How could He Jing tolerate being calculated against in such a manner? But Chu Nanqi was right, since he held office, it wasn't easy to treat him like an ordinary person. Yet making a person die was too simple. He Jing's eyes turned fierce, his expression cruel. He had completely trusted Chu Nanqi's words, I'll make him understand the pain worse than death. Chu Nanqi subtly curved his lips in faint amusement. Wen Xiuyuan, I hope you manage to survive under the hands of the Crown Prince. Don't perish too quickly. You don't deserve redemption after your devious schemes and treachery from the previous life. Speaking of last night, another thing most concerning He Jing involved someone else. He tested Chu Nanqi hesitantly, Nanqi, last night during the drug-induced episode, do you still remember what happened? Chu Nanqi had kissed He Guiyuan in front of everyone. Though the situation was urgent, it was hard not to have second thoughts. This was also why the Emperor punished He Guiyuan. Didn't it show the fear that the two families might join forces? Chu Nanqi didn't hide this at all, I remember. At the time, aside from the Crown Prince, the Empress and concubine Gui were also present. Even if Chu Nanqi pretended not to recall, it would be impossible. He Jing said, so how do you feel about it? If you tell Father Emperor that you want Prince San to take responsibility, I believe Father would agree. If the Emperor were willing to agree, then he wouldn't have hurriedly punished He Guiyuan by making him kneel at the palace gate. Chapter 76, Secluded Reflection. It wasn't merely about fearing they would unite but rather reiterating clearly to everyone. He Guiyuan was already despised by the emperor. Supporting him would bring no benefit. Chu Nanqi shook his head, Your Highness, last night's events were accidental. To be honest, South Qi has long been fond of a woman. She is still young, so I've chosen to wait. That's why I haven't mentioned it yet. Upon hearing Chu Nanqi mention having a favored woman, He Jing grew curious. The woman South Qi admires must truly be exceptional. Which family does she belong to? Chu Nanqi smiled faintly, Your Highness also knows her. She is Tang Qian's younger sister, Tang Rou, the imperial bodyguard. Tang Qian, the imperial bodyguard, held a low rank. However, he had another identity not widely known to people. That is, he is the younger brother of the crown princess. As for why this relationship remained unknown, that was due to confusion within Tang Qian's family. To elaborate on this, Chu Nanqi learned of it in the previous life. The father of the crown princess had been promiscuous in his youth, siring many illegitimate children but, bound by the first wife, dared not bring them home. They all had shadowy concubines outside the family. Tang Qian was highly capable and rose to the rank of imperial bodyguard solely through his martial arts skills. Being such a capable son, naturally, he would be utilized. But as Tang Qian grew stronger and earned the favor of the emperor, he was no longer the easily manipulated boy he once was. The crown princess's father sought to restore recognition for Tang Qian, but that was impossible. Nevertheless, familial bloodlines existed. Even though the crown princess wasn't very close to her younger brother, they were still one family. Naturally, Tang Qian belonged to the crown prince's camp. There were few people who knew about this matter. Chu Nanqi didn't worry at all that the crown prince would suspect he had known about this relationship all along. And Tang Rou is only 12 this year. He had planned everything well. He wasn't worried that the crown prince would force him to marry Tang Rou. As for what would happen in 2 or 3 years, Chu Nanqi coldly said, by then it might be when even the crown prince's ashes have long cooled. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, the crown prince first revealed a look of joy on his face, but then quickly feared Chu Nanqi might see through something. He hurriedly composed himself, yet his eyes and brows were filled with laughter. Nanqi has good judgment. But I wonder how you took an interest in that girl. I remember you weren't particularly close with Tang Qian either. Chu Nanqi smiled, I'm sure Tang Miss doesn't know about this herself. It was last year during the rain that I happened to encounter her. Later, after inquiring, I learned about her background. However, she's still too young, so I thought I'd wait. To avoid tarnishing her reputation, I hope His Highness can help me keep this matter secret. Of course. The crown prince was immensely pleased. There was no way he would tell Chu Nanqi that Tang Qian was actually one of his people. With this relationship now in place, Nanning Manor would belong to him. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the front hall. I understand. Chu Nanqi looked uneasy, Your Highness, it's probably still about last night. If I could find out who poisoned me, His Majesty must already know as well. The only uncertainty is whether Empress Consort Yu is involved. And what about my second brother? He was concerned that Empress Consort Yu might whisper harmful things into the Emperor's ear and use this opportunity to punish Chu Chen. Clearly, Chu Nanqi now saw himself as the master. He Jing understood his meaning and willingly wanted to show favoritism, so he immediately broke into a smile, rest assured, I've got your back. He Jing waved his hand toward the outside, someone, escort Mr. Chu out of the palace. Bid farewell to His Royal Highness. After paying his respects, Chu Nanqi stepped behind He Jing and left Donggong Palace. A eunuch from the crown prince's mansion followed beside him. They hadn't walked far when Chu Nanqi took out a bag of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the eunuch. You don't need to escort me anymore. I can return by myself. The eunuch accepted the silver, understanding perfectly, and said, Mister, if you follow this road straight ahead, you'll reach the palace gate. Thank you. Though Chu Nanqi was an external official, going forward without entering the inner palace didn't technically violate any rules. Looking up at the sun in the sky, thinking that someone had been kneeling all night, and now it was almost noon, his fingers tightened slightly. At the palace gate, a tall, upright figure knelt there steadfastly, showing no sign of bending. Chu Nanqi spotted He Guiyuan from far away. He was kneeling there, possibly bored, his head lowered, but his body remained straight. It was like his character, never bend, but rather break. Even though he always seemed to laugh happily, as if nothing mattered, and even if falsely accused, he brushed it off with a smile. Chu Nanqi clearly knew that beneath that exterior was a very gentle heart. In this cannibalistic royal palace, goodness wasn't their fault. It was those people who deserved death. If only spilling blood could protect the ones he cared about, then he wouldn't mind rivers of blood flowing. Chu Nanqi lowered his eyes, concealing the hatred that flickered within. Then, when he raised them again, his composure was completely restored. He slowly approached, his steps light. Yet somehow they shared a silent connection. Just as He Guiyuan's originally lowered head abruptly lifted and turned to meet Chu Nanqi's gaze directly. Chu Nanchi clearly saw that the previously lethargic He Guiyuan instantly brightened with joy, his once dull eyes sparkling brilliantly. He was truly overjoyed. Chu Nanchi, you're here. He Guiyuan showed no regret for being punished, greeting Chu Nanchi with enthusiasm, as if encountering an old friend on the street. The two guards at the entrance respectfully bowed to Chu Nanchi. Chu Nanchi, though without an official position, certainly wasn't devoid of status. Chu Nanchi stepped closer and stood beside him, looking down from above. Are you hungry? Upon hearing his question, He Guiyuan laughed, as if he'd seen the little Nanchi of his past, bringing warmth and light to his otherwise dark childhood. He cheerfully shook his head, not at all. It's almost noon. You should go back and eat. Chu Nanchi eyed the sweat on his forehead, resisting the urge to reach out. No rush. But He Guiyuan urged him to leave. The sun is too strong here. You should go back. He wasn't afraid of the sun, but his precious Nanchi was noble and shouldn't be exposed to such conditions. If his flawless skin were to get sunburned, he would die of heartbreak. Chu Nanchi glanced at him, then shifted his gaze toward the palace. I just came out of Donggong. The crown prince went to see his majesty, and if they call for me later, I'll stay a bit before leaving. He Guiyuan understood his meaning, knowing that he didn't have to kneel anymore. Being able to persuade the crown prince to intercede must have meant Nanchi had done something. At this thought, his previous resentment over the punishment instantly disappeared. He couldn't help but laugh. Chu Nanchi glanced at him with an exasperated sigh and refused to speak to him. Sure enough, not long after, a little eunuch who served the crown prince arrived. Your Highness. His Majesty says you may rise. I understand. He Guiyuan, as if nothing had happened, patted his knees and stood up. Did my father say anything else? Perhaps because Chu Nanchi was present, the eunuch's attitude wasn't too bad. His Majesty said that it was only due to the intervention of the crown prince on your behalf that this matter is being forgiven. He orders you to reflect in seclusion for a month. TSK, reflection again. Chapter 77, The Worried You Empress. He Guiyuan snorted, turned around, and walked away without even speaking to Chu Nanchi. Chu Nanchi didn't spare him a glance, politely asking the eunuch instead, did the crown prince have any words for me? Eunuch, none. Chu Nanchi bowed respectfully, then turned and left gracefully. Not long after Emperor told He Guiyuan to rise. Empress, you arrived. The crown prince wasn't the least bit surprised. All the gossip outside revolved around He Wen's situation. It would be strange if Empress you weren't anxious. As soon as she entered, she knelt down and bowed her head while pleading weakly, Your Majesty, I've sinned. I've already investigated thoroughly. One of the palace ladies from my quarters had ulterior motives, and thus instructed that junior eunuch to help her poison someone. But we didn't expect the situation to escalate into this mess. The emperor gave Qing Shuyu, who was feigning regret, a disapproving look. His expression wasn't pleasant. They all knew full well, these were just excuses. But the Qing family held significant influence, and even the emperor couldn't punish them easily. With a gesture of his hand, he indicated Qing Shuyu should rise, scolding her softly, Empress you has indeed been careless in managing her attendants. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, Qing Shuyu appeared panic-stricken, Your Majesty speaks the truth. It's entirely due to my negligence. However, Your Majesty, I've heard Chu Chen is openly boasting about this incident in tea-houses. Even if this is partially my fault, Chu Chen's actions are disrespectful toward the royal family. She made her own wrongdoing seem trivial, yet placed a great burden on Chu Chen's shoulders. The crown prince's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated passing these words to Chu Nanchi later. Before the emperor could respond, the crown prince rebutted, Your Highness, Chu Nanchi was implicated last night. If it weren't for Wen Xiuyuan knocking him unconscious, who knows what chaos would have ensued. Now the Chu family isn't demanding an explanation from you, they're simply sharing an unimportant story. Why does Her Highness feel the need to saddle Chu Chen with such heavy blame? This prince feels compelled to defend the Chus here. The crown prince's obvious support caused Qing Shuyu's fingers to tense. This was odd. Hadn't the crown prince also opposed the Chu family? Why did the sun rise from the west today? Thinking back to the intimacy displayed between the crown prince and Chu Nanchi during yesterday's banquet. Could it be the Chu family had already allied with the crown prince? Your Highness, I'm merely concerned for the reputation of the royal family. The lady worries too much. How can this affect the royal family's reputation? Besides, there were no eyewitnesses anyway. A man's flirtations don't require such alarm. He Jing rose, bowing toward the emperor. Father, Chu Chen's action stems from uncovering the connection between the junior eunuch and the fifth brother. It's merely blowing off some steam. Moreover, our side was rude first. To punish Chu Chen over this harmless tale would surely dishearten loyal ministers. Seeing that the crown prince had finished speaking all possible arguments, Qing Shuyu became urgent. How could your highness favor so openly? Is it because you do not consider me important? The crown prince firmly replied without backing down, Lady, don't you think pushing all the blame onto a single palace lady will ensure everything remains unsolved? I advise you to stop when you're ahead and not to go too far. You. That's enough. The emperor interrupted their heated exchange. Looking at Qing Shuyu's imposing demeanor, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. This matter will proceed according to the crown prince's suggestion. Empress, return home and reprimand your staff more severely. Daring to drug princes and involve key ministers, if it weren't for your sake, I'd order all the staff in your palace replaced. Upon hearing the emperor's intention to replace everyone in her palace, Qing Shuyu had no choice but to bow her head. She realized deep down that the emperor's health was worsening day by day, and he was growing increasingly lazy regarding face-saving formalities. Still, for now, she had to endure further. Seeing that she remained silent, the emperor coughed twice and looked toward the crown prince. Although this is reasonable, Chu Chen's actions are still inappropriate. Send someone to take the palace girl who drugged him away. Say that she was resentful of his highness and deliberately poisoned him, thus causing this absurd situation. The prince understands. You go and tell Chu Chen, now that he has vented his anger, there should be no more rumors reaching my ears about this matter. The prince will handle it well. Dismissed. The prince takes his leave. After the crown prince left, Qing Shuyu realized the matter had reached its conclusion. She had been enraged upon hearing the rumors circulating outside. But since the emperor was clearly favoring, she knew there was no advantage to gain here. Subsequently, she also rose and took her leave. Upon returning to her palace, Lingyan emerged from the shadows and seeing her slight anger, asked, what happened? Qing Shuyu forcefully threw her handkerchief on the ground and cursed, this old man only favors. After just a few words from the crown prince, there wasn't even any punishment. I'm so angry. Lingyan's mind worked quickly and understood from her words that the crown prince stood with the Chus, so the crown prince has aligned with the Chu family. Qing Shuyu scoffed, that's obvious. The crown prince never used to speak up for the Chu family. It makes sense, as the legitimate heir, selecting Chu Nanqi is normal. But what the Chu family may not realize is, when the emperor wants them dead, he won't hesitate for a moment. The emperor's health was declining day by day, and many things were handled by others now. There is no wall that cannot be breached. Let alone an ailing emperor nearing his end. Qing Shuyu was unsurprised about the emperor's dealings with Southern Liang. Sitting casually on the concubine's chair, Lingyan draped his arm over it in a lordly manner. With a slightly serious expression, he said, if the Chu family really has chosen the crown prince, the emperor won't move against them anymore. We need to plan early. Qing Shuyu removed her outer robe, seductively leaning against him, all this is within our expectations. No matter what, the crown prince remains the crown prince. Those pretending neutrality, once he ascends the throne, will support him too. Even if some take sides now, it won't influence much. What's urgent is Wen's reputation. The rumors have already spread far and wide. What do we do? At some point, Lingyan's palm moved from the chair to Qing Shuyu's shoulder, gently kneading it. Rumors of this sort will fade after a few days. As for Qing Jia, he must not stay alive any longer. Otherwise, every time someone sees him, they'll remember this incident. Snuggling against his chest, Qing Shuyu spoke sweetly, that's easy. He frequents brothels, it's simple to eliminate him there. It's a pity we couldn't get Chu Nanqi this time. Of the manipulable Chus, there were only these two siblings, but neither succeeded. And the remaining Chu Chen? He's quite troublesome. Drugging could possibly work on Chu Yu or Chu Nanqi. If attempted on Chu Chen, there'd be no chance of success. Qing Shuyu was reluctant to let go, but at this stage, denial was impossible. Furthermore, Qing Jia, that wretched spawn, absolutely cannot live to tarnish He Wen's name. She raised her hand and hugged Lingyan's neck coyly, tell me, should we increase the dosage? I fear delays might ruin everything. Fine, I'll arrange someone for it. You're too good. Without you, how would my son and I manage? With a flirtatious laugh, Qing Shuyu moved closer to the man. Soon, unusual sounds resonated through the room. Chapter 78, He Guyuan's Cooing. Chu Nanqi leisurely rode his horse along the main street. It was noon, and all commoners were at home eating their meals. He didn't rush. Tian Shui approached on horseback, young master. Chu Nanqi, as though anticipating him, nodded slightly. Tian Shui leaned in and said, His Royal Highness asked me to bring you to a place. Here comes that troublemaker again. Lead the way. The two horses crossed the city gate and exited the imperial capital. Following a mountain path, they eventually arrived at a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city. Chu Nanqi stared at the tightly shut gates, without a single lantern on either side, his face showing confusion. Tian Shui, what is this? Tian Shui dismounted and introduced, Master, this is His Royal Highness's hot spring retreat in the suburbs, originally owned by a royal merchant. Later, when that person owed money, he sold it to our Chamber of Commerce. His Royal Highness kept it because of the hot springs. However, nothing can be seen from the outside to avoid drawing attention. Please come in. As Chu Nanqi entered through the main gate, he discovered the inside held a world of wonder. Walking down the corridor deeper in, he seemed to hear the sound of flowing water. When they reached an archway, Tian Shui silently took his leave. Chu Nanchi stepped across the archway and saw a hot spring pool in an open courtyard, emitting warm steam. In the middle of the pool was a robust figure. That person didn't show any hesitation, sitting stark naked in the center, with a broad back adorned with a few scars. Chu Nanchi approached, his voice light but tinged with helplessness. "Are you really soaking in a hot spring at noon?" He Guyuan turned around delightedly and said, "You've come." "Yeah." Chu Nanchi nodded and glanced at the towel and clothes laid aside. "After kneeling for so long, don't soak too much longer. Go eat then rest." Even a body as strong as iron would get tired after kneeling for that long, not to mention he hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Chu Nanchi truly felt sorry for him. He Guyuan stretched lazily and stood up from the pool. "I know. I called you here because I suddenly remembered this place had a hot spring annex. Come back here tonight and soak, it'll be good for your body." Saying this, he got out of the pool. Tall in stature, with a wide back and healthy skin tone, He Guyuan's features were sharply defined and deep. He looked wildly untamed, oozing testosterone. Chu Nanchi picked up the nearby towel and unreservedly wiped the water droplets off him. "The Emperor has sentenced you to solitary reflection. You're rushing here. Have you informed grandfather?" "He knows. This place is secluded and beautiful. It's convenient for our interactions, so I won't wander into the city." He Guyuan spread his hands, asking Chu Nanchi to help him put on his undergarment. "If it were just me, I could handle anything by myself. But I'm worried about what might happen while I'm gone, so I came here instead. You should stay here too. It's quiet, and there aren't many spies. Moreover, everyone inside and outside belongs to us." He thought everything through. With the Emperor's decree to confine him indoors, they didn't have to go through formalities. This allowed him to stick close to Chu Nanchi day and night. Chu Nanchi adjusted his robe, reading perfectly clear the small calculations in his heart. Initially wanting to refuse. Thinking about how he was all alone, kneeling at the palace gate, pointed and gossiped about by passing eunuchs and maidservants. His heart softened a little, speaking softly, "All right. Really?" He Guyuan took advantage of the situation and wrapped his arms around Chu Nanchi's waist, his dense hair rubbing against his neck playfully while teasing him. "Now that you've agreed, don't change your mind." The ticklish sensation made Chu Nanchi calmly brush his head away. "Go eat." "All right." Inside the room, food was already prepared. He Guyuan was truly hungry. Rarely did he not speak a word, now just focusing on eating. He differed from other noble young masters. Polite and gentlemanly in daily life, he displayed some straightforwardness typical of a military man. Chu Nanchi was surprised for the first time seeing him eat so voraciously, but also grew even more sympathetic. The Emperor treated him like this, yet no wonder He Guyuan remained in such good shape. Had it been anyone else, they'd probably be full of resentment by now. This perhaps had something to do with his mother's temperament. Though Chu Nanchi never met the previous empress, he knew from his father's words that she was a woman of extraordinary poise, not yielding to men. Unfortunately, her love went awry. Halfway through the meal, Qingyi knocked on the door. "Come in." "Master," the Crown Prince invited Second Master to return and sent someone to dispel rumors. The matter has somewhat calmed down. This outcome was within Chu Nanchi's expectations. For commoners, this kind of thing only added talking points, serving no real practical purpose. The key still lay with the Qing family. Qing Jie was like the apple of the chief cabinet minister's eye. After an event like this, there would certainly be repercussions. Which meant Empress Yu would become busy. And he would have a better chance to deal with Yuan. There's one more thing. When Xiu Yuan was summoned to Yuan's residence early this morning and hasn't left yet. Chu Nanchi put down his chopsticks, his eyes cold and ruthless. Send his cousin over to the Crown Prince. And add a bit of oil and fire while recounting the affair between Wen Xiu Yuan and Yuan again. "Yes, but master, shouldn't we keep his cousin under our control?" Chu Nanchi shook his head. "She wouldn't be very useful to us. The Crown Prince isn't a kind person either. Sending such a delicate woman to him, don't you think we'll see how he reacts when he sees this? I'm curious about Wen Xiu Yuan's reaction." Qingyi didn't need to imagine the scene. "I understand what to do." "Good. Also, inform my father that I will remain here these days. Go. I'll take my leave." Once he left, the house grew quiet once again. He Guyuan had finished eating. Chu Nanchi urged him. "Go rest." He Guyuan acted petulantly, pulling his hand and unwilling to be alone. "Nanchi, stay with me. Stop talking nonsense." He Guyuan frowned, showing disagreement, but Chu Nanchi ignored his expression, pulling him affectionately. "There's a couch in the study. You can sleep while I read. Come on." Chu Nanchi wasn't as strong as He Guyuan, and before he knew it, he was dragged away. This somewhat carried a permissive tone. By the window in the study, there was a resting couch. He Guyuan lay down obediently, crossing his hands over his chest innocently while winking at Chu Nanchi. "I'm sleeping." Chu Nanchi exhaled quietly, finding this man sometimes just like a child. Since he had nothing else to do. he took a book from the shelf and sat at the desk. Initially not in the mood, he gradually got absorbed. On the couch, He Guyuan looked contentedly at his profile and drifted off to sleep. At Wen Mansion. He-Wen glared coldly at Wen Xiaoyuan kneeling beneath him. Last night's events made no sense when replayed in his mind. At first, he suspected Chu Nanqi, but Chu Nanqi himself was drugged and even knocked unconscious. So, He-Wen couldn't confirm anything yet. But Wen Xiaoyuan, the one who was supposed to carry out the plan, how could he end up in the Crown Prince's bed? Last night, He-Wen didn't know about the Crown Prince until after things happened. And after last night, those who shouldn't have known also found out. Chapter 79, The Cunning Wen Xiaoyuan. According to the plan, Wen Xiaoyuan was supposed to sleep with Chu Nanqi, and he hadn't taken any poison. So why was he found under the Crown Prince? Could it be that upon realizing the person in bed wasn't Chu Nanqi but the Crown Prince, he decided to go along with it anyway? As He-Wen thought of this possibility, he became uncontrollably furious. It wasn't unwarranted. Wen Xiaoyuan was indeed forced by him initially, but later it became voluntary, even proactive. In comparison, between He-Wen, who hasn't secured real power, and the Crown Prince, who has an overwhelming chance to ascend the throne, who could guarantee that Wen Xiaoyuan wouldn't want to climb high? The eyes of He-Wen flashed with disdain as he sneered, slowly opening his mouth. "Mr. Wen, are you now the Crown Prince's favored guest? Why are you so afraid of me?" He said these words almost through gritted teeth. Wen Xiaoyuan already knew he wouldn't escape today's questioning since being summoned here. Cold sweat poured from his back, he knelt without daring to raise his head. "Your Highness, believe me. Last night, I was also knocked unconscious." Humph. He-Wen lost control, picking up the teacup beside him and throwing it at him. Wen Xiaoyuan bore the blow silently, not daring to move. He-Wen loudly questioned, "If what you say is true, why didn't you defend yourself last night when the Emperor asked questions?" Wen Xiaoyuan slammed his head against the ground twice and defended, "Your Highness, given the situation, how could I explain myself? If I didn't admit, I wouldn't have made it out of the palace gates this morning. Your Highness, I really had no choice." Yet He-Wen didn't believe his excuses and continued to ask, "You claimed to be unconscious. Even if that were true, wouldn't the pain from the Crown Prince's actions awaken you? And once awake, why didn't you speak up immediately?" Speaking of this, Wen Xiaoyuan was truly caught in a dilemma where every word felt like defending against accusations. He woke up in pain, but inexplicably, his entire body burned with heat, and his brain could make no response. After much contemplation, he concluded that he must have been drugged too. But what kind of drug could possess such potency, causing unbearable torment? "Your Highness, I was also poisoned. If you don't believe me, call your royal physician to check my pulse." Naturally, He-Wen didn't trust him, ordering someone to bring the royal physician and threatening, "You'd better tell the truth, or you won't leave the gates of my Wen mansion today." Such a straightforward threat. Wen Xiaoyuan trembled in fear, shaking knees kneeling there. Being tormented by the Crown Prince last night, they both suffered poisoning and physical strain. His body could hardly recover after worrying all night and making hasty preparations. Summoned early in the morning, Wen Xiaoyuan felt mentally and physically exhausted. But deep down, he realized that now the only way forward was to regain He-Wen's trust, otherwise, he might really die here. The royal physician arrived quickly. He-Wen, frowning, gestured towards him, "Check if there's anything unusual with his body." "Yes." The royal physician placed down his medical box. When Xiaoyuan dared not rise, kneeling, he stretched out his arm. Of course, the doctor of the Wen mansion was no amateur. When Xiaoyuan couldn't guarantee that the symptoms would still be evident after a whole night. However, having reached this point, he had no other options and could only hope the physician possessed exceptional skill. After the manner physician finished diagnosing his pulse, he had a clear understanding. He stood up and replied, "Your Highness, this man has strong traces of medication use in his body. It seems he consumed some very potent drug, so even after a night, it can still be detected." Upon hearing the physician's words, when Xiaoyuan felt the sword hanging over his head temporarily moved away. He-Wen waved his hand to dismiss everyone. When Xiaoyuan immediately began to express his loyalty, "Does your Highness believe me now?" The physician was one of his people, and He-Wen's suspicions instantly lessened. Still, what happened last night resulted in such an outcome. He was indeed not pleased. "What exactly happened last night? I sent you to find Chu Nanqi. How did you end up under the influence of drugs?" When Xiaoyuan had been with him for a long time and naturally understood He-Wen. Hearing this question, he knew his life was safe for the moment. He hastily explained, "Last night, as soon as I entered the imperial garden, someone struck me from behind and knocked me out. When I woke up, I found myself, with the Crown Prince." At this point, he blushed furiously in humiliation and anger. Though Yun country was quite open-minded, both among commoners and noble families, there was a custom of taking male consorts. But this didn't mean that he enjoyed such things, let alone when he had a cousin he fancied. This incident was nothing short of a great disgrace to him. If it weren't for the Crown Prince, he would have wanted to kill that person. Exactly as your Highness said, under normal circumstances, I would have resisted. But the drug made my whole body weak, my limbs numb, and my lust uncontrollable, which is why it developed into that situation. When Xiao Yuan observed He Wen's expression carefully while speaking. Finding that it wasn't as harsh, he pushed further, Your Highness, the Crown Prince does not know about our association. I can take advantage of this situation and stay close to him to gather intelligence. To show his determination, he again struck his head on the ground twice. Blood dripped from his temples, but when Xiao Yuan dared not wipe it off. Whether he could survive depended entirely on He Wen's decision, he couldn't gamble with that. He Wen remained silent for a long time. His dark eyes emitted icy coldness as if scrutinizing every word when Xiao Yuan uttered. His sharp gaze fell onto Xiao Yuan's back. Xiao Yuan clearly felt the weight of it, and knelt without daring to move. He Wen twirled the ring on his finger, deep in thought. His covert guards were almost all gone, and replacements hadn't arrived yet. It was precisely the time he needed more men. Xiao Yuan was talented and clever. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't eliminate someone like him. But after all, he had this entanglement with the Crown Prince now. After a brief silence within the room, He Wen finally spoke, Xiao Yuan, I believe you're a reasonable man. As long as you remain loyal to me, I will surely reward you well. Otherwise, think of your mother. Mentioning the only elderly mother at home, Xiao Yuan struck his head heavily once again, Your Highness, please rest assured. I will always stand by your side. It would be more accurate to say that He Wen trusted his own leverage over Xiao Yuan rather than trusting him. He Wen was confident this person wouldn't neglect his mother's safety. Alright, let's leave this matter aside. You go first and think carefully about what to do next. Regarding the Crown Prince, I hope to see the information from your mouth sooner. Xiao Yuan knew this was He Wen testing him. If tangible results weren't visible, then surviving today wouldn't guarantee anything tomorrow. I understand. Leave then. Xiao Yuan rose shakily. His face was deathly pale, and his condition was far from good. However, he didn't dare to show any weakness in front of He Wen. If He Wen deemed him completely useless, then his death was imminent. When leaving through the back gate of the mansion, Xiao Yuan felt as though he'd narrowly escaped with his life. He slowly headed back to his residence, his mind already calculating how to find a way to survive between Crown Prince and Duke Wen. However, this path was destined to vanish. As soon as he returned home, he was taken away by people from the Crown Prince's palace. Chapter 80, Are you hungry? The moon hung halfway in the sky. Prince He Guiyuan had just woken up. He opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. You're awake. Beside the desk, Chu Nanqi held a writing brush, with paper spread before him and many characters written down. I shouldn't sleep anymore. He Guiyuan got up from the couch and walked to the desk. Without hesitation, he picked up the teacup beside Chu Nanqi and drank it all. Are you hungry? Would you like to have dinner? He Guiyuan put down the cup and smiled, Why does Nanqi keep asking me if I'm hungry whenever you see me? Judging from his teasing tone, he was probably not hungry. Chu Nanqi glanced at him coolly, maintaining composure, If you're not hungry, then sit down. What are you writing here? Take a look yourself. He Guiyuan sat across from him, leaning forward to see clearly the words on the paper. They were all names. His gaze fell on the words, Minister of the Household Department, Sun Wei, and he understood what Chu Nanqi was writing. Are these names referring to He Wen's advisors? Chu Nanqi nodded. The reason He Wen has been able to bribe so many people over the years ultimately stems from the concubine Yuan Minister Cheng. He hadn't had time before, but now that there was some time, he pulled out the memories in his mind and sorted them through. At this point in time, He Wen had quite a few people under his command. But most were civil officials. In their previous life, he was able to climb up so smoothly because essentially Chu Nanqi had gone on a killing spree. Otherwise, with his current strength alone, it wouldn't have been easy to step on the Crown Prince to ascend. That pair won't be easy to deal with. So I plan to start by targeting these people. He Guiyuan leaned back in his chair, showing understanding. Though they say capture the thief first, the king must come next, they were going against a prince and a concubine, different matter entirely. Only by removing their claws could they overthrow them at once. Chu Nanqi added, the only reason He Wen can hire so many assassins is because he's rich. So I'll cut off his money first. The biggest source of wealth for number 5 comes from those hidden brothels under him. Removing them should be simple enough. What do you intend to do? Operating businesses as a prince is quite normal. Even if the emperor issues strict prohibitions, as long as it isn't done in his own name, even if the emperor knows, he would rather look the other way. Unless someone hides as deeply as He Guiyuan does. The emperor might not necessarily be unaware of what lies beneath He Wen. If he knows yet doesn't stop it, it means it's tacitly approved. Chu Nanqi needed a legitimate reason to remove them. This reason couldn't be too minor either. He Guiyuan said, to completely destroy number 5's operations, we need to make more noise. Otherwise, shutting down one Lotus Pavilion will only lead to another appearing. Chu Nanqi stared into his eyes, the black pupils cold, thin lips parted, then I'll kill them all. You want to massacre Lotus Pavilion? He Guiyuan didn't feel surprised at his cold cruelty, instead analyzing quickly, this is indeed a thorough solution. Although it's a brothel, if everyone in the building dies, it will definitely cause a sensation. The Emperor will certainly send people to investigate. At that point, we can seize the opportunity to throw number 5 into it. Even if the Emperor favors him, he wouldn't dare intervene then. Listening to him call the Emperor, while plotting for him. Chu Nanqi's inner coldness faded slightly, replaced by a bit of doubt. Don't you think those women are innocent? Harming innocent civilians just to bring down a prince isn't the act of a gentleman. Chu Nanqi thought he would dissuade him. But He Guiyuan shook his head lightly, their bad luck brought them here. This kind of consideration solely for his benefit made Chu Nanqi, who had not disclosed everything honestly, feel very uncomfortable. He admitted. Even though their relationship had reached this point, he still held back and tested him. The lessons from his past life were too severe. He didn't dare to gamble. But He Guiyuan believed in him without reservation. Chu Nanqi's eyelashes trembled slightly, seemingly having a fleeting impulse to clarify his thoughts. He looked steadfastly at He Guiyuan, and his clear voice resonated within the room. He Guiyuan, do you want that position? After this statement, the jesting expression on He Guiyuan's face disappeared too, seemingly pondering this question earnestly. Actually, this question Chu Nanqi had wanted to ask for a long time. After they met, things developed rapidly one after another. After they formed a relationship. Even though Chu Nanqi kept refusing verbally, deep down, he knew he couldn't. Like today when he heard about He Guiyuan being punished with kneeling, the pain inside was impossible to ignore. At the palace gates, he helplessly knelt there. Rage ignited like fire, exploding. These intense emotions reminded him that He Guiyuan meant something different to him. Not being fully trusted was one issue, lack of control over emotions was another. Chu Nanqi knew that if the day ever came, he would have no choice but He Guiyuan. Or perhaps subconsciously, he already wouldn't choose anyone else. He Guiyuan didn't stay silent for long. He looked seriously at Chu Nanqi and said, I never thought about it before. After mother passed, father didn't like me. I survived only thanks to grandpa and my willingness to act useless. Back then, I thought it would be nice to live my whole life like this. Being an emperor is so exhausting, I wouldn't want to do it. I have the Northern Garrison Army and a business association. No matter which of the brothers ascends to power, I could protect myself. But Nanqi, I met you. He Guiyuan's eyes turned passionate in a blink, and he never hid his feelings. That intense affection from who knows where was so candid, generous, and completely unrestrained. Chu Nanqi was slightly startled by his gaze. From the moment we met on the battlefield, it was destined. I've said it before, no matter what you do, I support you. If climbing to that position can ensure the safety of you and your family, then I'll do it. He Guiyuan curled his lips into a smile as he stood up. Tall as he was, it wasn't difficult for him to cross over the desk. Leaning over the desk, he bent down. His extraordinarily handsome face was almost touching Chu Nanqi's, their distance only mere millimeters. His voice became low and sensual. Nanqi, trust me. Trust me. He repeated. Chu Nanqi raised his eyebrows and locked gazes with He Guiyuan who was just inches away. In those alluring eyes, he saw a seriousness and determination that had never been there before. This broke some of his usual calm composure. He Guiyuan, what do you like about me? He asked in a very light tone. It sounded like he was asking He Guiyuan, but actually seemed more like he was asking himself. He had never liked anyone. Even now, speaking to this point, he still couldn't be sure if he liked the person before him. Could he really trust him? Deep inside, a voice kept telling him. He Guiyuan is different from others. Although they've only been together for barely over a month. This man has always been genuinely himself since the very beginning. Chapter 81, What I Like Is You. He Guiyuan chuckled softly. He moved even closer, nearly touching Chu Nanqi's lips. What I like is you. Just you. Chu Nanqi's eyelashes trembled. This question was actually answered once before by He Guiyuan. But none of them felt as real as this one. Perhaps it was the lonely picture this morning that touched Chu Nanqi. Or maybe it was He Guiyuan's unconditional support earlier. Or perhaps it was the last sentence being too seductive. Regardless of the reasons. At this moment, Chu Nanqi was undoubtedly moved. Their distance was so close. Close enough for He Guiyuan to clearly see the changes in his emotions. He pushed further and spoke again, Nanqi, I'm going to kiss you. The already short distance between them vanished instantly. His warm lips tentatively touched Chu Nanqi's thin ones first, then slowly deepened. Despite the desk between them, He Guiyuan kissed him. He Guiyuan thought Chu Nanqi would push him away, though it wasn't the first time he kissed him. However, during their previous conversation, Chu Nanqi had wavered and shown uncertainty. Given his character, He Guiyuan figured he would probably push him away. But he didn't. After a brief daze. As if confirming something or simply due to a physiological reaction. Chu Nanqi responded. This was the first time he actively responded, making He Guiyuan feel ecstatic beyond measure. And he grew increasingly audacious. He didn't know when exactly, but at some point, he crossed over the desk and pressed the other into the chair. That night's intimacy was mostly due to the effects of drugs. Many details were hazy in his memory. But now, everything was crystal clear. He knew precisely what he was doing. Yet Chu Nanqi did not stop He Guiyuan, letting him fan the flames within him. Until every bit of passion was burned out. The lamp in the study stayed on all night long. Tianshu and Qingyi atop the roof exchanged glances and silently leapt to another roof to admire the moon instead. The morning remained peaceful at the hot spring mountain resort. During Qingyi's shift change, the two lords inside were still asleep. Qingzhou instructed meals to be prepared, waiting on standby. The sky was overcast today, with dark clouds hanging low. A rainstorm was expected. Qingzhou leaped from the roof onto the veranda, listened carefully for any sound from the study room but found none. He did not enter. Unbeknownst to him, the room was in utter disarray. Clothes lay scattered all over the floor. From beside the desk all the way to the daybed. The window beside the daybed had been shut long ago. Before sleeping, He Guiyuan had hugged the person to sleep. Possibly finding him too warm, Chu Nanqi now clung to the wall, his back facing him. Years of martial arts practice had already instilled a strict routine in them. If they hadn't been up all night, they would have woken up much earlier. By noon, it was raining outside. The summer rain was drizzling and came with a strong wind. During this time, Qingzhou quietly opened the door and peeked inside. Seeing that the two lords were still sound asleep, he tactfully closed the door again. As for the scattered clothes on the floor and the obvious embrace posture, Qingzhou pretended he saw nothing. Chu Nanqi woke up in the afternoon. The heavy rain was rattling the windows, disturbing the silence. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the sleeping He Guiyuan. Chu Nanqi blinked, and all the chaos of the night before flooded back into his mind. This time, he didn't suffer from any memory loss, everything was crystal clear. Perhaps, for lovers of the same sex, such an act was inevitable to increase some sense of security. Compared to last night's hesitations, Chu Nanqi felt like he'd now understood everything. Maybe it was after the previous accident. Or when He Guiyuan revealed all his cards at once. Or perhaps when he repeatedly stood behind Chu Nanqi, helping him unconditionally. That was when Chu Nanqi's heart started to move. Chu Nanqi sighed almost imperceptibly. He never thought he would one day fall for someone. I thought you'd kiss me while I was sleeping, but here you are sighing. The man lying beside him suddenly opened his eyes, pressed close, and wrapped his arms around Chu Nanqi again. His thick black hair tickled Chu Nanqi's neck as he pouted. Nanqi, do you regret it? I'm telling you, it's too late. I'm going to cling to you forever. His long arms were strong, and with every squeeze, Chu Nanqi could feel the ache in his waist grow sharper. Chu Nanqi frowned slightly without answering, saying only, get up. Let me hold you a bit longer, He Guiyuan begged lazily, pressing half of his weight onto Chu Nanqi without moving off the bed. Have you regretted it? Chu Nanqi used to be the epitome of grace and humility, transformed by the past life into a cold and detached man. He had never encountered anyone like He Guiyuan, so good at acting, pretending to be something he wasn't, despite being nearly 6 feet 4 inches tall, and yet capable of pouting worse than any woman. Feeling quite exasperated, Chu Nanqi said, no. Get up. I'll help you freshen up. No need. He Guiyuan wouldn't give Chu Nanqi the chance to refuse, getting off the bed in one swift motion. From behind, he slid his arms under Chu Nanqi's back and knees and picked him up. Chu Nanqi only wore an inner shirt, looking disheveled all over. With this appearance, how could he face others? Put me down. Someone might see us. Holding him firmly in his arms, He Guiyuan took large strides toward the indoor hot spring bath. It doesn't matter. I'm taking you to the indoor hot spring. Chu Nanqi gave him a sharp glare but did not resist further. Feeling sore all over, soaking in a hot spring seemed perfect right now. The rain poured heavily outside, and Qingzhou was stationed under the eaves. When they appeared, he asked, Master, would you like to take your meal? Chu Nanqi, feeling utterly embarrassed to face anyone, buried his head in He Guiyuan's neck and remained silent. Full of vigor, He Guiyuan gave instructions as they walked, asked people to prepare a side room for our use, and bring 2 sets of clothing over. Yes. Chu Nanqi noted how smoothly these orders were given. It seemed even Qingzhou regarded He Guiyuan as the master of the premises. Walking through the long corridor led them to the indoor hot spring pool. He Guiyuan carried Chu Nanqi in. Chu Nanqi pushed him away with his hand, stretching out comfortably near the edge of the pool. Seeing him relaxed and closing his eyes blissfully, He Guiyuan moved closer and started massaging him. If I had known you liked this place so much, I would have brought you here the day we returned to the capital. Lazily opening his eyes, Chu Nanqi glanced at him and said, this is where we can stay during the winter. At this remark, He Guiyuan's heart leapt with joy, and he boldly added, Nanqi, are you planning to build another love nest for us? Massage my lower back, Chu Nanqi said lazily, refusing to answer. He Guiyuan stopped questioning and leaned forward to peck Chu Nanqi on the cheek. I'll take it as you agreeing. After their dip in the pool, they came out to eat. After finishing their meal, they returned to their chambers. With his aching waist, Chu Nanqi chose to lie on the soft couch near the window to watch the rain. Sitting at the other end of the couch, He Guiyuan massaged his legs for him. Outside the window, Qingjiu stood nearby reporting on matters. Lu Ruyan has already been sent to the East Palace. The Crown Prince suffered an attack last night, and they summoned Wen Xiuyuan early this morning. Did you tell the Crown Prince what he Wen said? Yes. Qingjiu's expression turned awkward briefly as he continued. The Crown Prince found 3 men, likely to punish Wen Xiuyuan. Chu Nanqi was not surprised in the slightest. Chapter 82, Torturing Wen Xiuyuan. The Crown Prince wasn't a particularly talented individual, but he had quite the temper. As a prince who grew up under the protection of the Emperor and Empress, he was used to giving orders without restraint. What he couldn't tolerate was being betrayed by someone else's scheming. Wen Xiuyuan prided himself on his intelligence, but Chu Nanqi wouldn't give him such an opportunity. He wanted Wen Xiuyuan to suffer in living hell. Keep an eye on him. Yes. Perhaps it was because of the night they lost their innocence. Coupled with the continuous heavy rain. In the following 3 days, He Guiyuan indulged in nightly revelries, never tiring of them. Shamelessly dragging Chu Nanqi along with him every time. Whenever Chu Nanqi tried to refuse, He Guiyuan would adopt a pitiful look, stirring Chu Nanqi's sympathy. And so Chu Nanqi would allow He Guiyuan his way. As a result, the two of them spent 3 whole days in the villa, immersed in passion. Had there not been important matters at hand, Chu Nanqi reckoned He Guiyuan wouldn't have left the bed even for a moment. Master, Wen Xiuyuan has left the East Palace. After waiting for 3 days, things were finally moving. Chu Nanqi coldly snorted. To be able to walk out alive from the East Palace shows real skill. Carry out the plan as scheduled. Let us rewind to that morning. Wen Xiuyuan woke up disoriented, lying face down on the floor. Not far from him, the corpse of a woman had lain there for some time already. From her disheveled clothing, it was clear what she had endured before her death. With great difficulty, Wen Xiuyuan twisted his head around. His entire body was covered in blood, and in just 3 days, he had become gaunt. The physical pain was nothing compared to the anguish in his heart. He shakily got up from the ground and moved towards Lu Ruyan, collapsing helplessly in front of her. Her eyes remained wide open, seemingly refusing to close in death. Large teardrops fell as Wen Xiuyuan gently closed her eyes and said, I'm sorry. Cousin, it's my fault that I've dragged you into this. He didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Ever since that banquet in the palace, everything had spiraled out of control. The Crown Prince clearly believed him before, so why did everything change overnight? Before then, his career had been going smoothly. All he had to do was help Yuan eliminate Chu Nanqi, and he could soar to greatness. Why had things taken such a disastrous turn? Thinking about the humiliation of these past 3 days, he felt utterly disheartened. From the moment he entered the East Palace, he was locked in this room, never meeting the Crown Prince. Nor could he fathom why the Crown Prince suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he let Lu Ruyan be tormented to death, but he also subjected Wen Xiuyuan to the same treatment. Wen Xiuyuan couldn't guess what the Crown Prince had discovered. He only knew that no matter what he did, resistance was futile. For the illustrious Crown Prince, eliminating someone as insignificant as him was like crushing an ant. Now, he didn't know what to do. He was filled with despair. Having vanished for 3 days, Yuan must have known about this by now. But he didn't think Yuan would come to his rescue. If Yuan did, it would confirm the dealings between them. Such a significant lever, Yuan certainly wouldn't willingly offer it to the Crown Prince. The more Wen Xiuyuan thought about it, the less hope he had for survival. Holding Lu Ruyan tightly, he reminisced about their days of studying back home. If he hadn't agreed to Yuan's proposal at the beginning, would his cousin and he still be alive? However, reflecting on this now was futile. After an unknown amount of time passed, footsteps were heard outside the door. Wen Xiuyuan's body trembled violently from the fear induced by the sound. Over these past 3 days, he had been tortured almost beyond recognition. The mere sound of footsteps now triggered those horrific, humiliating memories. The door opened. A eunuch walked in. The eunuch stood arrogantly at a distance, covering his nose disdainfully. By the grace of the Crown Prince, you're free to go. You can leave. Wen Xiuyuan couldn't believe it. Was the Crown Prince really letting him go? Seeing that he didn't move, the eunuch urged, hurry up. Don't you want to leave? Go, go, go. Wen Xiuyuan abandoned Lu Ruyan's body and scrambled to get up. Covered in filth, with bloody legs, he cared little about his condition as long as he could escape. The eunuch tossed an outer robe to him, follow me. Yes, yes. Frantically, Wen Xiuyuan put on the robe to cover his disheveled state, combed his hair, and limped after the eunuch. At the side gate of the East Palace, the eunuch opened the door and waved away the dust, leave. Thank you, sir. Wen Xiuyuan rushed out of the side gate, crossing the long palace path. He jogged all the way, as if fearing being called back. Without stopping for breath, he continued until he completely left the palace and entered the bustling street. Leaning against a wall, he nearly fainted. But he didn't dare to stop, wiping the sweat off his forehead with his sleeves in a hurry as he ran towards his residence. Inside the East Palace. The Crown Prince was sipping tea in the front hall, and across from him sat a man. After the eunuch finished reporting and left upon the wave of the Crown Prince's hand, the Crown Prince said, "I let that man go only because of your face, Master Qingjie. Don't you dare forget this favor." Opposite him was Qingjie, known as Little Chief Secretary. Qingjie's mother was merely one of the Chief Secretary's concubines. But since the Chief Secretary was past 60 and had only one son, people who respected him called Qingjie Little Chief Secretary. Qingjie waved a fan, showing great respect for the Crown Prince. "Your Highness's kindness, I will never forget." The Crown Prince added, "That one Xiao Yuan is truly despicable. Climbing into beds is bad enough, but to conspire with number 5 against me is even worse. If it weren't for your sake, I would have tortured him to death." Qingjie said, "Your Highness can rest assured. Once I get what I want, I will certainly return him to you. Then, whether you want to kill or flay him is entirely up to you." The Crown Prince thought of the plan Qingjie had told him, and smiled with satisfaction. He'd be glad to cause trouble for the 5th prince. "You act this way, aren't you afraid that Empress Consort you will settle accounts later? You know her methods. Even I, the Crown Prince of the East Palace, have been tricked by her many times. You should still be careful." Qingjie sneered disdainfully, "She has always looked at me disapprovingly. So what? Will she dare to kill me? If I die, my father will not forgive her first. Of course. Who doesn't know that the Chief Secretary loves his son like his own life? Your Highness, just wait for good news from me. When the time comes, please don't hold back." Of course. Their conversation quickly reached Chu Nanqi's ears. Chu Nanqi lightly tapped on the desk. "Qingjie. This man's notorious reputation was infamous. Otherwise, Chu Nanqi wouldn't have involved him in the first place. It turned out, he indeed couldn't endure. Come to think of it, it made sense. Being a spoiled nobleman heir, yet having slept with the person he detested most. If he could swallow this humiliation, then he wasn't Qingjie. Qingzhou said, "Our people followed Qingjie all the way and discovered he took Wen Xiaoyuan into a house, intending to torture him." Chu Nanqi retracted his hand, exchanging a glance with Yi Guiyuan, "Then let's go take a look." At some residence in the imperial city, Wen Xiaoyuan woke up drenched in cold water. He had returned home earlier, taken a bath, and gone to bed. Little did he know that just after dusk fell, a group of people stormed into his home and kidnapped him. Awake? Qingjie fanned himself, looking down arrogantly. Chapter 83, Eavesdropping Again. Wen Xiaoyuan was lying on the ground, still bewildered. His palm was stepped on by a boot. The pain forced a scream out of him immediately. Qingjie savored his agony, stepping harder. "Wen Xiaoyuan, do you recognize me?" 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Wen Xiaoyuan was in unbearable pain, pleading for mercy. "Little Chief Secretary, spare my life, please, please spare my life." Humph. Qingjie showed enough dominance before calmly withdrawing his foot. "Bring the brazier over here." Upon speaking, several men carried a glowing red-hot brazier and placed it right in front of Wen Xiaoyuan. Wen Xiaoyuan trembled involuntarily. He was perfectly aware of its implications. Torture methods from ancient times were numerous. These burning embers might not directly cause death, but living under such torment would surely feel worse than death. Qingjie turned around and sat cross-legged on a chair. "Wen Xiaoyuan, answer whatever I ask without hesitation. Otherwise, don't blame me for poking a few holes in you. Rest assured, the doctor is right outside and won't let you die. Yes, I will reveal everything without reservation." Wen Xiaoyuan was genuinely terrified. After enduring tortures these days by the Crown Prince, he had now been brought here again. He knew Qingjie's notorious reputation. This was no easygoing person, a promise-maker who acted true to his words. "Good, I like reasonable people." Qingjie immediately said with disgust, "Tell me, that night of the palace banquet, exactly what happened? Who ordered you to do that?" Wen Xiaoyuan had already guessed that this was all about that night. He was confused now too. He believed that the plan he and Hewen had devised was flawless. The bribed young eunuchs were all loyal to consort you, and they certainly wouldn't betray them. Why had things turned out like this? Moreover, since that night, his fate seemed to have undergone dramatic changes. Things have come to a point where there was no turning back for him. When Xiaoyuan resigned to his fate, confessing while on the ground, it was Hewen. Qingjie abruptly snapped his fan shut. "I knew it was him. Tell me everything in detail. Someone, write down what he says. Wen Xiaoyuan, you had better confess everything without a single mistake, or I will make sure you are crushed into dust." Wen Xiaoyuan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Although he had wanted to rise with Hewen, that certainly didn't mean he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Especially now, when Hewen had already abandoned him. To save his life, he spilled everything. Ching Jie's face grew darker and darker as he listened to the account. When Xiu Yuan knelt on the ground, his complexion pale like death, he went aimed to scheme against Chu Nanqi. However, that night, as soon as I entered the imperial garden, I was knocked unconscious and drugged. I don't know who placed me on the crown prince's bed. As for your matter with Yuan, he said he was also knocked out. That is how things happened. When Xiu Yuan was extremely regretful now. If only he were given another chance, he would never do such a thing again. With failure came the cost of his life. Ching Jie asked, since you've been following Yuan, did you not uncover who did this? When Xiu Yuan shook his head, Yuan initially suspected Chu Nanqi, but that night Chu Nanqi was also knocked out. The court doctor examined him and confirmed poisoning. He then suspected that the crown prince had tried to hijack the situation midway. But we don't know why things went wrong. From the incident until now, when Xiu Yuan was either settling accounts with the crown prince or dragged over by Yuan. After barely escaping the Eastern Palace, he got some sleep before being taken here. He hadn't even had time to calm down and think. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he would have noticed something was amiss much earlier. But Ching Jie didn't care about all that. Now, the entire imperial city knew that he had conspired with Yuan. Many people awaited their downfall with glee. He couldn't show his face in public anymore, let alone enduring his father's verbal lashing these past few days. Thus, this grudge absolutely had to be directed at Yuan. In Ching Jie's view, this entire matter must have been staged by Yuan himself. He wouldn't care who else might be behind it. In his eyes, this was Yuan's fault. Thinking of this, Ching Jie loudly interrogated, "You followed Yuan for so long, hiding so deeply, there must be something you know about him, right? Speak up, or you'll regret it. Lord Cheng has keen judgment. Yuan guarded his secrets tightly from me, but there are a few things I do know. Lately, he hired assassins to kill someone." "Kill who?" "Chu Nanqi." "Why would he want to kill Chu Nanqi?" When Xiu Yuan chuckled bitterly as he explained the reason, "Young Minister Cheng, you're the illegitimate younger brother of precious consort Yu, which naturally ties you to Yuan's faction. Why should you trouble me so much?" "Bullshit." Ching Jie stepped forward and kicked Wen Xiu Yuan. "My mother, that despicable precious consort Yu, calls her into the palace every 3 days for reprimands and refuses to even grant her the title of secondary wife. How could I support her son? Dream on. You better carefully reflect on this. Besides targeting Chu Nanqi, did Yuan plot anything else? If you can't figure it out, you're never leaving here." When Xiu Yuan gritted his teeth, some things he dared not reveal, yet if he didn't, his life might truly be in peril. On the verge of losing patience, Ching Jie turned sharply toward Wen Xiu Yuan, catching the man's gaze. Wen Xiu Yuan looked cautiously at him first and said, "If I tell you, young Minister Cheng, you must keep it confidential. Please, I beg you, give me a way out." "Humph, Wen Xiu Yuan, you have no place to bargain with me. A powerless official like you, no one could touch me even if you died." Wen Xiu Yuan understood well. After a moment, as though summoning his courage, he spoke, "Yuan has a martial artist by his side, a highly skilled one. All the killers Yuan cultivated passed through this man. So what? Being a prince, isn't it normal for him to train such talents?" Ching Jie shrugged dismissively. However, when Xiu Yuan continued, "But Yuan calls him uncle. Dare I ask, young Minister Cheng, does your family have such an uncle?" "What did you say? An uncle?" Ching Jie stood up, astonished as he stared at Wen Xiu Yuan. He paced back and forth in the room. "Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "I'm certain. I always thought he was just a regular martial artist, there to protect Yuan. It wasn't until one day when Yuan called him out in panic that I realized. Wen Xiu Yuan wouldn't have revealed this secret unless absolutely necessary. Because even now, he remembered vividly. The look in that martial artist's eyes when Yuan called him out and he overheard. It was a glare intending to silence him permanently. If not for his quick wit to feign loyalty at the time, he might already be dead. Ching Jie tapped his fan against his palm. That despicable Ching Shuyu, her mother only bore her alone. Where could this uncle come from? If there is one, he should be called uncle-in-law. The emperor's few brothers are of considerable age and don't know martial arts. How could a mysterious uncle possibly show up? A moment later, as if considering a possibility, Ching Jie laughed, satisfied as he looked at Wen Xiu Yuan. "You're quite sensible. I'll spare your dog life tonight. Get out of here." "Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lord Minister Cheng." Wen Xiu Yuan bowed repeatedly and immediately fled. He ran breathlessly into an alley. Before he could sigh in relief, he was knocked out again. The man in blue carried him off, heading for the East Street. On the rooftop, Chu Nanqi remained expressionless as he straightened up. An arm then extended from his waist. He Guiyuan embraced his slim waist, flying off the roof with him. Chapter 84, The Beheaded Wen Xiu Yuan. The uncle that Wen Xiu Yuan mentioned, is he the same person who fought with you at Guangji Temple that day? He Guiyuan always pretends to be a wastrel outside, not particularly skilled in martial arts. Thus, on that day at Guangji Temple, he was being chased around by someone trying to cut him down. Despite this, his eyes never left Chu Nanqi. Therefore, he also understood the identity of that wanderer well. It's him. Chu Nanqi walked out from a dark alley, recalling the scene of that day. His martial skills surpass mine. His moves were especially cruel, intent on taking my life. Though he wore a face mask, judging from our exchange, he must be considerably old. Chu Nanqi thought back to his previous life. He seemed to have never seen this person around Yuan. In his past life, whenever Yuan visited him, he would bring along only those guards currently accompanying him. They were the ones handling all sorts of daily errands as well. However, perhaps due to his clouded vision caused by hatred or because he had spent much of his time away fighting battles, he failed to notice this individual. Seeing how furrowed his brows were in thought, Yuan poked his cheek, saying, "Stop thinking about it. I will have people investigate. The pressing matter now is to get rid of this Wen Xiuyuan first." The two followed the long street until they reached the East Street. Their destination was the Lotus Pavilion. Of course, it wasn't the bustling front section of the pavilion but the secluded area behind it where Lu Rian had once been kept. After being roused once more, Wen Xiuyuan nearly burst into tears. To his surprise, however, he opened his eyes to see Chu Nanqi, alongside Yuan by his side. Resigning himself to fate, he lowered his head. "I suppose you were there just now too. What else do you want to ask?" Chu Nanqi wasn't surprised by his quick understanding. He'd been aware of this person's intelligence from the very start. Chu Nanqi watched him coldly. "You're wrong. I'm not here to chat with you. What do you intend to do?" Wen Xiuyuan stared at him in shock. Chu Nanqi slowly drew the sword in his hand. The blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Wen Xiuyuan recoiled slightly, anxiously arguing, "Chu Nanqi, I was coerced. Everything that happened that night was planned by Yuan. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." Step by step, Chu Nanqi approached. Looking at this person who toyed with him like a marionette in the past and brought about the tragic deaths of his father and elder brother. Back when he was poisoned with 7-day dispersal and was near death. He realized there was neither the time nor the opportunity to continue playing games with them. In this life, he had already given him the chance to linger on in agony. There was no longer room for leniency. As the sword drew closer, Wen Xiuyuan began shaking his head frantically, using both hands to push himself backward. "No, Chu Nanqi, no." Subsequently, a shrill scream erupted from the courtyard. Blood splattered out with a gush. Wen Xiuyuan fainted outright from pain. Chu Nanqi continued to swing the sword expressionlessly. He couldn't forget the blood debt from his past life. Had it not been for his timely arrival in this life, his father's and brother's fates might not have changed in the southern border battlefield either. All this was their fault. All this was because of them. They deserved no mercy. Chu Nanqi's swordplay had become divine-like, let alone when used against someone unable to resist. He wanted to shred Wen Xiuyuan into hundreds or even thousands of pieces. To extinguish the hate in his heart. Gradually, the screams within the room weakened. Wen Xiuyuan would faint from pain, only to wake up again in torment, until eventually gasping for his last breath. He lay sprawled like a lump of mud on the ground, drenched in his own blood. Even as death approached, he still couldn't understand, his voice faint as he asked, "Why?" Chu Nanqi looked at him with icy disdain, remaining silent. With one final swing, he delivered the last blow. Wen Xiuyuan's pupils instantly dilated, his voice fading completely. This person had died before his very eyes once again. Chu Nanqi still couldn't let go of his hatred. So many lives from the Chu family were lost, even if Wen Xiuyuan were killed 1,000 or 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it. "South Pool, that's enough now." Yuan approached and held Chu Nanqi's hand, pulling him into a comforting embrace with soft words. Only then did Chu Nanqi realize that at some point, his palm had begun to tremble faintly. His hatred toward Wen Xiuyuan was etched deep within his bones and blood. Even after the cycle of rebirth, it continued to shake him. Yuan stroked Chu Nanqi's nape, allowing him to lean against his shoulder. "Good boy, it's all over." His voice was low, firm with each word, soon dissolving Chu Nanqi's negative emotions. Qingyi stood by the door, hearing the commotion ahead as he turned back and said, "Master, Yun Song has arrived." Chu Nanqi straightened his posture. "Throw the gatekeeper in here." Qingyi quickly brought in the unconscious gatekeeper who had been knocked out earlier. Unaware of what was happening, Qingyi dumped him next to Wen Xiuyuan. Chu Nanqi redirected his cold gaze away from the lifeless corpse of Wen Xiuyuan. "Let's go." Lotus Pavilion. Yun Song entered with a group of bailiffs, causing many of the ladies present to scream in fright. The madam swayed her hips as she approached them, exclaiming, "Oh my, Master Yun, what wind has brought you here?" Yun Song waved behind him, his tone clear and cold, "Search." The bailiffs rushed in. "What are you doing?" "Master Yun, what is the matter?" Yun Song stood with his hands behind his back, glancing over the crowd gathered on the upper and lower floors without saying a word. Many people here recognized him. As a respected official known for fairness and impartiality, he enjoyed considerable influence among the common people. Anyone sober and intelligent knew something serious must have happened here and began standing up to leave. However, they were blocked by bailiffs at the entrance. Amidst the growing chaos, the bailiff soon returned to report, "Master, we found a body in the backyard." "What? Heaven forbid. How could this happen?" The madam screamed in astonishment, clearly incredulous. Yun Song gave her a half-smile, half-glare. "Bring her along to take a look." "No, no. Master, this has nothing to do with me, I know nothing at all." The madam tried to retreat but was grabbed by strong bailiffs who pulled her toward the back courtyard. Besides her, there were also those curious onlookers following closely since the bailiffs didn't stop them. "Ha! There's such a large place hidden in the back courtyard of Lotus Pavilion. Who would have known? Yes, we often come here and never realize this. The backyards of normal brothels are where servants stay. This place is definitely different. This Lotus Pavilion truly harbors secrets." Those familiar faces entering the back courtyard immediately noticed the discrepancies. Listening to their chatter, Yun Song silently noted them down in his mind. A group headed toward the house. Once they saw the scene inside, the timid ones ran out to vomit. My goodness! What on earth is that? There must be a deep grudge for someone to be hacked into pieces like this. I'm telling you, looking at the pieces on the ground, this person has been minced into meat chunks. Could it be because of a father murder vendetta? You see the furnishings in this room, this is obviously a young lady's quarters. So how could a man end up dying here? Frowning deeply, Yun Song stood in the house, looking at the flesh scattered on the ground, feeling slightly uncomfortable himself. Chapter 85, Midnight Interrogation. The bailiffs checked carefully. Another figure lying on the ground was still breathing. The bailiff was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Master, this one is still alive. Take him back and lock him up." Yun Song turned around, facing the already frightened madam who collapsed onto the floor. "Seal off Lotus Pavilion. No one is allowed to leave." Hearing this, the onlookers panicked, shouting about their innocence. "All of you, shut up. Whoever dares to scream will receive 30 lashes outside." At the villa, Chu Nanchi wiped his sword slowly and methodically with a handkerchief. His mood remained subdued. He Guiyuan sat nearby, seeing his silence, wisely not disturbing him. After a while, Qin Yi returned from outside. "Master, Yun Song has already sealed Lotus Pavilion. All the people involved are being detained upstairs, apparently preparing for an immediate interrogation." "Understood." Seeing Chu Nanchi made no further instructions, Qin Yi retreated. He Guiyuan reached out to rub his head affectionately. Chu Nanchi turned his head to look at him. He Guiyuan smiled softly, "Let's rest. We'll discuss any matters tomorrow." Chu Nanchi stared at him for a long time, his throat moving, mm. The Lotus Pavilion was brightly lit. At night, this place which should have been bustling with activity was now eerily quiet. Most of the people were let go after an initial investigation. As for the girls in the building, they huddled together in fear. Yun Song sent people to detain them all in the backyard. He then sat in the main hall and interrogated each person one by one. Chu Chen had been pulled away for military training these few days. Once he found some free time, he planned to look for Yun Song. After circling around the residence of the princess, and finding the bedroom dark and unlit, he couldn't locate Yun Song. When he arrived at the long street, he learned that there was another case. Concerned, he immediately headed over. Inside the Lotus Pavilion, Yun Song sat in the first-floor hall. In front of him on the ground was the young gatekeeper. He was splashed awake and startled upon seeing Yun Song. Hastily, he knelt down and begged for mercy. "Sir, I am innocent, I am innocent." Yun Song's tone was indifferent. "I haven't even asked you anything yet, and you're already claiming innocence." That man nervously swallowed his saliva. Who didn't know that Yun Song, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, always investigated any case, resolved every mystery, no matter where it happened. Yun Song bent his fingers, lightly tapping on the tabletop beside him, his gaze carefully observing the man's expression. "Tell me what you know." That person had been knocked out and truly had no idea what happened. The entire first-floor hall was filled with armed officials, creating an especially solemn atmosphere. He hesitated before opening his mouth. "Sir, I'm just the gatekeeper in the backyard, I really don't know anything." While speaking, he was already sweating profusely, nervously wiping his sweat with his sleeve, looking everywhere helplessly. However, besides Yun Song's men, there were no outsiders at the scene. He couldn't determine more information. "Take him to the backyard to take a look." An official next to him stepped forward to pull the man up from the ground. "Sir, sir." The young gatekeeper, terrified, kept begging for mercy while being half-dragged inside. Just as Chu Chen arrived, he saw exactly this scene. Yun Song turned his head, meeting the slightly puzzled gaze of the man, and told those guarding the door to let him in. The officials took a step back and stopped blocking him. Chu Chen first looked up at the signboard. This wasn't the Lotus Pavilion that Nan Chi had mentioned. But tonight, he was unaware of the incident here. Entering the room, Chu Chen sensitively sensed that Yun Song's mood was low, and his eyes and facial expressions carried fatigue. What major case can't wait until tomorrow? Let me send you home to rest. Yun Song's fingers tapping the table paused, his cold eyes lifting to meet the young man's concerned gaze. A bit of warmth returned to his usually icy demeanor, revealing a faint smile, nothing serious. How did you come here? Maintaining the faint smile on his lips, Yun Song's refined face flickered attractively under the candlelight. It was strange. He had never felt anything towards any other man. Yet, inexplicably, after their one-night encounter, a different kind of sentiment had grown within him towards Yun Song. Before that, they could say they barely knew each other. Chu Chen's thin lips parted slightly, a sudden thought flashing through his mind, have I seen you somewhere before? His question came unexpectedly, as if he remembered something, but also as if he hadn't, showing confusion on his handsome face. Yun Song knew he wouldn't remember. Chu Chen was a warrior who grew up on the battlefield. In his heart, helping those in need was a very common act. He had saved so many people. So it was only natural that he wouldn't remember Yun Song. Yun Song hid that fervent emotion in his dark eyes, smiling, is this something new you've learned? Clearly misunderstanding this as flirtation, Chu Chen scratched his head awkwardly, no, it's just a sense of familiarity. I must be mistaken. He wasn't mistaken. Yun Song had no intention of revealing. Sir. Their conversation was interrupted by the return of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's complexion was completely different from when he left, deathly pale, ashen like someone who'd faced great terror. Upon seeing Yun Song again, he became extremely agitated. Sir, I really didn't know. I'm just a gatekeeper. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen naturally stood by Yun Song's side, taking on the role of a guard. Speak out what you know. When Xiao Yuan's cruel death obviously shocked everyone. This time, Yun Song didn't even need to resort to harsh interrogation. The gatekeeper knelt down and spilled everything. Sir, I am indeed just a gatekeeper. The deceased when adult, on the 15th day of every month, would enter through the back door to see the young lady locked in the eastern courtyard. I'm only responsible for watching the gate and guarding the back door to prevent that girl from escaping. Really, that's all I do. I know nothing else, I'm just a lowly gatekeeper who gets paid. The adult Wen's death has nothing to do with me, please investigate thoroughly. His sobbing was loud and disruptive. Chu Chen saw Yun Song unconsciously rubbing his temples and barked, shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll kill you. The little servant boy was so scared he immediately covered his mouth. Yun Song glanced at him and Chu Chen retreated obediently. I didn't see that young lady in the room. Where is she? The servant stammered, I don't know. She disappeared a few days ago. I found out when I was delivering food. And then what happened? And then I told Madame Old. She said take the money, guard my mouth, and do as I'm told. That's all I really know. The little servant pleaded while bowing down and kowtowing, Sir, I swear, that's everything. Please let me go. Yun Song waved at the constable. The little servant was taken away. Yun Song stood up, you understand swords. Come with me to inspect the body in the backyard. All right. The two arrived in the backyard. There were quite a few people waiting, either standing or sitting. When Yun Song appeared, the first one stepping forward was Madame Old. Since the incident occurred, Yun Song had questioned many people but hadn't examined Madame Old yet. She was now very uncertain inside. Mr. Yun, Mr. Yun. The madam approached but was stopped by Chu Chen. Chapter 86, Chu Chen who's not easy to deal with. Chu Chen wasn't carrying a sword, but his broad frame looked imposing, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Madame Old smiled awkwardly and stepped aside, Mr. Yun, I have something to say to you. Yun Song gave her a meaningful look, lifting his hand to grasp Chu Chen's arm, gently pulling it backward. Chu Chen stepped back, letting her take position, but his eyes coldly fixed on Madame Old's face. In that case, come along. Madame Old didn't expect him to bring her to see Wen Xiaoyuan's corpse. At dusk when the incident occurred, just glancing at the door left her terrified, how could she dare get closer? Now dragged directly into the room by Chu Chen, she gagged upon seeing the bloody pieces and vomited uncontrollably while covering her mouth. Yun Song, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, though there was a slight discomfort visible around his eyebrows. Take a look. Is this the technique of a martial artist? Chu Chen picked up a branch at the door and squatted down to examine the body calmly. A person who had fought fiercely through battlefields, he had seen everything. These scattered bits of dismembered remains were nothing compared to the scenes on the battlefield. While checking, he commented, this person's method is extremely efficient. Not only that, but his skills are also substantial. Look here. Chu Chen poked the bones, turning around to tell Yun Song, the cut is incredibly smooth. This came from one clean stroke, not from an ordinary practitioner of martial arts. The forensic examiner in the court conducted autopsies differently from Chu Chen's perspective. Chu Chen had undoubtedly provided a crucial lead. Yun Song slightly furrowed his brows and turned to instruct the constables, go check where Wen Xiaoyuan went these past few days and who he met. Constable, I will act on it right away. Chu Chen fiddled with the branch, not uncovering any additional useful information. Actually, the forensic examiner had already checked thoroughly in the first place. Wen Xiuyuan carried nothing but an old tattered piece of clothing. Clues were incredibly scarce. When flipping through the severed fingers of Wen Xiuyuan, Chu Chen suddenly frowned slightly. He narrowed his hawk-like eyes and stared thoughtfully at the pile before him. Just moments earlier, all he could think about was how late Yun Song was working on this case without paying close attention. But now that it clicked. This wasn't an ordinary homicide, it was revenge murder. It was clear that this was done by someone who hated Wen Xiuyuan deeply. Chu Chen irritably bit his tongue. No wonder Nan Qi always criticized him, he truly was dense like a block of wood. Had that clue just given out caused trouble? He only hoped Yun Song wasn't too sharp. What's wrong? Seeing him staying silent for a long time, Yun Song asked out of concern. Nothing, Chu Chen stood up, disdainfully tossing away the branch, it's already like this, there's nothing more to see. Yun Song looked deeply at him without saying anything, then turned his head to look at Madame Old who was still vomiting at the door. Now we can talk. Madame Old vomited until her face turned pale, kneeling down crying, Adult, please spare my life. Adult, please spare my life. She kept shouting her innocence and wouldn't utter another word. Yun Song paused for a moment, standing high above her looking down. As Madame Old saw him not speaking, she cried even louder, drawing the attention of many people in the courtyard outside. Yun Song rubbed his fingers together and casually interrupted her crying, You won't speak? The madam's wailing froze for a moment, but within a second, it began again, Sir, I truly know nothing. I didn't kill the man. An old woman like me wouldn't dare kill even a chicken, let alone a person. Please have mercy. Her pleading did not earn Yun Song any further comment. He raised his voice to those outside, Bring someone here. Sir. Lock her up in the jail and interrogate her rigorously. By tomorrow morning, I want to know everything that happened here. Yes. When she heard about being locked in the jail, the madam fiercely clutched the doorframe, shaking her head frantically. No, no, I don't want to go to jail, please spare me, sir. With a wave of his hand, Yun Song signaled the constables. The strong constable dragged her away. Perhaps as a result of setting an example by punishing one to warn the others, questioning the remaining individuals became much simpler afterward. By the time everyone had been questioned, it was already deep into the night. Yun Song ordered strict supervision of the Lotus Pavilion, then Chu Chen escorted him home. The carriage moved silently along the quiet streets, the chirping of insects could be distinctly heard from outside. Since boarding the carriage, Yun Song had been closing his eyes to rest. Chu Chen, seated opposite him, wanted to start a conversation but didn't know where to begin. Just as they reached the princess's residence, the carriage jolted slightly on a rock. Leaning against the carriage wall, Yun Song stumbled forward. Chu Chen, who had been watching him attentively, hurriedly caught him. Yun Song opened his eyes slightly, gazing up at him. His dark, deep eyes were bright, and his scent was fresh and elegant, particularly pleasant. Not like Chu Chen, whose life involved braving the winds and rains, making him rather rough around the edges. Being watched so intently by such eyes, Chu Chen felt slightly nervous, clearing his throat. Are you all right? Yun Song shook his head lightly, sat straight, and leaned back again. The warmth in Chu Chen's arms vanished instantly, leaving him somewhat disappointed as he fiddled with his fingers. Do you have something to do tomorrow? Chu Chen immediately shook his head upon hearing Yun Song's question. No, I don't. Then help me check tomorrow, see which martial arts experts are in the Imperial City, especially those with deep internal strength. You want me to investigate? In matters of official investigations, why would he need Chu Chen? Could it be that Yun Song knew something? Your martial arts are high, if they notice you, they can't defeat you. But my constables are different. Was this Yun Song complimenting him? Speaking of martial arts, Chu Chen considered himself quite capable. Since the age of 10, he'd been fighting on the battlefield under Master Chu, defeating countless enemies. Even the so-called martial arts experts would find it hard to match him in single combat. However, hearing Yun Song's praise made Chu Chen extraordinarily happy. The gloominess of recent days swept away completely, and this gave him an excellent opportunity to connect with Yun Song while investigating the case. Alright, I will look into it. Take care. The Lord, we've arrived at the princess's residence. The carriage stopped outside the mansion gates, and Chu Chen jumped down first. Then he held Yun Song's wrist and helped him down from the carriage. As he walked Yun Song to the door, Chu Chen scratched his head hesitantly before saying, Are you feeling better? This question seemed stupid to him. It had been so many days, even the largest wound should have healed by now. But during these days, there had been no chance for them to talk privately. For the first time, Chu Chen regretted his poor communication skills, not knowing what else to say. Instead, Yun Song couldn't help but curl his lips, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness though his tone remained calm. I'm fine. You may go back. Oh. Chu Chen could only watch as Yun Song entered the mansion. News of the incident at Lotus Pavilion spread throughout the streets overnight. Deaths in brothels weren't unusual. However, when the deceased was a court official killed in such a cruel way, it was certainly a big deal. Plenty of people were terrified by this. The next morning, Chu Chen went directly to the hot spring villa to seek out Chu Nanqi. He had guessed last night about Wen Xiuyuan's death and decided to inform Chu Nanqi beforehand to avoid complications. Second brother arrived so early, shall we eat together? The servants had just laid out breakfast when Chu Nanqi sat down and saw Chu Chen come. Chapter 87, Wen Xiuyuan's death deserved. Why do you eat so late? Chu Chen didn't sit at the dining table, instead choosing a guest seat nearby. With this offhand question, Chu Nanqi's ears flushed slightly. Martial artists usually slept early and rose early, but recently, due to some issues with He Gu Yuan, their schedules had been disrupted. It was embarrassing to explain this to his elder brother. He Gu Yuan, shameless as always, grinned and said, "Brother came early this morning, isn't it because of the Lotus Pavilion matter?" When the topic shifted to serious business. Chu Chen, why didn't you inform me beforehand about killing Wen Xiuyuan? While drinking the soft and fragrant rice porridge, Chu Nanqi replied, we hadn't planned to kill him so early. But things developed too quickly. First he was abducted by the crown prince, then lured by He Wen. At that time, we decided to kill him and frame them for it. Wen Xiuyuan deserved to die. From the day he was reborn, he should have been killed. Just because there were too many events afterward, they didn't get around to his assassination. And even if he had a worthless life, Chu Nanqi intended to utilize him to the fullest. Chu Chen nodded, not giving much importance to this matter. Yesterday, when I went, Yun Song asked me to check it out. I said that it was done by a kung fu expert, but later I realized my words might spoil your plan. Naturally, Chu Nanqi understood his concern. Although he was now confident in handling everything well, he still felt deeply grateful for the support from his family. It won't. On the contrary, your words helped me. Helped you? What do you mean? Putting down his bowl, Chu Nanqi calmly said, Second brother, do you remember the person who attacked us at the temple that day? You mean the one who fought with you? Yes. He's the significant martial artist under He Wen, also the brother of Lady Yu, He Wen's uncle. When questioning Wen Xiuyuan yesterday, Chu Chen wasn't present. Now hearing this, Chu Chen felt utterly confused. What uncle? Aren't all of He Wen's uncles in their infeft lands? All the emperor's brothers were far away in their infeft lands. How could one be in the imperial city with such high martial arts? Wen Xiuyuan said that He Wen held this uncle in great respect, unlike an ordinary kung fu master. Perhaps he has some other familial relationship with Lady Yu that we haven't uncovered yet. This person, Chu Nanqi never saw in his previous life. Therefore, even if he knew about it now, he could only investigate again. Luckily, they operated covertly. He Gu Yuan said, judging by his age, this is a royal family secret that may be hard for your people to uncover. I'll ask grandfather to investigate. Town North King is wise and knowledgeable, surely he'll find more clues than us. But I heard you were punished to kneel again. Is the old duke angry? Grandfather is used to it, no problem. Mentioning the emperor, Chu Chen couldn't help thinking about Yun Song. Yun Song said let me check which kung fu experts are in the imperial city. Should I tell him about this clue? The person around He Wen hid very deeply. Without any guidance, it would be almost impossible for the authorities to suspect the prince. But revealing this directly made Chu Chen fear Yun Song might misunderstand something. After all, hiding someone deep within a prince's circle, how could he explain revealing it like this so casually? Chu Nanqi understood his worry. Gently tapping the tabletop, he thought about the names on that piece of paper. Suddenly stopping his fingers mid-tap, he looked at He Gu Yuan. Has the death of that medicine supplier in the southern border reached the imperial city? He Gu Yuan stuffed a pancake into Chu Nanqi's mouth in an intimate gesture. No. The president of the South Border Association has now been replaced by my personal guard. He has always pretended to communicate with the imperial city. Thanks to the intermediaries who haven't returned to the South Border recently, the person communicating with the city hasn't been discovered as changed. With that question, are you coming up with a good idea? He Gu Yuan understood him. Nanqi's smart little brain was indeed sharp. He Wen currently has no one else to use. If the undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue gets involved, that person will definitely appear. At that point, Big Brother can bring Yun Song along. Alright, we'll proceed according to your plan. That way, the issue is resolved. Looking at Chu Nanqi eating, and then at He Gu Yuan, Chu Chen only now realized how harmonious these two were together. Why are you two staying here? This morning, when he went to West Garden looking for Chu Nanqi, he found out that Chu Nanqi had come here. This was the first time Chu Nanqi hadn't stayed at home. They had been focusing on business and hadn't asked the reason. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, He Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, smiling warmly at Chu Nanqi. Chu Nanqi continued eating quietly. He has been under house arrest by the emperor for a month. It's more convenient to discuss matters here. Discussing matters? He Gu Yuan, are you planning to take the throne? Chu Chen lowered his voice to ask. Besides this reason, he couldn't think of any other explanation. He Gu Yuan wasn't evasive. Yes. That's great. Chu Chen stood up excitedly, patting He Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Young man, you can do it. He Gu Yuan smiled. Big brother is so thrilled. Chu Chen, of course. Who doesn't want to assist a wise ruler? Count your brothers, all of them are like a Shido who cannot be relied upon. Especially He Wen, ruthless and cruel. He actually wanted to kill my entire family. I wish I could slice him in half with one stroke. Speaking of this, Chu Chen became angry. 3 generations of the Chu family had served faithfully. His father was particularly steadfast. He went to war at the age of 10, shedding blood and sweat, but in the previous life, he died due to treachery from his own side. The whole family met a tragic end. This left him unable to hold back his anger. Elder brother, there's no need to get so upset. He Wen will suffer the consequences of his actions. Regarding the events on the southern battlefield, the public believed Chu Lu's injury was caused by Nanliang, but these few people in the room were very clear about the truth. Humph. A despicable person who only dares to strike from behind. Chu Chen showed complete disdain for him. By the way, have you discussed this matter with the old prince? He Gu Yuan, grandfather has asked me to maintain contact with Nanqi. His meaning is obvious enough. Yes, Chu Chen agreed. The old prince knows what happened in the south, he must have guessed it. Since our 2 families have reached a consensus, handling matters will be much easier. While they were talking, Chu Nanqi finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Toppling He Wen won't be difficult. The number of people he can rely on is limited. Once we eliminate them one by one, he'll be rendered powerless. At that point, he would definitely be torn apart by him. Chu Nanqi's expression turned sour, showing his evident hatred towards He Wen. He Gu Yuan sighed imperceptibly and gently held him, whispering softly, we will definitely succeed. Chu Nanqi glanced at him and swallowed. Chu Chen watched their sudden interaction, which seemed to exclude others, and frowned with confusion. When did the relationship between these 2 improve so much? Big brother. You should go back first and wait for news. Once I've arranged everything here, I'll notify you. Then you take Yinsong to the designated place. Alright. Chu Chen touched his nose and suddenly winked at Chu Nanqi. Nanqi, come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. Chapter 88, Chu Chen's Troubles. It was the first time Chu Nanqi saw Chu Chen act this way. His second brother had an unrestrained personality, straightforward, with limbs more active than his brain. It was really unprecedented for him to have some secret things to say. Chu Nanqi followed him out. Chu Chen pulled him along and hid in a corner until there was no one around before letting go. Once he summoned the person, his expression became somewhat hesitant and stuttering. This made Chu Nanqi even more curious. Elder brother, what's wrong? Chu Chen closed his eyes and steeled his heart. I drank too much wine a few days ago, and ended up sleeping with Yinsong. Who? You slept with who? Chu Nanqi thought he was hearing things. His second brother and Yinsong. Embarrassed, Chu Chen scratched his head and recounted the event in detail. Not really detailed though. He himself could only remember roughly. But the things before drinking were crystal clear. Yinsong said it was an accident and does not hold me responsible. I dare not mention it too often either. What do you think I should do? Chu Chen genuinely didn't know what to do. So he sought help from his smartest younger brother. Yinsong always gave Chu Nanqi the impression of being a clean and upright official. But now this piece of information was quite shocking. Chu Nanqi whispered, in the previous life, when I died, Yinsong hadn't married anyone, nor had I heard he liked someone. It seemed like he just focused on solving cases. So am I the one ruining his purity in 2 lifetimes? Chu Chen immediately felt overwhelmed with guilt. Chu Nanqi slightly parted his thin lips, smiling faintly. Elder brother, you can't say that. Didn't you say Yinsong wasn't angry? Yes. Seeing his foolish-looking elder brother, Chu Nanqi sighed and continued, then don't you think there's an issue here? Chu Chen still didn't understand what he meant and bluntly asked, what issue? If you were in his place, wouldn't you have killed the other party? Ah. Chu Chen suddenly understood. He had been so preoccupied with how to take responsibility, how to handle it. But forgot this important part. You mentioned after waking up, Yinsong only said that you don't have to take responsibility, ignoring all other aspects. Does this mean he likes you? Or perhaps he prefers men and does not care about a fleeting night of pleasure? Considering Chu Chen and Yinsong's past friendship, the second answer seemed more plausible. But that person is Yinsong. Yinsong has a reputation in the imperial city as a gentlemanly man, radiant like the moon, not someone who indulges in excessive emotions or frequents places of ill repute. Could it be, he likes Chu Chen? Chu Nanqi furrowed his brows slightly, as if encountering a problem that was difficult to comprehend. He asked again, did second brother have any contact with Yinsong in the past? The previous time Chu Chen felt like he had seen Yinsong somewhere, but he truly could not recall. Logically speaking, someone of Yinsong's stature, he should not forget about. Chu Chen rummaged through his memories and said dejectedly, no. You know, I used to be in the southern city. The time I spent in the imperial city was only more in recent years, but I really didn't interact with him. Last night, he had originally wanted to ask Yun Song, but due to numerous cases, he was exhausted all over. He himself hadn't been willing to bother him further. Chu Nanchi, second brother doesn't need to rush. Since Yun Song does not harbor ill will, second brother can just let things take their natural course. It was just like how it happened between him and He Gu Yuan. 2 months ago, they didn't even know each other, and now they had ended up sharing a bed. Destiny was always unpredictable. Can only do that. But since I slept with him, I have to take responsibility. In times like this, if Yun Song doesn't want anything, second brother shouldn't force the matter. To avoid dragging him into this. I know. After finishing this thought, Chu Chen shifted the topic. I observed how you interacted with He Gu Yuan earlier. What's going on between you two? Mentioning himself and He Gu Yuan, Chu Nanchi looked toward the distance, his voice far away. Second brother, I once thought I would never trust anyone again. When Xiao Yuan's betrayal was the greatest pain of my life. But when I saw He Gu Yuan kneeling outside the palace gates, my heart couldn't help but ache for him. You fell for him? And what about him? Chu Chen pressed. Thinking about how He Gu Yuan clung to him day and night, Chu Nanchi's thin lips involuntarily curved into a tender smile. He feels the same way. Neither of them were people who hid their feelings, especially not in front of their blood relatives. Chu Chen clicked his tongue. No wonder the last time we went to the temple, that kid said so much. Originally, it was meant for me to hear. It's strange, he didn't even know us back then. Speaking of the beginning of this relationship, Chu Nanchi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That was how destiny worked. A runaway bridegroom inadvertently saved his father and later rescued him during an illness. Afterwards, he entrusted his entire fortune without reservation. Chu Nanchi fully understood the fervent passion in He Gu Yuan's heart. That love started from somewhere unknown but was intensely generous, not at all stingy. Chu Nanchi smiled gently. Does second brother remember when I was young and he sent me to deliver food while being punished by kneeling? Of course I remember. There were several instances where Chu Chen had taken him there. Back then, Chu Nanchi was too young to move around freely within the palace. These events were something Chu Nanchi had recently uncovered. Because of the painful betrayal in his previous life, after returning to the capital, he had dispatched people to investigate He Gu Yuan. In fact, what was found wasn't much different from rumors, nor did it match what Chu Nanchi saw with his own eyes. The only discovery was the contact from his childhood. Chu Nanchi also remembered it now. So he seemed to understand why He Gu Yuan was so good to him, or even to the Chu family. He's such a fool. Just a few pastries and some snacks, and he gained everything. He was made to kneel in the palace countless times from childhood to adulthood. Only I gave him that tiny amount of warmth. So perhaps today's bond has something to do with those days back then. Chu Chen sighed in realization. Oh, this kid really had it tough, being born to that father of his. However, if we really succeed, have you considered that he is destined to sit on that throne? What will happen then? That position. Too much responsibility. For example, heirs. Chu Nanchi glanced at his second brother and knew he was concerned for him. But none of that was within his considerations. What he cared more about was whether his father, elder brothers, sister, sister-in-law, and lover were safe. We'll deal with future matters in the future. I only wish the Chu family remains unharmed. Second brother, this road is bound to be filled with bloodshed. No one knows if we'll survive until that day. Until then, eliminate anyone blocking the path, regardless of gods or demons. The wind picked up outside. The summer rain brought a touch of coolness, but the sun remained scorching hot after the rain. When Xiao Yuan's cause of death quickly reached the palace. At that time, the crown prince was lying on the empress's chair in the eastern palace drinking wine. Upon hearing the news, he only sneered coldly. Qing Jie sure acts decisively. Since he has killed people, we must pry something out of him. Go find Qing Jie. The young servant who reported was about to retreat when another servant rushed in hurriedly. Your Highness, Director Yun has arrived. Who? Yun Song. Chapter 89, Qing Jie was killed. Elsewhere. Hewen had been summoned by Consort Yu early in the morning to enter the palace. Mother, you killed Qing Jie. Hewen almost jumped up upon hearing this news. Though he also despised Qing Jie, the man was still the only bloodline of his maternal grandfather, whom his mother simply disposed of at her will. She was truly more ruthless and brutal than him. Consort Yu leisurely sipped her tea and gently blew on it. As long as he lives, others will never forget about the connection between you two. But what about Grandpa? Qing Jileashu only has one son, who he cherishes like an eye. Otherwise, a bastard son wouldn't have climbed so high either. If grandfather learns about this incident, he'll surely be furious. And if he finds out that this is related to them, how could he still compete for the throne? Consort Yu, relax. Your uncle personally carried out the deed. Plus, his last destination was a brothel. There's no way they can trace it back to us. Whatever mother does, I am always at ease. That's why he hadn't seen uncle today. He must have left the palace last night to deal with Qing Jie. Without Qing Jie, Hewen would now be the sole heir of the Qing family. He would naturally become Grandpa's only choice. Lady, lady. An anxious voice from outside broke through their conversation. Servants were specifically dismissed while they spoke, except for the maids close to consort you. No urgent matter would allow a servant to interrupt with such loudness. Come in. The devoted maid entered and knelt down. Lady, word has come. Wen Xiuyuan died at the Lotus Pavilion last night. Yun Song has already tracked it down, and all our people are captured. What? Wen Xiuyuan is dead. And he died at the Lotus Pavilion? How could he die? Wasn't he taken away by the Crown Prince? Their spies constantly monitored the movements of the Eastern Palace. Wen Xiuyuan was led away by Qing Jie and later released by him too. His men personally watched Wen Xiuyuan leave. And then there was Yun Song. Now that he's captured everyone from the Lotus Pavilion, their involvement can't be hidden anymore. It can't be hidden. It can't be hidden. He kept muttering aimlessly, immediately turning toward Qing Shuyu. Mother, what should we do now? Yun Song will definitely tell Father Emperor. Don't panic. Do you think the Emperor doesn't know about your brothel operation? The top priority right now is figuring out how Wen Xiuyuan died. Qing Shuyu ordered, take my pass and go find Linen. Tell him to respond quickly. Yes, mistress. After taking the token, the heartless maid ran into Xiqing as she exited. Seeing him made her heart skip a beat. Greetings, your highness, Princess Guifei. The emperor sent me to request Prince Wen's presence. Xiqing, along with several young eunuchs, bent over politely. Qing Shuyu and He Wen exchanged a glance. The fear in He Wen's eyes was visible. Wen Xiuyuan, no matter what, belonged to He Wen's faction. If exposed, He Wen would not survive the consequences. He Wen was still under house arrest and couldn't even step out unless summoned by his mother. If he were punished again, everything they've worked hard for will be wasted. Qing Shuyu stepped forward politely. Eunuch Gonggang, may I follow? Oh, what kind of talk is this, madam? Isn't the entire palace yours? Asking this makes old slave extremely embarrassed. Qing Shuyu appreciated Xiqing's demeanor and gave He Wen a reassuring look. Then the mother-son duo left together. The atmosphere in the imperial study was very tense. Upon arriving at the entrance, Qing Shuyu allowed He Wen to go inside alone while she waited by the door. Once inside, both He Jing and Yun Song were present. Everyone's expressions were grim. He Wen realized this was likely concerning Wen Xiuyuan's death, so he sincerely knelt down. Greetings, Father Emperor. Damn brat. The emperor threw an official petition straight at He Wen, who didn't dare dodge it but quickly kowtowed. No matter why you're angry, Father Emperor, every single mistake is mine, please don't harm your health. Damn idiot, take a look at what you've done. While I ordered you to reflect within closed doors, what exactly were you doing? Emperor Xijing roared furiously. Dying in a brothel was bad enough, it was an official from the court, a newly promoted scholar of this year. This wasn't the worst part yet. It was especially about the manner of death. Not only that, someone spread the news about the banquet in the palace. A matter they thought had been suppressed was now brought back into the limelight. Most importantly, it involved the current crown prince. The commoners were guessing that it was the crown prince who committed murder to cover his tracks. Now the rumors were spreading uncontrollably, becoming impossible to suppress. He Wen picked up the throne official document. It clearly stated the madam's testimony, Lotus Pavilion was his. Imprisoning Lu Ruyan was also on him. Even Wen Xiuyuan was his man. Even though it wasn't written that he was the killer. But judging from the situation at hand, the emperor had already made his decision. Father Emperor, please have insight. Wen Xiuyuan was really not killed by me. It's truly not me. Yun Song stood to the side, listening to He Wen's plea for mercy and responded with a calm demeanor. Prince Wen, are you implying that everything written in this memorial is false? He Wen's voice faltered momentarily, trembling lips betraying his unease. No, not entirely. Realizing the implications, he immediately attempted to defend himself again. Father Emperor, the Lotus Pavilion does belong to me, and Lu Ruyan and Wen Xiuyuan were indeed my people. But Lu Ruyan was taken away half a month ago. The subordinates were afraid of being reprimanded and never informed me. As for Wen Xiuyuan, I did see him the day after the palace banquet, but after asking about the event, I let him go home right afterward. If you must ask who saw him last, you should inquire with Crown Prince Your Highness. Being implicated into this, the Crown Prince was already irritated. Regarding the incident on the night of the palace banquet, what had leaked out to the public was news about He Wen and Qing Jie, so why was the entire city now spreading rumors about him and Wen Xiuyuan? It was impossible for him to believe that this didn't involve He Wen's machinations. Seeing that Wen Xiuyuan was now framing him, He Jing sneered coldly. I did see him, but he walked out proudly from the Eastern Palace. Do you think the Eastern Palace is just any place? The Imperial Prohibition Zone, with so many guards present that day, could I possibly lie? Awful. He had forgotten about this. In regret, He Wen nearly bit his tongue. But given the current situation, he couldn't confess, he dared not confess. Father Emperor, please have insight. Since Wen Xiuyuan entered the Eastern Palace, I truly haven't seen him again. Shijing Emperor looked between the crown prince and Yuan for a moment, then questioned harshly, what about his cousin? You went through great lengths to imprison her. Did you even send someone to find her when she disappeared? Yuan lay prostrate on the ground. Your son has sent people to search, but we haven't found her until today. Emperor Shijing revealed an expression of exasperation. He did not oppose the prince's devising plots, but such stupidity embarrassed him greatly. You couldn't find her, but we did. Lu Ruiyan's corpse was discovered at the mass grave site. It was midsummer now. The body was wrapped in a grass mat, having been partially consumed by stray dogs, leaving it beyond recognition. Yun Song stated, the forensic examiner preliminarily determined that Lu Ruiyan suffered unimaginable violations before death, and her time of death was merely 1 day earlier than Wen Xiuyuan's. Now Yuan had no way to argue his innocence. Wen Xiuyuan's talents were universally acknowledged, and as a scholar from a humble background, his simple background made him easy to manipulate. That's why Yuan chose him. Chapter 90, 30 Punishment Strokes. If only he had known that involving these cousins would bring such misfortune, he wouldn't have touched them under any circumstances. At this point, all Yuan could do was cry injustice, Father Emperor, your son swears to heaven. It was not me. Emperor Shijing no longer trusted Yuan's words. Do you think we don't know the schemes you've concocted behind our back? We gave you some face, and now we see that discipline is clearly necessary. Summon the guards, proclaim the decree. Prince Wen lacks moral virtue. Starting tomorrow, his title as duke will be revoked. Your Majesty. Cheng Shuyu interrupted the emperor's words, tearfully entering from the doorway and kneeling down. Your Majesty, your servant humbly admits poor child rearing. Please forgive Wen on account of my many years of service. Humph. Emperor Shijing angrily slammed the table. How have you raised him? Doing such shameless things. Now outside, everyone talks ill of the crown prince's integrity. With this behavior undermining superiors, you still have the audacity to plead for mercy. Cheng Shuyu clutched a handkerchief and gazed tearfully at Emperor Shijing. Your Majesty, I've just learned about these external matters. Truly, it wasn't done by one. One has been confined. Today, I summoned him to the palace due to feeling unwell. Otherwise, he hasn't stepped out since. If your Majesty does not trust me, then allow me to apologize to Crown Prince Your Highness, and beg for his forgiveness. She acted as if she was going to kowtow to the Crown Prince. As Emperor Shijing still harbored some feelings for her and seeing her humble stance, he immediately stopped her. Enough of your sobbing. How does this look? This matter has caused too much of an impact, punishment is unavoidable. As for the matter of the palace banquet, the Crown Prince also bears fault. In the past, your unruly behavior within the Eastern Palace, we simply overlooked. But something like this can never happen again. After the Crown Prince was admonished, publicly in front of everyone, he felt very disgruntled yet maintained a respectful expression and replied, yes, Father Emperor. Emperor Shijing, as for the death of Wen Xiuyuan, he won, whether or not you committed the act, all evidence is now presented here. Wouldn't you prefer we stop investigating further and uncover anything else? Father Emperor. Cheng Shuyu grabbed Yuan and looked tearfully at the emperor with an anxious expression. Yes, everything is left to your Majesty's discretion. Emperor Shijing coldly humphed but did not intend to delve further. In his eyes, it was merely a case of Yuan losing control after his scheme failed, leading him to kill Wen Xiuyuan out of shame and anger. But when Xiuyuan's death was self-inflicted, he deserved his fate. Still, involving the Crown Prince in this scandal was infuriating. Shijing said, Yun Song. Your subject is here. Escort him to the entrance of the Dali Temple and give him 30 punishment strokes as a deterrent. 30 strokes. Wasn't that enough to take his life? Terrified, Yuan fell on his knees, knocking his head against the ground repeatedly. Father Emperor, please spare me. Please spare me. He also clung on to Cheng Shuyu. Mother, please intercede for me. After these 30 strokes, your son will be crippled or worse. This is outrageous. Emperor Shijing furiously pointed at him. As a man trained in martial arts, you cannot bear even 30 strokes. Truly unworthy as my son. 30 strokes. Sounds easy. But they wouldn't be landing on you. Yuan didn't want a single stroke, let alone being publicly flogged at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Too many commoners would be watching then. It would be far more humiliating than when Yuan knelt outside the imperial study. This would become a lifelong stain on his character. Yun Song gazed down calmly with icy eyes upon him. I remember how Yuan endured 50 strokes effortlessly back in the day. Cousin Yuan, your uncle has shown restraint. As long as you undergo this corporal punishment in front of the Dali Temple, the commoners will commend the court for its impartiality. This will prevent further escalation. It is hoped you consider the greater good. Yun Song's words completely blocked any possibility for Yuan's pleas. Even Cheng Shuyu remained silent. Unless they could prove that when Xiuyuan was killed by the Crown Prince, there was no escaping this situation. The longer Shijing observed Yuan, the more annoyed he became, especially given his lack of responsibility and accountability. The last time you openly murdered someone in the National Temple, Yun Song already helped cover for you. And still, you have learned nothing from it. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Starting today, you are forbidden to visit your mother in the palace, nor leave the mansion. Understood? He hung his head dejectedly and paid respect while muttering under his breath. Ching Shuyu clenched the handkerchief tightly. As long as her son kept the title of duke, there would always be hope. After dealing with them, the emperor finally remembered someone else and turned to Yun Song. Where is Ching Jie? Why hasn't he arrived even after we sent for him? Yun Song replied, the people from Cheng's estate say that Ching Jie went drinking yesterday and they haven't yet discovered which brothel he frequented. The documents clearly indicated that when Xu Yuan had been taken away by Ching Jie. But considering Emperor's understanding of Ching Jie's personality, he concluded that Ching Jie was just a bully who feared confrontation and would never dare commit such a serious crime as murdering a high-ranking official. Forget it, we entrust you with this matter. We're exhausted, all of you may leave. Yes, your servant shall withdraw. Your son shall withdraw. Cheng Shuyu rose gracefully, shooting a meaningful glance toward He Wen before sauntering over with a sweet voice like flowing water. Your Majesty, may I massage your temples? Shi Jin closed his eyes in acknowledgement. On the way out of the study, the crown prince glared at He Wen as if he were a black chicken and mocked without even bothering to maintain appearances. Fifth brother, do you truly think you can drag me down like this? He Wen pleaded desperately. Prince, I swear I am innocent. The crown prince scoffed in disbelief. So you're suggesting Ching Jie is the murderer? The most Ching Jie could do is intimidate someone a bit, he surely doesn't have the guts to kill anyone. Moreover, I've heard fifth brother keeps a formidable martial artist by his side. Upon hearing this, He Wen's heart skipped a beat. Lin An's identity was supposed to be so secret, how did he know? The crown prince grew impatient and turned to Yun Song. Shall I send someone to escort him to the Dali temple? Yun Song remained composed and unmoved by their squabbling. Thank you. Annoyed, He Wen retorted, no need, I will go myself. At the entrance of the Dali temple, Chu Nanqi received news and joined He Guyuan. Together with Chu Chen, they entered the temple grounds, avoiding the crowd outside. Seeing Chu Chen move about as though it were his own home, Chu Nanqi realized Yun Song's true intentions and chuckled amusedly at his brother's cluelessness. Though announced as taking place outside the gate, it truly meant right outside the gates. Yun Song ordered He Wen to be restrained directly at the main entrance of the Dali temple. The surrounding commoners whispered among themselves, critiquing and discussing the spectacle. Even during their journey here, the guards of the Dali temple had loudly proclaimed the entire story to the townsfolk. Oh my, so he's the fifth prince who committed murder, is he not? Yes, exactly him. Who'd have guessed such a fine-looking gentleman harbors such cruel intentions? It's tragic. A widow washing clothes managed to have her son become an official, and now he dies so miserably. The law applies equally to the emperor and his subjects. The emperor is harsh on him like this already makes him a wise ruler. That's one life lost, merely 30 strokes is lenient for him. Keep your voice down or you'll be taken away too. I heard this fifth prince has some serious tastes. He keeps plenty of men and women in his mansion, but not a single leak outside, truly impressive. So does that mean the crown prince's scandal was also caused by him? Hard to say. Siblings killing each other isn't uncommon. He's truly beastly. Chapter 91, Qingzhou and Qingzhou start beating people. He Wen lay face down on the long bench, his eyes filled with fury, but there was nothing he could say. All he could do was glare fiercely at Yun Song standing before him. Yun Song ignored him, waiting until enough people had gathered around, then announced the beginning. Bang! The force of the wooden stick landing was greater than expected. This first strike almost made He Wen faint. Bang! 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 Qingzhou swung the wooden stick with all her might, showing no mercy as she alternated swings with Qingzhou. Yun Song appeared unaware that the person carrying out the punishment at Dali Temple had been switched. Soon enough. He Wen continuously screamed in pain. His pants were drenched in blood. Seeing the sight of the bloody scene, the crowd's discussions quieted down. By the time they reached the 20th strike, He Wen passed out. Those holding him up started to worry. After all, he was a prince and not just anyone. Yun Song expressionlessly said, continue. Qingzhou swung the stick hard with full force each time. The officers present assumed it was the emperor's command and thus no one questioned it. After all, this incident involved the crown prince, and its influence was enormous. 30. With the last stroke falling, He Wen was left bruised and bloody. A pool of blood pooled beneath the stool, making for a gruesome scene. Yun Song brushed his sleeves and said, send him back to the mansion. Every single one of the 30 strikes fell genuinely, without any deception. The commoners were thoroughly satisfied, walking about while praising the emperor for being impartial. When Yun Song entered, Chu Nanqi and He Guyuan were already there. This isn't the place for conversation. The group exchanged glances, silently following him into the inner chamber. With so many eyes watching outside, and you still under house arrest, don't overstep. This remark was directed at He Guyuan. He Guyuan, unbothered and disrespectful, retorted, I wouldn't if it weren't your turf. Yun Song disapprovingly glanced at him, then turned toward Chu Nanqi, what brings you here, Nanqi? Chu Nanchi straightforwardly said, today's executioners were my men. His honesty didn't surprise Yun Song much. I know. Now it was Chu Nanchi's turn to feel astonished. It wasn't often someone could surprise him in both lives. The reason he chose to confess. 1. Thanks to Yun Song's help previously, he harbored doubts and wanted to probe Yun Song's stance. 2. Because of his attitude towards Chu Qin, Chu Nanchi gambled on him liking Chu Qin. The results matched his expectations. Chu Nanchi said, don't you have any questions? Yun Song slowly shook his head, his gaze shifting to He Guyuan, if I guessed right, are you participating as well? He Guyuan smirked, never thought you'd be the first to figure it out. Yun Song wasn't actually the first to deduce it. In the previous life, he was solely focused on serving the people, and only realized many things too late. For this, he regretted it for a lifetime. He invited them to sit, his gaze turning back to Chu Nanchi, given how open you've been today, surely you have something to say. Wise people always spoke directly. Chu Nanchi openly stated, in truth, you're the son of the elder princess. By rights, you shouldn't be helping us. Today, when I let the guards impersonate mine, it was to test you. Facts confirmed his guess was accurate. As the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, even if Yun Song was slightly inattentive, it would be impossible for him to miss the fact that his staff had been swapped. Yet from start to finish, he never made a sound, perhaps revealing his position. So I'm quite curious, Chu Nanchi continued, why aren't you supporting the Crown Prince? Crown Prince, Yun Song repeated softly, tinged with mockery. Do you think I am identical to those within the court who simply please and obey without question? No. But given how close the elder princess and the emperor are, you shouldn't. Isn't there more than should or shouldn't? If the Crown Prince were merely incompetent, it would be one thing. But regrettably, he is selfish and cold-hearted, his method sinister. He and Hewen are equally matched. People like them could never make a good monarch. Even if I lack talent, I certainly don't want to support such a person. Scholars have always had their pride, and Yun Song's reasoning convinced Chu Nanchi as well. Since the conversation had reached this point, they might as well clear everything up. Chu Nanchi asked, when I was fighting with my father and brother in the southern city, I once sent an urgent message to the capital. But Hewen had Xiu Yuan intercept that letter. However, in fact, you took the letter. Yun Song explained calmly, didn't you send a message to Prince Xia before you left? Since he couldn't get involved directly, he entrusted me to keep an eye on things. By chance, I discovered this matter. So I arrived at the post office before Xiu Yuan did. Fortunately, I got there early, so nothing major was delayed. Oh, so it was Prince Xia. Once this was explained, everything made sense. Chu Nanchi said, since the old prince has told you all this, it seems he trusts you greatly. Before, he thought that Yun Song and He Guyuan had a good relationship, never imagining that even the prince trusted him. The prince is a hero, but sometimes fate leaves no room for choice. At this point, Yun Song's expression suddenly became serious. He stood up and faced He Guyuan, now that little prince has made up his mind, Yun Song will do everything in his power to help you. He Guyuan, who usually joked around, now looked somewhat worried, what about your mother? Yun Song was the youngest son of the elder princess, having been pampered since childhood. His relationship with his mother was also very good. Doing this would truly put him in a difficult position. Throughout history, loyalty and filial piety have always been hard to reconcile. I trust you, at most, my mother will be upset for a while. There won't be any issues. He Guyuan patted his shoulder, thanks, brother. Having Yun Song join them was undoubtedly the best outcome. His identity and talents were top-notch choices. In fact, considering his background, accomplishments, and education, He Guyuan was fully justified in sitting on that throne. The only obstacle was the emperor. Compared to the previous life where he pushed Hewen into power, it was much simpler now. Hewen's injuries turned out to be more severe than expected. The bones in his lower body were completely shattered, leaving no possibility of recovery. Even if the external wounds healed, he could only sit in a wheelchair in the future. Upon hearing the news, Cheng Shuyu fainted outright. After waking up, she cried and begged the emperor to send royal physicians to treat him. But even the best doctors from the palace couldn't do anything. This was exactly what Chu Nanchi wanted, he went paralyzed in bed. How could this happen? How could this happen? My son. Cheng Shuyu cried herself hoarse in the Duchess mansion. She specifically requested to leave the palace to attend to him. No one expected such serious consequences from just 30 strokes. Yet, the word of the emperor was final. The punishment was carried out under everyone's watchful eyes, with no falsifications. Even if the emperor wanted to hold someone accountable, there was nothing he could do. Still, the emperor quietly summoned Yun Song and scolded him severely. Yun Song remained expressionless, simply saying it was due to Hewen's own weak constitution. After all, even when the emperor personally oversaw 50 strokes on He Guyuan years ago, he still bounced back fine afterward. Mentioning this, even the emperor felt it was merely due to Hewen's own physical fragility. No matter how Cheng Shuyu demanded punishment for those at Dali Temple, the emperor waved it off without another word. Cheng Shuyu gritted her teeth in hatred, wishing she could devour Yun Song. Chapter 92, Preparing to Poison. She squatted by the bedside. Looking at her unconscious, feverish son lying in bed, sobbing uncontrollably, Wenner, mother will surely avenge you. Wenner, you must endure this. Linen came in holding medicine, let Wenner take the medicine first. Crying, Cheng Shuyu wiped her tears and accepted the medicine, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Linen stood with his hands behind his back, watching He Wen's pale face and said, if the emperor could be so heartless, then we need not show mercy either. Cheng Shuyu's eyes were bloodshot, her face flickering with malice, send Sun Wei to rush the drugs to the capital immediately. I want them all to pay with their lives for my Wenner. Linen, I'll handle this. You take care of him. Cheng Shuyu's expression softened slightly. Raising her tear-streaked face, she said, Linen, what would I do without you? What would Wenner do? Linen squatted down and hugged her, you take care of the son, I'll handle the outside matters. Cheng Shuyu gave him a gentle peck on the cheek, go ahead. After Linen left, Cheng Shuyu looked back at her son whose fate hung in the balance, tears streaming down her face again. 5 days later. Hot Spring Villa. Jin Yu stood in the main hall, reporting to He Guyuan, Sun Wei's items are already here. The merchant ship will arrive in 3 days. He Guyuan glanced at Chu Nanchi, informed brother heir to prepare early. Chu Nanchi nodded. This time, he intended for He Wen to lose an arm too. 3 days later. Drizzle filled the sky with soft rain, not heavy but enough to be refreshingly gentle. Even on a rainy day, the docks remained bustling with activity. Chu Chen held an umbrella as he followed half a step behind Yun Song. Yun Song was dressed in official robes and had brought quite a few people with him. Among those accompanying him was also Chen Jingheng, dressed identically in official attire. The manager of the dock approached them as soon as they arrived. Greetings, gentlemen. How come you are here despite the rain? Chen Jingheng's expression turned serious, there is a report accusing this fleet of official ships of being problematic. The manager's face went pale instantly, impossible. Sir, these are ships that have been directly authorized by the Ministry of Revenue. They haven't stopped along the way. There can't possibly be anything wrong. We'll only know if there's something wrong once we inspect. Men, search. Yes sir. The bailiffs were all armed with swords. Even if the manager had wanted to stop them, he would have dared not. Before long, the officers found a wooden box. As the wooden box appeared, the manager's body stiffened slightly, he avoided eye contact, clearly uneasy. Chen Jingheng opened the box, looked at Yun Song, then signaled someone from behind, take him away. The manager screamed, Sir, I am innocent. Please, I beg of you. Within moments. The bailiffs arrived at Sun Wei's residence. Sun Wei was still putting up airs when the officers dragged him out. How dare you seize me? Do you know who I am? Mr. Sun, your time to speak will come once inside prison, said the officer coldly. Still being restrained, Sun Wei glared angrily at Yun Song, shouting, Yun Song. I'm an official of the court. A high-ranking one, 4th rank. On what grounds do you arrest me? You'll find out why shortly. Annoyed by his noise, Chu Chen stepped forward impatiently and stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth to silence him. They took the prisoner back to the jail cell. Chu Chen drew a knife from the wall and began circling it around Sun Wei's face. Terrified, Sun Wei attempted to retreat but found himself pressed against the wall, with nowhere to go. The icy blade descended slowly down his cheek until finally resting on his thigh. With a loud scream, the dagger plunged forcefully into his leg. Ha! A muffled cry broke through the gagged lips. Blood spurted out immediately. Chu Chen quickly pulled the cloth from his mouth. Drenched in cold sweat, Sun Wei curled on the ground in pain. The dagger was pulled out again by Chu Chen, resulting in another anguished howl. I want to know where the poison came from and who it was intended for. The bloodied dagger slapped onto Sun Wei's face, terrifying him completely. Alright, I'll tell everything. After obtaining the full confession, Chu Chen handed it over to Yun Song. Shall we head to the palace now? Yun Song nodded. Jingheng and I will go together. Chu Chen, I'll look for you later tonight. Yun Song glanced at him sideways. Embarrassed, Chu Chen touched his nose subconsciously. Recently, sleepless nights had led him to sneak over the wall to the mansion of the elder princess. He'd twice slipped into Yun Song's bedroom without self-control. Yun Song didn't comment, just picked up the evidence and left. At the hot spring villa. Qing Jiu reported, Master, the mission has been successfully completed. It was about smuggling poison via official ships, South Liang's poison specifically. This matter might not raise much suspicion from the emperor, but it could surely spark doubts in the crown prince. Chu Nanchi had already arranged Taoist priests to be present in the crown prince's residence. Now, this grand performance awaits He Wen, who has just regained consciousness, to perform accordingly. Prince He Guyuan remarked, since this task is done, the next important preparation should not be delayed. Qing Jie's body mustn't rot before it is discovered. Chu Nanchi lightly smirked, let's not let the efforts of digging up the corpse go to waste. Dispose of him outside. Around noon. Behind Qing family manor, a carriage zipped past quickly. Soon after, a body rolled off. By the time the gatekeeper opened the gate, the carriage had disappeared down the alley. On the ground lay a body. The gatekeeper walked closer and flipped the body over, collapsing in shock upon seeing the ashen face. Little lord, little lord. Inside the imperial palace. Emperor Shi sat on his throne incessantly coughing. The crown prince accompanied a Taoist priest who was examining his health. Taoist master, how is father's condition? Is there anything serious? The Taoist dressed in a dark blue robe wore a solemn expression. Your Majesty, there appears to be some sort of poison in your system. What? How could that be? Everything father consumes is managed by specialists. If there were poisoning attempts, they would have been detected early. Emperor Shi grew furiously red-faced. He hadn't neglected the possibility that his deteriorating health over the last couple of years was due to other causes rather than simply aging. But the imperial physicians had never admitted falsehoods, so he always thought it was natural aging. Hearing this new theory, his anger couldn't be contained. With so many doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau, how did none of them notice? The Taoist master took out a small bottle from his pocket. Your Majesty, please smell this and tell me what you feel. Emperor Shi held the bottle, smelled it, and found that the itching in his throat subsided greatly, and his breathing became smoother. What is this? I feel quite comfortable after smelling it. That's it. If I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty has been poisoned by a secret medicine from South Liang. This drug is odorless and tasteless, one of the components of 7-day powder, which can make a person increasingly weak without being detected. Moreover, taking a little bit of this drug isn't fatal. Coupled with Your Majesty's pre-existing ailment, it's no wonder the Imperial Medical Institute couldn't detect it. The Crown Prince was shocked by the Taoist master's words. 7-day powder is the #1 poison in the martial arts world. Who could be so malicious? Emperor Shi looked at the Taoist. Is there an antidote? The Taoist replied, there is. Fortunately, this is only one ingredient of the 7-day powder, and judging by the signs of use, it wasn't too heavy. Otherwise, no medicine would help. Audacity. Enraged, Emperor Shi slapped the table hard. Who exactly? How dare someone poison me? Shi Qing bent over, head lowered, standing by the door. Your Majesty, the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple and the Prefect of Jingzhou seek an audience. Admit them. Chapter 93, He Wen is doomed. Yun Song entered and paid no attention to anyone else in the hall as he greeted formally. Kneeling down, Yun Song took out a memorial. Your Majesty, here is a new case I've discovered. Emperor Shi was furious but also knew Yun Song wouldn't come see him lightly. Recalling the previous incident, he irritably told Shi Qing, bring it forward. You two stand up. Shi Qing took the memorial. Yun Song and Chen Jinghang stood up. Emperor Shi opened the memorial, and as he began reading, his already annoyed expression turned into rage, throwing the document on the floor. Foolish nonsense. Yun Song clasped his hands. Please calm down, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince picked up the memorial and, upon realizing its content, looked disbelievingly at Yun Song. Is this true? Yun Song maintained a composed expression. It all started when Jingheng caught a thief. His usual business was stealing at the port. The last time, he stole a wooden box, expecting valuables inside, but instead found drugs. To reduce his punishment, he voluntarily mentioned this. Unbeknownst to me, today I went to the port and uncovered everything. What follows are all Sun Wei's testimonies. Yun Song left it at that. The meaning was already clear. Enraged, Emperor Shi grabbed a bowl from the table, pointing at Shi Qing. Go fetch He Wen for me immediately. Shi Qing hesitated and said, Your Majesty, Prince Wen just woke up yesterday. He still can't get out of bed. At this moment, Yun Song suddenly looked at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince got the hint. If He Wen and Qing Shuyu were allowed to meet the Emperor, this might change the course of events. Seizing this opportunity, they couldn't let it go. Father, do we even need to ask? Who is Sun Wei? How could he possibly accuse people falsely? Surely Empress Consort, you promised him that after father's passing, once He Wen ascends the throne, he will become a great minister. Otherwise, how could a mere deputy minister of revenue do such a thing? How unreasonable. Father, think about it. All your food is tested by eunuchs for poison. But the pastries sent by Empress Consort you are never checked. It's likely that every time tea is poured, she uses the moment when you aren't looking to poison you. Father, you mustn't be lenient with this mother and son duo. She wants your life. Emperor Shi's anger was successfully ignited, and he threw things around in anger. Yun Song. I'm here. You and Chen Jingheng immediately seal off the county lord's residence with the royal guards and investigate thoroughly for me. I want the results tonight. I obey your command. Shi Qing, lead people to surround Chuanxi Palace. Without my order, no one is allowed in or out. Cough cough. Shi Qing was scared stiff and quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty, please calm down. This old servant will take care of it immediately. For a while, the palace was in turmoil. When Chu Nanchi received the news, Yun Song had already put He Wen in the Dali Temple's prison. Chu Nanchi set aside the book in his hand and looked at Higuchuan. Let's go. We'll meet Prince Wen. In the Dali Temple prison. Inside the dimly lit prison, only 2 officials with swords guarded the entrance. Yun Song personally led Chu Nanchi inside the prison. Chen Jingheng was inside as well, writing down evidence at the desk. Seeing them, he spoke. Regarding Sun Wei's confession, He Wen denies everything. Chu Nanchi remarked, as expected. He Wen wasn't foolish. Treason against the emperor is a massive crime, how could he dare admit to it? He Wen, lying on the ground covered in blood, strained to open his eyes and looked up at Chu Nanchi who stood above him. It's you, it's you. Chu Nanchi gave a contemptuous glance downward, his voice icy cold. He Wen. When you failed to kill my father in the southern region, you should have anticipated this day. He Wen trembled, attempting to reach out to him. Knowing what he did in the southern region, the Chu family must have found out by now. Otherwise, the crown prince wouldn't have betrayed them so quickly. Yet, he never imagined that Chu Nanchi would seize this as leverage against him, let alone dare to torture him publicly. Chu Nanchi took a step forward, stepping hard on his hand. He Wen gasped in pain, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Nanchi squatted down, meeting He Wen's hateful gaze. It mirrored his past self. Drawing a dagger from beneath his long sleeves, he moved towards him with deliberate calmness. He Wen, I once said I'd slice you into 10,000 pieces. The cold blade gleamed menacingly under the dim light. No, no. He Wen involuntarily recoiled, his face pale and disbelieving as he stared at Chu Nanchi, like encountering an evil ghost coming for retribution from the underworld. As He Wen tried to inch back, he called out to Yun Song, Yun Song, save me. Yun Song. Yun Song merely glanced at him impassively. Was Sun Wei acting under your orders? Yun Song, save me. Ah. Chu Nanchi's knife flashed, slicing off a chunk of flesh from He Wen. The cries of agony reverberated within the prison cell, refusing to die down. Chu Nanchi's expression remained unyielding as he continued. As each layer of skin peeled off He Wen's thigh like feathers, he finally broke under the pain. Chen Jingheng finished writing the confession and handed it over for He Wen to sign. Upon obtaining the complete testimony, both he and Yun Song exchanged glances before leaving. Don't go. Yun Song, save me, don't leave. Ah. Chu Nanchi. I beg you, release me. Chu Nanchi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please release me. He Guiyuan, save me. He Guiyuan, I'm your younger brother, save me. Ah. Blood splattered onto Chu Nanchi's face, but his hands didn't falter. In his previous life, his father, elder brother, sister-in-law, sister, the unborn nephew, tens of thousands of soldiers from Nanping, all died due to this person. Even if he were executed 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would not be enough to make amends. Gradually, the blood seeped through the floor, soaking Chu Nanchi's shoes. The screams grew weaker and weaker until they ceased entirely. With the final strike of the dagger plunging into his skull, Chu Nanchi finally stood up. As he rose, he stumbled slightly, only for He Guiyuan to immediately steady him. Chu Nanchi turned his head and asked, do I look terrifying? He Guiyuan rested his forehead against Chu Nanchi's, replying with deep concern, no. Chu Nanchi managed a faint smile, then pushed He Guiyuan away. I'm dirty. Let's go. All right. After Chu Nanchi left the prison, 2 guards led in cleaning staff. Yun Song said, I've already found someone with a similar appearance and build to him. That person is a rapist. I've rendered him mute with poison, so it will be impossible to tell the difference. After all, this wasn't over yet. He Wen couldn't die too early. To prevent any soft-heartedness from the emperor, Chu Nanchi couldn't afford to wait any longer. Thank you, Chu Nanchi said sincerely. He Guiyuan held him close, noticing the obvious exhaustion in his eyes and gently consoled him, let's go. When they walked away, Yun Song departed as well, carrying the confession. Chu Nanchi did not return to the hot spring villa. Instead, he brought He Guiyuan back to Nanping Mansion. They needed to prepare for the next move. Father, tomorrow when He Wen's crime involving poisoning comes to light, Empress Consort Yu is bound to take action. Her martial arts expert sidekick is highly skilled. If she wishes, sneaking her out of the palace without a sound isn't out of the question. The Qing family won't dare come back, they'll flee the city. You and brother should secretly deploy troops around all 4 exits of the capital, just in case. Master Chu's expression became heavy, realizing this was highly possible. All right. Tonight, I'll mobilize the army. Don't worry, as long as they attempt to escape, father will surely bring them back for you. Since Master Chu had personally taken charge, Chu Nanchi had no worries. He then turned to Chu Chen. Brother. Tomorrow, you keep an eye on the Eastern Palace. Ensure the Crown Prince doesn't do anything reckless. Relax, leave it to me. Seeing Chu Nanchi making arrangements for everyone except him, He Guiyuan poked his head out and asked, Nanchi, what about me? What about me? Chu Nanchi looked at him, He Wen is bound to die tomorrow. Once he's dead, on the surface, the crown prince will have no rivals. At this point, we must discuss the next steps with King Xia. Tonight, I'll go see him with you. See Grandpa? That was practically like meeting the parents-in-law. He Guiyuan's eyes lit up instantly, beaming with joy. Great, great. Grandpa has been wanting to meet you. His little scheme was obvious. Chu Lu, being rather thick-skinned, didn't catch the deeper meaning and reminded him, Nanqi, Dad should go with you to show respect. Since the Chu family planned to support He Guiyuan for the throne, they had to demonstrate 100% sincerity. Chu Nanqi thought for a moment, all right. After we return from the Northern Pacification Duke's residence, Dad can head to the camp. Chu Chuan, then I'll go ahead first, and Dad can join later. After making their decisions, they acted accordingly. The next day. The sky was gray and overcast. It was a cloudy day. There was no rain. But it was a gloomy day, not a good one. Yun Song entered the palace with the testimony. He Guiyuan went to the palace early in the morning under the pretext of greeting the emperor, dragging Chu Nanqi along with him. After paying their respects and lingering around outside the hall, He Guiyuan even introduced Chu Nanqi to the palace scenery as they walked. They just wouldn't leave the main hall. The guards were used to them loitering about, with the emperor currently too preoccupied with Yun Song's presented testimony to bother. He believed Yun Song, and thus trusted the testimony. How dare someone do such a thing? Absolutely unacceptable. The medicine given by the Taoist yesterday stopped the emperor's cough today. This fact intensified the emperor's original suspicions manifold. He never imagined his own son would dare to poison him. Yun Song stood composedly below, all the evidence has been verified. As for Consort Yu, I know that there's a martial artist who secretly sends her poison. He calls that person uncle. He left it at that. But the emperor was shocked. Uncle? What uncle? Yun Song replied, all the uncles are in their respective fiefs, definitely not them. As for the Cheng household, they only have Cheng Jia as a son. So, I speculate that this person isn't related to us by blood. It may simply be an honorary uncle. The emperor knew exactly how many brothers he had. Not only could none of these elder statesmen engage in something like this, they were too old to participate in any such schemes. Suddenly, a flash of understanding passed through his mind. Could Cheng Shuyu dare betray him by wearing green? Thinking of this, the emperor angrily slammed the table. Shiqing, bring that vile woman to me. Seeing the emperor so enraged without explanation, Shiqing shivered, sensing trouble. Outside the hall, Chu Nanqi and He Guiyuan were standing at a corner of the corridor. Qingjiu appeared in the corner. Young master, that martial artist has entered the palace and is now with Cheng Shuyu. Talk about having your needs met at the exact moment you crave it. Chu Nanqi raised an eyebrow at He Guiyuan. He Guiyuan immediately understood, grinning mischievously, I'll go ask his majesty to catch adulterers red-handed. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking towards the grand hall carefree and relaxed. Plans had changed. If the emperor caught them in the act, Cheng Shuyu and that man would surely die. Chu Nanqi pondered, is everything ready with the king? Qingjiu, everything's prepared. All our troops quietly brought back to the capital and those from the Northern Pacification Army are waiting outside the city. Chu Nanqi, good. Follow my signal. Qingjiu, understood. Hewen was already dead. Today, Cheng Shuyu must also die. Cheng Galao might have tried to argue for Hewen before yesterday. But once he discovers his beloved son died due to Cheng Shuyu's actions, he will certainly not plead for mercy. Evidence proving the crown prince of bribery, corruption, and land grabbing was already prepared. 500,000 troops surrounded the imperial city. Timing, geography, and people, all advantages. Today, he must secure He Guiyuan's future at all costs. The Taoist had already gained the emperor's trust. Otherwise, the throne could change hands tomorrow. Chu Nanqi looked coldly at the plaque above the main hall. As He Guiyuan entered, the emperor saw him and grew angrier. Why have you come? Get out. He Guiyuan smiled slyly. Father, don't get angry so easily and send me away. I found something interesting. Don't you want to join in? You disgraceful brat, she slammed the desk angrily and scolded, is the imperial study a place for you to play wild? He Guiyuan didn't care about the emperor's attitude at all. He covered his mouth and spoke loudly, Father. I just saw someone sneakily go to Empress Yu. Don't you want to check it out? What? The emperor's face froze, then he looked very upset. He Guiyuan moved forward as if to support him. Father, let's go see some good drama. I think that person isn't there to steal money. Empress Yu has a lot of treasures, more than I do. The emperor got up under He Guiyuan's strong pull. He no longer had the mood to scold He Guiyuan, all he could think about were He Guiyuan's words. Shiqing, bring the imperial guard. Yes, your majesty. As the emperor was about to step out of the study, he was stopped by Xia Yuanshan at the door. Your majesty, greetings. Seeing Xia Yuanshan, the emperor couldn't treat him the way he treated He Guiyuan. He said respectfully, "Why have you come?" Xia Yuanshan stood up and said, "There is a small matter." "Where is your majesty going?" After hearing this, the emperor looked rather uncomfortable. He Guiyuan smiled slyly, "Grandpa, you've arrived at the perfect time. Father is about to take me to catch a thief. Come along." The emperor naturally did not want Xia Yuanshan to witness such an embarrassment. Just when he was about to add more words, He Guiyuan interrupted, "Father, hurry up. Otherwise, the person might escape." "You insolent brat." Before she could utter a single word, he was already being led away by He Guiyuan. This guy had great strength. With one arm around He, they moved quickly. Due to Xia Yuanshan's presence, He gritted his teeth and refrained from cursing him. A large group of them made their way towards the harem. Chu Nanqi stood at the corner, seeing them leave. Subsequently, he followed behind. Even with the Imperial Guard, there were quite a number of people present. No one noticed Chu Nanqi and Qingjiu trailing far behind. In the harem, Empress Yu smashed everything in her room. The palace doors had been closed, and all her maidservants taken away. The entire palace hall was empty. She had no idea what had happened. However much she shouted at the gate, no one outside paid any attention. She peered through the gap in the palace gate and only saw 2 guards standing there. She threatened and tempted them, but the 2 remained silent. Sensing something wrong deep in her heart, Qing Shuyu worried immensely. But confined within the palace, she had no way to gather intelligence. So, she could only wildly guess. Alas, no matter how hard she thought, she could not fathom the direction events were taking. Chapter 94, The Plan Exposed, Changes in Events. By evening, a noise came from the rooftop. Next, Linen descended from the roof. Seeing him, Qing Shuyu burst into tears and threw herself at him. "Why did you come so late? I've been worrying to death. What on earth happened?" Linen had left the palace to deal with Qing Jie. Originally, after burying Qing Jie in the wilds, he returned. But for some reason, he felt uneasy. So, yesterday when he left the palace, he went back to the wilderness. To his shock, he discovered the burial site had been dug up, and the body inside was missing without a trace. He searched all day and found nothing. There were no other signs either. An intuition told him that a major event was approaching. Something bad has happened. Prince Wen's residence has been sealed off. He-Wen was taken away by Yun Song. It's claimed that he tried to poison the emperor. Shocked, Qing Shuyu stepped back from his embrace. "No, it's impossible. We hid our actions so well. For a whole year, nothing was discovered. How could this happen?" Linen said, "I've learned that the crown prince found some Taoists who identified the poisoning. Yun Song's side seized the poison on the spot and arrested Sun Wei. The plan has been exposed. We must make another plan." No, Qing Shuyu shook her head, clutching at him. "Then, what about Wen Yang? Will the emperor kill him?" Linen grabbed her. Remember, He-Wen is still the son of the emperor. He'll likely be spared. But it's different for you. Would you flee with me? Qing Shuyu forced herself to calm down. They had planned to poison the emperor once and for all this time. It was previously hidden so well, how did it get uncovered? Gripping her clothes tightly, she said, "My father." "Yes, find my father. We killed Qing Jie. Wen Yang is the Qing family's only son now. Linen, go find my father. He will surely save He-Wen." Linen shook his head. It's not that I won't go. Someone has dug up Qing Jie's body and delivered it to Qing Manor. Your father is now looking everywhere for the murderer. If I show up now, and he suspects me, that would be inconvenient." Hearing these words, Qing Shuyu's pupils widened in shock. How could this happen? How could this happen? Linen grabbed her, urging her on. We're out of time. I'll take you away now. Once we leave the palace, we can discuss everything calmly. There was no other choice now. Qing Shuyu fully understood that the emperor would not let her go unpunished, yet she still worried for He-Wen. Seeing her hesitation, Linen shouted, "Look at He Guiyuan. When the emperor killed the Empress Dowager years ago, didn't he spare him? If you come with me now, He-Wen will be fine." The tightly shut doors were suddenly kicked open. With a thunderous bang, it startled everyone inside. Linen's first reaction was to jump onto the beam and prepare to escape. Outside the door stood a group of people. Qing Shuyu looked over and froze upon seeing the emperor's ashen face. The look on the emperor's face confirmed that he had heard every word. Their relationship could no longer be concealed. Finished. Qing Shuyu fainted. The emperor's face remained pale, although he did not love He-Wen as much, he had genuinely cared for Qing Shuyu once. But this woman. She not only poisoned him but also shamed him publicly. Overcome by rage, the emperor clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Shiqing gasped in alarm, offering her handkerchief. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." He Guiyuan was the one who kicked the door open. He clenched his fists and swung at Linen, roaring angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." Linen did not even look at He Guiyuan. This boy was nothing more than an idle fool. When He Guiyuan rushed toward him, Linen thought about capturing him as a hostage. Unexpectedly, He Guiyuan's iron-hard punch shattered Linen's assumption. Underestimating him, Linen was struck hard, falling to the ground. He Guiyuan pounced on him, grabbing him. Linen realized he couldn't counterattack He Guiyuan, to his surprise. Wasn't this guy just a nobody? Why was his martial arts so powerful? Even back then, he could easily overpower Chu Nanqi. Now, he couldn't match He Guiyuan. He Guiyuan fiercely beat him, each punch landing hard and causing him to spit blood incessantly. Who? Who killed my mother? Who? Bang bang bang. Linen's head bled profusely from the punches. Chu Nanqi moved forward, pulling He Guiyuan back by the arm. He Guiyuan's bloodshot eyes turned instantly filled with sorrow upon seeing him. Linen observed the situation and knew all was lost. As he spat blood and laughed loudly, he sneered at He Guiyuan, "Didn't you hear it already? It's the emperor before you. You're lying." Emperor Shijing shoved Shiqing aside abruptly, cutting off Linen's words. He shouted to the imperial guards behind him, "Someone, kill him, kill him." "Hold on." Xia Yuanshan interrupted loudly, stepping forward and blocking Linen in front. He stared coldly at the emperor, "I'd like to hear more." Emperor Shijing panicked, "No, father-in-law, you've misunderstood." At this moment, the emperor had forgotten all about his rank as sovereign, but Xia Yuanshan showed no mercy. Standing firmly there, he resembled a great mountain. The imperial guards hesitated, not daring to move. Yun Song stood silently behind. According to the plan, he would enter the palace. And the emperor would deal with Yuan and Qing Shuyu. But events had taken this unexpected turn. Yun Song quietly turned around and whispered into his confidant's ear, "Take my insignia and head to Naping Manor. Have the crown prince bring Chu Chen and rush to the palace immediately. Hurry." The confidant nodded and ran off. Xia Yuanshan stared intently at Linen, "If you don't want to die, speak clearly." Linen scornfully glanced at Emperor Shijing standing behind, mocking him. "Back then, to win the support of the Zenorth house, he pretended to marry your daughter and promised to love the empress forever. However, when pregnant with He Guiyuan, the empress dowager accidentally discovered the truth. Not only that, Zhao Min openly ridiculed her to her face. The various schemes used to gain favor in the harem were repeatedly inflicted upon the empress dowager. The empress dowager lived in silent sorrow, but endured it all for He Guiyuan's sake. Until this hypocritical emperor, for the sake of the throne, used you and your child to threaten her, breaking her spirit entirely. Later, she heard Zhao Min bragging about He Shi wanting to make his son the crown prince. At this point, the empress dowager snapped and nearly killed Zhao Min with a sword. Unfortunately, her sword was too slow. The emperor's blade stabbed first. Xia Yuanshan, what a pity that despite your lifetime of wisdom, you have been deceived by such a petty man. Are you still going to dedicate yourself to his kingdom now? Your Xia family is just a joke. Linen laughed audaciously. He Guiyuan, having heard the truth, clenched his fists and glared at He Shi and the emperor with bloodshot eyes. He Shi took a step back, startled by his gaze, and maintained composure as he said, "He Guiyuan, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to look at me this way?" He Guiyuan stood up from the ground and walked step by step until he stopped in front of He Shi. He clenched his fists tightly and asked, "Is what he said true?" He Shi refuted immediately, "Of course not. Your mother passed away from an illness back then. The royal physician said she had postpartum depression, it has nothing to do with me." Xia Yuanshan, hearing him still trying to justify himself, pointed at him and cursed angrily, "He Shi. You despicable bastard who lacks loyalty and righteousness. You hastily cremated my son's body back then, not even giving us a chance to pay our respects. If you weren't guilty, what else could it be? Unfortunately, I, this old fool, believed your words. Today, I will avenge my daughter." Chapter 95, Emperor, it's time for you to die. Seeing Xia Yuanshan about to charge forward, He Shi quickly retreated, shouting, "Guards, guards." The imperial guards rushed over upon hearing his voice. Not only were there imperial guards, but also several key ministers waiting from the previous court session had arrived. Among them was Senior Minister Cheng. After they arrived, someone quickly summarized the situation for them. He Shi stood behind the imperial guards, reprimanding Xia Yuanshan. "Xia Yuanshan, are you planning to rebel?" Xia Yuanshan shouted angrily, "Bah! The former emperor did not pass his throne to you. You forged the imperial decree to deceive me. When it was done, I had no choice but to endure. For my daughter, I've tolerated it again and again, but you've been too excessive. Today, even if it costs me my old bones, I must kill you." Seeing Xia Yuanshan getting serious, He Shi scoffed and looked at Senior Minister Cheng, who had remained silent. "Senior Minister Cheng, can you testify for me? This is Lord Jinbei plotting rebellion, along with Lord Naping." He Shi turned his gaze toward Chu Nanqi. "Chu Nanqi, think clearly. Does Naping Manor plan to rebel?" Before Chu Nanchi could speak, Senior Minister Ching suddenly collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. My child, my child. The guard's words had been heard clearly by him. His daughter killed his only son. And was going to kill the emperor. How could he live on? Overwhelmed with emotion, he actually fainted. She shouted, Senior Minister, Senior Minister. You old fool. Fainting right now. Chu Nanchi looked at He hiding behind the imperial guards, and it seemed like time had traveled back to the previous life. Back then when he was dying, he stood behind the imperial guards yelling to kill him. But unfortunately, he wasn't poisoned Chu Nanchi anymore, he still had his elder brother, his older brother, and his lover. Chu Nanchi calmly and composedly walked beside He Guiyuan and placed his thin hand into the man's palm. Lifting his eyes, his gaze was sharp as a blade. Majesty, it's time for you to die. Events had deviated from their original plan, yet the crown prince was still on the throne. Issues remained unresolved. But there was no more time. He today must die. He widened his eyes. Impudence, how dare you curse me to death? Guards, come here, kill them for me. Chu Nanchi coldly interrupted, Your Majesty doesn't believe that we would have entered the palace without preparation, right? In He's confusion, a voice resounded through the palace corridor. Father, father. The tardy crown prince was tied to a horse by Chu Chen. Seeing the emperor, the crown prince shouted, Father, save me. Behind Chu Chen were large numbers of troops, carrying not only the flag of Lord Naping but also the flag of Lord Jinbei. The emperor's fears had finally come true. He angrily cursed the soldiers behind Chu Chen, You all belong to me, to me. Are you all rebelling? The soldiers remained silent. Chu Chen rode arrogantly atop his horse, looking down disdainfully, Old Emperor, haven't you been worrying daily about our two families rebelling? In the past, we didn't have the intention, but since you expect it so much, if we don't act truly against you, we wouldn't be worthy of your expectations. How does it feel? Surprising enough. Arrogant, arrogant. She became furious. A monarch's authority was being so boldly challenged. He commanded the imperial guards, kill them for me, kill them. A clamor erupted instantly. Chu Chen first beheaded the crown prince and then galloped off, killing his way forward. Under the protection of the crowd, the emperor hurriedly fled backward. Chu Chen didn't chase after in haste. After reaching Yun Song and Chen Jingheng, raised his hand and handed Chu Chen a bow and arrow. Chu Chen took it, leaped up, and stood on the horse's back. He drew the bow and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. Straight into He's body. He stiffened for a moment, then instantly collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Holding his sword, Chu Nanchi calmly cut down the approaching imperial guards and shouted loudly, The tyrant is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Behind him, the troops of Naping Manor echoed, Those who surrender will not be killed. Surrender and live. Surrender and live. Amidst the thunderous noise, the imperial guards dropped their weapons one by one. The inner palace, still unaware of what happened, was thrown into panic by these shouts. Chu Nanchi personally executed Linen and Qing Shuyu. Gripping his sword, he looked at He Guiyuan, Zhao Min is left for you. He Guiyuan's expression was cold, full of hatred in his eyes. Chu Nanchi turned around and looked at Yun Song, this place is left for you. Yun Song nodded, go ahead. Xia Yuanshan, looking at the bodies all over the courtyard, threw away his sword and covered his face with immense sorrow. His daughter. She would never come back. Inside Yongshou Palace. Palace maids knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, Lady, something terrible has happened. Lord Naping has broken through. Zhao Min's hand holding the teacup shook. It crashed to the floor. The teacup shattered instantly. Holding his sword like a war god, He Guiyuan rushed inside. All the palace maids and eunuchs trying to approach were slain. Seeing his brutality, everyone else hid away. Trembling, Zhao Min sat on the empress's throne, forcing herself to look calm. He Guiyuan, what are you doing? Holding his sword, He Guiyuan gave a cold sneer, Zhao Min, do you even need me to tell you? Blood still dripped from the blade. As He Guiyuan walked, blood drops trailed from the entrance deep into the palace. No, no, don't come near, don't come near. Terrified, Zhao Min started shouting, Guard! Guards! Someone! Emperor, someone, quickly go find the emperor. Chu Nanchi appeared at the door, coldly cutting off her hopes, your emperor is already waiting for you on the Yellow Spring Road. How could this be possible? Terrified, Zhao Min grabbed things nearby and started throwing them at He Guiyuan. With his sword, He Guiyuan slashed down, hitting her leg. A gush of blood immediately sprayed out. Zhao Min screamed as she fell off the empress's throne. Chu Nanchi watched coldly, Zhao Min, when you continuously tormented the former empress despite her pregnancy, did you ever think about today? He had seen the painting of the previous empress at the imperial tomb. It was a horse-riding portrait. A bright-eyed woman, riding a horse, radiant and spirited, yet she met an end of great suffering. Zhao Min shook her head violently, the pain in her leg almost made her faint. It has nothing to do with me. It was all because the emperor told me to do that, none of it relates to me. Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. As Zhao Min kowtowed to He Guiwan, her head slammed against the ground repeatedly, please, don't kill me. He Guiwan pressed the sword against her, I won't kill you, I'll let you wish you were dead. It was all because of this woman. He Guiwan remembered how his mother would often cry secretly, carrying him away. Every time Zhao Min visited his mother would become melancholic. Sometimes, in private, she would cry while hugging He Guiwan. This once became He Guiwan's nightmare. All because of this woman. He Guiwan picked up Zhao Min and hoisted her up. Zhao Min screamed and beat his arms, let me go, let me go. Outside the hall was a water tank. He Guiwan shoved her in and wouldn't let her out. Zhao Min choked from being submerged in water, desperately struggling. Just before losing consciousness, she was pulled out again. He Guiwan swung his sword at her legs again. The sharp pain brought her back to consciousness instantly. Her wet body was tossed to the ground. Chapter 96, The New Emperor is Cuddling. He Guiwan squatted down, grabbing her hair. You so desired to be empress, I'll fulfill your wish. Starting from today, I'll make sure you're empress every single day. No, I've made a mistake, I truly know my mistake. Zhao Min wailed in pain and despair, utterly disheveled. Chu Nanchi signaled behind him, and 2 soldiers came forward. Chop off her legs, but keep her alive. Every night, bring her 10 men, not 1 less. The army consisted of ruffians, many of whom weren't married yet. Chu Nanchi clearly meant to turn Zhao Min into a military prostitute. Zhao Min was covered in blood, her leg severely injured as she desperately tried to crawl away. Unfortunately, she was easily caught by the approaching man. No, no. I won't go. He Guiwan, please let me go. Ah. He Guiwan, may you die a terrible death. As soon as her insults left her mouth, a soldier slapped her hard across the face. Until everything faded out. He Guiwan discarded his sword and embraced Chu Nanchi, Nanchi. Chu Nanchi gently stroked the man's head, just like how he used to comfort himself in prison, and spoke softly, it's all over. In the end, there was still a massacre. But the results were significant. The Napan army and Jinbei army surrounded the palace. This immediately caused unrest within the imperial court. But soon after, the entire imperial city was surrounded so tightly that not even water could leak through. Xia Yuanshan and Chu Lu personally led the troops. The civil officials who had been clamoring to see His Majesty were suddenly silenced. After killing a few officials who would rather die than yield, the court fell utterly silent. 10 days later, the previous empress's residence had long since fallen into disrepair. Now it was completely restored. When Yunsong arrived, Chu Nanchi was trying to feed He Guiwan. He Guiwan wouldn't let go of him. Chu Nanchi patted his head and looked helplessly at Yunsong, you're here. Yunsong found himself a chair and sat down, a nation cannot have one day without its ruler. Have you two decided yet? Chu Nanchi laughed, what is there to decide? The emperor is acting childish in my arms. The teasing words made He Guiwan cling even closer to Chu Nanchi. Like a big dog, for these past few days, morning, he hadn't moved an inch away from Chu Nanchi. Yunsong couldn't help but chuckle, then I'll make the preparations. Coronation in 3 days. Watching Yunsong leave, Chu Nanchi pinched He Guiwan's ear, enough of this coyness. You need to get to work. He Guiwan refused to let go of him, clinging to him like a big dog. Nanchi, promise me that you will always stay by my side. Looking at the man's overly dependent manner, Chu Nanchi smiled faintly, all right. Past experiences once made Chu Nanchi feel utterly disheartened. He even questioned if it was his fault. But He Guiwan's actions clearly showed him otherwise. It wasn't his fault to trust others. Nor was betrayal his fault. The root of everything was because those people were rotten individuals themselves. One shouldn't punish oneself because of others' corruption. When the moon rose, He Guiwan took Chu Nanchi away from the palace. They silently returned to the hot spring villa. There they spent their own private sweet time together. While they indulged in intimate moments, people outside were incredibly busy. 3 days passed quickly. Though coronation was no small matter. With Jinbei Wang and Napan Wang present, no one dared to be careless. The Internal Affairs Department was fully committed to organizing everything. Yunsong worked tirelessly with the Minister of Rights, almost staying awake all night. Once they finally resolved all matters, the Minister of Rights didn't even return home and fell asleep right in a side hall. Seeing this, Chu Chen felt sorry for Yunsong and picked him up horizontally. Not giving him a chance to protest, he left. With excellent lightness skills, Chu Chen carried Yunsong without any trouble. Yunsong was also tired, leaning on Chu Chen's shoulder and speaking lightly, where are we going? The man's clear voice contained a hint of tenderness, to my place. Yunsong didn't oppose, closing his eyes and leaning against the broad chest of the man. These past few days, he was keeping a close watch on every little detail, worried that someone might try to create problems at the last step. So now he was very exhausted too. A quiet house on the outskirts of the capital. The house wasn't large. Two-way access, simple layout, very much in the style of a military general. The Yun Song in his arms seemed to have fallen asleep. Chu Chen held him steadily. Second young master, everything is ready. Go away. Chu Chen carried him inside, lowering his gaze as Yun Song opened his eyes. Eat first, then take a bath and rest well. We'll need you tomorrow. Yun Song yawned, his gaze falling on the dining table, where various foods were spread out, still steaming. Chu Chen ate with him. Yun Song was extremely well-mannered, eating elegantly and quietly. Every movement was refined. But beneath the dignified appearance, exhaustion couldn't be hidden. For these few days, Chu Chen had stayed beside him and knew how dedicated and hardworking he had been. From the day of the palace coup until now, it was almost half a month. The people from the Princess Chang's residence came several times, but Yun Song neither met them nor returned to the estate. Regarding the events in the palace that day, with so many royal guards present, there were bound to be whispers spreading around. But the deed was done, and everyone remained silent. However, at Princess Chang's place, Chu Chen had wanted to ask Yun Song what he planned to do, but seeing how busy Yun Song was, he never got the chance to bring it up. When Yun Song finally put down his chopsticks, Chu Chen took him to freshen up. Chu Chen was deep in thought, having followed him every step of the way these past few days. So, he hadn't noticed Yun Song slip into the bathroom unnoticed. Yun Song sent him a meaningful glance. Yun Song said nothing, slowly and deliberately removing his clothes. By the time Chu Chen realized what was happening, he was already standing frozen, his breathing becoming heavy. All that remained before him was one final layer of inner clothing. The smooth white back could be seen faintly, shoulders partially exposed, the graceful neck facing away, radiating an inviting sheen. Chu Chen looked up, meeting Yun Song's teasing eyes. Flustered, he stepped back hurriedly, mumbling an excuse, I'll go get your clothes. And then he ran off like a fool. How could the servants not prepare fresh clothes? Yun Song sighed softly, what a wooden block. But truly, he was also exhausted and had no time for such thoughts. Tomorrow's coronation would be the last step. There could be no mistakes. Not lingering too long in the bath, Yun Song quickly emerged. Chu Chen stood by the door gazing at him. The young man had just finished bathing, wrapped loosely in an outer robe, the buttons left undone. Plain, pale skin and two rosy nipples peeking through were laid bare for view. With each movement as he dried his hair, the loose robe swayed gracefully, presenting a vivid image of beauty after a bath. Your drool is showing. Walking past him, Yun Song's cold voice carried a trace of amusement. I didn't, Chu Chen tried to argue, lifting a hand to wipe his face only to find nothing there. He realized Yun Song had been teasing him. Once he managed to calm his nerves, he found Yun Song already sound asleep by the bed. Looking at Yun Song's weary face, Chu Chen tiptoed forward, removed the towel from his grip gently, placed it aside, adjusted Yun Song's body position carefully. And finally pulled the blanket over him. Chapter 97, The Grand Finale. Chu Chen squatted by the bedside, staring at Yun Song for a long while. Such a small face, yet so capable. In these few days, Chu Chen witnessed how well-guided and extraordinarily intelligent Yun Song was. His position as the Minister of Justice was truly well-deserved. Could someone like Yun Song really favor someone as physically built and lacking in intellect as himself? Chu Nanchi told him that Yun Song indulged in his company because of affection. But with each encounter, Chu Chen became increasingly uncertain. He felt that Yun Song was too good for him, thinking he might not deserve such a person. But recalling the sight of Yun Song emerging from the bath earlier, Chu Chen's gaze grew resolute again. He leaned down and lightly kissed the corner of Yun Song's lips, whispering softly, you can only belong to me. Whether deserving or not. He would not let go of that passionate night. After the sound of the door closing, Yun Song turned over, burying his fluffy head in the covers, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling upward. As the sky started to lighten, He Guyuan carried Chu Nanchi up the steps one by one. At the top of those steps was the symbol of ultimate power. That dragon throne. So many people coveted it beyond dreams. But now, He Guyuan held Chu Nanchi close, pressing him against it without any regard for its significance. He was proposing. Eunuchs had long since scattered wisely, leaving the vast hall filled only with their intertwined breaths. Chu Nanchi sweated profusely along his back, leaning heavily on He Guyuan, completely disheveled. He Guyuan insisted on asking for her hand in marriage. Nanchi, marry me. To make a proposal at such a moment. It was astonishing how creative he could be. Chu Nanchi closed his eyes and ignored him, yet he still couldn't escape. He Guyuan said further, tomorrow, ascend the throne with me. I want you to be my Grand Emperor. Chu Nanchi was both surprised and flustered. You've gone mad. Is this how the Grand Emperor should behave? Whose Grand Emperor does this even refer to? Chu Nanchi knew He Guiwan was unreliable, but he hadn't imagined his imagination could stretch so far. He Guiwan playfully circled his waist, kissed his red lips with a grin, nudging his leg up as he said, "Isn't the person sitting atop the emperor naturally the Grand Emperor?" Chu Nanchi clamped his mouth shut and scolded, "You're spouting nonsense again." Seeing this approach was ineffective, He Guiwan began again, arching his head to coo at Chu Nanchi, "I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll abdicate. Don't be childish. What's the point of being an emperor when my wife has run away? You can eat the throne if you like. It's just cold and lifeless. Nanchi, please say yes. How about it? I beg you. Nanchi." Faced with the man's childlike pleadings, Chu Nanchi wasn't unaware of his intentions. The palace coup, though part of their plan, had still turned too bloody that day. Even though now everything was settled, He Guiwan still worried about someone possibly threatening the Chu family or Chu Nanchi. Hence, he wanted to give him the ultimate power. Just self-preservation wouldn't be enough. He Guiwan wanted Chu Nanchi to sit atop the world's highest seat. No one should be able to decide his life or death. No one should threaten him. Not even He Guiwan himself. Chu Nanchi embraced the man's head, understanding his heart. The man's cajoling was accompanied by the attack on his defenses. In the end, Chu Nanchi fell apart amidst his tears and said, "All right." This single word earned a bodily expression of gratitude from the man. "Kneel." The eunuch's slightly sharp voice echoed through the palace. With this command, all the ministers bowed in reverence. He Guiwan, clad in his dragon robes, his right hand holding Chu Nanchi's, stepped out step by step from the grand hall. The sunlight outside was blinding, it was a good day. Chu Nanchi kept glancing at He Guiwan from the corner of his eye. On the day of the unexpected incident with He Guiwan, he had thought deeply about many things. If He Guiwan stayed true to him, such a life could be acceptable. But the actions of this man in front of him were beyond his expectations. They brought him a sense of security that covered both this life and the previous one, driving away every shadow. If all of this was a dream, he would choose never to wake up. He Guiwan pulled Chu Nanchi in front of all the officials and announced loudly, "Chu Nanchi is appointed as the king of southern borders. He is my empress. The only empress for this life." At the same time, the 8th Prince He Zheng is appointed as the crown prince. The Chu family already had the title of Duke of Southern Peace. To grant another kingship was unprecedented in history. Moreover, He Guiwan had already paved the way for any aftermath. The heir chosen, the ministers wouldn't have any grounds to criticize the succession. Chu Nanchi didn't expect he'd planned all this behind his back. How many surprises was this man going to give him? The group of officials below the dais were struck dumb by the series of announcements. Chu Lu and Chu Chuan were the first to react, kneeling down. "Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Long live the empress. 1,000 years. 1,000 years." Following their call, Xia Yuanshan also knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Long live the empress. 1,000 years. 1,000 years." All the ministers followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Long live the empress. 1,000 years. 1,000 years." In wave after wave of cheers, the eunuchs announced the ceremony's completion. He Guiwan held Chu Nanchi's hand, smiling brightly towards the sun, "Nanchi, I love you." That day, the sunshine was just right. The warmth that fell was so warm. Chu Nanchi's lips curved slightly, looking towards the distant azure sky. He thought, in the rest of his life, he would definitely be happy. Chapter 98, Bonus Chapter 1. 1 month later. Imperial Palace. He Guiwan threw aside all the documents on the table and cooed in Chu Nanchi's arms, "Nanchi, I'm done with these. Let's take a break today." Chu Nanchi, with no change in expression, picked up the document and opened it. Not aloud. He marked on the document, "Reviewed." After the coronation ceremony, the court gradually stabilized. All the commotion had settled. But just as everything seemed prosperous, He Guiwan suddenly realized his empress was overly diligent and caring towards the people. "Nanchi." He embraced Chu Nanchi, fidgeting around behind him, his hot breath grazing his neck. "Nanchi, stop reading those petitions. Look at me instead. I've been alone in my room for 3 days. Chu Nanchi glanced at him helplessly, "Is that so? Then sleep alone tonight." "No, Nanchi, don't you miss me?" He Guiwan's hand sneaked in, stirring up trouble everywhere. Nanchi. Stop fooling around, there are still piles of petitions." "No, Nanchi, please show some mercy on me." Chu Nanchi was also stirred by his antics. At this moment, Qingyi suddenly shouted from outside, Master, the princess is in labor." Chu Nanchi immediately snapped out of it, quickly pushing He Guyuan away, and stood up from the desk, running excitedly out. Sister-in-law is going to give birth. Seeing the person in his arms run off, He Guyuan quickly tidied himself up and trotted behind Chu Nanchi like an obedient puppy. Nanning Duke's mansion. By now, Ning Shu had already become the Duchess of Nanning. As soon as Chu Nanchi arrived, he saw Chu Chuan pacing anxiously outside the room. He had never seen his usually composed older brother act so unsteady. Second brother, father, how is sister-in-law? Chu Lu was seated on a chair, with Chu Yu sitting beside him. She's fine. Don't worry. The midwives have all been prepared beforehand. This was their family's first child, and they were being especially cautious. He Guyuan called the imperial physicians who followed behind. Let the doctors take a look. Chu Lu hastily rose, bowing. Greetings to your majesty. After He Guyuan ascended the throne, he remained as carefree as he was before his coronation. He didn't pay much attention to formalities. Even more so, he disliked when the Chu family bowed or knelt before him. At first, Chu Lu wasn't quite used to it, but later, seeing that He Guyuan truly didn't mind, he stopped kneeling, though still performed the proper courtesies. He Guyuan understood this and said, father-in-law needn't be so formal. Although they hadn't held a wedding ceremony, the announcement made during the enthronement was sufficient. Moreover, almost all the memorials were left for Chu Nanchi to review. Even during court sessions, Chu Nanchi was dragged by He Guyuan to sit on the empress seat and participate in governing alongside him. He Guyuan's attitude was very clear. The civil and military officials were also sensible enough not to utter a single word of complaint. What's more, in the past month, compared to He Guyuan's laid-back demeanor, Chu Nanchi appeared particularly diligent in administration. In fact, the civil and military officials preferred to consult Chu Nanchi about governance. To this, Chu Nanchi was equally helpless. He twisted He Guyuan's ear and urged him to work harder. But He Guyuan just hugged him and whined, wanting Chu Nanchi to do all the emperor's work. 2 hours later, with the baby's cry, the family finally put their hearts at ease. The midwife came out to offer congratulations. Congratulations to His Highness the Duke, the Duchess has given birth to a young prince. Chu Nanchi looked at He Guyuan, unable to hide the sweetness in his smile. It was truly wonderful. All his family was together, and they were so happy. 2 days later his elder sister's wedding. Don't forget to leave the court early. Chu Nanchi flipped through the memorials while reminding He Guyuan. Chen Jingxing could request a wedding leave, and even Chu Nanchi didn't need to attend court sessions, except for the emperor. He Guyuan protested, wrapping his arms around Chu Nanchi's waist. You're all running off. Why must I sit there alone and listen to those old men endlessly talking? You, just behave properly and attend court. Although Minister Cheng is a scoundrel, this time he has shown some sense. If he wants to resign, you should show him some courtesy and stop mocking him. Cheng Zhen lost his daughter and then his son. Since he hadn't committed any serious crimes, Chu Nanchi decided to allow him to retire peacefully. His moral conduct may not be impeccable, but he has taught many students, including those from poor families. A complete annihilation wasn't a good strategy. Understood. Won't I listen to you? He Guyuan kept nuzzling his neck playfully, then suddenly lowered his voice. Sweetheart, your elder sister is getting married. When will we hold our wedding? Their identities had been announced to the world, but they hadn't held an official wedding yet. Chu Nanchi slightly turned his head, tapping his forehead with the brush. The country has just been stabilized, and the matter of the Prince of Xishan isn't resolved. It's not urgent now. The Prince of Xishan had once supported He Wen. Chu Lu had sent people to monitor him. Even after the throne changed hands, that man didn't make any moves. But Chu Nanchi didn't feel secure unless he went himself. Let father deal with the old man of Xishan. Just marry me. Actually, He Guyuan was reluctant for him to take risks. The battlefield is dangerous. Even if the opponent was weak, he didn't want Chu Nanchi to risk it. This matter is settled. After elder sister's wedding is over, I'll go. Nanchi. Shut up. Daring not to protest, He Guyuan simply pressed Chu Nanchi down onto the desk. Nanchi, it was you who told me to shut up. The sound of breaking things echoed from the study. Chen Jingxing and Chu Yu's wedding was grand. For the old Chu family, such extravagance might not have happened before. But things were different now. He Guyuan had ascended the throne. And the Chu family now had 2 dukes in its ranks. Chu Nanchi held a position akin to the empress, enjoying equal rights with He Guyuan. Chu Chen was enfeoffed as the Grand General of the state. This family honor was unprecedented. Chen Jingxing had contributed greatly, and to avoid diminishing his standing, He Guyuan selected numerous fine treasures from the national treasury and bestowed them upon him as rewards. He also generously granted him a mansion covering hundreds of acres. Thus, this wedding, supported by the royal family, featured a sea of red for miles around, with endless splendor. The bride and groom bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. The couple bows to each other. Amidst the crowd, Chu Nanchi watched as his elder sister completed her marriage. Though he had experienced this twice before, this time felt different. His elder sister would definitely be happy. After the lively room festivities ended, Chen Jingxing was dragged out to drink wine. He Guyuan didn't have a shred of imperial decorum. He rolled up his sleeves, slung an arm over Chen Jingxing's neck, holding a bottle of wine. You wouldn't believe how much I envy you. Your brother-in-law still refuses to marry me. Hearing He Guyuan's nonsense, Yun Song nearby also held a wine bottle. Jingxing, today is your big day, we will not return until completely drunk. He Guyuan raised the wine bottle. Come on, drink. Ning Shu, holding a child, sat at the elders' table along with Chu Nanqi. Looking at He Guyuan's uninhibited drinking style, Ning Shu smiled and asked Chu Nanqi, what's wrong with His Majesty? How could it be anything else? It's simply because the wedding proposal hasn't been accepted, leading to tantrums. Chu Nanqi teased the little nephew in Ning Shu's arms, laughing, ignore him, what a baby. Ning Shu said with a smile, since both of you share such a deep bond, we're relieved. Chapter 99, Postscript 2. They say an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. That day, when He Guyuan came out in the Chu family was unforgettable. It was the third day after the palace coup. He Guyuan eagerly appeared at the Chu residence, kneeling before Chu Lu and asking for his son's hand in marriage. Chu Lu was astonished. Although he liked He Guyuan, he never expected him to take interest in his own son. Seeing Chu Nanqi smiling broadly, there wasn't any mistaking it. However, Ning Shu was concerned, given that He Guyuan would become emperor. In that position, facing immense power and temptation, how could one ensure he wouldn't change his heart later? Nevertheless, it turned out He Guyuan truly remained faithful. Ning Shu said, the future is unpredictable. But just like the day I married your older brother, let's cherish the present and live each day well. Chu Nanqi smiled. Yes. Why worry about so many things? Let time decide matters for the future. By the time 3 rounds of wine had passed, He Guyuan continued shouting for more drinks. Chu Nanqi couldn't bear it, stepping forward to stop him, glancing at Chen Jingxing who was already quite tipsy. Chu Nanqi threatened He Guyuan by pinching his waist, do you want my sister to spend her wedding night alone? He then looked at Chen Jingxing, stop drinking, let's go back. Chen Jingxing also found it hard to hold on anymore, bowing and excusing himself. In front of all these people, He Guyuan leaned heavily on Chu Nanqi, pressing down like a mountain. Chu Nanqi supported him, and those around them gave them speculative looks. Chu Nanqi was incredibly embarrassed, gritting his teeth as he led He Guyuan away. He Guyuan, you'd better be really drunk. The door to the resting room was just opened. And Chu Nanqi was pushed against the door panel by He Guyuan. I knew you weren't drunk. Chu Nanqi kicked him. He Guyuan grinned as he pressed Chu Nanqi down. Nanqi still doesn't want to leave me behind. Chu Nanqi rolled his eyes, I should have thrown you into the lotus pond to clear your mind. You won't. He Guyuan leaned in to kiss him, the scent of alcohol overwhelming. Nanqi, I love you. His sultry voice brimmed with deep affection. Chu Nanqi immediately became drunk. He hugged He Guyuan back, immersing himself in his web of love. At the Grand Princess's mansion. Get out. The Grand Princess blocked the entrance with her entourage, ordering Chu Chen's gifts to be thrown out. She even scolded Chu Chen, rebel traitor, get out of my house. Chu Lu, take your son and get out immediately. I tell you, unless I'm dead, don't even think about it. Chu Lu held the marital horoscopes without saying a word. But was berated by the Grand Princess. Grand Princess. The Emperor has ascended the throne, yet still honors you as the longevity princess of our dynasty. I do not covet it, leave, all of you leave. The Grand Princess harshly threw her sleeves, closed the doors. No dogs from the Nanping royal household shall ever cross the threshold. The gate slammed shut. Chu Lu held the marriage horoscopes, looking at his disheveled son, this. What should we do? Chu Chen hung his head and looked at the tightly closed door of the Grand Princess's mansion. Father, let's go home and talk about it. AI. In fact, when Chu Lu first learned of Chu Chen's relationship with Yun Song, he was also shocked. There were no problems on his side. But the Grand Princess. After He Guyuan ascended the throne, Chu Nanqi told his father his plans. Unexpectedly, things didn't go according to plan. No one expected Cheng Shuyu to advance all the plans. On that day, if they hadn't killed the emperor, they would have been killed. At the Nanping royal household, Ning Shu gave birth to a child, so Chu Nanqi returned home every few days. And naturally, He Guyuan followed him. Chu Nanqi was playing with his little nephew when he saw his second brother returning in low spirits. Tangerine Light and others carefully put the dowry back in place. He Guyuan, munching on snacks, lounged back in his chair. Second brother, you hit a wall. Chu Chen sighed and sat down. Not only did I hit a wall, I almost got chewed out by the Grand Princess. Although mentally prepared, there was still a bit of psychological hope left. He thought that the Grand Princess might not agree, but it wouldn't get this bad. However, she coldly rejected them. Chu Nanchi played lightly with a small rattle to entertain the child. Second brother, don't worry. You should still ask for Yun Song's opinion. Speaking of Yun Song. Chu Chen felt even more distressed. He climbed over the wall every few days to see Yun Song and went to the Supreme Justice Ministry during the day. Yun Song met him with an unchanged attitude. Chu Chen couldn't make out what he was thinking. He Guyuan, chewing peanuts, took in his expression and smirked before suggesting something mischievous. Second brother, how about I give you some advice? Chu Chen became interested, leaning closer. What kind of advice? He Guyuan whispered into his ear. Seeing his winking facial expressions, Chu Nanchi immediately knew it wasn't any good advice. Chu Chen listened, his eyes lit up. Still feeling embarrassed, he asked hesitantly, would it work? He Guyuan winked again, you won't lose anything. Just give it a try. Chastity is a man's best dowry. Thinking of Yun Song, as pure as a green pine under the bright moon. Chu Chen clenched his fists, all right. I'll do it. Here I go. He Guyuan reclined leisurely in his seat, go ahead, I'm rooting for you. Ning Shu holding her child exchanged glances with Chu Nanchi, neither knowing what those two were scheming. Nightfall came. Yun Song returned to the Grand Princess's mansion. He had heard about the events of the day. A servant said, the Grand Princess said she doesn't want to see you right now. Yun Song paused mid-action while taking off his clothes, sighing, I understand. You may leave now. The servant quietly retreated. Yun Song sat down, massaging his temples with a slightly troubled look. It had already been 3 months since He Guyuan's ascension to the throne. Yet, the atmosphere in the Grand Princess's mansion grew increasingly tense. Especially after his mother found out that all of this was related to him, she was beyond angry. Their mother-son relationship became strained, and until now, nothing had eased the tension. All of this was within Yun Song's prediction. This was exactly why, initially, he hadn't pushed Chu Chen for immediate responsibility. His status predetermined that their path wouldn't be smooth. However, compared to his previous life, none of this mattered much. At least, he didn't have the regret of being too late or suffer from prolonged melancholy, leading to an early death. Yun Song sighed, preparing to sleep. Footsteps outside his window caught his attention, and soon enough someone climbed through the window. Yun Song sighed again. To make it easier for Chu Chen to sneak in, he had developed the habit of sending everyone else away. Just to avoid someone bumping into Chu Chen. Because that would only worsen the already delicate situation. You've come. Today's Chu Chen seemed somewhat different. Instead of approaching immediately, he stood silently in the dark. Yun Song then said, did you bring your father today? Hearing this, Chu Chen thought Yun Song was upset about acting without consulting beforehand. Yes. I've told my father everything. Since Chu Lu personally visited, it implied disagreement. Ever since Chu Lu sided with He Guyuan, Yun Song understood everything. However, his side remained complicated. Chapter 100, OVA 3. Let's talk about this in a few years. Go back. A case had recently occurred at the Dali Temple, and Yun Song was also tired during the day. After saying that, he fell on the bed, ready to sleep. In the past, when he said something like that, Chu Chen would at most remain silent, and after a while, quietly leave through the window. But today, when Yun Song felt a weight pressing down on him, his eyes snapped open, meeting Chu Chen's slightly shy gaze. And only then did he realize Chu Chen's chest was bare, having already taken off his inner shirt. What are you doing? Chu Chen pressed against him, carefully wrapping his arms around Yun Song's waist. The feeling of skin touching skin was even better than in memory. Yun Song. This is my first time with you. I don't know if it's love. But whenever I think of a day when you lie beneath another man like this, I feel like going crazy, and even killing someone. So, before mother agrees. Can you treat me as your prelude? Please. He was offering himself willingly, pretending to be pitiful, degrading his own worth. Yun Song was very smart. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips in the darkness. Did He Guyuan teach you this? Chu Chen was greatly surprised. How do you know? Yun Song replied, isn't that what he used to deal with Chu Nanchi? Oh, Chu Chen's ears drooped but persisted, asking, then, will you accept? He Guyuan was right. Men shouldn't be too noble. If he and Yun Song continued being proper like this, when would he ever embrace his beloved? And there was one thing he agreed with. As the saying goes, affection has to be maintained physically. He needed to rely on his real abilities to make Yun Song unable to leave him. That way, no matter how much the Grand Princess opposes, it wouldn't matter. Yun Song lifted his arm, placing it on Chu Chen's shoulder, looking at his beloved young general. Autumn has arrived. It's not bad to have someone keep me warm at night. These words were an acceptance. Chu Chen was overjoyed, looking earnestly at him. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you satisfied. And eventually, so satisfied that you can't leave me. Yun Song burst out laughing, unable to hold it back. Chu Chen's face turned red from being laughed at, hurriedly blocking his mouth. On their second time, Chu Chen didn't fare much better than the first. Fortunately, by the third and fourth times, things began to take shape. An entire night of exploration. Tender warmth enveloped them. A few days later. Yun Song grew concerned seeing Chu Chen climbing walls every night, leaving before dawn. So, he found an excuse. And moved to Chu Chen's suburban residence. This made Chu Chen incredibly happy. After informing the family mansion, he immediately moved in too. The two indulged in unashamed bliss for several days. Still, news reached the Grand Princess. I'll go in with you. Outside the Grand Princess's residence. Sitting in the carriage, Chu Chen held on to Yun Song. The Grand Princess had sent word wanting to see Yun Song. Since the palace rebellion, mother and son hadn't exchanged a single word. Seeing Yun Song now was an entirely predictable scenario. Yun Song shook his head, stay outside properly and don't come in. Okay. Though Chu Chen wasn't reassured, he listened to Yun Song. And could only watch Yun Song walk in alone. Inside the main hall. The Grand Princess sat high above, upon seeing Yun Song shouted, kneel. Yun Song bent his knees, kneeling on the floor. The Grand Princess looked painfully at her proud son. Since his birth, Yun Song had never been inferior to his elder brother. In looks and talent, he stood out in every aspect. Even more so when he became the top scholar, rising to the position of minister of the Dali Temple. Yet, he had actually helped outsiders kill his own uncle. Are you aware of your wrongdoing? Kneeling there, Yun Song kept his back straight, showing no emotion towards the Grand Princess's accusations. Calmly, he refuted, Mother. You know full well that uncle was wrong. The Grand Princess saw that even now he spoke in favor of others, anger rising as she pointed and yelled at him, what fault does your uncle have? Struggles for the throne always result in rivers of blood. Their failure is their incompetence. You must not forget, everything you have now was given by your uncle. And yet you just stood by and watched others kill him. Yun Song, was this how I raised you? Faced with the Grand Princess's shouting. Yun Song knelt there, slowly raising his gaze to her, Mother. The idea of pleading for Xia Mo's life came from you back then. The Grand Princess's words froze abruptly, disbelievingly looking at Yun Song, how did you know? How did you know? Could there be any other way to know? Grief began to spread in Yun Song's black pupils. Mother, you and Empress Xia were close friends back in the day. She trusted you so much that she told you everything. Even when you manipulated and deceived her with uncle, she never held it against you. She was even willing to help both of you, but what happened in the end? For the sake of the throne, you and uncle harmed her innocently, causing her death in the depths of the palace. Now that He Guiyuan has ascended the throne, my actions are merely atonement for your sins. You. The Grand Princess's lips trembled as she tried to counter, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Fragmented images flashed through her mind all of a sudden. That's right. Empress Xia's first meeting with He was an arranged coincidence created by her. She meticulously orchestrated a scene of a hero saving a beauty, plotting against her own confidant. And it was they who dragged the Xia family into the royal power struggle. It was also due to their scheming that the radiant woman met her demise at her prime. The Grand Princess's face turned pale as she stumbled and fell back onto the chair. Mother, do you still remember what happened when I was 10 years old and you visited grandmother's house? The Grand Princess suddenly looked up, fixing her eyes on Yun Song. However, Yun Song avoided her gaze, his voice cold and detached. That day, we encountered bandits, and all our guards were killed. The bandits intended to take you up the mountain, but in rage, you fainted. So you don't know what happened afterward. The Grand Princess abruptly stood up, knocking items off the table, which crashed onto Yun Song. No. Stop talking. Don't say it. But Yun Song didn't stop, you were captured and thrown aside while they disgraced you. Shut up. The Grand Princess suddenly slapped Yun Song hard across the face, her trembling hand commanding him to silence. Shut up. Back then, no one dared to bring up the incident. At the age of 10, Yun Song remained silent when questioned by He. Now, he looked at the Grand Princess with indifference. Do you think self-deception will make it as if nothing ever happened? Shut up, I order you to shut up. The Grand Princess grabbed Yun Song, hitting him repeatedly. Be quiet. Halt. An urgent male voice came from outside the door, followed by a tall figure rushing in and pulling her away. Chu Chen tightly embraced Yun Song, anxiously checking his entire body, heartbroken upon seeing the slap marks on his face. Are you alright? Yun Song looked at him, the usually composed man now with tears welling up in his eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay outside? Chu Chen, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but worry. How foolish you are. Always like this. Foolishly kind-hearted. The Grand Princess snapped back to reality and pointed at Chu Chen. Who gave you permission to come in? Get out now. Though Chu Chen knew he overstepped, this person was still Yun Song's mother after all. Chapter 101, Bonus Story 4. Chu Chen was a stubborn person. Even though she was Yun Song's mother. This should not be allowed. Chu Chen firmly stood in front of Yun Song. Your Highness. Yun Song is already mine. People from my Chu family cannot be beaten by you like this. Fine then, I'll hit you. The elder princess, after being exposed about the past incident, was already seething with anger. She raised her hand and slapped Chu Chen across the face. Yun Song's expression immediately changed. He pulled Chu Chen aside and coolly looked at the elder princess. Do you really think it was she who saved you back then? The elder princess froze mid-motion with her arm in the air. What do you mean? Yun Song said coldly, as the emperor, she was both greedy for life and cowardly. How could he possibly lead a team himself to rescue you? It was him. Yun Song pointed at Chu Chen. It was him who saved you by chance. Otherwise, you would have been tortured to death by those mountain bandits long ago. This revelation shocked everyone. Both Chu Chen and the elder princess were frozen on the spot. The elder princess looked between Yun Song and Chu Chen, shaking her head disbelievingly. No, it's impossible. Chu Chen looked puzzled, unable to recall. It wasn't his fault. He had simply encountered too many injustices that needed intervention. At that time, he was quarreling with the Prince of Nanping. He ran away from the mansion and wandered around. On his way, he heard rumors that mountain bandits had attacked innocent villagers. So he took a sword and went up the mountain. He thought he was just rescuing ordinary women and children. After carrying you down the mountain, he left as soon as he encountered the constables. In Yun Song's words, Chu Chen finally remembered. It's you too. He still vividly remembered breaking into the bandit lair and hearing vile voices coming from the room. By the time he had killed them all, the woman on the ground was unconscious, and the boy tied in the corner was crying silently without responding to any questions. Chu Chen didn't give it much thought, assuming they were just local villagers. Without wasting time, he carried them while leading Yun Song down the mountain quickly. After encountering the constables tasked with wiping out the bandits, he handed them over and left. When he returned home, Chu Lu had just received the emperor's decree, ordering him to go south. So he completely forgot about the matter. The elder princess obviously couldn't accept this reality. When she woke up later, she found herself in the elder princess' residence with the emperor by her side. The emperor told her that his people had arrived just in time and nothing untoward had happened. She knew deep down that these were only comforting words. Even the prince consort understood well. From that day on, he never touched her again. Until she discovered him keeping a mistress outside. Enraged, she killed both him and his mistress. Ha ha ha. The elder princess suddenly burst out laughing, behaving like a madwoman, and then started crying. Her dear younger brother. Upon learning that Yun Song knew nothing, he simply took all the credit for himself, exchanging it for her loyalty over the years. Whenever there were people the emperor couldn't easily deal with, she handled it instead. Willing to die 1,000 deaths if necessary. Indeed, she had schemed tirelessly. But weren't these also the very tactics they had used against others before? Truly hateful, yet tragic. Looking at his deranged mother, Yun Song said, whether you agree or not, neither the Chu family nor Higuiyuan has wronged you. Mother, you should repent for your sins through fasting and prayer. After saying this, he no longer looked at the elder princess but instead pulled Chu Chen away from the elder princess residence. Returning to the general's mansion. Seeing the weariness in his expression, Chu Chen ordered someone to prepare hot water for him. After he freshened up and lay down on the bed, Chu Chen sat by the bedside, holding his wrist. It's all over now. Yun Song opened his eyes to look at him. Back then, if it weren't for Chu Chen's timely appearance, not only would the elder princess have died, but he himself would have perished too. Yet this kind-hearted man met his demise in the previous life at the hands of the royal family. Perhaps because of this, heaven couldn't bear it, and thus granted them another chance at rebirth. Yes. Even though Chu Nanchi didn't say it outright, Yun Song knew. He too had been reborn. Let this secret lie buried with the passage of time. He looked at the lover he had personally cultivated and softly said, bow your head. Like an obedient dog, Chu Chen immediately lowered his head towards him. Yun Song raised his hand, hooked his neck, and whispered in his ear, 7 times tonight. Not one less. Chu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. The end.